The barbarian army that you personally suppressed in the past is now launching a massive invasion. As a founding hero, you voluntarily opened the city gates to them, even allowing the sealed demons to wreak havoc on the world without any concern, and even forcing them to rampage through the empire with a knife at their necks. All of this is just because of an imperial decree issued by the Empress. When the Fa Yao Empire became the first empire of the Tianhuan continent, you, as the founding hero, destroyed your Dantian and became a waste person. The Empress Nangong, whom you helped to rise to power, ordered you to be expelled from the empire forever because you became a waste person. Even the civil and military officials of the entire court accused you of colluding with foreign tribes to rebel. Little did they know that you had awakened the Invincible system, and the condition for activating the system was to exhaust all your cultivation. Now, with the help of the system, you have become an invincible existence in the world, but you have also seen through the true faces of everyone. At this point, you decide to leave the empire and travel the world. Looking at your departing figure, Empress Nangong Fa Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt, but this guilt was quickly replaced by determination. Useless. It cannot be denied that you have made significant contributions to the establishment of the empire, but you think too highly of yourself. Do you think we can't do without you? Now, there are talented people around me, and the Fa Yao Empire is thriving. The Fa Yao Empire will not lack anyone, including you. You stood at the gate of the imperial city for a long time, feeling the drizzle falling from the sky, took a sip of strong liquor, and left the city where you had stayed for 20 years, taking with you the long sword stuck in the ground of the imperial capital. The sword was ordinary, with some visible rust. No one knew when the sword was inserted, and no one knew why it was pulled out at that moment. All they knew was that a violent rumble echoed from the depths of the imperial capital, as if an uncontrollable force was about to break through the earth. But you didn't even glance back. You were never a saint, and staying here allowed you to protect what you loved. But if you didn't stay, it had nothing to do with you. Now, even you don't know the extent of your cultivation, and as you travel the world, you can also see what lies at the end of that path. At the same time, chaos reigns in the capital city of Fa Yao. Nangong Fa Yao, dressed in red robes, stands solemnly in the grand hall, his face so dark it could drip water. Ever since the sealing of the two demons in the capital, although there have been occasional disturbances in the past, these disturbances have become fewer and fewer over time, especially in recent years. And certainly not to this extent. Such commotion has never occurred since the sealing. An elderly man approached respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, we have checked and found no issues with the seal." Nangong Fa Yao questioned in a deep voice, "If there is no issue with the seal, why did such a disturbance occur?" The old man knelt with his head down, his face turning red, unable to provide an explanation. Clearly, there was no issue with the seal. Yet the reason for the recent underground disturbance could not be found. Have someone strengthen the seal and monitor the underground movements at all times. Report to me immediately if there are any issues. After issuing a series of commands, Nangong Fa Yao returned to the Fa Yao Palace. Sitting in the hall, she looked weary, wondering why she had been feeling restless these past 2 days. It was not normal for someone of her status to experience such a condition. Rubbing her forehead, perhaps it was due to too many trivial matters. A few days have passed, and you are already on your way to the southern country. At this moment, you are standing at the top of a mountain range, gazing at the distant scenery. Several figures are approaching from not far away, led by a young woman in a long dress. After leaving the imperial city hundreds of miles behind, you met Liu Jie and others on the road, and the two sides got along well and traveled together. Liu Jie approached you and said somewhat regretfully, "Brother Yu, I'm afraid we will have to part ways tomorrow. Although we are heading in the same direction, we do not plan to take the official road for the sake of experience. The non-official road is relatively more dangerous, and it may be difficult for us to ensure your safety if you travel with us. Of course, Brother Yu, I don't mean to look down on you." Upon hearing this, you smiled faintly and said, "You are underestimating me. It's my fault for not telling you that I also have some cultivation skills." This statement immediately caught the attention of Liu Ye and the others. "Brother Yu, what level of cultivation do you have?" I can handle any of you without any problem." A young man nearby became interested. "Then let me spar with Brother Yu." After speaking, he made a sharp move towards you, facing the attack. You smiled faintly and simply extended your fingers to grip the young man's wrist, making it impossible for his attack to advance any further. "Brother Yu is so powerful. He is like a guardian in our sect." The group of young people immediately looked at you with admiration. Only Liu Ye blushed. "So Brother Yu is so strong." You smiled slightly. "How about it? Can I still travel with you?" Liu Ye quickly replied, "With Brother Yu's strength, there is no problem. We will rely on Brother Yu to take care of us along the way." "Of course, no problem. We help each other." Surrounded by a group of young men and women, There was laughter and joy. Only the sheep lying on its back on a soft couch nearby threw you an extremely disdainful look. This sheep was a gift from the system when it was first activated. As time passed, the news of you being expelled from the Fa Yao Empire gradually spread. Beyond the distant Fa Yao Empire, there is a vast desert where the yellow sand stretches for miles without end. On the distant horizon, there looms a huge and magnificent city, with countless cavalry clad in heavy armor and riding giant beasts patrolling around. At the center of the city's fortress, the leaders of the two major barbarian nations are currently seated. One is Barbarian Mountain, the leader of the Sand Barbarian Nation, and the other is Gongsun II, the leader of the Jusan Nation. The two men were tall, bushy-cheeked and full-faced, with long black hair draped over their shoulders, and were gorging themselves on meat. Between a glance and a movement, the might and cultivation of the two were revealed. What? At this moment, Barbarian Mountain slammed the wine bowl in his hand and asked with a face full of incredulity. You mean the demon was expelled from the Fa Yao Empire? This is the news that just came back from the Fa Yao imperial capital. It's true, Gongsun II said with a solemn face. Put ing spiral sauerkraut fart. I don't believe it. That Nangong Fa Yao brain show? Barbarian Mountain shook his head in disbelief. How ing stupid does it have to be to do that? Isn't that like taking a knife to your own aorta? That's no way to lose your kung fu, is it? The next moment, however, his own intimate friend came in and presented him with a secret letter. Emma, it's actually true. Barbarian Hill opened the secret letter and froze. Obviously, the spies under his command had also poked around the news. Only that his subordinates' movements were much slower than Gongsun II's. No. Let me get this straight. Barbarian Hill to the seat couch settled. Scratching his head, thoughts turned up inside the mouth while still unbelievably chanting. How is this possible? After a long time, he lifted his head and said with a flickering bright light. So, we cannot ally with that Fa Yao Empire? If that demon is truly gone. Indeed, Gongsun II said leisurely. Nope. Barbarian Mountain shook his head again and said, what if this is false news that the demon has deliberately created to test us? Then when the time comes, he'll have to come and have tea with us again. Brute Mountain for that matter. It made even Gongsun II, who had always seemed relatively calm and collected, shiver violently, and he couldn't help but snap his toes to the ground. That was a really bad time. The memories really bring back tears. Then it seems that this matter will have to be considered in the long run. Gongsun II flickered his gaze with a cautious expression, and after a long time, he said, let's put it this way. Let's find a random reason to delay the alliance first. In the meantime, we will continue to probe the authenticity of the news and confirm that he is indeed no longer in the Fa Yao Empire before making any plans. Okay, that's it. Barbarian Mountain clapped his hands and nodded his head. Then said, my two major barbarian countries are one of the most powerful countries in this southern border region, and that tiny Fa Yao Empire I've never looked at, but also deluded to think of an equal alliance with us, which is to look at the threat of that demon we dare not say much. If he really isn't in the Fa Yao Empire anymore, then there will be absolutely no need to give face to the Fa Yao Empire in the future. Indeed, Gongsun II nodded approvingly. Then it is decided. Good. In the meantime, the Futsuki Empire. In the darkness of the underground of the imperial capital, the two sealed demonic creatures were panting their heavy snorts in the darkness. These days, the stress is gone. If I'm right, he removed the sword. A thick, low voice carried through the darkness. Without that sword, these tiny chains and the formation above our heads won't be able to trap us for long. But what does he mean by that? A silence in the darkness. Ryoga continued his voice. If he's up there, even without this sword, he'll be able to detect it if we make the slightest movement, and he still won't be able to rush out. But it's still our chance. Without that sword, we can at least slowly wear down the seal above our heads without making a scene, and then finally break out in one fell swoop. Come on, it'll take a while, but it's our only chance. Good, then wait a while. When we get out, I'm going to make these damn humans pay. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps on the steps leading down to the ground. Then it was to see a group of blue-clothed cultivators slowly walking down the steps under the leadership of an old man and a young man. All, check the seals. The old man and the youth stood beside the altar on one side, ordering towards the crowd of blue-robed people, while at the same time glaring harshly, monitoring the movements of the crowd. Taifu's son, you said that Yuqing, who has also been considered to have made great achievements for the empire, has really ended up being expelled from the empire now? At this time, the youth couldn't help but whisper. Son Taifu sniffed, said unimpressed. Yuqing was indeed good back then, but back then was back then, and now it's just a wasted man. Hey, that's true. The youth sighed, but overall this person is a pity. However, the two conversed, but every word fell into the darkness beside them. When the two great demonic creatures that were originally hidden in the darkness heard this, their eyes suddenly glared. and they looked at each other in the darkness. Nani? Yuqing has been expelled from the empire? Almost subconsciously, the two demons pulled on the black chains and leaned their massive bodies forward, as if they were afraid they had given a wrong hearing. The heavy sound brought about by the black chains did not attract the attention of the two Sun Taifu. It can be considered normal for two to make a little noise, and the two people only looked at each other and continued to chat to themselves. There's nothing to be sorry about, Sun Taifu said disdainfully. Whether the intention to plot against that hat is not true, but he cannot carry himself as true. Now it's clear that he's a piece of trash, but he still thinks of himself as a scallion on the basis of some previous merits. Being expelled from the empire now is the best thing that could have happened to him, and you and I should take this as a lesson. However, as soon as Taifu Sun's words fell, in the darkness beside them, two earth-shattering booms came out. Together with the entire imperial city, a deafening commotion was emitted, as if it was an earthquake, shaking the sky and shaking the ground. Woohoo! Yuqing has actually really been expelled from the empire. The two demonic creatures were practically on the verge of crying with excitement at this moment. Then since Yuqing is gone, this broken seal, after a while? It's been a while. The old man is going to punch it now. Chapter 4, Stormy Border. Scorched imperial capital. In the luxurious Fa Yao palace, Nangong Fa Yao sat on top of the dragon chair, an exquisite and absolutely beautiful face. At this moment it was difficult to see the extreme. Seeing her appearance, several ministers standing in fear at the bottom did not dare to utter a single word. Just now, a letter from the two barbarian kingdoms says that they are postponing the matter of the alliance. This was a big deal for the Fa Yao Empire. It was important to know that the entire southern border region was filled with many countries, and the barbarian kingdom was one of the top existences among these countries. If they were able to make an alliance with the barbarian kingdom, this could be considered a milestone for the Fa Yao Empire. Then Fa Yao Empire can be said to be in the southern border, really give a firm footing. However, it is hard to avoid thinking about the meaning of the postponement at this point in time, when we are about to organize the alliance matters next month. Your Majesty, it might be as the letter says, it's because that barbarian mountain chief of the barbarian kingdom is suffering from a health condition, which is why it's been postponed. So I don't think we need to think about it too much. At this moment, a minister came out and comforted. The barbarian kingdom honors martial arts, and that barbarian mountain is exceedingly strong, so it must be impossible for him to be physically ill. Nangong Fa Yao quickly came to a conclusion and said with a sullen face, I reckon that it's because my Fa Yao Empire has done certain things to make them unhappy, and that's what led to this. At my command, prepare 2 great gifts and send them to the 2 great barbarian kingdoms. Your Majesty, a minister stepped out and worried. Will this make the barbarian kingdom despise us? The alliance matter is of great significance to the empire. As long as we can make a smooth alliance, some small knots, no need to worry much, just do as I say, Nangong Fa Yao said without any doubt. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers heard the words and praised them. However, just as the voice fell, a shocking sound suddenly came from the entire imperial capital, and even her entire Fa Yao palace was shaken by the heavens. Like an earthquake, countless pendants shook and ornaments smashed all over the floor. What's going on? Nangong Fa Yao stood up violently and quickly walked out of the Fa Yao palace. Outside the Fuyang palace, it had long been in chaos, and under this commotion, the ground cracked open with a crack that looked like a spider's web, and countless buildings collapsed. The entire imperial capital was filled with a sense of trepidation. At this time, the Sun Taifu who was originally in the ground broke through the air and came in front of Nangong Fa Yao. Your Majesty, it's not good. The 2 major demons have impacted the seal. Taifu Sun shouted with a face full of gravity, and under their violent impact, the seal has loosened. What? Nangong Fa Yao's face changed. Wasn't the seal previously checked and in perfect condition? Why did these 2 great demons suddenly impact the seal? And even if they impacted, they would not be able to break through the seal by definition. So how could they cause the seal to loosen? I don't know. Sun Taifu was simply anxious at the moment and was on the verge of crying, saying in a hurry, I was just checking the seal as usual, and was checking it, when those 2 demons started to impact the seal. Waste. Nangong Fa Yao cursed angrily, but also knew that this moment was not the time to pursue responsibility, and instantly ordered, immediately notify the heavenly palace courtyard, and collectively make a move to strengthen the seals, and make sure to resuppress these 2 demons. Yes, Taifu Sun and the others did not dare to delay. He also understood the seriousness of the matter. If he really let these 2 great demons rush out, the entire imperial capital would be in great trouble. After a series of orders were given, only then did Nangong Fa Yao return to the Fa Yao palace, waiting for news to come in about the suppression of the demonic creature. Sitting alone, for some reason, Nangong Fa Yao's figure surfaced in his mind as Yuqing. Why did Yuqing leave as soon as he did? Bad things just come one after another? Humph. But after a short while, Nangong Fa Yao let out a cold snort. There is no denying that the Yuqing of the past was indeed very capable, but today Yuqing is nothing more than an invalid. And the demon's strange movements and the matter of the barbarian alliance have nothing to do with Yuqing. It's a coincidence at best. Until it gets dark. Only then did an old man in his 60s walk into the Fuyang Hall with a heavy face, holding up his walking stick. This person was none other than the dean of the Heavenly Palace Academy, Sun Xuanji. The Heavenly Palace Courtyard was an organization that was purposely established when Nangong Fa Yao came to power, and it was the cradle of Fa Yao Empire's strongest, not to mention that there were also various experts inside that Nangong Fa Yao had pulled together from all sides over the years. Dean's son, how's it going? Nangong Fa Yao asked in a hurry. Sun Xuanji shook his head with a grave expression and said, after a day's effort, although the two demons have been suppressed again for the time being, it's only temporary. Unless the entire Heavenly Palace Academy's experts are made to input energy for the seal 12 hours without interruption, only then can we maintain a balance with that demonic creature. Otherwise, it won't be long before the two demons break out of the ground. Nangong Fa Yao's face suddenly changed. How is it possible to have the entire Heavenly Palace Courtyard's experts input energy into the seal for 12 uninterrupted hours? Then people don't practice. And if you can hold out for half a month, can you hold out for 6 months? Dean's son. Is it possible to find out why the seal was allowed to suddenly shock the seal loose by these two demonic creatures when there was originally no problem with it? At this point, Nangong Fa Yao raised the biggest unanswered question within his heart. Upon hearing this, a flash of gravity swept across the pale face of this Heavenly Palace Academy's dean. Sighing, he then said, according to our careful investigation, although there is no problem with the Imperial City Earth Chain seals, they were not enough to suppress the two major demonic creatures from the very beginning. The words fell. It was like a heavy bomb that landed in Nangong Fa Yao's ears. How is this possible? If the seal itself is not enough to suppress the two great demons, then when they were first sealed they didn't impact the seal, but waited until today? Words. Sun Xuanji shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's something they're wondering about, too. It's crushingly unorthodox, but your majesty doesn't have to worry too much. Although it temporarily requires the Heavenly Palace Academy to input energy into the seal 12 hours non-stop to keep it suppressed, for now, it can always be suppressed temporarily. And I suddenly remembered that within the jurisdiction of my empire, the ancient Taoist of the Green Cloud sect is proficient in formation sealing, and his formation attainments can be called the pinnacle in several neighboring countries. Sun Xuanji added at this time, if we can summon him here, we might be able to find a way. Whoa, in that case, then quickly call him to come and help. If he can solve the matter, I will heavily reward him, Nangong Fa Yao said in a thunderous voice. Sun Xuanji bowed his head and responded, yes, your majesty, I will go and make arrangements. And at the same time, the Fa Yao imperial capital was in a state of anxiety. Yuqing and Lu Yi and the others were still on their way south, experiencing and seeing all sorts of local customs, and for all that was happening, he didn't know, and don't want to know. Night. The stars are bright. The crowd lit a bonfire that shone red in their faces, drinking for 30 years with a bunch of little guys. Big brother you, why don't you join our Green Cloud sect? At this moment, Lu Yi said with big twinkling eyes. As soon as Lu Yi's words fell, they caused a chorus of responses from the other little ones, one after another. They shouted, yes, big brother you, looking at you, you're not a few years older than us, and you have such a high cultivation level. Why don't you join our Qingyan sect? And our Green Cloud sect is coming from a great place. Yes, you've heard of the green-clothed sword immortal, right? The one who beheaded the three kings when the Fa Yao Empire was established. That's a big name in the empire. Our old ancestor used to have an affinity with him, and our old ancestor is not only powerful, but his attainments in formations are even more unique. So if you're interested in formations, you might be able to let our old ancestor teach you as well. Wow, that powerful? Yuqing matched the exclamation, but thoughts were also pulled back 20 years ago, and the title of Green-Clothed Sword Immortal was really a long time coming. Even more so, I didn't expect to hear it from a bunch of little guys 20 years later. As for that old ancestor of the Green Cloud sect, now that I think back, it seems to be a bit of a connection. His kung fu on that formation seems to be what he taught himself back then. Chapter 5, This Demonic Beast. It won't be under the pot already, right? It just so happens that our old ancestor will also be traveling south on business this time, and will pick us up on the way back. Lu Yi and the others continue to ask with an enthusiastic face. How is it, big brother you? There's no rush to join the clan. Let's wait until we have the chance to meet your old ancestor. Yuqing faintly laughed. Good. Our old ancestor is very good to talk to, and cares a lot about our group of junior disciples. When the time comes, we will definitely introduce Big Brother you to the old ancestor. This group of young first-timers didn't have so much on their minds. Like what? Then express whatever you want. Yuqing was also happy to stay with them. The most crucial thing was that these little guys didn't fool around with their drinking. At the moment the crowd was preparing dinner around a campfire. Originally, after the realm had reached the innate, it would be possible to achieve up to a few days of cereal, and then no longer serve a lowest level of cereal pills, but also to maintain a few days without eating or drinking. But ever since Yuqing had gotten them a hot pot with ingredients last time, these little guys didn't even eat the Pesuvian pills anymore and pestered Yuqing when he would get another hot pot. Since crossing over, no matter what his cultivation level was, he still maintained the habit of eating shabu-shabu and getting barbecue, with a little wine. The average practitioner has no idea of the beauty of it. That's why there are all kinds of props and spices in the courtyard of the sleeve. Then you guys wash your pots and pans and get ready. I'll go get some ingredients and come back. After Yuqing took the things out, he went to the mountains and forests alone to look for ingredients. On the other hand, Lu Yi'er and the others were all excited and worked feverishly to make preparations. The mountains and the forests. Yuqing took one step, but just now he was on this mountain. But the next step was on another mountain. He gazed around in silence. Ha! At that moment, he let out a soft giggle. He wanted to find some unusual beasts as ingredients, but he didn't expect to run into a demonic beast. And it was still a heavenly desolate realm demonic beast. The realm of demonic beasts was roughly equivalent to that of humans. After the Hotian innate realm, one is able to draw the aura of heaven and earth into the body for cultivation. So the realm after the innate, and is divided into the human desert realm, the earth desert realm, the heavenly desert realm. Demonic beasts absorb the aura of heaven and earth to cultivate. A body of meat without impurities can be more delicious than ordinary beasts. Although the strength of the heavenly desolate realm demonic beast was a little higher, comparable to the strength of a small sex headmaster, but high is as high as it gets, just enough to make up for the little ones. Next step, Yuqing then arrived in front of the demonic beast. The demonic beast was startled at the sudden appearance of a human. The heavenly desolate realm did not transform into a form, yet it was able to spit out human words. I can't believe it's a human who delivers. Die! The demonic beast bellowed and opened its pouring mouth towards Yuqing, and then it died. It was a demonic beast that looked like a tiger but not a tiger, but its main body size was not big, so Yuqing collected it and rushed back to the camp. Wow! Big brother you! What kind of beast is this? It seems like I've never seen it before. Lu Yi'er looked at the ingredients Yuqing brought back with a face full of surprise and excitement. Big brother you go rest first. I'll clean him up. A junior disciple took out his longsword and came in front of the demonic beast, slashing down towards the demonic beast's head. However, this sword only broke a piece of skin for the dead demonic beast. Ha ha ha, you're too powerless. It caused a great deal of laughter in the crowd. This made this little disciple's face redden and look at the ingredients in front of him with a puzzled face. He had clearly used a lot of strength. Use this knife of mine. Yuqing pulled out a wide-headed, thick-backed pig-killing knife. For some reason, as soon as this sword was pulled out, an inexplicable chill appeared in the hearts of Lu Yi'er and the others, and the long swords in their hands that were slightly spiritual turned instantly dim at this moment. Of course, the change was only momentary and didn't catch the attention of the small, uninvolved group. Wow! Big brother you even still have this kind of knife ready. That teenager took the pig-killing knife and said with a surprised face. With that, he cut off the demonic beast's head with a single slash, without any effort. Yuqing smiled. As a semi-professional foodie, what can you do without some tools? The head is not necessary. It looks strangely unpalatable. The teenager casually hung the chopped-off head on the tree. The bright moon spills over. Laughter filled the campfire. Yuqing disguised himself as a chef and added spices to the hot pot. And soon, a pot of boiling hot water was presented in front of everyone's eyes. Come on, let's toast Big Brother you together. The teenage girls took out their wine jugs and jointly toasted towards Yuqing. Jokes ensued. Not a moment too soon. The crowd was full of food. Under a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat, soon there were little ones who were not strong enough to drink, stepped on their feet and talked about thinking about the old days. A group of little guys whose hairs had not even grown. The genius really made Yuqing feel unable to hold back his laughter. However, the crowd was drinking in just the right atmosphere. A coldness filled the room silently. The wine pot in the hands of Yuqing, who was drinking wine, gave a quiet lurch, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lu Yi'er and the others. Not long after, Lu Yi'er and the others also noticed the difference and instantly woke up from their wine. All of them took out their long swords in their hands and set up a formation, looking around with vigilance. Yuqing, on the other hand, was subconsciously surrounded by them. Not bad for vigilance. Looking at the movements of these little guys and sensing the danger, Yuqing nodded in satisfaction, and in the next moment of his evaluation, countless air-skimming sounds came out from the middle of the forest next to him. Also accompanying it was a teasing voice. TSK, a bunch of little brats, quite vigilant. It was to see that the crowd was surrounded by figures on all sides, and the one who spoke was a bald man, full of bloodlust, and there was a hideous scar on the man's face. If you are sensible, hand over the pills and magic treasures in your hands. You can be spared from death, the bald man said menacingly. Once the man's words fell, the crowd quickly understood their identity. The large Fa Yao Empire, in which there are many sects, but there are also a lot of cultivation, is not on the top of the loose cultivators. In order to cultivate resources, these loose cultivators will gather together, robbing some passing cultivators. To put it bluntly, they're no different than mountain bandits. Just a mountain bandit with a bit of cultivation. Who the hell are we to hand it over to you guys? Warning, you guys don't mess around. We're disciples of the Green Cloud sect. Lu Yir was calm in the face of danger, and while holding her sword in one hand, she took out the token that uniquely belonged to a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Poof! The bald man snorted disdainfully. This place was thousands of miles away from the Green Cloud sect. Even if they were to settle the score afterward, they wouldn't know where to go. Since you're not going to do anything until you've toasted us, don't blame us. As his voice fell, the bald man waved his hand and drank. Go, take them down for me. May, however, he shouted for half a day, but there was hardly any movement behind him. Filled with confusion, he looked back, only to find the group he had brought with him trembling and shivering one by one. What are you guys doing? Having a seizure? The big bald man let out a shout, but as soon as the words left his mouth, his subordinate beside him tapped him while making a wink towards the tree next to him. He looked away in disbelief. The head of a demonic beast was hanging there. Gah! A scream escaped his lips and he let out a quack like a dry duck. The head was all too familiar to them, who had been hanging out in this area for years. That was a heavenly desolate realm demonic beast, the king of this area. Once accidentally encountered once, their group of people but almost group annihilation, and the shocking scar on his face is also from the hand of that demonic beast. And now, the head of this demonic beast of the heavenly desolate realm is just hanging on the tree. He shifted his head a bit more and looked into the boiling pot next to him. He gulped. This demonic beast of the heavenly desolate realm. It won't have already come off the pot. Chapter 6. Only Yuqing can build this formation. At the thought of this, his legs couldn't help but soften, and he actually fell to his knees in an unbearable manner. The eyes swept over and then stopped on Yuqing's body. The strength of those pups was clear to see. The only one who couldn't see the depths was this youth, who had been drinking to himself ever since they appeared. Needless to say, this demonic beast should come from this person. Must be a superb master, to be able to put all the heavenly desolate realm demonic beasts under the pot. For them, it could be considered stepping on a super iron plate. One time, under extreme trepidation, this group of people didn't even dare to breathe a single breath. Their breathing could be heard, and they were so tense that they were close to suffocation. It didn't even dare to make the slightest movement, not even to run away. Suddenly, a thunderous sound like thunder resounded in the minds of this group of mountain thieves at the same time. Get out! As soon as this word fell, it made their heads feel a blast of pain, and their spirits went into a trance, but they couldn't care less, and their mouths cried out in fear. Yes, 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 we're rolling, this rolls. After saying that, this group of mountain thieves no longer dared to stay, and fled in a hurry as if they were facing amnesty. It was soon out of sight. Yuqing is still drinking to himself. That is, he saw that this group of mountain thieves, only seeking wealth and not the intention of harming lives, which is why he was too lazy to bother with them, and only gave a small lesson. The sheep that followed him, on the other hand, had been sleeping on all fours since the beginning, without even opening its eyes. Only after realizing that we are disciples of the Green Cloud sect did you escape? Lu Yir and the others twinkled their eyes. The uninitiated ones didn't think that much at all, only thinking that they were scared off by the name of the Qingyan sect. Only then did he put away his longsword and continue to eat and drink. For this age group, experiencing what they just did, instead of being half scared, they were a bit amused. He, big brother, you see, our Green Cloud sect is still pretty awesome, right? One word scared off this group of mountain thieves. When you meet the old ancestor, you must join our Qingyan sect. The little one spoke to Yuqing proudly, making Yuqing quite unable to stop himself. A night of drinking and playing lasted until midnight, when the crowd sat down to rest. Early the next morning, the group rested before continuing their rowdy journey south. Also at the same time, thousands of miles away, a phoenix-feathered divine eagle crossed from mid-air, setting off a gust of air waves. On the back of the phoenix-feathered divine eagle, an old man in Taoist robes stood with his hands folded, And one person and one eagle were just like this, speeding through the high altitude. The old man was none other than the founding ancestor of the Green Cloud sect, the ancient Taoist who possessed the title of Formation Master. He was summoned by Empress Fa Yao and rushed to the imperial capital. In this southern borderland, although there were some transcendent great clans that were not ruled by the empire, most of the clans were under the jurisdiction of the empire. He, the Green Cloud sect, is no more than truthful. Of course, usually the empire will not control them too much. Unless the empire is facing a huge crisis, this kind of special situation will be the exception. Of course, no matter what. Since he had summoned them, the face of the king of a country still had to be given. When the ancient Taoist arrived at the Fa Yao imperial capital, the president of the Heavenly Palace Academy, Sun Xuanji, had long been waiting here, and the first time, he brought him to meet with Empress Fa Yao. Ancient Taoist, greetings to your majesty. The ancient Taoist felt quite surprised inside. What exactly was so solemn that even Empress Fa Yao had stepped forward? It was also the first time that he had seen this Ding Fa Yao female emperor, obviously a woman's body. The self-contained King Zora is not angry. Taoist ancient. No need to be polite. Someone, invite the ancient Taoist master to a seat. When she saw the ancient Taoist, she put away the imperial might on her body, revealing a spring-like aspect. There was nothing else. The demonic creatures underneath the imperial capital's ground were still continuously impacting the seals. Although the experts of the Heavenly Palace courtyard strengthened the seal 12 hours non-stop, even so, it still made the entire imperial capital on edge. Many people had even fled the imperial capital. There is no time to lose in strengthening the seal. This Empress Fa Yao deserves to be well loved, and it was true that the reputation was not as good as the first sight. The ancient Taoist couldn't help but secretly say. At the same time, he arched his hands and said, I don't know what your majesty is doing by summoning me here this time from a long distance. If there is any need for my old path to contribute, feel free to command. There is indeed a troublesome matter to be dealt with in summoning the Taoist master this time. On the side, Sun Xuanji took over the conversation at the right time, and then recounted the matter of the demonic creature impacting the seal at the bottom of the imperial capital towards the ancient Taoist leader one by one. Is that so? When the ancient Taoist leader heard this, his face also became grave. He had also heard about the two demonic creatures sealed under the ground of the imperial capital. Afterwards, he arched his hand and said, if the old Taoist can solve it, I will do my best, but please take me there first to find out what's going on. Then I will trouble the Taoist master. When there are results, the first time to resume the order to me. Nangong Fa Yao explained. Enough to see that Nangong Fa Yao had indeed been fretted by these two demons, and had rather lost some of his previous calmness and serenity. 2 hours later, only then did the two of them, Sun Xuanji and Taoist Ancient, return to the Fuyang Hall. Well, in the Fa Yao Palace, seeing the two, Nangong Fa Yao asked at the first opportunity, Your Majesty, the strength of this demonic creature is simply too powerful. And the strength of the formation required is extraordinary, so I'm afraid I can't do anything about it with the old Taoist's formation attainments. The ancient Taoist said with a regretful face. What? Even you can't do anything about it? When Nangong Fa Yao heard this, his face turned cold. The old Tao is indeed powerless. The ancient Taoist said as such. Only one person can do this level of formation. Whoa, who is it? Nangong Fa Yao, whose face had just cooled down, had a bright light in his eyes and asked busily. Your Majesty. This man is King Cheng. The ancient Taoist said as much. Nangong Fa Yao's eyes raised. King Cheng? Yuqing? The ancient Taoist said. Exactly. Could it be that the ancient Taoist master doesn't know that King Cheng was abolished 20 years ago? At this time, Sun Xuanji, who was next to him, said meaningfully, although King Cheng's cultivation is nullified, his understanding of formations and his knowledge of formations will not be nullified just because his cultivation is nullified. The ancient Taoist said. It only requires King Cheng to be there to guide him before the old Taoist can be sure to set up this formation. As soon as the ancient Taoist's words fell, the entire Fuyang Hall was plunged into an eerie silence. Sun Xuanji silently dared not make a sound. Only that female emperor had a flash of gloom in her eyes, and her jade hand, which was tightly gripping the dragon chair, turned a little green. It's not even hidden from your majesty. This formation attainment of the old Taoist was also led into the door by King Cheng. The ancient Taoist continued to sigh. King Cheng and I are also teachers and friends, and it just so happens that the old Taoist has not seen him for 20 years, so if it is possible, please summon King Cheng as soon as possible, and with the cooperation of the two of us, we will be able to solve your majesty's worries. Chapter 7, I can't believe I can't find anyone else. The ancient Taoist's words fell. The eerie silence continued, even as the air in the entire hall suddenly chilled a bit. The ancient Taoist was a bit puzzled, his eyes looking towards Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji sighed and hesitated for a moment before softly shouting, "Your Majesty, look!" Upon hearing this Empress Majesty then raised her eyes and said expressionlessly, "Although Taoist Ancient is unable to set up a formation, can there be a way to suppress it temporarily? If it's only temporarily suppressed, the old Tao should still be able to do it." The ancient Taoist leader pondered slightly, then nodded his head. "Then, Taoist ancient leader will temporarily help me suppress it for the time being," Nangong Fuyo said. The ancient Taoist responded, "Yes, you guys go, I'm tired." Nangong Fuyo waved his hand and said. Sun Xuanji nodded and led the ancient Taoist to exit the Fuyan Hall. Dean Sun, the summoning of King Cheng? After walking out of the Fuyan Hall, the ancient Taoist was a bit puzzled. There's no need to think too much. His Majesty has his own decision. It's better to ask for your help to suppress it temporarily, Sun Xuanji said. Okay. The ancient Taoist nodded and didn't think much about it, only regretting that he couldn't see Yuqing at this time. Then he followed Sun Xuanji to the sky above the imperial capital, and then with a wave of his Taoist robe, 5 small flags appeared out of thin air, swept out of the sky, and fell towards the 5 directions of the imperial capital. As the formation flags fell, the Heavenly Palace courtyard experts who maintained the formation clearly felt the pressure diminish. This is the 5 elements formation flag, the treasure of my Qingyan sect. After the formation flag was offered, the ancient Taoist explained, but it has limited power and can only last for a month at most. January is already remarkable, thanks to the Taoist master. Sun Xuanji made a hand salute. Then the old Taoist will leave first and come back when King Qing makes his move. Afterwards, the ancient Taoist leader summoned the wind-feathered divine eagle and stepped on it in the air. Take care, Taoist. After sending off the ancient Taoist master, Sun Xuanji sighed before he turned around and walked towards the Fuyang Hall. Your Majesty, Taoist Master Gu has sacrificed the Qingyun sect's treasure of the mountain, which can suppress the demons for 1 month. After coming to the Fuyang Hall, Sun Xuanji bowed his head to report, and after a moment of silence, he continued, although it can temporarily relieve our pressure, but this is ultimately the cure is not the root of the problem. You see, I know what you mean, but you don't have to say it. Nangong Fuyo said with a frosty face, an invalid expelled from the Fa Yao Empire. I don't need it. I just don't believe it. The huge Fa Yao Empire still can't find someone who can strengthen this formation. Sun Xuanji showed a difficult expression, and after slightly pondering, he then added, but in the Fa Yao Empire, the ancient Taoist's formation technique is already at its peak. If Fa Yao Empire can't find it, then go to the entire southern border to find it. With my Fa Yao Empire's national strength, with a month's time, can't we still invite someone? Nangong Fuyo said with an icy face. Sun Xuanji nodded his head with a complicated expression and said, alright, I'll go look for it. A wobble. It is the passage of several days. In a rather prosperous city, a group of people led by Yuqing and Lu Yir were sitting in the largest tavern in the city. At this point, Lu Yir seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly took out a transmission jade. The jade was flickering with a languid light. Big brother you, old ancestor and master and the others have come to pick us up early, Lu Yir said with an excited face. They sent a message that they are now waiting for us outside of the city, asking us to rendezvous. Is it so soon? Yuqing glanced out the window and raised his mouth in a smile. Speaking of which, the old man. It had also been 20 years since the two had seen each other. Alright then, let's go meet your old ancestor. Yuqing smiled faintly. A group of people rushed towards the outside of the city. The arrival of the ancient Taoist caused Lu Yir and the others to be extremely excited, while the matter of Yuqing joining their Qingyan sect was still on their minds. Big brother you, we're going to meet our old ancestor later. You mustn't be nervous. Big brother you, our family's old ancestor may look a bit serious on the surface, but he's actually a very nice person. Also, if the old ancestor has anything to ask you, just answer truthfully. With the strength and character you've shown, big brother you, if you're more polite when you meet the old ancestor at that time, the old ancestor will definitely be very pleased with you. Big brother you, Lu Yir and the others explained Yuqing with a serious face. It can be said to help Yuqing worry. It really made Yuqing feel unable to help himself, but he was also feeling more than a little excited to be about to see an old friend. The old ancestors and the others are just ahead. Not a moment too soon. The crowd had then arrived outside the city. Lu Yir was the fastest, and in the crowd's line of sight, there were several people standing in front of them, and at the head was none other than the Green Cloud sect's ancient Taoist disciple. Meet the old ancestor, meet the master, and meet the elders. Lu Yir and the others excitedly saluted towards the crowd. Ha ha, little Yir, you little fellows have a lot of guts, and after a bit of practice, you actually ran so far. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. It was Xian Yuan Tao, the current patriarch of Qingyun sect, and also Lu Yier's master. At this moment, he was touching Lu Yier's head lovingly, and said with a smile on his face, the others were also mostly the masters of the various disciples, as well as the major elders of the Green Cloud sect. After the ancient Taoist returned from the Fa Yao imperial capital, he happened to lead this group of Green Cloud sect's executives to go out on an errand, and by the way, he picked up this group of disciples who had been practicing. The reunion, which had not been seen for a long time, made the crowd happy, and after a short exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yier remembered Yuqing on the sidelines. By the way, old ancestor, master, elders, let me introduce you to someone. Saying that, she quickly ran to Yuqing's side and introduced herself towards the crowd. This is Big Brother Yuqing Yu. We met on the road, and along the way, Big Brother Yu took much care of us. Big Brother Yu, this is the old ancestor I told you about. Quickly pay your respects to the old ancestor. Lu Yier hurriedly pulled Yuqing and signaled. However, Yuqing, did not make a move, but stood there, looking at the ancient Taoist with a smile without saying a word. And at this moment, the ancient Taoist's gaze was fixed on Yuqing's body. I didn't realize anything when I hadn't seen it, but when I did see it, many memories from 20 years ago came tumbling back. It made the ancient Taoist's heart unconsciously turn agitated. Finally, after the two of them stared at each other for a long time, Yuqing took the lead and spoke, smiling leisurely. Old thing, long time no see. That, making the nearby Lu Yier startled, she immediately revealed a look of anxiety. In his heart, he said, It's over. What's going on with brother Yuqing? How dare you call the old man an old thing? That's a lot of nerve, isn't it? She had even anticipated the old ancestor's furious look. Chapter 8, The Seals, Die. However, the expected appearance of the ancient Taoist being furious did not appear. Instead, under their dumbfounded gazes, the ancient Taoist walked forward and tightly came towards Yuqing for a hug. Lu Yier and the others stared wide-eyed. A group of little ones looked at Yuqing on the left and the ancient Taoist on the right, their expressions filled with incredulity. Instead of blaming Yuqing, the old ancestor actually gave him a hug? And at that moment, the gazes of Xian Yuan Tao and the others landed on Yuqing. When he saw Yuqing's appearance, he revealed a burst of joy. Led by Xian Yuan Tao, along with the elders behind him, they all came in front of Yuqing and arched their hands. So it's Mr. Yu. It's been a long time. We've met Mr. Yu. Master, Yu, brother Yu, you guys. This time, it made Lu Yier and the others even more dumbfounded, and the middle of their surprised little mouths was enough to contain an egg. What, Big Brother Yu? Little leaf, you must not be rude. Quickly meet Senior Yu. Xian Yuan Tao hurriedly lectured. Mr. Yu has a great favor from our Qingyun sect, and he is the green-clothed sword immortal who was famous for 20 years ago. What? Brother Yu is the sword immortal in green? The moment this information was uttered, it seemed like a thunderbolt that landed in the minds of Lu Yier and the others. Big Brother Yu, who had spent so much time with them, was actually the green-clothed sword immortal that the seniors of the sect often recited in their mouths? We have met you, Elder Yu. After reacting, where would Lu Yier and the others dare to make a move? And they were instantly scared and their little faces turned white, especially when he remembered the journey. His heart was so nervous that he hurriedly bowed towards Yuqing to pay his respects. Ha ha ha, Xiao Taozi, why be so polite? Me and them, we are on good terms. Yuqing couldn't help but smile while extending his palm and touching the heads of the two teenagers closest to him. Why? Before Little Leaf and the others sent a message saying that they were coming on the same road with a young warrior, we were quite worried, and we feel that Mr. Sentiment is that young warrior. Xian Yuan Tao did not feel half uncomfortable with the way Yuqing addressed him. Instead, he stood beside Yuqing and also looked a bit formal. Back then, when he was with his own old ancestor, he was just like a servant, following the two of them. For the one in front of him, he also respected him from the bottom of his heart. Rather, it's this group of little ones who have been bothering Mr. all the way. I hope that Mr. won't be offended. Xian Yuan Tao added. Between us, why do we need to be so outgoing? Yuqing laughed. Speaking of which, when he first met Lu Yier and the others, he didn't realize that they were from the Qingyun sect, so it's all said and done. It's really fate. As for the ancient Taoist, after hugging Yuqing, without saying a single word of pleasantries up to now, he took out a jade bottle and threw it towards Yuqing. Or you know me. Yuqing smiled, took the jade bottle and put it to the tip of his nose to smell it, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Good wine." Behind him, Xian Yuan Tao made a wink towards the others, and all of them retreated wisely, leaving only Xian Yuan Tao waiting behind him. As it was 20 years ago, a few days ago, I went to the imperial capital of Fa Yao, and I originally thought that I would be able to see you at that time. I didn't expect you to actually run here. The ancient Taoist couldn't help but laugh. Yuqing's eyebrows moved slightly, and he drank a mouthful of wine as he leisurely said, "Of course you won't be able to see me in Fa Yao Imperial capital. I've already left Fa Yao Empire." "What do you mean? You've left the Fa Yao Empire?" The ancient Taoist leader frowned and was sitting up. "It's that I'm no longer a person of the Fa Yao Empire, and the matters of the Fa Yao Empire no longer have anything to do with me," Yuqing said flatly. "What do you mean?" The ancient Taoist stood up fiercely. At the same time, his gaze fell on Yuqing. Looking at Yuqing, who had no cultivation fluctuations, he instantly guessed what was going on and said in a deep voice, "Then Nangong Fuyao is seeing that your cultivation was wasted in the first place, and crossed the river to break the bridge?" "Maybe." After a slight silence, Yuqing nodded flatly. "Perhaps there are other reasons, but the general idea is that in her eyes, she is worthless, and it just so happens that this worthless person has seen her weakness, has seen how bad she is. For the high and mighty Empress Nangong, it was natural to sweep away her black history. Perhaps such a small reason for banishing him, a once meritorious man, seemed absurd and unbelievable, but that is what happened. All the world, in itself, is a straw man. The dark side of human nature is everywhere. Of course, things have already passed. The past all kinds of Yuqing has been lazy to pursue, as he expressed his attitude when he left. Mountain birds and fish take different paths and are strangers to each other from now on. No anger, no resentment, just plainness. However, just because Yuqing was too lazy to pursue the matter any further, it did not mean that the ancient Taoist could swallow this breath. Enraged, he jumped up and just slapped towards the front, causing the rocks in front of him to explode and break. "Son of a dash asterisk 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 Nangong Fuyao. That's stinking. Doesn't she have any pussy in her heart? Who was she able to ascend the throne in the first place because of? You even wasted your cultivation in order to help her quell the danger, but she crossed the river and blew you away. The most detestable thing is that the demonic creature that was suppressed under the ground of that imperial city shook, and this stinking actually asked me to strengthen the seal. How in heaven's name can there be such a shameless woman? What's ridiculous is that I left the 5 elements flag there in order to help her." Looking at the ancient Taoist's furious and broken appearance, Yuqing slowly sipped his wine and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This guy, 20 years have passed. The character really hasn't changed at all. Yuqing didn't bother to pacify him and let him vent. After venting, the ancient Taoist then angrily sat down again. "I'll take back my 5 elements flag this time. The seals, all of you die. Strike that." The ancient Taoist immediately reared up again and made complicated hand seals in his hands. Next to it, Yuqing indifferently watched the ancient Taoist's maneuver. He did not try to stop it, nor did he arch the fire. What the ancient Taoist loves to do is his choice. As for what would happen to the Fa Yao imperial capital, it had also long since become irrelevant to him. Chapter 9. I'm going to your 7th great-uncle. In the hall of Fu Yu, Nangong Fuyao sat at the top. At the bottom, respectfully stood several ministers. "Your Majesty, the great gift has been sent over to the 2 major barbarian nations, and although no news has been returned for the time being, the barbarian nations have not refused to accept it," a minister respectfully reported. "Nice." Nangong Fuyao nodded and didn't refuse to accept it, which was a good thing for them. At this time, Sun Xuanji also stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, I have already dispatched experts from the Heavenly Palace courtyard to search for formation masters throughout the southern border, and there will be news in a matter of days. In addition, the imperial capital currently has the 5 elements flag laid out by the ancient Taoist without any problems, and within January, there won't be any more crises." "Great." Nangong Fuyao's face showed satisfaction, and his mood looked good. Although there has been a little bit of trouble and ups and downs in recent times, it seems to be resolved quickly at the moment and everything is going in a good direction. When the matters of the alliance fall, and the demonic crisis is lifted, I will heavily reward all those who have contributed. At the same time the words fell, the monarch's aura disclosed out from Nangong Fuyao's body. His aura was like a rainbow, and his posture looked down upon all things with pride. "We, the rest of us, bow down and thank you for your great honor." However, just when the great hall was in a beautiful atmosphere, the imperial capital suddenly heard another earth-shaking tremor. Caught off guard, the crowd was shocked and almost unsteady on their feet. Nangong Fuyao, who just had a smile floating on his face, changed his color. "What's going on?" she snarled. "Is there something wrong with the 5 elements flag?" Sun Xuanji's face was unsightly as he hurriedly swept out of the great hall and arrived in the sky above the imperial capital. It was to see that the 5 elemental flags that had originally been inserted in the 5 directions to consolidate the formation were currently flickering with a ghostly light, and while the runes were fluttering, they were trembling violently. In the next moment, he realized something and shouted, "No! It's the ancient Taoist who retrieved the 5 elements flag." At the same time his voice fell, The 5 elemental flags that were trembling directly broke away from the formation and swept up into the air. Immediately, he turned into 5 streams of light and swept up into the air, heading towards the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. The scene. Nangong Fuyao saw it too. Her face was as heavy as water as she walked out of the Fuyang Palace. Damn it! What is this ancient Taoist doing? Immediately contact the ancient Taoist and ask him what the hell he's up to. If he doesn't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll have his green cloud sect removed from this world. Nangong Fuyao's face was filled with anger, and icy cold pressure scattered out in all directions. Your Majesty, please ask the old minister to stabilize the seal first. Without the 5 elements flag, the seal won't last long at all. Once the 2 great demons escape, the entire imperial capital will surely be devastated. Sun Xuanji shouted with a face full of urgency. While shouting, he did not care about anything else. Pulling out a formation disc out of thin air, the whole person met the air and urged the power of the disc towards the formation to suppress it. However, just as the force of the array disc fell on top of the formation, 2 major impacts came from the ground, causing the array disc to be unable to withstand the force and instantly shattered and crumbled into 2 pieces. The moment. The many experts of the Heavenly Palace Academy who were reinforcing the formations around them were also collectively spitting blood from their mouths. Sun Xuanji was the first to bear the brunt, spitting blood from his mouth while falling back 1,000 feet in midair. Obviously, the demonic creatures under the ground also sensed the weakening of the pressure of the formation and were working hard to impact the seal. Sun Xuanji was grave to the extreme. Not caring about his injuries, he hurriedly swallowed 2 pills before striking out another force towards the seal reinforcement, while at the same time shouting loudly. The Heavenly Palace courtyard listens to the order to suppress the 2 major demons at all costs. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, the crowd also swallowed pills and then once again injected their power into the seal. But with some of the experts transferred to various parts of the southern border in search of formation experts, there were no more 5-element flags at the moment. This doomed Sun Xuanji and the others to not be able to hold the seal. It was visible to the naked eye that some of the Heavenly Palace Academy's experts could not withstand the force of the demonic onslaught and died violently. With red eyes, Sun Xuanji desperately reinforced the seal, but no matter how hard he tried, the seal was rapidly weakening with the onslaught of the underground demons. Your Majesty, there is no way out. Please also borrow the jade seal. In mid-air, Sun Xuanji bellowed with an anxious face. What are you doing? Nangong Fuyao's face was furious, and he drank. My jade seal, the foundation of a country, how can it be used in a big way to suppress these 2 demons? But Your Majesty, if we don't use the jade seal and utilize the power of the Empire's chi, it won't take a day for these 2 demons to break out, and by then the imperial capital will surely be devastated. Sun Xuanji cried out bitterly. Asterisk. Nangong Fuyao's face was cold to the extreme. Wastes, you are all a bunch of wastes. Speaking, with a wave of her phoenix robe, this Empress Fuyao took a step into mid-air, while the jade seal appeared in her hand, instantly suppressing it towards the demonic creature under the ground. The jade seal of transmission, gathering a nation's luck. Under this power, the demonic creatures that impacted the seal were instantly suppressed. But it is also so. Nangong Fuyao is so resistant. Hall jade seal used to suppress the devil. Spread out the face have no place to put at the same time. Long term, the country's fortunes will certainly be greatly affected. But she happened to forget. It was also her request to seal these 2 demonic creatures under the ground of the imperial capital in the first place. The fight between the demons and the human race in the heavenly wasteland continent had always been constant. And 2 such powerful demons being sealed under the ground of the Fuyao imperial capital could provide the Fa Yao Empire with a constant stream of added chi luck. As time passes and the chi luck gathers, the Fa Yao Empire will become more and more prosperous. Seeing that the transfiguration jade seal worked, only then did Sun Xuanji heave a sigh of relief and landed back beside Nangong Fuyao with a pale face. But he also knew that utilizing the jade seal of transmission to seal the demonic creature was nothing more than a delaying tactic, not even a mending of the fold. If the national fortune is weakened to a certain extent, it will be difficult for the Fa Yao Empire to function, and it will definitely be a constant stream of bad news, ultimately leading to the end of the country. In that case, then, it would be better to let the 2 demons rush out, and it would be better for the people to die than for the country to die. First, contact the ancient Taoist for me and ask him why he's teasing me like this. After temporarily stabilizing the seal, Nangong Fuyao's face was icy cold, as if it was a tiger that was immediately about to eat someone, and passed out cold and frosty commands. Yes, Sun Xuanji didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly took out a summoning stone to contact the ancient Taoist. The moment. Far away from countless thousands of miles, the ancient Taoist at this moment had just retrieved the 5 elements flag. You and I. The ancient Taoist was still cursing, Yuqing laughed and shook his head, counter-soothing him up. Next to him, Qingyun sect patriarch Xianyuan Tao didn't know what to say. His own old ancestor was a majestic and upright existence in front of everyone in Qingyun sect. The only time he would reveal a scene of true grumpiness was in the presence of Lord Yuqing. Just then, the cursing ancient Taoist noticed fluctuations coming from the transmission stone. God damn it, how dare this contact me? Without saying a word, the ancient Taoist injected a wave of power into the summoning stone, and then he lashed out at it. The moment. In the middle of the imperial capital of the Fa Yao Empire, Sun Xuanji waited for the ancient Taoist's reply, while Nangong Fa Yao sat at the top with a face as heavy as water. Finally, the summoning stone in Sun Xuanji's hand fluctuated. Your Majesty, that ancient Taoist has written back, Sun Xuanji said in a hurry. Listen, Nangong Fa Yao said in a deep voice. Yes, Sun Xuanji nodded, and with a movement of his finger, the voice that was transmitted back from the ancient Taoist in the summoning stone was then transmitted. The first sentence was, Nangong Fa Yao, you stinking, your seventh granduncle, you dog, how much has my brother Yuqing paid for you? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? If he didn't pick you up in that corner nook and cranny, you would have died a maggot, and still be an emperor. You're more like a starving ghost. Even if my brother has no cultivation, he did it to help calm your troubles, and instead of being grateful, you snake woman crossed the river and banished my brother. What's even more shameless is that you still dare to ask me to help you strengthen the seal. Where did you get the face? How in the world can there be such a shameless woman like you? Hearing this, it was less than half of the ancient Taoist's output, while Sun Xuanji didn't dare to listen any further and hurriedly crushed the summoning stone into powder. But even after hearing only this, Nangong Fa Yao's face was still gloomy and frightening, and an icy aura filled the entire Fa Yao hall. Countless items next to it silently turned into fragments and cracked on the ground. It was enough to see the anger within this Empress Fa Yao at this moment. She had been on the throne for so long, but no one had ever dared to scold her like this, and she even turned over her former black history in front of Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji didn't dare to speak. He also knew that this was the most sensitive thing about this empress, to drink wine and refuse to eat it, actually openly opposing me for an invalid who was expelled from the imperial capital. I don't know how long it had passed, but in the cold space, Nangong Fa Yao's one-word voice finally came out. I want the Green Cloud sect to disappear from this world. Yes. Sun Xuanji nodded with a complicated expression on his face. The ancient Taoist dared to scold Nangong Fa Yao like this, and was bound to be spared this result. Even, he was not really surprised by the result. Given the relationship between Yuqing and the ancient Taoist could not help but have such a scene after learning of Yuqing's expulsion. It's just that he couldn't have imagined that this day would come so soon. Still, he couldn't help but sigh. From the beginning, it never would have gotten this far. Chapter 10, A Supreme Bone for You. Only when he saw that there was no reply in the summoning stone did the ancient Taoist put it away. But he remained resigned. Taking out another summoning stone, he sent out a notice towards the entire Southern Border Formation Masters Guild, forbidding any formation masters within the guild from helping the Fa Yao Empire. After doing all of this in a windy manner, he finally said towards Xianyuan Tao behind him, Order down. Recall all the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Open the mountain sealing array, and prohibit entry and exit. Yes. Xianyuan Tao hurriedly transmitted the message, also knowing that his own old ancestor would inevitably be retaliated against for scolding the empress like this. Yuqing smiled and didn't say much. He still knew more or less about the ancient Taoist's array attainments. If he opened the mountain sealing formation and hunkered down, in a short period of time, no one in the Fa Yao Empire would be able to do anything about the Qingyun sect. But when did a Southern Border Formation Artist Guild pop up? And this old guy can still order on? Xianyuan Tao seemed to be able to see Yuqing's doubts and hurriedly explained. Mr. Yu, the Southern Border Formation Artist Guild was recently promoted by old ancestor to be established. So he is now the first president of the Southern Border Formation Artist Guild. So it is. Yuqing nodded, secretly saying that this old man had gotten better over the years, and then asked, This time you brought Xiao Taozi and his group of people to raise a large crowd. It should not just be as simple as picking up a disciple, right? Nice. Taoist Ancient nodded. Some time ago, my Qingyun sect people discovered a secret realm nearby, and according to my investigation, this secret realm is most likely left behind by a master pill refiner. This is not the longevity is almost up. A short period of time and no hope of breaking through, and then do not find some life renewal. There are no more years. Ancient Taoist Long bitterly laughed. When you said that, I just remembered that you old man is indeed several hundred years old. Yuqing nodded and said, Mr. Yu, actually, at this time, Xianyuan Tao couldn't help but say, actually, old ancestor is not looking for the life extension pill. Whoa, Yuqing turned his curious gaze to Xianyuan Tao. What else are you looking for? In fact, ever since the old ancestor learned that your cultivation had been abolished, he has been running around the major secret realms for the past 20 years in an attempt to find prescriptions that could reshape your roots and bones. He's been trying to find a way for your cultivation, and even because he hasn't found a way, he's been in a state of self-blame, feeling ashamed to see you, make you talk too much. Upon hearing this, the ancient Taoist kicked Xianyuan Tao in the buttocks before he inclined his head towards Yuqing and said, "Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Although I'm looking is also looking towards this aspect, but which is as outrageous as what this kid said. It can be said with no intention of being heard." Yuqing couldn't help but be moved in his heart. There was even some shame. For the past 20 years, he had always thought that the ancient Taoist was immersed in some formation study. After all, for someone like the ancient Taoist, immersing himself in research for 20 years because of a certain formation was not too much. So seeing that the other party didn't come looking for him, he didn't go looking for him, nor did he deliberately tell him that his cultivation didn't need to be addressed at all. And yet, I didn't realize that the old guy was running around so much because of it. Is 100 years enough for you to break through to the next realm? At this moment, Yuqing looked at him and asked. The ancient Taoist shook his head, obviously not understanding what Yuqing meant. Not enough? 1,000 years. Then, saying that, Yuqing pulled out a jade elixir bottle from his sleeve. In fact, as early as when he learned from Lu Yir that he was about to meet the ancient Taoist, Yuqing had thought of giving this old fellow some gifts. He just didn't know what would be a good gift for a while, whereas now he had an idea. It is? The ancient Taoist received the jade dan bottle in a half days, opened it, and his eyes snapped open. Gah! Life extension pill? 10 more ING pills? The ancient Taoist looked at Yuqing with a shocked face, filled with dismay. But before Yuqing could speak, Xianyuan Tao, who was also excited beside him, suddenly said, "Old ancestor, this medicine is effective." Words. It took the ancient Taoist to react. That is, the medicinal aura coming out of this dan bottle was more than several times more intense than the life extension dan he had seen before. Thinking of what Yuqing had just asked, he seemed to realize something and asked in surprise, "The life extension effect of this life extension pill, could it be that it is 100 years apiece?" Yuqing smiled and nodded. Upon receiving Yuqing's confirmation, the ancient Taoist took a deep breath, already too excited to speak. One must know that ordinary life extension pills could at best only extend one's life by 10 or 20 years. Even then, it's still something that has a price tag, because for many masters, the proverbial foot can step into a higher realm, and their lifespan can grow further, only to die unwillingly because of the longevity factor. That extra decade or two is especially important. Not to mention the fact that it could prolong life for 100 years. Its value was simply incalculable. If it was thrown out, I don't know how many people would flock to it, and all of them would be super high-level experts. And once Yuqing took it out, it was still 1,000 years of life extension at once. The ancient Taoist wants to express, "I originally did not live so long. How did you get here?" The ancient Taoist was a bit tongue-tied at the moment. You don't have to ask how it came to be. Just take it. There's not enough to go around. Yuqing laughed. As for the origin of the elixir, it was naturally his system, where he had acquired countless goodies since signing in daily over the years. Not enough there? Listen, is this human language? The ancient Taoist no longer knew what to say. Little Taozi, this is a gift for you. At this time, Yuqing took out another object and said, Me too? Xianyuan Tao was flattered. When he took it, he was stunned. This is a root bone? Not bad. This item is called Supreme Bone. You take it back and absorb and refine it well. After successful refining, your cultivation will grow by leaps and bounds in the future. Yuqing introduced. The Supreme Bone. Xianyuan Tao was trembling with excitement. He only knew that Xiao Wuchen, the young number one in Fa Yao Empire, was carrying the Supreme Bone, and his cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. And in just a decade or so, his cultivation had already surpassed that of many of the older generation. It was also not expected. There would be a day when he himself would get the Supreme Bone. Lord Yu, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Xianyuan Tao subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he was glared at by Yuqing, and his words of excuses were immediately withdrawn. After knowing each other for so long, he already knew Yuqing's character well. Knowing that Yuqing has always been a man of his word, he excitedly collected the Supreme Bone and was about to kowtow in gratitude when he realized that a force was directly holding him up. Lord Yu, your cultivation? Xianyuan Tao looked at Yuqing in surprise. The ancient Taoist similarly looked over. Do you guys think my cultivation can be a problem? Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Words. The two froze. That's the reaction. Yeah, 100 years worth of life extension pills came out as 10. and the supreme bone was also taken out directly. So what could be wrong with Yuqing's cultivation? They realized that Yuqing, as it was 20 years ago, always brings surprises and surprises. Only, the surprise and the surprise are much greater than they were 20 years ago. Then I'll take these life extension pills as interest, so that you didn't tell me earlier, causing the old man to worry about me for nothing. The ancient Taoist gave Yuqing a grudging look, and after knocking one on the spot, the others were put away like treasures. Yuqing couldn't help but smile. Silently, he recognized the sultry look. He then pulled out another storage bag filled with many cultivation resources. Most of them were from his system's sign-in proceeds, some relatively low-level things, allowing him to take them back and give them to the people of the Green Cloud sect to use just fine. But even the lower-level stuff was looking at Xian Yuan Tao's eyes. Taking out just any one of them could be used as the Qingyun sect's treasure of the clan. Xian Yuan Tao's blood boiled. It could be predicted that the future Green Cloud sect would definitely become a super transcendent power. Chapter 11. Anyone can fall on their sword, but not you. Yuqing and the ancient Taoist were accompanied by Xian Yuan Tao and got drunk once. 2 days later, Yuqing bid farewell to the Green Cloud sect and the others and continued to rush to the Southern Kingdom. And with the life extension pill and no need to bother about Yuqing's cultivation, the ancient Taoist focused on the matters of the Formation Masters Guild. After all, the Formation Masters Guild was newly established, and there were still many specific matters to be busy with. Even the country in which the guild's headquarters would be set up hadn't been decided yet. The moment. Inside the Fa Yao Empire, Sun Xuanji respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Palace Academy has already searched for a few famous formation masters in other countries, but they all said that they were unable to do anything." Nangong Fuyao said in a deep voice, "Since they can't do anything about it, then continue to look for it. Dig up the ground for me. I don't believe that I won't be able to find a formation master who can reinforce the formation." "Yes," Sun Xuanji continued. "In addition, the Xianwei battalion has arrived at the Qingyun sect. But the Qingyun sect's mountain protection array has been opened, and I'm afraid that it will not be able to be broken in a short period of time." Oof. The tiny Green Cloud sect dares to offend the Emperor's authority. Next to Nangong Fuyao, Xiao Wuchen snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you can hide for a while, you can't hide for a lifetime." Under the Xianwei battalion's offense, sooner or later, there will be a day when the formation will be broken. At that time, it will be the end of the Qingyun sect. Xiao Wuchen's words were deep in Nangong Fuyao's heart. Remember, ancient Taoist's life, come back for it at the end. I'll let him watch the Green Cloud sect perish with his own eyes and chopped liver, so that he knows clearly the consequences of daring to offend me. Nangong Fuyao said in an icy tone. "Yes." Sun Xuanji nodded in response. After a slight silence, he then said, "According to the news coming from the scouts, a few days after the ancient Taoist left, he and Yuqing met at 1,000 miles from the border of the Southern Kingdom." Boo! Nangong Fuyao angrily slapped the table, the coldness on his face visible to the naked eye. "I told you, how could that ancient Taoist suddenly be like this, daring to go against me?" It turns out that he was authorized by Yuqing. "Yuqing? Yuqing, it seems that you are holding a grudge against me, because I expelled you from the Fa Yao Empire. You put the safety of the Fa Yao imperial capital at risk. Not bad, Your Majesty." After this person's cultivation was abolished, the empire remembered his merits and gave him back to be the king for more than 20 years. Enjoying all the glory and riches, and now just letting him leave the Fa Yao Empire. He harbors a grudge, letting the ancient Taoist people remove the array flag for suppressing the demons. This kind of person is really disloyal and unrighteous. Next to him, Xiao Wuchen droned with righteous indignation. This kind of disloyal and unrighteous person should be killed. Words. A flash of killing intent flashed in Nangong Fuyao's eyes, but it passed away quietly and quickly collected itself. She realized that she couldn't do that just yet. At the time of the founding of the state, Yuqing's power to behead the 3 kings brought about an impact that was still fresh in the dynasty, expelling him from the Fa Yao Empire. Although no one said anything on the surface, secretly there were already quite a few people who held opinions on this. If she really killed Yuqing in this time period, I'm afraid that gossip would be difficult to suppress even for her. But, just because she couldn't kill Yuqing didn't mean she couldn't use other means. "Yuqing, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous." When she said this, her tone turned cold and her gaze went to Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji's gaze moved away from Xiao Wuchen and hurriedly made a hand to salute. "What are your Majesty's orders? You just said that the ancient Taoist and Yuqing met at a distance of 1,000 miles from the border of the Southern Kingdom, which means that Yuqing is traveling all the way south, preparing to go to the Southern Kingdom?" Sun Xuanji said. "It should be. He is also smart. The north is tricky and chaotic, with his body of a man in ruins. To go to the north cannot live our to say, which picked a weak country, only known for the scenery of the southern country. But if you want to go to the south, I will not let you go to the south. Send a letter to the southern kingdom, informing them that Yuqing is a sinful official expelled from the Fa Yao Empire. I think they should know what to do. Your Majesty is brilliant. The weak national power of the southern kingdom will definitely not dare to go against my Fa Yao great empire. So Yuqing can't even enter the door of the southern kingdom. Xiao Wuchen complimented at the right time. This, Majesty, I'm afraid that won't be necessary, Sun Xuanji said with a complicated expression. The fact that Taoist Ancient and Yuqing met doesn't necessarily mean that the withdrawal of the formation flag was at Yuqing's behest. After all, their relationship is there, and it's not impossible for Taoist Ancient to withdraw the formation flag on his own accord knowing that Yuqing has a grudge against him for being expelled from the empire. Lord Dean, that's not the way to put it. If it wasn't for Yuqing's authorization, would ancient Taoist have the guts to do what he did? Xiao Wuchen couldn't help but say in a cold voice. If he is unkind to His Majesty, can't His Majesty be unrighteous to him? Besides, Your Majesty is already being generous by not killing him. What is your status? When is it your turn to interrupt when I speak with His Majesty? Sun Xuanji's face sank as he rebuked without mercy. Anyone can fall on the well. Only you can't fall on the well. No matter how he Yuqing is, he's also counted as half of your master. Xiao Wuchen was lectured to the point that his face was ugly, but he didn't dare to talk back due to Sun Xuanji's status, so he could only turn his heart into resentment and retreated. Well, Dean Sun, he's also trying to relieve me of my worries. As for the matter of Yuqing, do as I say. At this time, Nangong Fuyao raised his head and said majestically, his voice filled with an undeniable color. Yes. Sun Xuanji sighed and could only lead the order. Chapter 12, Stepping into the Southern Kingdom, greeted by the nation. The news of the Fa Yao Empire quickly reached the Southern Kingdom, the royal capital of the Southern Kingdom. Upper South Side. Inside the Golden Palace, the civil and military officials are listed. The Southern Kingdom, on the other hand, was the other female in power in the entire southern border besides the Fa Yao Empire. Her name is Nan. The age is not big. The face is exquisite. The skin is like snow, delicate and fair, wearing a gorgeous phoenix robe sitting on the dragon chair at the top, elegant and dignified. Compared to Nangong Fuyao's majesty and momentum, she had a few more soulfulness and the delicate charm that exclusively belonged to what a woman should have. But the eyes that turned could see that she did not lose her intelligence. Dear ministers, I'm sure you've all seen the letter that came from the Fa Yao Empire. At the top, Nan Jiwei spoke up. My opinion is that instead of turning you the great warrior away, we should welcome him in a grand manner. Nan Yui's words fell, causing the entire Golden Palace to burst with incredulity. Your Majesty, no. At this time, a minister came forward and said hurriedly, the reason why Empress Fuyao sent the letter. Her attitude is obvious. If that's the case, it's inevitable that the Fa Yao Empire will hold a grudge against us. After all, the Fa Yao Empire is far stronger than my southern kingdom in terms of both national power and military strength. Your Majesty, Lord Fong is right. The Fa Yao Empire is rising rapidly and is not small in its ambitions, and it is likely that this will be used as an excuse to turn on my southern kingdom in the future. At this moment, another minister stepped forward and said, one time, the crowd chimed in, mostly holding this opinion, and it was extremely difficult to understand the reason why this southern empress of theirs was doing this. After all, it was too unwise to offend the Fa Yao Empire because of this. Nan Yui listened to the minister's advances with a calm face before slowly getting up. Then, calmly, he said, after the ministers have finished, it's my turn to speak. Do you all remember the evil Jiao dragon that set off a bloody storm on the borders of my southern kingdom 20 years ago? Words. Many of the people in the crowd were pulled into that memory. Since that augur dragon appeared, it slaughtered 3 cities on the border of my southern kingdom, causing countless deaths and injuries, and at that time, even General Huangfu was mobilized, and still failed to suppress that evil augur dragon. At that time, the Fa Yao Empire has not yet been established, is in the midst of civil strife. It so happens that you warrior in the border not far away from the appearance of the father is really helpless. Urgent cross-country help to him. He also did not say 2 words. A single person to slay the dragon. After slaying the dragon, even though he was wounded, he just waved his hand and smiled, and left without even drinking a cup of tea or wine. I'm sure that all of you who are present should know about this matter, right? Even quite a few military generals were there to witness the dragon-slaying moment, right? Nan Jiwei's calm voice spread throughout the entire Golden Hall, falling into the ears of everyone present. Also, the 3 kings that were there when Fa Yao was founded. You remember them too, don't you? The 3 kings were ambitious. The Fa Yao Empire was in a panic, and my southern kingdom also suffered greatly, with quite a bit of territory also being occupied by the Spirit King among those 3 kings. What did Yu the Great do later after he pacified the 3 kings? Under his impetus, the territory originally occupied by the Spirit King was returned to my southern kingdom unchanged. I remember that your ancestry, Lord Feng, is from that place, isn't it? Nan Jiwei turned his gaze to one of the ministers who had just advanced his words and asked softly. Yes, that minister finished and lowered his head. At that moment, Nan Jiwei's voice then came out felicitously. My southern kingdom, although its national strength is mediocre, not as good as those great empires, it has always been a state of propriety and righteousness, and this is also the foundation of my southern kingdom. I, the people of the south, have also always known right from wrong, and I know how to repay kindness. A man who was once a great benefactor to my southern kingdom, and who is now in distress. Are we to turn him away and fall on his sword? It's true that my southern kingdom is no match for the Fa Yao Empire, and I'm also afraid that the Fa Yao Empire will retaliate because of this. But if we do, the backbone of my southern kingdom, will it still stand? Nan Yui's sharp gaze looked around the entire crowd in the Golden Hall. Her words were not flat, but powerful. Said a group of court ministers silent, in this moment have lowered their heads. Finally, after a few moments of silence, a minister of the court stepped out and said in shame, Your Majesty's words have made us feel guilty, and thanks to Your Majesty for reminding us of the fundamentals of the Southlanders' foundations. I have no further comments on Your Majesty's proposal, and I am willing to take responsibility for receiving you the great. Your Majesty's words have put us to shame, and I have no further objections. I have no objection either. I am also willing to travel to the border to greet the warrior. For a while, many ministers on the scene took a stand. Yes, that's the way my Southlanders should be. Seeing this, Nan Jiwei waved his phoenix robe and resumed his seat at the top of the table, saying with a smile on his face, As for welcoming you warrior, I'm prepared to go and greet him personally. We are all willing to follow Your Majesty. The neat voice spread throughout the entire Golden Hall, and gradually spread throughout the entire Shangnan city and even the entire southern kingdom. For all of this, Yuqing knows nothing about it. Originally, with his speed, he could have reached the southern country very quickly, but he has traveled all the way down to see the scenery and read the world, and will sit at the inn all afternoon because he wants to eat a certain melon. You will also stay in a certain town for a few days in a row just to savor a certain cuisine. Finally, on this day, he arrived at the southern border. He had some roots in this country, but not a deep one, having been here before, but not really seen it. It just made him rather puzzled that the spacious official road was empty at the moment. Just when he was wondering, the official rode ahead, but a large number of soldiers appeared. Looking at their costumes, as if it is not unusual, the sergeants lined up in two lines, left and right, leaving the official road empty. Then came the folk dancers, beating gongs and drums, singing and dancing. Sure, what attracts the most attention is the dragon carriage at the very end, which is pulled by 6 dragon horses, showing off its grandeur. The dragon carriage came slowly towards him, followed by the civil and military officials. The scene, looking at Yuqing, was full of confusion. He looked left and right, secretly wondering if this is some big shot coming from the south. It wasn't until the dragon carriage stopped in front of him that he realized in hindsight that it was actually coming at him. Learning that you, the great warrior, will be coming to my southern kingdom, I am here to greet him with all the ministers of the southern kingdom. After the dragon carriage came to a stop, the Empress of the southern kingdom, Nan Jiqi, stepped out of the dragon carriage and smiled at Yuqing like a spring breeze. Yuqing, meet Your Majesty. Yuqing clasped his fists and saluted, at the same time curious eyes looking at the woman. Some flattered at the same time. Secretly Own and this southern empress can have no origin, actually made such a big battle to meet themselves. And at that moment, Nan Jiwei also sized up Yuqing. The mind was secretly amazed. She hadn't been on the throne for a few years, and 20 years ago, she was still very young, so she had never seen Yuqing. The things about Yuqing were all from when she was a child, hearing about them from her father. So for a time, she held a great curiosity about this former green-clothed sword immortal of the Fa Yao Empire. I had thought that Yuqing should be a weathered, middle-aged man, or maybe it's that physically fit and tall martial arts look, but I didn't expect it to be a young lookalike who oozed uninhibitedness and panache. It was unimaginable that it was actually such a person who alone slaughtered the evil Jiao Long that the entire southern kingdom could do nothing about. Chapter 13, Not asking for anything from you, sir. It's good that you're here, but soon. Nan retracted her vision at the right moment, for it was not polite to ogle. Senior warrior, you, please also get into the dragon carriage with him, Nan said at the right moment. I'm afraid Your Majesty doesn't know. I'm no longer the prince of the Fa Yao Empire, and nowadays I'm nothing more than a man of cloth when it comes down to it, Yuqing said. Nan said at the right moment. I know. Slightly musing, Yuqing added, I'm still the one who was expelled from the Fa Yao Empire. Nan said at the right moment. I know that too. And why, Your Majesty? I thought that the southern kingdom's move was in the way of his status as the prince of the Fa Yao Empire. and that he had learned that he had come to this place to greet him, but I didn't realize that it wasn't. Even they had long known the fact that they had been expelled from the Fa Yao Empire. Then may I ask your majesty, why is this still necessary? Yuqing asked suspiciously. I'm afraid that warrior Yu has forgotten about helping my southern kingdom to cut down the evil dragon in the first place, as well as the fact that he once forcefully cut down the 3 queens and returned my southern kingdom's land. But I, all of the southern kingdom, dare not forget. That's why it's only natural for me to welcome my benefactor when he arrives, Nanjiwei said in a firm tone. In 2 simple sentences, she had already indicated the purpose of her coming. Words, rarely with Yuqing's state of mind, at this moment also cannot help but heart vividly tolerate. Especially with the stark contrast of having just been expelled from the Fa Yao Empire. This feeling was even stronger. It seems the world is not all dirty. Someone crossed a bridge. There are others, too, who keep you in mind. In fact, Yuqing hadn't even thought about what favor he had done to the southern kingdom. When I first chopped the dragon, I came across it and removed it in passing. The return of the land is only what Yuqing feels is rightfully his. At this time, Nanji added, the title of warrior is rather derogatory in my opinion. In my country, you should enjoy the word sir. After saying that, she even personally stepped out of the dragon carriage and reached out her hand as a salute. Mr. Yu, please, good. Yuqing is also not petulant. After Yuqing and Nanji boarded the dragon carriage together, the large formation, which hit the road back home. The interior of the dragon carriage is luxurious, spacious and comfortable, with lifelike patterns of dragon and phoenix. Inside, the tables and cases were already set up with drinks and even specialties exclusive to the Fa Yao Empire. I can see that the genius is really attentive. Thank you, your majesty. Yuqing couldn't help but thank him. I had heard that Mr. likes wine, so I prepared wine for Mr. A peach blossom wine that is a specialty of my southern country. Here, on behalf of the south, I'd like to propose a toast to the gentleman. This empress of the southern kingdom took the lead in lifting her wine cup and toasted towards Yuqing. Thanks a lot. Yuqing lifted his glass and drank it down. After drinking it, I couldn't help but exclaim, good wine. It's good that sir is satisfied. Nanjiwei laughed. After Yuqing put down the wine cup, he slightly pondered, then said, I don't know if your majesty knows that 20 years ago, during my battle with the 3 kings, my Dantian was destroyed. Since I know, Nam smiled at the right moment. Yuqing said, so, your majesty shouldn't actually be like this. Words. Nan froze at the right moment. However, he soon realized the meaning of Yuqing's words. I understand sir's concern. Truth be told, the Fa Yao Empire has already sent a letter, and the implication is that it wants me to turn Mr. away. Even I know that this move may even be remembered by the Fa Yao Empire. The southern kingdom is not like the Fa Yao Empire. If it is really remembered, the impact on the southern kingdom is not small. That's why this move by his majesty is not wise. Yuqing shook his head and said. Nanjiwei smiled gently and did not answer immediately, but got up and walked towards the window. According to the speed of the journey, I'm afraid that at this moment, we should have arrived outside Fengtian City, which is the closest to the border. With that, she gently lifted the curtains to reveal a view out the window. Yuqing subconsciously glanced over and realized that the dragon carriage was crowded with people on both sides. These populations cheered enthusiastically. The building behind it was even decorated with lights and various welcome banners. This is, Yuqing said, moved by it. Nan Yui explained. Some of these people are the people of Fengtian City, which was one of the cities that were slaughtered by the evil Jiao dragon in the first place. There is also a part that came from the region occupied by the Spirit King in the beginning. During the period of the Spirit King's control, they could only be enslaved, and later when the territory returned, they were able to live a normal life. They knew that Mr. came to the south and made preparations 3 days ago. Speaking of this, Nan then lowered the curtains and looked at Yuqing and said, so, this is not just my idea, but also the public opinion of the whole of my southern kingdom. It's normal to talk about pros and cons, but what's the difference between talking about pros and cons for everything in pigs and dogs? For us, we don't ask for anything from you sir, and we don't care if you sir have the power or not. It's good that simply you sir can come. If you are accustomed to living in the Southland, sir, you will make it your new home. There are people against the gentleman, and we are willing to protect, in the future, and willing to retire for Mr. Yuqing's palm, which was about to serve the cup, was stunned in mid-air, and he couldn't help but tremble lightly when he heard Nanjiwei's words. An inexplicable emotion surged. It made him stifle a bitter laugh. Turns out, he was the one who thought of the gentleman in a small way. He shook his head and laughed to himself. Then he raised his head and said, I have heard that the scenery of the southern country is infinite. If it is possible, I would like to enjoy all the scenery of the southern country and taste all the southern country's fine wines. Nanjichi smiled sweetly. Nangua will not let Mr. Disappointment. And a few days after Yuqing arrived in the south and was greeted with a sandwich, the news had finally traveled back to the Fa Yao Empire. Pop. Nangong Fa Yao sat in the Fa Yao palace and angrily slapped the table. Well, a small southern kingdom actually dares to go against my Fa Yao Empire now. What gives her the right to do that? Yuqing is a dog that I banished and discarded, even to pick up the ragged waste that I don't want? Your Majesty, calm down. Xiao Wuchen hurriedly consoled from the sidelines and said, that southern kingdom probably still thinks that Yuqing is the Yuqing from 20 years ago and thinks that it will be of great use to them. Humph. What use is a banished dog? Nangong Fa Yao let out a cold snort, his voice cold and cold. Pass the order down. Sanction the southern kingdom. Terminate all trade with the southern kingdom. I'll let Nanjichi know the consequences of going against the will of the Fa Yao Empire, and also let the world know that not any woman can be qualified for the throne of the empire. Xiao Wuchen respectfully took orders from the side and said, yes, Your Majesty, I will go and do it, and I will make sure that this southern kingdom understands the consequences of disobedience. However, Xiao Wuchen had just retreated when Sun Xuanji walked in with a grave expression on his face. Greetings, Your Majesty. Dean Sun, after so many days have passed, how is the search for the formation master going? Nangong Fa Yao asked. Every day of delay will weaken the Fa Yao Empire's qi by 1 day. We can't delay any longer. Sun Xuanji's face was unsightly and he wanted to speak. What the hell is going on? Nangong Fa Yao sensed that something was not normal. His brows furrowed, and he asked majestically, Chapter 14 When will you apologize to my brother and then come back to talk to me? Sun Xuanji said, Your Majesty, news has come from the people who were sent out to look for formation masters, and the famous formation masters in the entire southern frontier have all said that they can't do anything about it. How can that be? Nangong Fa Yao's face sank as he asked in a deep voice. The southern border is so big. How come we can't find a formation master? I also felt that there was something fishy going on, so I personally traveled to another country and inquired with a formation master who had a fairly good relationship. Sun Xuanji's face was ugly as he explained. That's how I found out that a formation masters guild had recently been established in the southern border, and nearly all of the dignified formation masters had joined this formation masters guild. And the reason why we couldn't hire a formation master is because the president of the formation master guild placed an injunction within the guild, forbidding any guild member from helping the Fa Yao Empire. What? When this news fell, Nangong Fa Yao became furious and drank. This what guild president we haven't offended him. What gives him the right to place such a ban? Sun Xuanji said with a complicated expression. The president of that formation master guild is none other than the ancient Taoist. What did you say? It's the ancient Taoist? Sun Xuanji's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky falling on Nangong Fa Yao's head. She stood up with a face full of incredulity and asked, Tiny ancient Taoist, where did he get the qualifications to be the president of the formation masters guild? Sun Xuanji explained, although Taoist ancients' formation attainments are not the highest in the entire southern border, they are still in the forefront. The main thing is that this person has a wide range of connections and was able to push for the establishment of the Formation Masters Guild, which is why he was able to become the president of the Formation Masters Guild. After hearing this, Nangong Fa Yao's entire body was dumbfounded. This empress, who had always been thunderous in the eyes of others, was finally in disarray at this moment. If an array master could not be hired, then the demonic threat underneath the royal capital would have to be suppressed with the jade seal of transmission all the time. In the long run, the power of qi must be greatly damaged, and the Fa Yao Empire will gradually go into decline. Under the extreme anger of Nangong Fa Yao, this moment lost his mind. Under the fury of the whole Fa Yao hall was smashed by her all over the place. This ancient Taoist, how could he do this? He's trying to move the foundation of our Fa Yao Empire? Sun Xuanji looked complicated, then said, it might be because nowadays Xianwei Battalion is still besieging Qingyun sect, and also knows that His Majesty is preparing to get rid of Qingyun sect. Even so, he can't do that. Nangong Fa Yao said angrily, could his tiny Qingyun sect be compared to my entire Fa Yao Empire? The reason why I sent the Xianwei Battalion, that was also because he, Gu Daoran, was against me first. If he hadn't gone against me, how would I have been so driven to extinction? Sun Xuanji didn't know how to answer. After a long period of silence, he then reared his head and said, Your Majesty, the immediate priority is still to solve the underground demonic plague as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the only way to get the southern border formation master to make a move is to get the ancient Taoist to withdraw the ban. You mean, no more pursuing the ancient Taoist? Nangong Fa Yao appeared with an icy face, and said in a deep voice, but he insulted me, and also withdrew the 5 elements formation flag without authorization, which almost caused a great disaster in the imperial capital. If we let him go like this, where is my prestige? Wouldn't everyone dare to go against me? But if not, the demonic affliction will be difficult to resolve. And as your majesty said, suppressing it with the jade seal of transmission is not a long-term solution. Sun Xuanji said in a serious tone. Please think twice. Your majesty. Nangong Fuyao's face was iron blue, and his chest rose and fell violently under his anger. Under Sun Xuanji's earnest lobbying, Nangong Fuyao pondered for a long time before reluctantly retreating. In a deep voice, he said, then, I'll give him ancient Taoist a chance. As long as he utilizes the Formation Artist Guild to solve the demonic creature problem in my imperial capital as soon as possible, I can forget about the previous incidents. Sun Xuanji sighed in relief and hurriedly said, Your Majesty is kind and generous. The old minister will personally make a trip to the Qingyun sect. After Sun Xuanji excused himself, he didn't stop for a moment before rushing to the Qingyun sect in the night. Early the next morning, Sun Xuanji withdrew the Xianwei camp at the first opportunity. Alone, he arrived outside the mountain gate of the Green Cloud sect. I, Sun Xuanji of the Heavenly Palace Academy, seek an audience with Taoist Ancient. Please also come out and have a chat. Standing outside the mountain gate, Sun Xuanji, dressed in cloth, arched his hand and said, after a long wait, it was only then that the ancient Taoist leader, who was dressed in Taoist robes, stepped out into the air. Greetings to the ancient Taoist master. Seeing the ancient Taoist finally appear, Sun Xuanji hurriedly bowed. Dean Sun, if you have something to say, just say it. The ancient Taoist was expressionless. Good. Sun Xuanji also knew that it was best to open the door and said directly, this time, I have come by order of His Majesty. Considering that the Qingyun sect is a famous sect within my Fa Yao Empire and has produced countless handsome disciples under its name who have made many contributions to my Fa Yao Empire, His Majesty has come here to make peace with the Taoist leader, as it should have been a family and should not have gotten to this point. You see, as a sign of good faith, the Xianwei battalion has withdrawn. However, facing Sun Xuanji's words, the ancient Taoist just snorted coldly and said without giving any face, I don't think it's anything about my Qingyun sect being a famous sect, but rather that Nangong Fuyao couldn't hire a formation master anymore before coming to peace talks, right? Being caught off guard, Sun Xuanji looked embarrassed and quickly said, in fact, this matter can't be completely blamed on His Majesty. After all, His Majesty is the king of a country, and it was inevitable that the Taoist master would be momentarily furious when he insulted her like this. Humph, blame me for scolding her? With a cold face, the ancient Taoist master droned. Then she hasn't thought about how he crossed the river and broke the bridge to my brother? Sun Xuanji was disliked with an ugly face, sighed and said, Taoist, repaying grudges with grudges is not the result after all. Right now, His Majesty's willingness to make peace is actually a good thing for all of us. Before Sun Xuanji could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the ancient Taoist. Dean Sun, I know what you're going to say, and I can tell you unequivocally that this matter is exempt. If you really want to talk peacefully, wait until she has apologized to my brother at some point and then come back to talk to the old man. This, Sun Xuanji's face was unsightly, but he was still unwilling to give up and continued. Taoist Master Gu, if we continue to make trouble, it will not be beneficial to everyone. Please think twice. Dean Sun doesn't need to say any more. The words are over. Please also leave. The ancient Taoist said with a cold face. The reason why I came out today is also because I am in the way of your Dean Sun's personal face. But if Dean Sun is still pestering and causing us to blush right now, it will be even more unattractive. Ugh, okay. Sun Xuanji sniffed, shook his head and sighed, knowing that it was impossible to talk about a good result today. Farewell, ancient Taoist. He turned away forlornly only after he had taken his leave with his hands in the air. Chapter 15, One breath helps us blow away an evil dragon in the south. It's awesome. After Sun Xuanji rushed back to the Fa Yao Empire, in the hall of Fa Yao, Nangong Fuyao's face was grim. He, ancient Taoist, is giving his face away? He's trying to toast the wine, but he's not going to eat the wine. Your Majesty, I don't think the key problem lies with Taoist Gu, Sun Xuanji said in a serious tone. The reason why he placed a ban within the Formation Masters Guild is still for Yuqing. Oof. I can kind of see that all of this is Yuqing plotting behind the scenes, right? Nangong Fuyao snorted coldly and laughed coldly. It's to hold a grudge against me for expelling him from the empire. To get back at me. Your Majesty, there's no point in dwelling on this now. Slightly pondering, Sun Xuanji said, I'm afraid that if we want the ancient Taoist to withdraw the ban, we can only have Yuqing return. Get him back? Nangong Fuyao's face immediately sank. If we let him come back, then won't I become a child's play? I personally expelled him from the imperial capital, and now I'm letting him come back. What do you want the world to think of me? But if Yuqing doesn't come back, I'm afraid that the ancient Taoist won't withdraw the Formation Master Guild ban. The ancient Taoist said, please think twice. Your Majesty, As to which is more important. Words. Nangong Fa Yao's forehead veins emerged. His face was like cold frost. Good. What a good tactic. He's completely pinned me down. In that case, then I can take a step back for the sake of the Fa Yao Empire and give him a chance to come back for the time being. Summon Xiao Wuduan. Xiao Wuchen meets your majesty. Shortly afterward, Xiao Wuchen arrived for an audience. Xiao Wuchen, go to the southern kingdom and find Yuqing. Tell him that I can give him a chance to make up for his mistakes. And as long as he and the ancient Taoist resolve the demonic infestation in the imperial capital, I can allow him to remain in the Fa Yao Empire. But he, Xiao Wuchen raised his head to look at Nangong Fa Yao and asked meaningfully, what if he is reluctant? Nangong Fa Yao's face turned cold as he said, if he gives his face away, then bring him back by forceful means. Xiao Wuchen's pupils shrank. Then he said, yes, I understand. Xiao Wuchen received the order and retired. Next to him, looking at the departing Xiao Wuchen, Sun Xuanji let out a sigh. He couldn't say anything about it. Solving the demonic plague is important. In any case, Yuqing should return to the Fa Yao Empire first. Southland. Upper South Side. At Yuqing's request, Nan Jiwei found him a water pavilion on the banks of the Miluo River in Shangnan City. Living here, Yuqing is very cozy. It just so happens that lately he's also gotten hooked on fishing, often sitting in the attic with a bamboo pole in hand from morning to night, attempting to hook a lotus fish unique to the Miluo River. The meat of this fish is delicious, coupled with the Miluo River water quality is excellent. Used to make a fish soup taste, not to mention how wonderful. On the contrary, it was Nan who, at the right moment, often put on his civilian robe and came here to Yuqing for a small sitting in his spare time. One way or another, the two had gotten to know each other quite well. For Nan Jiqi, who had grown up in the palace since she was a child, she held a great deal of interest in many things in the Jianghu. From time to time, I want Yuqing to tell stories that I've heard and seen. Occasionally, he would spit out something happy or sad with Yuqing. How is this Tang monk like this? The great sage is to protect him, but he still recites the scriptures to drive away the great sage, but really a dead bald. At this point, she froze, looked at Yuqing, and asked, Mr. Yu, is it a dead baldy or something? Dead bald ass. Yuqing laughed. Yeah, but what a dead bald ass. Nan Jiwei clenched his fists, secretly furious. After saying that, he glanced at the sky, then got up and said, alas, it's this time of the day in a flash. I'm afraid I have to take my leave of you, sir. There are still so many important matters in the court that need to be dealt with. Yuqing got up and said, Your Majesty, take your time. Alas, Mister's cooking is superb. I really want to eat before I leave. Nan Jiwei said with a look of pity. It's a long time coming. Your Majesty can come anytime you want to. Yuqing laughed. After sending Nan Jiwei away, Yuqing resumed his seat on the recliner and continued fishing. As time passed and it got later, his face became more and more unpleasant. He's been in the Air Force for many days straight. It looks like the Air Force is going again today. Anger grew from within at the thought. This doesn't want to be okay. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I get. In his anger, he slapped his palm on the river, and the 100 feet range of the river suddenly turned into static. Countless fish leapt out of the water under this palm, and then fixed themselves in midair. Yuqing squinted his eyes and looked left and right, then picked the fattest one, reached out and grabbed it in the air and threw it to the side of the fish guard. Only then did he wave his hand, causing the other fish to fall back into the water and the river to return to calm. No more Air Force today. Stretching his back, he revealed a look of contentment. Next to him, the sheep lying on the ground rolled over and cast a look of contempt, then continued to sleep lazily. It's like the sky is falling, and it doesn't change the way he looks like he's going to die. Another indeterminate amount of time passed. A head suddenly appeared on the river in front of him. It was a little boy of 7 or 8 years old, holding up an 8-20 lotus fish with both hands and shouting, Big brother you, look at me catching another one. With that, he stumbled up the bank, wearing only a small pair of pants, his little tanned belly exposed, and couldn't wait to share the joy of the harvest with Yuqing. Little carp is awesome, Yuqing complimented. Hey! The little carp picked at his navel and smiled nervously, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Little carp lives not far from Yuqing and has grown up in the river since he was a child. Yuqing got acquainted with the little guy the day after he moved here. At this time, little carp said, Big brother you, I guess you're going to be in the Air Force again today. Knowing that you like to eat osmanthus fish, I'm giving you this one. With that, Koi was about to throw the cinnamon fish in her hand into Yuqing's fish guard. No. Yuqing reached out in a hurry, covering the fish guard. What's wrong, big brother you? Little carp was puzzled. You take a look at my fish guard? Yuqing said in an awesome voice. The little carp strained to pick up the fish guard, and stared up at his big eyes at once. Kawa big brother you. This one is afraid to be several pounds, little carp said with an excited face. Low key, low key. Yuqing pressed his palms, but the corners of his mouth were outlined in such a way that he could barely suppress them. Little carp then moved a small stool by herself and sat next to Yuqing. Big brother you, have you heard that a big shot has recently arrived in the southern kingdom? Little carp said with a serious face. Yuqing blinked and asked, what big shot? I heard that he's from the Fa Yao Empire, known as the green-clothed sword immortal. Shao Carper said with an excited face. I heard that his sword alone is 40 meters. His person is 3 feet tall. He is powerful. And with one breath, he helped us blow an evil dragon to death in the southern kingdom. That's awesome. Don't talk dirty, little kid. Yuqing couldn't help but knock him on the head while lecturing. You heard this from somewhere. It's fake. Don't believe it. It's not a fake. It's the next door villager who saw it with his own eyes. Little carp was full of seriousness. He said that he even ate with the green-clothed sword immortal, and that it was his grandfather who took him there, and that his grandfather used to be a soldier, said the little guy with a longing look on his face. Alas, if only I could see it as well, and then worship him as my teacher, so that I too could be chivalrous. Saying that, sitting on the stool, little hands and feet swinging constantly, mouth with crackling sound effects, do not know where the imagination to go. Chapter 16. You don't think you have the supreme bone because you're heavenly gifted, do you? God ing saw it with his own eyes. Yuqing couldn't help but spit out a sentence, and was just about to continue lecturing this little guy for a few moments so that he wouldn't believe the rumors, when suddenly his brows furrowed, the smile on his face, it slowly solidified. On the opposite side of the river, there was a black-clothed young man standing, his pupils flashing with a refined light as he was looking at him dead on. Little one, sit obediently. Yuqing extended his palm and pressed down the head of the restless little one next to him. Little carp looked at Yuqing in disbelief. Next moment, he then opened his mouth wide. It was to see that the black-clothed man across the river was coming on the river, and as he stepped, the river water under his feet automatically congealed and molded itself into a platform on which he landed. Soon, the black-clothed youth then arrived in front of the two. Koi trembled with fear. This divine scene of the black-clothed youth looked no different from a god in his eyes. Finally, I've found you, Prince Ching. The black-clothed youth looked at Yuqing, raised the corners of his mouth, and said leisurely, I have to say, the scenery here in Prince Ching's place is really good. If I didn't have something to do, I'd really like to stay here for a couple days. The visitor was no one else. It was none other than Xiao Wuchen, the first genius of the Fa Yao Empire, who was carrying the supreme bone. Before waiting for Yuqing to reply, the corner of Xiao Wuchen's mouth was slightly outlined. Then he said meaningfully, how about it, Prince Ching? That hand of mine just now wasn't any worse than yours back then, was it? Yuqing frowned and said indifferently, if you have something to say, just say it. This time I came over. I was ordered by the Empress Lord to bring you back. Saying this, Xiao Wuchen paused, then added playfully, no, it's to invite you back. So I'd also like to trouble Prince Ching to get up and come with me. But don't make it difficult for me. No need. I'm fine staying here. Yuqing said indifferently, continuing to bait the fish as he spoke. Xiao Wuchen's face sank and his tone intensified. This is the order of the Empress. Yuqing is still reeling in the bait. It was only after it was finally on that the rod was cast out with a flick of the wrist. Seeing that what he had said was completely ignored, a flash of hostility flashed across Xiao Wuchen's eyes as he reached out his palm and gripped it heavily on the fishing rod. Yuqing, can't you hear me talking to you? Xiao Wuchen said in an icy tone, while his palm trembled, and the fishing rod steeply shattered into crushed powder at this moment. Yuqing frowned. Reaching out, he touched the frightened little carp next to him. While inclining his head, he said, on account of past love, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Get lost. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yuqing's words, Xiao Wuchen seemed to have heard some kind of joke and laughed out loud with a face full of banter. Yuqing, Yuqing, you're in such a state now, and you're still so unable to distinguish yourself? You think you're still the Yuqing from 20 years ago? That green-clothed sword immortal who pacified the 3 kings with his own power? To lecture me with this stance and tell me to get lost within 3 breaths. You deserve it too. I'm telling you, you're nothing but a pure, unadulterated piece of right now. Taking a step back, even if you are the Yuqing from 20 years ago, so what? Do you think that the current me is inferior to the you from 20 years ago? Supreme bone. This Gongzi is a supreme bone that is not found among billions of people. Do you know what this represents? Let alone the you of now. Even the you of 20 years ago is not in my eyes now. Supreme bone? Listening to Xiao Wuchen's incessant clamoring, a flash of mockery flashed across Yuqing's cold eyes as if he was looking at a clown of some sort. Yuqing's appearance completely enraged Xiao Wuchen. My lord will tell you now. Nowadays it's my lord who has the final say. What I want you to do is what you have to do. you kneel down for me. With that, he flipped his hand into a claw towards Yuqing. However, when his palm was still 3 feet away from Yuqing, it stood still in mid-air. Xiao Wuchen's face changed violently. In this moment, he felt a strange force coming from space, invading his every pore and completely confining him in place. Xiao Wuchen's heart set off shocking waves. In this situation where his body was completely out of control, a cold sweat broke out. He stared around in panic, attempting to figure out what the hell was going on. Instead, he found Yuqing across the room looking at him with a mocking gaze. Only then did he realize with horror that the culprit for all of this seemed to be Yuqing in front of him. What have you done to me? Get off me, he hissed in both horror and anger. He desperately tried to break free, but realized that in front of this force, his struggles were like a mayfly shaking a tree. Yuqing looked at him coldly. The supreme bone is indeed very powerful, but you don't really think you're the pride of heaven, suddenly growing a supreme bone in your body from an otherwise mediocre state. Do you? Yuqing's cold light gave Xiao Wuchen a creepy feeling as he shouted in panic. What do you mean by what you said? In the past, when I was in Fa Yao Empire, I was too lazy to take care of the imperial government, so I thought of cultivating an expert for Fa Yao Empire, and it so happened that you were quite obedient at that time, so I chose you, and then I gifted you this supreme bone, Yuqing said with a face full of mockery. Otherwise, where do you think you got this supreme bone? What? How? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuchen was like a lightning strike, hissing with a face full of incredulity. No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. You're a loser yourself. Where did you get the supreme bone? Ha! Yuqing teased with a smile. Between cold smiles, with a wave of his palm, a terrifying force invaded out in all directions. Then all around the courtyard, a dozen lurking figures exploded, instantly bursting into a rain of blood in place. Xiao Wuchen stared and smacked his lips, horror in his eyes. Although his body was confined, his mind was still able to sense what was happening. These dozen or so people were his close friends that he had brought over from the Fa Yao Empire. The lowest is the cultivation of the heavenly desolate realm, and it is either a party general or a clan elder level. However, he was extinguished by Yuqing with a wave of his hand. With his eyes, it was hard to even imagine what kind of cultivation one should have to do that. Your cultivation. Xiao Wuchen was shaking, cold sweat was pouring down his body, and his speech had turned stuttering. He had never expected that this person who had been expelled by the Fa Yao Empire was not wasted at all. Not only was he not wasted, but his cultivation had also reached a level that was unimaginable to normal people. He didn't even want to imagine the scene in front of him. It was even harder to accept the fact that Yuqing had just stated. The party of him still felt that humiliating this former green-clothed sword immortal was very fulfilling. As a result, the other man is now telling him that everything he has now was given to him by him. After leaving the Fa Yao Empire, I don't want to have anything to do with the Fa Yao Empire anymore. So it doesn't matter to me if the supreme bone is given to you. But it didn't occur to me that you were relying on the supreme bone to act up in front of me. So, what are you? If I can give it to you, I can take it away from you. With that, Yuqing slowly extended his palm and probed towards Xiao Wuchen. What are you doing? Xiao Wuchen shouted in panic. Chapter 17 No? What the hell are you doing holding a sheep hostage? Seemingly sensing Yuqing's intentions, Xiao Wuchen became increasingly flustered. Until finally, it just breaks down and begs for mercy. I was wrong. Spare me. Please don't deprive me of my supreme bone. But Yuqing's eyes were filled with indifference. That slender palm was like piercing through water waves and directly penetrated Xiao Wuchen's body. Ah! Xiao Wuchen let out a miserable cry and could only watch as Yuqing stripped him of his supreme bone. A moment later, Yuqing's palm was withdrawn from Xiao Wuchen's body, and at the same time, a golden-colored bone was held in his palm. A shimmering light lingered above the bones, emitting an aura that made people throb. And as soon as the supreme bone was withdrawn, Yuqing waved his hand to lift Xiao Wuchen's confinement, and as if he had lost his support, he spread out on the ground like mud. As the supreme bone draws away, Xiao Wuchen's thick cultivation was fading away like a tidal wave at the moment, and the former number one person of Fa Yao Empire had just turned into a waste. He was suffering from the intense pain of drawing his bones while staring at the supreme bone in Yuqing's hand with a deadly stare. Please, Lord Yuqing, I was wrong. Please give me back my supreme bone. As long as you're willing to return the supreme bone to me, I'm willing to be your dog, and I'll bite whoever you tell me to. Saying that, he crawled towards Yuqing like a dog on the ground. His forehead knocked heavily on the ground. Even if he knocked his head and blood flowed, he was still praying. If I don't have the supreme bone, the Empress won't be able to hold me in high regard, and I'll lose my status. I can't live without the supreme bone. However, Yuqing, didn't even pay attention to Xiao Wuchen and instead inclined his head to meet his gaze with the little carp next to him. Those big eyes under this little guy's thick eyebrows were currently glaring as big as goose eggs. Obviously this little guy isn't stupid. From the conversation between the two, it was already known that Yuqing was the rumored green-clothed sword immortal. See, what's going around outside are all rumors. Yuqing shrugged helplessly at little carp. Remembering something, he extended the supreme bone in his hand again and asked, "Want it?" The thick-browed little carp stared intently at the up-to-date Zune bone in Yuqing's hand. His expression filled with nervousness. He probably realized that this was going to be one of the biggest choices of his life, and one of the greatest opportunities of his life. 2. The little guy's toes dug tightly into the ground as he looked up at Yuqing and nervously answered, "Good." Yuqing smiled faintly, and his palm lingered on a layer of gentle light mass, accompanied by the supreme bone, which was directly driven into the body of the little carp. Little carp was filled with amazement as she watched the bone blend into her body, and take a nap on the recliner. "I will help you fuse," Yuqing instructed. Little carp nodded her head, not daring to ask anything, only knowing that she completely obeyed Yuqing's instructions, so she climbed onto the recliner with her bare feet. Yuqing gently waved his hand, and another soft force hit the little carp's body. The latter soon drifted off into a deep sleep, snoring lightly in the recliner. "No, my supreme bone, that's my supreme bone, give it back to me." On the side, Xiao Wuchen, who was like mud spread on the ground, hissed when he saw that the supreme bone had penetrated into the body of the little carp. It was even scarlet with a pair of eyes filled with hatred. Suddenly, he pulled a dagger from his belt and rolled on the ground, directly next to the sheep that always slept on the sidelines, holding the sheep in a death grip with his hands and feet, while using that dagger, dead center against the sheep's neck. "Give me back my supreme bone or I'll kill it." Xiao Wuchen's body was trembling, his eyes staring deathly at Yuqing as his mouth hissed. Yuqing saw the situation. He froze in place and looked at Xiao Wuchen in a stupefied manner. Black lines and countless question marks sprouted on his forehead. "It's not, even if it's understandable for you to threaten to take a hostage. The point is, what the hell are you doing taking a goat hostage?" And the originally sleeping sheep woke up from his sleep, staring at a pair of harmless eyes. After feeling his body surrounded by hands and feet, his four legs suddenly tensed up straight. Apparently, he also did not expect that he would be so doomed to fall from the sky. "Quickly, return my supreme bone to me, or I will kill it right away." Xiao Wuchen clutched the dagger in his hand deathly as he continued to hiss hysterically. The reason he used the sheep as a hostage was not that he had completely lost his mind. Instead, it was his last shred of sanity. Little carp was right next to Yuqing, and with Yuqing's cultivation, he couldn't even take little carp as a hostage. And this sheep, since Xiao Wuchen knew Yuqing, followed Yuqing's side, so many years, always raised white and fat. So in Xiao Wuchen's thought, this sheep might mean a lot to Yuqing, even more so than the little carp in front of me. "Didn't you hear me? If you don't give it back to me, I will die with him," Xiao Wuchen shouted as if he was crazy. However, in the face of Xiao Wuchen's threat, Yuqing merely gave him a pitying look and lightly said, "Feel free." The sheep, who hadn't even woken up from his sleeping gas, listened to the conversation between the two and seemed to react with the afterthought that he had been kidnapped. A rollover and a sheep's hoof stomped right out. Off. At that moment, Xiao Wuchen let out an awe and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the sky, and then disappeared without a trace. Eventually the ashes go up in smoke. Only a number of the people of the south found a very bright stream of light on this day and could not help but make a lot of wishes. Chapter 18, System Reward, Sage's Biography. A wobble. Then a few days passed. The days of Yuletide are still ordinary and pleasant. The only difference is that he has a small carp in this water pavilion. Although this little guy was young, he more or less knew what it meant to have fused the supreme bone. On weekdays, before dawn, he would run over from home, first cleaning Yuqing's courtyard and pavilion, and then helping Yuqing wash the clothes he had changed the day before. After getting everything done, he would make a basin of hot water and wait for Yuqing to get up. When Yuqing was having his morning meal, knowing that Yuqing would be fishing later, he made the nest and adjusted the bait for Yuqing in advance. It was only after all the chores were done that he would follow Yuqing's command and sit down next to the sheep and enter into cultivation. This little guy, he's quite diligent. Looking at little carp, who was sitting on the ground and entering a state of cultivation, Yuqing couldn't help but smile. Little carp wasn't the disciple that the system task allowed him to designate to take in, and that supreme bone was given to him just by chance, so Yuqing only took him in as a named disciple. Sure, despite being a registered disciple, Yuqing didn't teach nothing. First, he was given a set of techniques suitable for supreme bone cultivation. Again, within his mind, he typed in a copy of a certain sage powerhouse's lifelong cultivation experience. Feats or insights, even the supreme bone, were all obtained by Yuqing through the system signing in during these 20 years. Of course, what he got for signing in was not just that. but a lot of other miscellaneous stuff. With the Gong method and the lifelong cultivation insights of a sage powerhouse, so little carp could completely cultivate on her own. Yuqing was happy not to have to personally worry about it. As for how far he could go, it was up to his own destiny. But then again, when Xiao Wuchen was given the supreme bone by Yuqing, he hadn't yet obtained the sage's insight, and if he had had the sage's insight back then, he might have matched it to give it to him as well. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Xiao Wuchen would not just be this current achievement. Of course it doesn't change the end result anyway. In regards to Xiao Wuchen, Yuqing actually had no inner fluctuations. Life, who hasn't looked the other way a few times? It's good to live by yourself. In the meantime, not far from Yuqing's courtyard, a plainclothes Nanjichi was accompanied by a young man with extraordinary temperament in addition to a few personal maids. Cui Wei. Mr. Yu has been a great benefactor to my southern kingdom, and since he's come to my southern kingdom, it's only logical to protect him. Recently, scouts have sent word that the Fa Yao Empire is afraid that they will send people against Mr. And I don't feel comfortable with other people. So next, I want you to follow Mr. and protect his safety. Your Majesty. This, at those words, Cui Wei hurriedly bowed, a look of difficulty on his face. What? You don't want to? Nan asked at the right moment. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's true as your Majesty said. Mr. Yuqing has done great favors to my southern kingdom, so I should take care of him as a matter of course. Cui Wei bowed and said with a difficult attitude. It's just that your Majesty knows my character. I'm really not suitable for this kind of errand. So your Majesty, see if you can find someone else. Even if your Majesty leaves me in the army, training soldiers or charging into battle, I'm fine with that. But if you ask me to do this kind of idle work, I'm afraid I really can't do it. And it's perfectly fine to send the Forbidden Army to protect Mr. Yuqing. So, please also ask your Majesty to withdraw your order. Nan Jiwei smiled and explained. I know your nature, but even if I send the Forbidden Army to protect you, I still don't feel at ease. And Mr.'s nature, he doesn't like to flaunt it. The only one who would be best suited is to send you. But Cui Wei's face was full of hard colors. Alright, no need to say anything. It's decided, Nan Jiwei said unquestionably, and although Mr. Yu has lost his cultivation, he has a lot of insights. You might be able to learn a lot by following him. Okay. Seeing that Nan Jiwei insisted, Cui Wei then nodded and reluctantly agreed. Come on, let's take you to meet the gentleman first. Not a moment too soon. Nan Jiwei and the others then arrived at Yuqing's compound. Sir, it's been a long time. Nan smiled at the right moment. It's been a long time. Please take a seat. Yuqing got up and smiled. Nan Jiwei smiled sweetly, and after sitting down, she said towards Cui Wei next to her, Mr. Yu, let me introduce you. This is Cui Wei. Cui Wei, why don't you quickly meet the gentleman? Cui Wei hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, Cui Wei has met you. Sir, there's no need to be so polite. Yuqing hurriedly laughed. Mister, it's like this. At this point, Nan Jiwei explained, considering Mr.'s status, so it's inevitable that I'm afraid of some curmudgeon disturbing Mr. So I purposely sent him to follow Mr.'s side. Feel free to use him on weekdays when something comes up, to run errands or whatever, and when it's fine he'll stay on his own and won't disturb the gentleman. How is this good? Yuqing said in a hurry. Nan Jiwei laughed. If you don't agree, sir, then you're looking down on me. Nan Jiwei. Okay. Yuqing nodded. This was in someone else's country after all, and for whatever reason, he was not in a position to excuse himself. After all, at the moment, he was still just a guest after all. So he got up and arched his hand toward Cui Wei on the side and said, Then I'll trouble Mr. Cui. Cui Wei quickly said, You're welcome, sir. If there's anything you want to do, just order. After saying that, Cui Wei retreated to the side on his own, encircling a sheathed long sword, his eyes alert to the surroundings. After leaving Cui Wei behind, Nan Jiwei and Yuqing chatted for a while, and left because there was something going on in the palace. Yuqing sat down to fish again, and seeing Cui Wei who was standing straight on the side, he couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Cui doesn't have to be so formal. Just feel free. Mr. doesn't have to care about me. My subordinate assumes Mr.'s safety and security, and I don't dare to slack off since. Cui Wei bent down and said, Okay. Yuqing couldn't help but smile and let him go. In the meantime, in the Fa Yao Empire, Nangong Fa Yao sat in the middle of the hall, frowning tightly. No news from Xiao Wuchen yet? She asked towards Sun Xuanji, who was at the bottom of the table. My subordinate did everything in his power to contact, and there was no reply, Sun Xuanji said. But according to the report from the scouts in the Southern Kingdom, he entered the territory of the Southern Kingdom a few days ago. The words fell. Nangong Fa Yao's frown tightened. It always felt like there was something fishy revealed in the matter, and there was still some uneasiness deep in my heart. because according to her characterization of Xiao Wuchen, there was no reason why she would not reply to the message. The matter of the demonic affliction should not be delayed. Make sure to contact Xiao Wuchen as soon as possible for me, and have him bring Yuqing back in a hurry. Yes. Sun Xuanji took the order and retired. After Sun Xuanji retreated, Nangong Fuyao couldn't help but rub his forehead. When she thought about the fact that the empire's qi was fading every single day in order to suppress the demons, it was hard for her to keep her composure. Now that Xiao Wuchen had suddenly lost the news again, it really made her feel unsettled. Chapter 19. Never in a million years would I have thought that there would really be a day when I would need to ask Yuqing to come back. A few days passed. The days are as usual. Courtyard. Yuqing looked at the little carp at the side and couldn't help but appreciate. Little fellow, you've made a lot of progress here. The little carp under his eyes didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, and he couldn't even tell his cultivation level. In fact, he could be called an expert in the south in just 10 days. Of course, this was because of the terror of the supreme bone, coupled with the super advanced technique given by Yuqing, and the cultivation insights of the saints. All aspects added up to create this effect. You can't have one without the other. The reason why the cultivation could not be seen on the surface was still because of the gongfu given by Yuqing. With this set of gongfu, there was a method of hiding the realm on its own. And the reason why Yuqing did that was a form of protection for the little carp. When you are out and about, hiding your clumsiness can sometimes play a key role in critical moments. On the other hand, it is also because he is young, and this can spare him from many temptations that might lead him astray in the future. It's all because Master taught me well. Carp smiled nervously. Still in those big pants, bare belly and feet. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that this little guy was already an unrivaled expert. Very good. Don't be humble. Keep that mentality. Yuqing appreciated. Alright, continue to go cultivate. Yes, master. Little carp nodded respectfully, then obediently continued to run off to cultivate. Another few days passed. Koi was as usual, and looking at the little carp wiping the table early in the morning. Cui Wei really couldn't be bothered to pick up the broom aside and sweep up the courtyard. The last few days had been a bit of torture for him. It wasn't that Yuqing was treating him badly. On the contrary, it was that being here in Yuqing was just too leisurely. Yuqing didn't have much to make him do. At most he asked him to go to the south of the city to fetch some peach blossom wine. Other than that, it's a full day of watching Yuqing fish. For him, this clearing was a bit of a waste of time. He can be asked to go to war, and he has no problem asking him to perform difficult tasks for the south. The only thing that was a bit of torture for him was this clearing. Thank you. Carp smiled politely when she saw that Trevor had finished sweeping the yard with his help. You're welcome. Travis smiled. He was also fond of the young boy who knew quite a bit about what he was doing. However, when he saw that after little Carp had finished her business, she sat down on the ground and entered a state of meditation again. He couldn't help but shake his head. He naturally knew that little Carp was practicing. But what can one cultivate by always sitting in meditation like this? Cultivation. The most important thing is to lay a good foundation. The first thing to start is to exercise the sinews and bones and strengthen the body. Occasionally sitting down to meditate to summarize the harvest is no problem. But since Cui Wei came here, he found that the little carp was either working or sitting in meditation. This is really putting the cart before the horse in his opinion. Little fellow, you can't cultivate anything by just sitting like this, Cui Wei kindly reminded. If you really want to cultivate, I can teach you. Thank you, but forget it, Koi said as she opened her eyes. You don't believe me? Just as well. I'm afraid you don't know who I am, so I'll let you see what a true cultivation master looks like. Said, the long sword in Cui Wei's hand moved, and with this movement, the surroundings were windless. Watch it. Travis let out a soft cry. The long sword in his hand was sheathed. A ray of cold light surged out, and when he swung it, a ray of sword chi struck out like a dragon. The rocks a few feet away burst apart with a loud bang. Well, Trevor lightly showed his hand and smiled at Koi, but Koi's reaction was out of his expectation. Thank you, but no. Koi shook her head, rejecting his kind offer. One reason was that he had the sage's life's work in his head, and in a way, he was no longer an unseen little guy. Even he had more experiential knowledge in his head than Travis did. The other reason is that nowadays he seems to be able to do what Travis did. Hey, you little guy. Seeing little Carp's attitude like this, Cui Wei's complexion turned a little irritated. Of course, he wouldn't really be angry. Seeing that Koi refused, he let him go. It was because he could see that little Carp didn't have any cultivation talent, so how it's practiced is really pretty much the same. It was just that he had expected to find something to do for the rest of the day. Now it looks like it's fizzling out. Sir, this is the fish bait. Cui Wei idly snatched up the small carp and handed the prepared bait to Yuqing, who had just gotten up and was ready to fish. Thanks. Yuqing took the bait and laughed. For this person that Nan Jiwei had sent to him, he did not resent it. but rather had a good impression. Neither oversteps nor talks much with him. When he fishes, he stays as still as a post. Either that or they couldn't help themselves and ran out into the yard alone and danced with their swords. This day, under Cui Wei's expectation, he finally brought Nan Jiwei here. On this day, Nan was more relaxed and sat here in Yuqing for almost 2 hours before leaving, and Travis rushed to catch up with the departing Nan. What is your business? Nan looked back at Travis at the right moment. Your Majesty. Cui Wei scratched his head in embarrassment and said in a difficult manner, how long do you think I will stay here? What? It's not good to stay here with Mr.? Nan asked at the right moment. It's not that staying here, sir, is bad. It's really too idle, Cui Wei said with a pleading face. Even my cultivation has slacked off during this period of time. If I stay any longer, I feel like I'm about to waste away. Will you see if you can get me back? Nan Jiwei hesitated slightly, but still refused Cui Wei's request, saying, it's still the same thing. I don't feel comfortable with the others. Let's wait until I find another suitable person. Okay. Travis had to nod helplessly. He continued to return to the courtyard to live a life of escorting Yuqing, while living a life of leisure. The Futsuki Empire. After many consecutive days of contact, there was still no news from Xiao Wuchen. Anyone who was an individual would know that Xiao Wuchen was afraid that there had been a change of heart there. Could it be that the southern kingdom took him down? Nangong Fuyo said in a deep voice. With Xiao Wuchen's strength, as long as you don't think of war in the southern kingdom, it shouldn't be difficult if you just want to leave. Sun Xuanji said. Then what the hell is going on? Nangong Fuyo said with an annoyed look on his face. Your Majesty, although Xiao Wuchen's disappearance is strange, the most important thing is the demonic plague. Sun Xuanji said. Why don't I personally make a run to the southern kingdom and invite Yuqing back, and in the meantime, find out if there is any news of Xiao Wuduan. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's face revealed a gloomy color, but after glancing outside the imperial capital, his grasping palms loosened for a long time before he said, then in that case, then you'll make a run for it. However, if we want to ensure foolproof, at this time, Sun Xuanji added, it is best for His Majesty to personally give an oracle to Yuqing to show his attitude. No way. Nangong Fuyao did not think, directly refused. Can let you and Xiao Wuchen before and after to go. Has been my biggest tolerance. You and go to tell him can. He wants to come back will come back. Is I still lack of him not? However, the matter of the demonic affliction does require him before the ancient Taoist side will relent. Sun Xuanji wondered. That's also ancient Taoist. It's not like it's any of his business. Nangong Fuyo said in a cold voice. But the ancient Taoist placed the ban because of him. Sun Xuanji said. If Yuqing doesn't come back, or even ties Yuqing back, I'm afraid that the ancient Taoist won't let up. If you want to make the ancient Taoist loose his tongue, not only do you have to bring Yuqing back, but it's best to also restore his identity as King Qing. So I still hope that your Majesty will give an oracle, which is more of an attitude. After hearing Sun Xuanji's words, Nangong Fuyao's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it, and on the backs of his tightly clenched hands, hidden veins were exposed. She never thought that one day, she would actually have to invite Yuqing back. After a long time, she wrote an oracle and handed it to Sun Xuanji. Your Majesty, I will make a trip to the southern kingdom. Sun Xuanji's face was delighted, and after receiving the oracle, he immediately rushed to the southern kingdom. Chapter 20, I've long had nothing to do with the Fa Yao Empire. Soon, Sun Xuanji then came to the southern kingdom. In the case where Yuqing did not deliberately conceal his movements, since Xiao Wuchen was able to find Yuqing, Sun Xuanji would naturally be able to find Yuqing as well. Subsequently, he knocked on the door of Yuqing's courtyard. Yuqing, who was fishing on the pavilion, sniffed and said indifferently, let him go back. Yes. Travis sniffed and turned to the door. Your Excellency, please return. Travis said, Sir is not at liberty to see you. This, Sun Xuanji's face showed an ugly color. Also did not expect, before entering the door to eat a closed door spoon. But where to come for a trip? Where to be willing to give up lightly? King Qing, please also meet me for a few words. I will only say a few words. After a few words, I will immediately leave and never intrude more. Sun Xuanji shouted towards the courtyard with his head held high. Shut up. Cui Wei saw this. His face sank, his body blocking the courtyard door, the sword sheath in his hand out of half. The cold aura swept out. There was a great tendency to make a sword at the drop of a hat. Seeing that the two sides were at a standstill, Yuqing's faint voice came from within the courtyard. Let him in. Upon hearing this, the cold color on Cui Wei's face dissipated, and he sidestepped to let out the courtyard door. Thanks a lot. Sun Xuanji clasped his fists and arched his hands before walking into the courtyard. King Qing, long time no see. Sun Xuanji made a hand salute. Just tell us what Dean Sun has to say, Yuqing asked in a nonchalant manner while fishing. The main reason I came here is to make amends to King Qing on behalf of the Fa Yao Empire and Her Majesty the Empress. Su Xuanji said. The founding of the Fa Yao Empire could not be separated from King Qing's dedication. King Qing has always been a great contributor to my Fa Yao Empire. A generation of contributors. But in turn, he was expelled from the Fa Yao Empire. This is indeed an unwarranted act on the part of Her Majesty the Empress. But Her Majesty, the Empress, also made the decision on impulse. Not all of it was her intention, and she regrets a great deal about that decision. After King Qing left, she was even more pining. After hearing Sun Xuanji's words, Yuqing couldn't help but reveal a mocking look as he said, "In front of me, Dean Sun doesn't need to say these hypocritical words." The look of embarrassment flashed across Sun Xuanji's face, and he hurriedly arched his hand again and said, "King Qing may not believe it, but this is Her Majesty's handwritten oracle, which indicates her attitude, and King Qing will know it at a glance." With that, Sun Xuanji presented Nangong Fa Yao's oracle with both hands. "Dean Sun, what's in the past is in the past. From the time she expelled me in the first place, I no longer have a relationship with the Fa Yao Empire, so it doesn't matter to me what her attitude is today, and it matters even less. So this oracle, there's no need to read it. Dean Sun, please return." Yuqing did not even look at the oracle and said indifferently, "This." Sun Xuanji's face was unsightly, and seeing Yuqing's determined face, he hesitated for a long time before both knees suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yuqing couldn't stop himself from shaking his head and said, "Dean Sun, you're also a highly respected person in the Fa Yao Empire. Why are you doing this? Please also ask King Qing to take a glance at the oracle." After reading the oracle, "It is not too late for King Qing to make a decision," Sun Xuanji said with a sincere face, presenting the oracle with both hands towards Yuqing. Looking at Sun Xuanji, who was full of sincerity, Yuqing put down his fishing rod and got up with a sigh. "Dean Sun, I honor you for your loyalty to your country, and I know that you are on a mission as a human subject, so for your sake, I can take a look, but I'm also telling you ahead of time that this doesn't change the ending," Yuqing said, before reaching out to receive the oracle. "Many thanks to King Qing." Sun Xuanji's face was joyful. After all these years, he knew a little bit about Yuqing, knowing that Yuqing is a sentimental person, and in the Fa Yao Empire has lived for so many years. The establishment of the country is even more inseparable from his contribution. Fa Yao Empire said that his heart and soul is also half not too much. In the oracle, if Lord Empress sincerely apologized and allowed Yuqing to return, I'm sure that King Qing's heart will be softened. However, in the next moment, Yuqing's mocking voice poured out, "Yuqing, your own collusion with foreign countries, attempting to plot against me. I remember your past achievements, exempt you from the death penalty only to expel you from the Fa Yao Empire. You not only do not appreciate me, but harbor a grudge, encouraging the ancient Taoists to use the Formation Masters Guild to set up a ban on the Fa Yao Empire, causing the loss of my Fa Yao Empire's chief Lo. Considering the past sentiment, I'm still willing to give you a chance, as long as you immediately let the ancient Taoist revoke the ban and send someone to solve the demonic problem of the imperial capital, so I can let you off the hook and stay in the Fa Yao Empire." The more you say, the mocking look on Yuqing's face increased, and the more Sun Xuanji listened, the more the color of embarrassment on his face grew. Trembling, wishing to find a crack in the ground to drill down the emperor's handwritten message. Of course, he did not dare to look through it privately. He had thought, Nangong Fa Yao first, regardless of how the heart in the end is how to think. The devil suffering under the emergency will always give to Yuqing a corresponding better attitude, but never expected that the oracle would contain such words. "So, this is the attitude of that Fu Wang Empress of yours?" Yuqing asked meaningfully. "This is the oracle that you want me to read, President's son?" Chapter 21, Let him see whether meditation is useful or not. Yuqing's words. I don't know what to make Sun Xuanji say. His face was green and red for a while, and he couldn't hold in a word for half a day. The heart originally prepared 1,000 words to salvage Yuqing's words, at this moment also swallowed back hard, no face to say half a word. "Dean Sun, please go back and don't come back again." Yuqing shook his head with a mocking expression on his face and casually threw the oracle on the ground. Sun Xuanji's face was complicated to the extreme. Ugh, it was a long time before he lamented, picked up the oracle on the floor, and departed without half a word. "Mr. said not to come back again. If it comes again, then I, the Southern Kingdom, will no longer be polite." At the door, Travis said coldly. Sun Xuanji looked at the young man with a cold face at the door. Another long sigh escaped his mind. As the cradle of the strongest people in the Fa Yao Empire, the Heavenly Palace Academy not only carried out various missions, but also served as the intelligence center of the Fa Yao Empire. As the head of the Fa Yao Empire's Heavenly Palace Academy, he recognized who the young man in front of him was at this moment. One of the top 10 young talents in the southern country. very much favored by the Empress of the southern country. If there is no accident, this person will be a pivotal figure in the future in the southern country. He had known before that the Empress of the Southern Kingdom had personally greeted Yuqing's arrival, but he had never expected that she had also sent Cui Wei to Yuqing as well. From the beginning of his initiation, Cui Wei was in a complete posture of escort. The Southern Kingdom's attitude towards Yuqing was comparable to that of the Fa Yao Empire. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. At this moment, Sun Xuanji was truly feeling that he would never have the face to come to Yuqing again. Don't worry, little brother. I, for one, will never come back, Sun Xuanji said with bitter words. Having said that, he turned away forlornly. The light in his eyes as he looked in the direction of the Fa Yao Empire seemed to have disappeared. In its place, there is an endless amount of confusion. This time, he should have also inquired about Xiao Wuchen. At the moment it's not that exciting. After sending Sun Xuanji away, Cui Wei returned to the courtyard with his longsword in his arms. Still bored, seeing Xiao Carp, who was meditating again on the side, he couldn't help but sigh. This little thing. How many more times do we have to tell him that meditating and settling down is useless? It's not something to do at this age. Just as he was about to practice his sword, his eyes narrowed steeply and he snapped back, his sharp gaze cutting through the agora and locking onto a rooftop a mile away. There was a young man in white standing. The two men's gazes remotely confronted each other, invariably rubbing up sparks filled with smoke. The white-clothed youth smiled contemptuously, his gaze provocative to the extreme. He then swept out with a long stride and swept towards the outside of the city. Seeing this, Cui Wei clenched his fists tightly and subconsciously wanted to rush out, but his feet just exerted force, looked back at Yuqing who was fishing in the attic, and stopped hard. Sullenly, he returned to the loft, standing as usual like a guard. Obviously, as much as he wanted to chase out, he never forgot his mission to guard Yuqing. On the pavilion, Yuqing shook the wine pot next to him and smiled helplessly. Then he looked at Cui Wei and said, "Brother Cui, can you help me go outside of the city to fetch a pot of the peach blossom wine sold by Old Man Lu? I've heard from my next door neighbor that the peach blossom wine from Old Man Lu's place is the most authentic." Words. Trevor's eyes lit up. "Yes, sir, I'm on my way." Cui Wei glanced at the direction outside the city, and after slowly stepping out of the courtyard gate, he swept up and quickly swept towards the outside of the city. Ugh, today is probably another day in the Air Force. After Cui Wei left, Yuqing put down his fishing rod, got up and stretched, suppressed the urge to vaporize the river water right in front of him, and came to the little carp. "Are there any difficulties and bottlenecks in the cultivation process, Master?" Xiao Carper opened her eyes and hurriedly said, "With the insights given to me by Master, there are no difficulties or bottlenecks." "That's good." Yuqing smiled and nodded, then said, "But what you lack the most right now is practice. How about it? Want to practice? At those words, Little Carp's large eyes were filled with excitement. The current Little Carp had long since ceased to be the original Little Carp, and under the sage's insights, not only did he cultivate without making any detours, but all sorts of combat experience and cultivation utilization were also engraved in his mind. But he had, since the beginning, lacked an opportunity to really let him practice what he had recently gained and really put it into practice. So he's been a little pressed for a long time. "Travis is pretty good to you too, right?" Yuqing asked. "Yes, Master." Little Carp nodded and scratched his head again, rather annoyed. "It's just that he keeps saying that it's useless for me to meditate, making me feel annoyed." Yuqing couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Then let's put it this way, if I predicted it well, he has run into a little bit of trouble right now, so go and help him out. And in the meantime, let him take a good look at whether or not your meditating is useful or not." Koi's eyes lit up. "Get up in a hurry." "Yes, Master, I'm on my way." Chapter 22, Where did you get that little kid? Outside of Shangnan City, Cui Wei's body streaked through the air, as fast as it could go. The first thing he did was not to go to the man in white. Instead, he followed Yuqing's orders and first went to Old Man Lu's place to get a pot of peach blossom wine. Tucking away the wine pot, he then rushed to the peach blossom forest outside the city. 10 miles of peach blossoms in a forest of peach blossoms. The last 2 days have been characterized by occasional light rains, making the forest roads muddy. Cui Wei took a step with his feet in the dirt towards the peach blossom pavilion in the peach blossom forest. In the peach blossom pavilion, the man in white stood with a cold smile, 4 eyes with Travis. It can be described as an enemy of the enemy. The white-robed man was named Bai Hua, similar in age to Cui Wei, and was also one of the 10 great young talents of the Southern Kingdom. But the two men did not come from different backgrounds. Travis came from grassroots and crawled his way up the ladder. As for Bai Hua, he came from a family, and had held a significant position in the Southern Kingdom for generations. Although their identities were different, there shouldn't be any hatred between them. And the real beginning of the conflict was still because of Nan Jiwei's regard for Cui Wei. This made Bai Hua feel a crisis. A grassroots-originated goods actually caught up with him in status. So all sorts of crackdowns were launched against Travis. Until that day when Cui Wei saw his fiancée with his own eyes, climbing down from Bai Hua's bed. The conflict between the two men had reached the point where water and fire were intolerable. That was the reason for the hatred in Trevor's eyes. You, a punk from a humble background, are you even this slow? In the Peach Blossom Pavilion, Bai Hua looked at Cui Wei with a playful expression and sneered. No wonder Lianer couldn't look at you and climbed into my bed. I have to say, Lian's body is really tender. Shut up. Cui Wei's forehead veins were exposed and his fists were clenched with a crunching sound. What? Angry? Bai Hua laughed coldly. But it's also true that Lianer didn't give her body to you even after so many years with you. And after knowing me for only half a month, she took the initiative to give it to me. So of course you'll be impotent and furious. The words fell. Cui Wei's breath was disorganized and his body trembled. Bai Hua then leisurely said, Now, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. How about we have a life and death battle between men? As soon as Bai Hua's words fell, Cui Wei sheathed his longsword in his hand with a clang, and his entire body transformed into a cold aura as he rushed towards Bai Hua. Seeing that Cui Wei had already been enraged, the corner of Bai Hua's mouth curled up into an arc. It was exactly the result he wanted. After secretly taking a berserker pill, he greeted Cui Wei. Although the berserk pill had very serious side effects, it was able to boost his strength by nearly 30%, and with the fact that Cui Wei was now enraged and his breath was in disarray, he had absolute certainty that he would take this opportunity to get rid of Cui Wei. As long as he was able to get rid of Cui Wei, no one would be able to outlaw his position among the younger generation of the Southern Kingdom, so the little side effects from the Berserker Dan were nothing at all. Although the Empress would be shaken by Travis' death, it was definitely worth it in comparison. Because of the death of one outstanding youngster, Nan Jiwei could not possibly get rid of the other because of this, or else the Southern Congress would have no successor as a result. So for the sake of the future of the Southern Kingdom, the probability is that Nan will just turn a blind eye. Besides, it was Trevor who took the lead. As soon as the two young generations of the Southern Kingdom made contact, sword light flashed in the peach blossom forest. The berserk chi energy spread out in all directions. Countless peach trees were cut off at the waist, and peach blossoms flew all over the sky in the Air Force before turning into powder. After the two of them sparred a sword, Cui Wei retreated back and forth in midair. What? You punk? Is that all the power you've got? No wonder Lianer can't see you. Bai Hua still didn't forget to enrage Cui Wei. When a master fights, he misses a tiny bit, and if he loses his cool, he will be disorganized. Showing a break will be a step in the wrong direction. Sure enough, at this moment, Cui Wei's eyes were red as he charged towards Bai Hua once again. Although the sword technique is powerful and forward, but only attack and not defense, completely is a fight to the death. At this moment, Cui Wei had completely fallen into Bai Hua's trap. Within moments, Cui Wei's shoulder was pierced by Bai Hua's sword. Pity! A cold light flashed in Bai Hua's eyes, secretly regretting that this sword did not cut off Cui Wei's head, but it doesn't matter. At this moment, Cui Wei was already at the end of his rope. The two of them were once again engaged in battle together, and it had completely reached a white-hot state, and the 10 miles of peach forest had already been destroyed for the most part. At this moment, Cui Wei was already covered in sword wounds. In contrast, Bai Hua remained calm and unruffled. Finally, under the last sword spar, Bai Hua slapped his palm on Cui Wei's heart. Cui Wei flew out dozens of feet backwards and collapsed in the mud, never able to get up again. A grassroots origin is a grassroots origin. Never presume to compete with the White Moon. 100 Flowers carried her long sword and approached step by step while saying disdainfully. When he finished speaking, he came just in front of Cui Wei and looked at him condescendingly. On the ground, Cui Wei was spitting blood from his mouth. His eyes were filled with blood, and his expression was full of unwillingness. Die! Bai Hua's face was cold, and the long sword in Bai Hua's hand was about to stab down towards Cui Wei's vitals. Stop! Just then, a brittle voice came. Bai Hua's eyes flickered as he followed the sound, and not far away on the muddy road came a 7 or 8-year-old boy. The boy was barefoot, and his large pants, which didn't quite match his frame, were caked with mud. The corner of Bai Hua's mouth twitched. He rode that he thought it was someone coming, but he didn't know where the little kid came from. Without even bothering to take a second look, he raised his long sword again to avoid a long night and stabbed at Cui Wei once more. I told you to stop. The little boy's voice came once more, a childish voice full of imperturbability. Bai Hua's face sank and his anger surged. Where did the little kid come from? The dog's guts are so big. And out of the corner of his eye, Trevor, who was lying on the ground, caught the little boy not far away. When he realized it was Koi, his eyes snapped open and his body trembled. This little guy, what's he doing here at this hour? He was just about to shout out leave me alone and tell Carp to hurry up when a scene that shocked his three senses appeared, only to see that the little Carp that was just a few dozen feet away suddenly arrived in front of the two with an instantaneous movement. At this moment, Chui Wei's full of unwillingness and hatred towards Bai Hua were almost forgotten in shock for a moment, a pair of bloodshot eyes glaring, and Bai Hua was also frightened by this hand as well. I just told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Little Carp was clearly only at Bai Hua's waist height, but her tone of voice was completely condescending. That cold look was not at all like a 7 or 8-year-old boy, but like a battle-hardened being. This tone made Bai Hua furious. Admittedly, just now, Little Carp's instantaneous movement had startled him, but it didn't mean that he was as strong as he was. It's nothing more than a child's ass, and let's pretend he's been practicing since his mother's womb. He raised his long sword and was about to attack, yet the next moment, and he paid for his move. Boom! Koi landed a punch to some unmentionable part of him. The force of it was so great that it directly caused Bai Hua to rise up in the air in place and fly backwards directly toward 100 feet away. And in the process of flying backwards, Bai Hua went through a series of painful journeys, from the initial paralysis, to the soreness, to the sharp pain that went deep into his bones. It finally came to a stop when it landed heavily on the ground, its body scraping another long furrow in the ground. Chapter 23, Are you really 8 years old? No, I'm 7.5. The injuries from the impact caused Bai Hua to spit out blood in large gulps, but he couldn't care less. Instead he hunched over and curled up on the ground, his hands clasped under his belly rolling straight on the ground, beads of cold sweat coming out of his body. The scene looked dumbfounded at Trevor, who was lying on the ground. What the kind of power is that? He stared at the little Carp dead in the face, his eyes filled with unbelief and a strange feeling. Is this still the same naive little guy who, apart from doing chores, only meditates? I'll kill you. And at that moment, after experiencing the initial pain in the distance, Bai Hua finally staggered to his feet, looked at his hands full of blood, swung his trembling double head, and hissed out like he was crazy. He then rushed up to the sky with his sword and chopped towards little Carp. Look out! Duck! Seeing this, Chui Wei shouted in a hurry. Although little Carp's instantaneous movement just now, as well as the power it displayed, had surprised Chui Wei, he didn't think that in a head-to-head fight, little Carp would be a match for Bai Hua. It's no wonder he's like that. It's really the age of the koi that's too young. Come on, Seeing that the little Carp hadn't moved yet, he yelled anxiously once more. But he shouted and shouted, but found that he couldn't shout anymore. His voice was getting smaller and smaller, and the inside of his throat was like stuck phlegm. Just by stretching out 2 fingers, little Carp caught the sword that Bai Hua had slashed at him. Trevor's glaring eyes couldn't help but rub them straight. The scene seemed too surreal even to him, but no matter how he looked at it, that tender palm whose nail caps were still covered with mud, just clamped down hard on the long sword that was hacking at him, making it impossible to advance an inch. And the same goes for Bai Hua. The whole person seemed to have seen a ghost, and his heart was even more shocked than Chui Wei. This sword was cut by him. No one understands the power of it better than he does. Catching one of his swords with 2 fingers, little Carp's strength was something he simply dared not imagine. At that moment, Xiao Lier's fingertips gently folded. Bai Hua's longsword instantly broke. Xiao Lier didn't intend to let go. Her foot kicked out and once again landed on the part of Bai Hua that had been injured just now. Plumber's second goal. Looking at Chui Wei, he also subconsciously shivered. Bai Hua unsurprisingly flew backwards again. Only after landing it was not as dynamic as the party, just lying on the ground in convulsions, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. In the future, don't say I'm useless at meditating. After collecting her momentum, little Carp looked down at Chui Wei and said seriously. Travis smacked his lips. I don't know how to respond. It took a long time to gather his words and ask, you're really 8? No, Koi answered. At those words, Trevor breathed a sigh of relief. If little Carp was really only 8 years old, then he, the self-proclaimed genius of the younger generation of the Southern Kingdom, would find a block of tofu and crash it to death. But in the next moment, little Carp's words almost didn't choke him to death. I'm only 7.5. Looking at Xiao Carp's extraordinarily serious appearance, he, who clearly should be grateful for Xiao Carp saving his life, had an urge to strangle the other party. Seemingly aware of Chui Wei's thoughts, little Carp added, I am able to be like this, all because of what Master has bestowed upon me, and the only reason I'm here is because Master told me to. He knows you're in trouble. Master! Chui Wei's body shook violently, staring with eyes full of incredulity. Ryoga seemed to savor it. Originally, he thought that the strength displayed by little Carp was the result of little Carp's own innate talent. He hadn't thought of Yuqing until little Carp would talk about Master this time. That great benefactor of the Southern Kingdom, That young man in green who looks like he's doing nothing but fishing all day long. He hastily touched the flask he carried in his pocket. The jug is not broken and intact. It was only then that he reacted to why Yuqing had suddenly asked him to come to the outskirts of the city to play a pot of wine at that time. He originally had some doubts. Obviously the peach blossom wine sold in the city was imported from Lulaohan, so why did he have to seek farther and nearer? In that case, he had known about Bai Hua's appearance for a long time. He even figured out that he wasn't a match for Bai Hua and sent little Carp to help him. In other words, Yuqing was not at all wasted 20 years ago as rumored by the Fa Yao Empire. This huge piece of information shook Cui Wei's mind a little bit for a while. Stop gawking for a second. What about that guy? At this point, Koi asked. Only then did Cui Wei react, getting up with little Carp's assistance and slowly coming to Bai Hua's face. At this moment, Bai Hua had long since fainted, but his body was still pumping twice every now and then. Under the little Carp's punches and kicks, Bai Hua's key thing was directly ate up, and he couldn't help but see Cui Wei draw a cold breath. He didn't understand why Koi only attacked there, but in his heart, he secretly swore that he would kill himself not to mess with this little guy in the future. But looking at Bai Hua, his eyes quickly went cold. Although he had been enraged and lost his mind before, he wasn't stupid, and now that he had calmed down a little and remembered all of Bai Hua's behavior just now, how could he not understand Bai Hua's intentions? With a clench of his teeth, his long sword fell, cleanly and directly resolving Bai Hua's pain. The two of them quickly returned to Milky Way Pavilion in the upper South City. Yuqing was still lazily lying on the recliner and fishing. When he saw Yuqing again, Cui Wei's heart had long been a different feeling. Before that, he only knew that Yuqing had once been kind to the Southern Kingdom, and that he had to do his part because of the orders of the Empress Nangong. Trevor, thank you for saving my lord's life. He knelt heavily on both knees, his voice grateful. It's just a show of hands. Why be so polite? Yuqing smiled bashfully and reached out to lift Cui Wei up, then added, however, your injuries are heavier than expected, and it is reasonable to say that under normal circumstances, his strength would not be enough to injure you like this. Your honor is clear. Cui Wei let out a bitter smile in embarrassment, then told Yuqing about the grudge between him and Bai Hua without any reservation. So it is. Yuqing patted Cui Wei's shoulder as a sign of comfort. But a woman is just a woman. No need to take it to heart. I'll take you to the hook to listen to music some other day. I'm mindful of your excellency's teachings, but there's no need to listen to the music at the hook bar. I'm really not interested. Cui Wei hastily excused himself. That's too early for you to say. You'll know when you go some other day, Yuqing said with a smile, then turned his gaze to Little Carp and asked, how does it feel? Thank you, master. It feels very good. Little Carp clenched his small fists, his excitement undiminished. After all, it was his first time out after accomplishing his feat. Wow. Then tell me, how did you even defeat that guy? Yuqing asked with a smile. So, Little Carp told Yuqing in a colorful manner. Off to the side, Travis chimed in. As he listened, Yuqing felt something was off. You're a punch and a kick. Wait, let me take a look at exactly which insights. Saying that, Yuqing hurriedly inspected it. At that time, when he gave Little Carp the insights, he only focused on whether the other party's insights were more suitable for the growth of the supreme bone, but he didn't pay attention to exactly what kind of saint's cultivation insights it was. After checking it, Yuqing was instantly a bit dumbfounded. Twitching the corners of his mouth, he looked at the Little Carp with a gaze that turned meaningful. It seemed to have seen a future presence that would make people sniff and tremble in their legs. Master, is something wrong? No, there's nothing wrong with it. Yuqing waved his hand awkwardly and hastily rounded off the conversation. Although the means may seem a bit dishonorable, a move that can defeat the enemy is a good move. Chapter 24 An unprecedented great opportunity in the Southern Kingdom. 2 days passed. Cui Wei's injuries were then almost healed. Yuqing is surprisingly not fishing today, but lazily lying on a recliner, holding the peach blossom wine that Cui Wei fought back from outside the city 2 days ago. Also started today's system check-in. Wow. Another sage insight. Yuqing's face was expressionless. In recent times the saint's insights have been as frequent as a fish bursting at the seams with this stuff, and there are already no less than 100 copies in the storage space. Sage insights from a sword saint. Just as he was about to put it away, he looked at Cui Wei who was practicing his sword at the side, looking at the wine pot in his hand. After a slight hesitation, he called Cui Wei to him. Greetings, my lord. I wonder what your orders are. Cui Wei said respectfully. Give you something. Yuqing waved his hand and took out the jade slip that lingered with a faint glow, landing in Cui Wei's hand. It is? Cui Wei suspiciously took the jade slip, opened it, and was so shocked that he hurriedly knelt to the ground. My lord, this is too expensive for me to take. And by this time, Yuqing had already closed his eyes again and just waved his hand at him, signaling him to back off. Chui Wei was so excited that he gulped, grasped the jade slip tightly with both hands, and knelt on the ground again with both knees to make a heavy bow towards Yuqing. Chui Wei, thank you for the treasure, Your Excellency. Only after saying this did Chui Wei respectfully retreat and find a corner, before reopening the jade slip, even though he had already known that it was a saint's insight. At this moment, as he looked at it closely, he still realized that he had underestimated its value. Inside, there were not only the insights of this sword saint's lifelong sword cultivation, but also a variety of combat experiences, as well as insights from every aspect. Just by looking at it for a while, a lot of questions and problems that he originally couldn't figure out were solved. That is to say, in his future cultivation, with this sage's insight, he would not take any detours or have any bottlenecks, and he would only need to follow the steps, and his cultivation would come to fruition. Over the course of the next day, Travis had 2 more epiphanies. With each epiphany, he had a breakthrough. If he were to let the current him run into Bai Hua who had knocked down the berserker pill again, he was confident that he would be able to kill him in a single second with a single sword without any effort. Also, since this day, next to the sheep, it wasn't just little Carp who was sitting in meditation. There was another Trevor. Koi moved to the side and couldn't help but glance at Travis. You didn't say that it's useless to sit in meditation. Why are you still sitting in meditation? Little Carp couldn't help but ask. Chui Wei's face reddened and changed at Koi's words, and he stammered for a long time before responding. Did I say that? You have a bad memory. Hurry up and practice. Saying that, Chui Wei hastily closed his eyes, not looking at the little Carp's eyes that were filled with questions. However, the two had just settled down for a while when there was a knock on the door from outside. Both of them went to the door at the same time before opening their eyes. Outside the door, there stood a young man in armor, a tiger. Greetings, General Li. Seeing the visitor, Chui Wei hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. At the same time, his face was full of doubts as to how he came here. Knowing that the Li Shanka in front of him was from the South Kingdom's forbidden guards, and one of Nan Jiqi's beloved ones, Li Shang glanced at Carp and saw that there was no one else around, so he arched his hand and said, Lord Chui, considering that you wanted to go to the army, His Majesty specially sent me to take over Lord Chui's task of protecting Mr. Yuqing. His Majesty has been busy with state affairs lately, so I would also like to ask Lord Chui to take me to meet Mr. Yuqing to explain the situation. Words. Chui Wei's face changed. Before he had a chance to speak, the little Carp next to him pointed at him and said, Oh, so you want to leave? I'll go tell Master. With that, he pulled out his legs and ran for the yard. Seeing this, Chui Wei hurriedly rushed up with an arrow step to grab the little Carp and covered his mouth with a deadly grip, while shouting, Hush, 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 Carp. No, Master Carp. I was wrong. I really didn't mean it. Please spare me. But look at Koi's eyes, where she was willing to let him go. 10 bunches of sugar gourds plus 10 osmanthus cakes, Chui Wei hurriedly added. Also, I'll cover all the chores for the next month, so you'll have more time to meditate and cultivate. Seeing this, the little Carp stopped tattling. Chui Wei then considered a sigh of relief, only then turned back and retraced his steps towards the courtyard entrance, arching his hand towards Li Shang and said, General Li, trouble you for making a trip for nothing. I'm quite accustomed to this place, and I also still hope that General Li will help me to report back to His Majesty as well. Well, farewell then. At the doorway, Li Shang scratched his head, a little unsure. Obviously this guy was the one who argued to leave. Why suddenly he didn't leave again? After seeing Li Shang leave, Chui Wei was relieved. Yuqing had just sent him the sage's insights and he was leaving. How could he do such a thing? Not to mention the fact that Yuqing had saved his life. He stayed here now, only wanting to do as much as he could for Yuqing. He then came back to Yuqing to explain and confess what had just happened. In response, Yuqing just smiled lightly and patted him on the shoulder, telling him that he didn't need to take it to heart. This made Chui Wei feel guilty inside as he became more and more reverent towards Yuqing. Subsequently, he hesitated for a long time and also asked the doubt that was pressed in his heart. My lord, in fact, I still don't understand. What is my Chui Wei's virtue and ability to allow you to reward me with such an important thing? Is it not good for you to keep it for your own use or to give it to your own descendants for such an important thing? The little Carp may not have any concept of it yet because they don't know any better. But as the more Chui Wei comprehended this saintly insight, the more his heart was shocked. In his opinion, this saint's insight was enough to cultivate a powerful clan, and could even be used as the foundation of a country, cultivating a constant stream of experts for a nation. So with gratitude in his heart, he had the trepidation of being flattered. Words. Yuqing smiled faintly and comforted. You don't have to be too pressured. The fact that I was able to gift it to you means that it's not that valuable to me. Travis was stunned, then couldn't help but be surprised. So in Yuqing's eyes, sage insights are not valuable? Then what realm and level was Yuqing himself? Exactly? I also wonder how the Fa Yao Empire, which had driven away the adults, would feel when it learned of all this. And the fact that Lord Yuqing didn't take it out on the Fu Shuang Empire was enough to show his kind-heartedness. But, even though Yuqing said so, Cui Wei still felt that he was not qualified to receive such an expensive gift. Seeing this, Yuqing smiled faintly. Getting up, he walked to the railing and looked at the river in front of him with his arms folded, as well as the dusk reflecting off the river. I actually come from a very distant place where there is also such a river of blue water. While there is gloom and doom there, many of them are also like you in the south. That's why I love it here. Happy to stay here too. Yuqing's words caused Cui Wei's body to stifle a shiver, and a sense of pride arose. The Southern Kingdom has been a small country since the beginning of history, surviving in the cracks during many wars and even nearly destroyed many times. But the only thing that remains the same is the quality of the Southlanders. Perhaps there was also the usual grudge between him and Bai Hua, and many unseen injustices. But most people stick to their guns. And because of this, the South's lack of a profit motive was recognized by Yuqing, and the reward for his saintly insights was not given to him, Cui Wei, personally, but was a reward for the goodwill of the Southern Kingdom. Thank you, Your Excellency, for recognizing my Southern Kingdom. Cui Wei was thrilled when he thought about all of this. He seems to have expected as much. The Southland seems to have been presented with a great opportunity as never before. Chapter 25 Sun Xuanji resigns. The days in the south are calm and peaceful. And in the Fu Yao Empire, Nangong Fuyao was having a fit. Give face. Also, just now you meant that not only did Nan Jiji personally greet him, give him a good place to stay, and fulfill all his requests, but he also sent his beloved ones to serve as his guards? Yes. At the bottom, Sun Xuanji nodded. I said Yuqing, how could he, an invalid, dare to go against me? So it's because he has the Southern Kingdom backing him up. Southern Kingdom. Southern Kingdom. It seems like you want to go against my Fu Yao Empire completely. If I anticipate well, the Southern Kingdom should also be aware of the matter of my imperial capital's demonic affliction, and purposely stabilized Yuqing in the Southern Kingdom so that he could wait for my Fu Yao Empire to have some plans after the loss of its qi. It's really a wolf's heart. Since you, a small Southern Kingdom, dared to go against me repeatedly, don't blame me for being ruthless. It just so happens that the fertile land of the Southern Kingdom is also what I've been asking for. If I can really take the Southern Kingdom, then the loss of qi due to the demonic plague will be nothing. Saying that, Nangong Fuyao landed his gaze on Sun Xuanji. Are you going to shout something to make me think twice again? How can you accomplish great things when you're the dean of the Heavenly Palace Academy and you're as obsequious as a piece of trash? And if he, Yuqing, doesn't want to come back, don't you know how to tie him up? Do you still need me to teach you personally? In the face of Nangong Fuyao's tirade, Sun Xuanji didn't say half a word, just a flash of disappointment deep in the corner of his eye. Originally, when he spoke out about the treatment of Yuqing by the Southern Kingdom, it was not because he wanted to prompt Nangong Fuyao to attack the Southern Kingdom. Rather, it was hoped that this Her Majesty the Empress would reflect on the fact that Yuqing could be treated in such a manner when he had merely helped the Southern Kingdom to slaughter a dragon. Yuqing, on the other hand, was a founding member of the Fu Shuo Empire, but in the end, he made it look like an enemy. He peacefully waited for Nangong Fuyao to finish cursing thoroughly before he knelt on both knees. Then he said in a respectful voice, "It is true, as Your Majesty said, it is already difficult for the old minister to fulfill his role as the dean of the Heavenly Palace Academy. The old minister is here to resign from Your Majesty, and I also hope that Your Majesty will remove the old minister's dean status and allow the old minister to return to his homeland in his old age." You want to resign? Nangong Fuyao's face changed as he majestically looked at Sun Xuanji and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Sun Xuanji respectfully said. Seeing Sun Xuanji's face full of seriousness, Nangong Fuyao's face turned cloudy. The next moment, however, there was a sudden burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Then he hurriedly stepped forward to help Sun Xuanji up, and said in a warm voice, "Dean Sun, you should not say such angry words to me. Just now my words were indeed a bit heavy, but am I not in a fit of anger? The imperial capital's demonic infestation has not been resolved. Xiao Wuchen is nowhere to be found. Yuqing and the Southern Kingdom are both against me, and it was only in anger that I uttered those angry words. Dean, you have to be more sympathetic to me. Your Majesty, I am not speaking in anger, but I am indeed old and no longer able to fulfill the position of president of the Heavenly Palace Academy," Sun Xuanji said with a serious face. Having said that, Sun Xuanji resumed kneeling on the ground, his head lowered to the ground to show his attitude. Seeing the situation, Nangong Fuyao's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it as he looked at Sun Xuanji and asked, "Is Dean Sun dissatisfied with what I've done?" "Don't dare," Sun Xuanji responded. "Then it is that you think I have not treated you well enough? Sun Xuanji said. Neither. For a long, long time, Nangong Fa Yao did not say another word, and the entire palace was filled with coldness. Finally, I don't know how long had passed before Nangong Fa Yao stretched his voice and said, Dean's son, you have to confirm. If I nod this head, I can't take it back. Sun Xuanji said, I confirm. Nangong Fa Yao took a deep breath, calming his violently heaving chest, then said, recently, because of the demonic plague, the dean has been laboring hard, and it's only reasonable that his heart and mind are exhausted. I'll promise for now to let Dean rest for a while, and when you're done, you can come back. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then the straw man will leave. Sun Xuanji kowtowed and thanked him, and after getting up, he exited the hall straight away. You just really let this old man go? And after Sun Xuanji retreated, a white-clothed man stepped out from behind the screen. It's probably because he sees that I want to attack the southern kingdom and has an opinion. So it's good to give him a break. Nangong Fa Yao said in a deep voice. When I truly take the southern kingdom, after all the dust settles, he will have nothing more to say. Good luck then, the man in white said indifferently as he sat himself down on the side. Is this body still adaptable? Nangong Fa Yao said. This is one of the top 3 of the younger generation in my Fa Yao Empire. Barely. The man in white looked down at himself, then took out another list of materials and set it on the table. Nangong Fa Yao frowned when he saw this. The man in white saw her concern and said, having just taken over this body, it needs a period of time to adapt, and after the adaptation period is over, my father will soon be able to return to the peak. At the peak of my father, the entire southern border is nothing more than an ant in my eyes, and what you want to do at that time will be nothing more than a wave of my father's hand. Nangong Fa Yao put away the list and looked at the white-clothed youth in front of him. His face then soothed quite a bit. Then I hope that you will be able to fulfill your promise by then. The days that followed. Inside the Fa Yao Empire, armies mobilized and military horses were assembled. Although the Fa Yao Empire did not immediately declare war, the southern kingdom also vaguely sensed something. Several major generals of the southern kingdom as well as many important ministers were summoned to the palace at the first opportunity. The whole situation. There was a vague sense of a storm coming. And upstairs in Miluo Pavilion, still a picture of leisure atmosphere. Chui Wei and little carp child were still sitting by the sheep, settling down to cultivate, comprehending the saint's insights. Right at this moment, a powerful aura emanated from little carp's body, and the nearby Chui Wei stared straight at him. This was already the third breakthrough for little carp in the past few days. Originally, after little carp saved him, he already knew that little carp's realm was higher than his, but now it was clear that he also had sage insights. Yet why was he still unable to catch up even on horseback? How did you break through again? There was a sour note in Trevor's voice. Because Master gave me the supreme bone. Little carp looked at him and responded seriously. Nani? When Chui Wei heard this, he stood up like a spring, looking at little carp with a face full of shock. He naturally knew exactly what the supreme bone meant. That first person of the young generation in the Fa Yao Empire, Xiao Wuchen, was because he was carrying the supreme bone, and with the sage's insights, coupled with the supreme bone, little carp's future was something he hardly dared to imagine. It was as if he had seen a supreme power standing in front of him, cultivating together. Although he was sour, he wasn't really jealous of the little carp. Instead, I'm sincerely happy for Koi, and also for the future of the South. After all, Koi is a native Southlander. Unable to help it, he turned his gaze back to Yuqing on the side. The reverence in his gaze increased. With the arrival of this one, the future of the South, and dare not imagine Chapter 26, Listen to Me Now or Die. Today, however, there was a guest. It was the ancient Taoist. From his storage bag, he pulled out 2 lakes of good wine, and Yuqing sat on the Milky Way pavilion and drank to each other. The Fa Yao Empire is still besieging your Qinyan sect? Yuqing asked. That's not true, the ancient Taoist said. After all, they know in their hearts that they simply can't even enter my mountain protector formation and are counting on me to lift the ban on the Formation Masters Guild. That's good. Yuqing nodded. As for the ban on formation masters placed by the ancient Taoist on the Fa Yao Empire, he still had the same line of not commenting on it. It's not about him either. He had long since ceased to have any relationship with the Fa Yao Empire, but I've heard whispers that the Fa Yao Empire seems to be making a move against the southern kingdom. The ancient Taoist added at this time. Because of what? Yuqing asked. If I'm right, there's a high probability that it's because of you, the ancient Taoist said. Of course, it can't be ruled out that that sister of yours already had thoughts about the southern kingdom. Words. Yuqing frowned, combining the 2 demons underneath the Fa Yao Empire, as well as the ancient Taoist's injunction, and the successive visits of Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji, he easily smoothed out the crux of the matter. A huff welled up on his normally gentle face. That's why I came here to ask you. What are you going to do? The ancient Taoist asked. Yuqing's pupils shrunk. If the Fa Yao Empire really attacked the southern kingdom, not to say that it was all because of him, at least he was a deed cause. In the sense of the word, he shouldn't just sit back and watch. In fact, with his strength, if he personally helped the southern kingdom enter the war, he could easily crush the Fa Yao Empire. But what about the future? Or what about when he's not in the south? So a Fa Yao Empire was not on his mind. He was looking at the longer term. So, if you want to help the south to solve the problem, you should solve the problem from the root. Because, he loved this part of the south. The Southland now. This Milky Way pavilion was actually the current home of him, the otherworldly traveler. Even if he goes elsewhere in the future, tired and weary, he may return here. Would you be able to set up the headquarters of that Formation Master Guild of yours, in the Southern Kingdom? Yuqing asked. That's what I was thinking. Ancient Taoist's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, I'm not going to hide it from you. Because of the recent events, I want to give my Green Cloud sect a new sect site. So I looked at the stars at night and divined. And the trigrams told me that the new clan site should be set up in the south. The only other place in the south where the Green Cloud sect was originally located is the Southern Kingdom. Plus you're also in the Southern Kingdom now. So I've already determined that I'm going to move the Green Cloud sect's lifting to the Southern Kingdom. And the position of Formation Masters is obvious to all throughout the land of the southern border. Often a Formation Master can do what he is told to do. After all, anyone of any clan may have to beg for a Formation Master at times. That's why the place where the Formation Artist Guild's headquarters is set up is predictably bound to become one of the southern borders core in the future. That's why if my Green Cloud sect moves to the Southern Kingdom, even out of selfishness, I want to set up the headquarters of the Formation Masters Guild in the Southern Kingdom. Then in that case, let's trouble you to implement this matter, Yuqing said with his hands folded. As long as the headquarters of the Formation Masters Guild was set up in the Southern Kingdom, not to mention the Fa Yao Empire, any country in the entire southern border would not dare to think anything of the Southern Kingdom. This was because attacking the Southern Kingdom at that time would be tantamount to making an enemy of the Formation Masters Guild. To be honest, this is a bit difficult. The ancient Taoist sweated. There are 3 vice presidents within the Formation Artist Guild in addition to me. The president. These 3 vice presidents' formation attainments are not lower than mine. Plus they're also senior and have high reputations. So when there's no profit involved, they'll sell me as the president's face. But I'm afraid that they won't give in so easily to something like the Formation Artist Guild's headquarters, which involves big interests, the ancient Taoist said rather bitterly. Upon hearing this, Yuqing smiled faintly and said, I do have a way for this. Wow, what is the way? The ancient Taoist was puzzled. You'll know when it's time for you to take me to meet them. Yuqing laughed. Good. It just so happens that 2 days later we'll be starting a meeting in Qinghua regarding the location of the Formation Master Guild's headquarters. So you'll come over with me at that time, ancient Taoist said. Good. Yuqing nodded. 2 days later, Yuqing followed the ancient Taoist to the kingdom of Qing. Inside a large hall, the entire southern frontier's prestigious array masters had gathered here. After all, the ancient Taoist was the president of the Formation Masters Guild. Perhaps his formation attainments weren't the most outstanding, but to be able to become the president, his connections and comprehensive abilities were definitely not bad. So when they saw the ancient Taoist, many of them greeted him, and upon seeing Yuqing following beside the ancient Taoist, many people did not mince words of praise. President Gu, could this youth be your recently accepted shut-in disciple? Look at the appearance of a talented man, a man among men, to be valued by President Gu. This kid's future achievements are unlimited. Yes, it's good to see more of the world, especially our kind of event that gathers formation masters from all over the southern border. Young man, you should see more and learn more. Don't let down President Gu's hard work. In response to these remarks, the ancient Taoist rushed to explain that this was not the case. It was Yuqing, on the contrary, who smiled and didn't care. That said, you still haven't told me exactly what method to use, the ancient Taoist said suspiciously. You'll know in a moment. Let's go. People have arrived. Let's have a meeting. Yuqing smiled faintly. In the large hall, all the formation masters were present according to their status. Yuqing, on the other hand, sat down casually, and besides the ancient Taoist, the most outstanding ones were the 3 old men to the left and right of the ancient Taoist besides Yuqing. It was none other than the 3 vice presidents of the Formation Artist Guild. After a simple opening statement, the ancient Taoist opened the door and said, Gentlemen, discuss where the Formation Artist Guild's headquarters will be set up. As soon as the ancient Taoist's words fell, those 3 vice presidents looked at each other, and then one of them, the old man named Eagle Changkong, spoke up and said, President Gu, the unanimous decision of the 3 of us is to set up the headquarters of the Formation Masters Guild in the kingdom of Qing. Words. The ancient Taoist frowned and said in a deep voice, although the 3 vice presidents are highly respected. But hiding the decision from me as the president is a bit too much of a disregard for me, isn't it, President Gu? It's the best decision for the headquarters to be set up in Qinghua, and I'm sure that no one here should have any problem with that. So, do you all have any disagreements? Saying that, the 3 vice presidents swept their gazes across the room at the same time. This gaze caused the crowd, which had been whispering a bit, to fall silent. With so many people, there were bound to be different opinions, and there were bound to be people who wanted to side with the ancient Taoist, but no one wants to be the first to jump in and say they're against it. As the saying goes, a gun hitting a head is not a good thing if one is hated by all 3 vice presidents at the same time. Seeing the situation, the 3 vice presidents looked at each other, and a satisfied smile spread across their faces. The trio ate up exactly that. Utilizing this approach, and without waiting for the ancient Taoists to react, they directly set up their headquarters in Gyeongguk. Just as Eagle Changkong also wanted to make a quick cut and directly announce the results. Never saying anything, Yuqing's voice finally came out. I object. Yuqing said faintly. As soon as Yuqing's words fell, the 3 people's faces sank and they immediately looked over. The other formation masters in the arena also looked over. Some were in awe, others were surprised who had the audacity to do so. For the 3 vice presidents, the greatest fear is that the first voice of opposition will appear. For once the first voice appears, others are bound to follow. You say you're against it, but who are you? Eagle Changkong's face sank, his gloomy gaze fixed on Yuqing as he slammed the table and drank. I've never seen you before, quickly tell me, how did you blend in? Seeing this, the ancient Taoist next to him finally reacted and said in a deep voice, he didn't just mingle in, but came with me. Humph, President Gu, even if he came with you, so what? Eagle Changkong snorted coldly, looked around the room and said, for a meeting of this level of our Formation Master Guild, which one that can come is not a dignified existence in the southern border? When did a milquetoast brat get to be brought in? Say it. He pressed his aura towards Yuqing and said in a deep voice, little thing, this isn't a place you're qualified enough to come to. For the sake of President Gu's face, get yourself out of here, and I won't bother with you. Asterisk 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 URM. Ancient Taoist saw the situation, immediately anxious. A slap on the table jumped up and cursed. In his heart, in the formation attainments if the qualifications, who is present cannot compare to Yuqing. You as a hall president. You actually insulted like this, how can you be a president? Seeing this, Eagle Changkong also pointed at the ancient Taoist with an angry face. Seeing that a verbose back and forth conflict was about to erupt, Yuqing shook his head and stood up. Originally, we are all in it for the benefits and there is no excuse for fighting with each other. It's not exactly a vendetta. So this time, he originally wanted to give some benefits and by the other side, so that both sides could be happy. But since they're screwing around so much, it's not his fault. He didn't have the luxury of sniping at them. He directly took out a wide-back long knife and put it on Eagle Changkong's neck. Now listen to me or die. Chapter 27, Reinforcements come, Reinforcements run. You, what are you doing? Feeling the chill coming from his neck, Eagle Changkong looked at Yuqing incredulously and drank. This is the Formation Masters Guild. You dare to commit murder in public? Yuqing's eyes raised as he sniffed. The long knife in his hand came together and slashed over without saying a word. Stop stop stop. Eagle Changkong immediately. His legs were soft, and he knelt to the ground, shrinking his neck and shouting for mercy. This time he was really trembling with fear. He clearly felt that if his legs had not gone limp, Yuqing would not have hesitated to chop off his neck. This guy is really daring. The razor-sharp blade hovered a finger above his forehead. You can't either. Yuqing looked down on Eagle Changkong and said mockingly. The scene. It also confused the whole scene. It also did not occur to him that in the general meeting of the Formation Masters Guild, someone had directly moved against the vice president, and the ancient Taoist on the side stared up. Is that what you call a solution? From now on, it's my call. The Formation Artist Guild's headquarters is set up in the Southern Kingdom. Do you guys have any opinions? Yuqing looked around the room indifferently, especially those 3 old vice-chairmen. The 3 vice presidents all grimaced and didn't say anything, but in secret, they crushed the jade slips as a way to send a message. This was because from the moment Yuqing moved his sword, they could see that Yuqing's strength carried through the entire field. Although many of them were not weak in terms of realm, these formation masters did not have much practical combat ability, and more of their minds were used on formations. Of course, the energy in them is immense, and the manifestation of their strength lies in the helpers above. After all, who hasn't had a need for an array maker at some point? Whether it was setting up a mountain protection formation, exploring a secret realm, or something as small as a spirit gathering formation that concerned a disciple's cultivation, all of them could not be separated from formation masters. That was why some big clans would hire some powerful formation masters as guest elders. It's usually fine and definitely not offensive. It could be said that a powerful array master was absolutely capable of doing what he was told. Hire a helper? However, their small movements could not escape Yuqing's eyes. Yet he only said indifferently, just as well. It's good to have you guys call for help, to save any trouble in the future. But remember, if you're going to hire the strongest, don't do that whole beat up dad and come back to grandpa act. I have limited time. Yuqing's words infuriated the Eagle Chongkong trio's teeth. That's a crazy thing to say. Young man, you are indeed wild enough. But I hope that later on you still have this qualification to talk big. One of the old men said with a cold snort. Yuqing, however, ignored him and instead put away his long sword and sat down to wait for their help to arrive. A few moments later, there was finally movement from outside. It was a middle-aged man in a long shirt, directly stepping into the air from the distance. At the sight of this man, the crowd at the scene was in an uproar. Heavens, it seems to be the Qing Kingdom's Wind and Cloud sect leader, Yi Nantian. It seems to be true, except for some transcendent clans. Most of the clans in the southern border countries are under the command of the empire, whereas the Wind and Cloud clan can be on par with the Emperor of Qing and Chang, which is enough to see the power of the Wind and Cloud clan. This Wind and Cloud clan patriarch's personal visit, the face of the 3 vice presidents. It's really big. Yeah, even this one was invited. Among the scene, countless formation masters were talking. Being a formation master can be a call to arms, but different levels are relative. At least for those of them, they didn't have the face to say that they could invite Yi Nantian. At this moment, Yi Nantian stood in midair outside of the Grand Hall and said aloud, I've heard rumors that the 3 formation masters have encountered a bit of trouble, and I don't know what kind of trouble it is. Seeing this, the Eagle Chongkong trio went forward to greet them in a hurry. Patriarch Yi, please take the trouble to make a trip yourself. We have indeed run into trouble. Not only are we intimidated, but we also want to beat and kill us with knives. Please help us take down the murderers. Eagle Chongkong shouted with a cold face, remembering that Yuqing had put a knife on his neck in public and forced him to kneel. He was filled with hatred. Oh, there is actually such a thing? After hearing this, Yi Nantian's expression sank and he said in a deep voice, where is the murderer? This clan will definitely take him down and place him at the disposal of the 3 of you. And at the moment, Yuqing was still sitting on the stool. When he saw Yi Nantian, a meaningful smile surged on his face. I didn't realize it was quite a coincidence that I ran into an old acquaintance. So without waiting for Eagle Chongkong and the others to speak, Yuqing was the first to transmit his voice. Patriarch Yi, that so-called murderer is me. He slightly raised his head and said towards Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian's pupils shrunk as he heard this and fixed his gaze on Yuqing through the crowd. It's a shock not to see, to that smiling face. At this moment his soul rose up. He subconsciously shivered, and a cold sweat instantly broke out all over his body. Jude remembered it was 10 years ago, when diplomatic strife arose between the Qing Kingdom and the Fushuang Empire. He was entrusted by the Qing Emperor to come to the Fushuang Empire to exert pressure. It was this line that became the nightmare of his life. After returning from the Fuyang Empire, this demon visited the Wind and Cloud sect in the middle of the night with a sword, tying him up along with a few of the Wind Cloud sect's supreme elders and ravaging them until dawn. Since then, he, the Wind Cloud sect, along with the entire Qing Kingdom, did not dare to have any further association or dispute with the Fa Yao Empire. The trauma of that unforgiving night, whose trauma he had spent almost a decade healing, had almost become a demon of the mind. It's only in recent times that I've been able to walk away from that mental shadow for good. He hadn't thought in 1,000 years that he'd just walked out and run into this demon again. In his hand, he carried the same knife as back then. Once the past in his mind almost a flash. He did not say a word. The party is still standing in the air. High man, as much as possible he turned around, pulled his legs and ran. It seems to be afraid that the speed of running is not fast enough. A pair of legs in midair cannot help but straight stomp, as a way to want to borrow power to speed up. While the 3 of them, Eagle Chongkong, waited with anticipation for Yi Nantian to take down Yuqing, and even thought of how to dispose of Yuqing in a vicious manner. They realized that Yi Nantian had suddenly run out of sight. He was stagnant and dumbfounded, and the others on the scene were dumbfounded for a moment, puzzled. It was a long time before someone reacted and stammered incredulously. Yi, Patriarch Yi, it seems to have run away? With the fall of his words, the whole room was in an uproar. Is this reinforcements coming? Reinforcements running? Chapter 28. Since you're already here, why run? Yi Nantian was still in midair and playing with running. While running, he also cursed, son of a Eagle Longkong, you 3 old things are causing me harm. I'll your grandmother. However, as he ran, he was suddenly struck dumb. A feeling of a heart stuck in his throat. At that very instant, he clearly perceived that the space he was in was completely frozen and imprisoned. The feeling was as if he was running and was frozen in midair. He was in a cold sweat. Even though he was considered a person who had seen the world with his status, it was difficult to imagine what kind of strength it should require to be able to do this. Just for a moment, he didn't know how many miles he had already run. The strength of this demon seemed to be even more terrifying than it was 10 years ago. Also at the same time he was confined. A voice transmission came from inside his head. If you're already here, what's the point of running? Come back and catch up. It was only at the same time that the transmission fell that the confining force dispersed. But Yi Nantian no longer had the heart to run. With a bitter face, he turned back and rushed back, just when the scene was still in a daze, questioning whether Yi Nantian had really run away. He realized that Yi Nantian had turned back. This made the dead hearts of the Eagle Changkong trio come back to life. Where did this Yi Nantian escape? Just now it was clear that he had something important to do. They thought of it this way. So this time to see Yi Nantian is delighted. Hastily shouted once again. Yi Patriarch Daycare. Really disturbed. But also please Yi Patriarch as soon as possible. To help us capture this thief. Shut up. Yi Nantian, who came back in ashes, heard this as soon as he came back, and was simply in the mood to die, and could not wait to directly slap over and kill these three old thieves. However, he didn't have the time to pay attention to them, and instead, under the shocked gazes of the entire room, he topped himself with a pandering look and arrived in front of Yuqing. Elder, I actually don't know them well. Arriving in front of Yuqing, Yi Nanshan's first time was to set aside his relationship with these three formation masters. The look of respect was unprecedented, but his words fell on the ears of others, and they could be said to have set off 1,000 waves. What did they hear? The Wind Cloud Sect Patriarch actually called Yuqing Wei Senior? The heavenly wasteland continent is honored by the strong. The strong come first. With this cry of senior, didn't it mean that Yuqing's strength was even more terrifying than Yi Nanshan's? Even if this voice of senior was misheard by everyone, Yi Nanshan's words of clearing his relationship with the Eagle Changkong trio in the first place, as well as that pandering look in front of Yuqing, were clearly seen by the crowd. It was only now that he realized that Yi Nantian didn't have any urgent matters just now. It's clearly a runaway. It just doubled back for some reason. And the most wonderful face belongs to the Eagle Changkong three people, that with Ada Dead Rat General Ugly. They thought they had looked up to Yuqing enough, which was why they had invited Yi Nantian over. It also wanted Yuqing to see that the energy they represented was not something that could be compared just by having a little strength. However, he did not expect Yi Nantian to be in this posture in front of Yuqing. Patriarch Yi, you are the rescuer that their three old men invited. It's not good for you to be so respectful to me. Yuqing looked at him with a smile and said leisurely, according to the normal link, you should help them out, and then the two of us should come and fight. These words made Yi Nantian shiver. He hurriedly wiped off his sweat and said in a pandering manner, Hey, senior, what are you talking about? Letting me fight with you is not lifting up Shan'an, and Minami just said that I really don't know them well. Yi Nanshan's words caused another outcry from the crowd present. I've seen postures drop low, but not this low. Was this still the same Wind and Cloud Sect Patriarch who was renowned throughout the southern border? Wow. Then in that case, you don't care about my feud with them? Yuqing asked leisurely. Of course it's none of my business. Yi Nantian hurriedly stated. If senior gives the word, I can immediately take down the three of them on his behalf. The Eagle Changkong trio almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It's clearly someone they invited. They pointed at Yi Nantian, their eyes filled with hatred and mockery, so angry that they couldn't speak for a long time. Why is the head of the Wind and Cloud Sect so lowly, with such a weak spine? Yi Nantian turned a blind eye to the sarcasm in their eyes. Secretly, this group of old fellows were pressingly unaware of the terror of the one in front of them. Since you're staying out of it, that's great. Go ahead and play aside. Yuqing waved his hand. When Yi Nantian heard this, he immediately revealed a look of relief and hurriedly retreated to the side. And at this moment, Yuqing turned his gaze to Eagle Changkong and the others and leisurely asked, What else do you guys have to say? This is the Formation Masters Guild, not outside. Even if you use your strength to bully us into reaching your will for a moment, the entire southern border Formation Masters will not agree. Among the three vice presidents, an old man shouted with a red face, and his words did receive the approval of all the Formation Masters present for a while. Regardless of where he stood, he was first and foremost a Formation Master. If the Formation Masters Guild were to have their heads lowered by someone carrying a sword in a forceful and intimidating manner, their hearts would not be convinced nor would they agree. Wow, you have a point. This is the Formation Masters Guild after all. Yuqing sniffed in thought. Then he slowly got up and said, I'll lay out a burst for the three of you to break together, and if it breaks open, I'll be at your disposal. Upon hearing this, The Eagle Changkong trio's eyes lit up as they excitedly said, "Can you be serious about what you said?" "Naturally true," Yuqing said confidently. "Good," Eagle Changkong responded. "If we can break your formation, you are at our disposal. If we can't, whatever you say today is what you say." Eagle Longkong's words were also filled with confidence. If it was purely compared to strength, they were indeed no match for Yuqing, but if it was compared to formations, or the three of them together, they boasted that they were not afraid of anyone from the southern border. "Borrow a sword." When Yuqing said that, he casually ingested his hand towards mid-air. It was also unknown whose three long swords floated up in the air, sort of on the spot, and then fell down from the three directions of those three vice presidents to form a formation. Then, under the attention of countless formation masters, Yuqing formed a series of hand seals and struck down. A formation was then set up so easily by him. "That's enough. Please break the formation," Yuqing said indifferently. "That's it?" The three Eagle Changkongs looked at Yuqing incredulously. They thought that Yuqing dared to make a big statement, so there should be something, but I didn't expect it to be so haphazard. Even the materials used for the formation were locally sourced. It gave them a feeling of being belittled. "Let's break it first," Yuqing said leisurely, and after saying that, he ignored the gazes of the crowd and sat himself down on the side. Chapter 29 Elder, we have nothing more to say to each other. Looking at Yuqing's appearance, even many of the other formation masters felt irritated. Admittedly, Yuqing is very strong, but this was, after all, a formation one, and the Eagle Changkong trio he was facing represented, in a way, the peak of the entire southern border formation masters. This kind of contempt from Yuqing was a complete lack of regard for their group of formation masters. In fact, not to mention the other formation masters, even the ancient Taoist frowned. He also felt that Yuqing was too hasty. Just insert three swords and make a few hand seals, even if it's a formation? He hadn't been able to see the end of the formation anyway, couldn't even see what kind of formation it was. "Yes, we're coming to break this so-called formation of yours now, so please remember what you just said." At this moment, Eagle Changkong said in a deep voice, "Be my guest." The seated Yuqing stretched his hand and said casually. As his words fell, the three of them, Eagle Changkong, glanced at each other and then stepped out at the same time. But as they took this step, the environment presented before their eyes completely changed. They who had just stood in the formation and were still able to talk to Yuqing and the other formation masters seemed to have come to a different world altogether. The three of them saw this and showed surprise. He immediately put away his contempt. "A little something," one of the old men said. "There is indeed something," Eagle Changkong also picked up, "but it's just an illusion formation." "Aha!" The remaining two nodded, but they were aware that although they were presented with a different world before them, they had not forgotten that they were actually standing in the Great Hall. "Although it's a bit tactful, it's still underestimating us too much. Could it be that you think a mere illusionary formation can stop us? And the easiest way to break the illusion formation is to ignore everything that happens in the illusion and just stay clear and pass normally," an old man said. The other two old men nodded. It was followed by the sight of the three old men taking another step out. However, after this step, the three people who had just been calm and collected suddenly changed their colors drastically. Not long after, a fearful voice came out of Eagle Longkong's mouth. "No, don't you come over here." With this shout, Eagle Changkong was like a headless fly, scurrying about within the tiny few feet of where the three long swords were. The other two old men were no better. A person's face was pale, and he took out pills from his storage bag and desperately took them, as if he was facing some great danger. The other person, with a miserable look on his face, took out the sword he had with him and waved it desperately in the space in front of him. The scene, naturally, it fell into the eyes of the array masters on the scene. They have been incredulous, no longer daring to have the slightest bit of contempt. He turned his awe-inspiring gaze on Yuqing, who was seated on the side. At the same time, the crowd surrounding the three swords had their footsteps backed up, afraid of accidentally stepping into that range. Looking at the three vice presidents in this manner, how could they not know that within this seemingly haphazard formation, there was actually a great deal going on? Then again, looking at their wretched appearance, they couldn't help but think deeply about what they had encountered in there. One could only continue to watch to see if these three vice presidents could adjust their state and subsequently break the formation. But things didn't go in the direction they had hoped. Not a moment too soon, Eagle Changkong as if encountered the whole world's most feel fear of things. Forehead veins rage, pupils burst out, fled to the present, seems to be the body bones are soft, and then kneeled on the ground unbearable begged for mercy. It was as if he had been struck by an evil spirit. His head hit the ground one by one, his forehead was red and swollen, and the blood was clearly visible. The other two were equally no better, and the two completely killed each other, as if they didn't recognize each other at all. They pounced on each other like evil spirits. The crowd in the room gasped at the sight of this. What the hell did they run into in this formation? Ha! And looking at this state now, where can we break any formation? Someone attempted to call out to Eagle Longkong, but it was obviously close to his eyes. But it was as if he was separated from the two worlds. And Eagle Longkong did not respond at all. 2. How about letting them out? Finally, a formation master couldn't help but say. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their inquiring gazes towards Yuqing. Looking at this state, if we don't let them out, I'm afraid the people will be ruined. How about letting them go? At that moment, the ancient Taoist also couldn't help but say. Although he wasn't too friendly with these three vice presidents, the two sides didn't have any life and death conflicts after all. They were just competing for interests. Besides, if they were really scrapped, it would be the Formation Master Guild that would be weakened. Seeing that the ancient Taoist had also said so, Yuqing casually waved his hand, and the three long swords that had been stuck in the ground returned to their original places. But even if the formation is broken, the three in the formation still hadn't slowed down, and Eagle Changkong was curled up on the ground trembling. The two people who were killing each other froze for just a moment, and then proceeded to kill towards each other. It seems impossible to tell reality from reality. It was then that the crowd rushed forward and pulled the two together before they could avoid continuing the brutalization. At the same time, someone on the other side picked up Eagle Changkong and informed them that this was no longer in the formation. It was only then that the three of them slowed down afterward, their hearts palpitating as they turned their dull and fearful gazes towards Yuqing. How about it? Am I talking enough now? Facing the gazes of the three, Yuqing hooked up the corner of his mouth and asked indifferently. The three of them looked at each other with complicated faces. There is no longer any strength to be stubborn. Today was a total loss for them. Strength, strength, strength. The help that moved in only saw the person and ran away. Array formations, too, are not at all at the same level. Elder, we have no more second words to say. The three men clasped their fists and arched their hands. Although they were defeated and disgraced this time, it had to be said that the formation set up by Yuqing had completely convinced them again. This is a gift, and it is a gift of the heart. It's also evident from the change in how they address Yuqing. Well then, President Gu and I mean to establish the Formation Master Guild in the Southern Kingdom. Do you all have any objections? Yuqing asked. The field was silent, obviously agreeing with Yuqing's opinion. Then since it's confirmed, that's that. Seeing this, Yuqing nodded, then got up and was about to leave. Wait, senpai. However, Yuqing had just gotten up when Eagle Changkong called out to Yuqing instead. The mouth swallowed. You can say whatever you want, Yuqing said. Dare I ask, senior, can you tell me? What kind of formation is this? Eagle Changkong asked with a reddened face and a complete posture of asking for advice. Although he still had palpitations about the horror of that formation, it was precisely because of this that Eagle Changkong, as a veteran formation master, aspired to formations all his life. It was only then that I wanted to figure out even more what was going on with that formation. This cannot be said in a sentence or two, but I live in the South Country, and when the time comes for you to go there, I can tell you all about the wonders of it. Yuqing looked at Eagle Changkong and said indifferently, when we have time, we can still discuss the wonders of formations with each other. Yes, 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 yes. When the Eagle Changkong trio heard this, their excitement was unparalleled. The unhappiness from earlier seemed to have been completely forgotten, and her eyes looked at Yuqing with both fervor and passion. This was because they felt that if Yuqing could explain the mysteries to them, they would definitely be able to go to the next level in terms of their attainments in formations. Senior, we will cooperate with President Gu and establish our headquarters in the Southern Kingdom as soon as possible. Eagle Changkong hurriedly arched his hand and said, and again, seeing that Yuqing was about to leave, the group of people rushed to respectfully see him off again. Chapter 30, the Formation Masters Guild will be on the same side as the Southland, advancing and retreating together. Yuqing had already left, and the ancient Taoist was out of his mind as he looked in the direction Yuqing had left. He realized that he hadn't been able to see through Yuqing since the beginning. And Yuqing's last words were even more complimentary. Appear to be atmospheric while at the same time taking this group of foolish old men completely by the scruff of their necks and voluntarily traveling to the south. It could be envisioned that in the future, the Formation Masters Guild would take him as its core and become ironclad, no longer having any worries. This hand of holding people's hearts and minds is indeed high. Anyone who really thought he was a salty, lazy dude would be sorely mistaken. And Yi Nantian, who was hiding in the corner on the side, also patted his chest and let out a big sigh of relief. Luckily, this siren hadn't taken him seriously since the beginning. At the same time his eyes swiveled. It seems like it's time to say hello to Emperor Qing and make good relations with the Southern Kingdom. Yi Nantian left without a sound. Soon, the meeting of the Guild of Formation Artists continued, and there was no further objection to the location of the headquartered tribe in the south. The next thing to do is to put things into practice. Therefore, when Yuqing returned to the southern kingdom, the three of them, Eagle Chongkong, arrived in the upper southern city on the back foot. In the middle of the palace, Nan Yui's brows were furrowed as he was discussing with a few ministers about dealing with the Fa Yao Empire, because judging from the Fa Yao Empire's troop movements, the spearhead was pointed directly at the southern kingdom. A great battle is inevitable, and judging from the frowns that Nan Shichi as well as several ministers were tightly frowning, the situation was not optimistic. After all, the South Kingdom was small in size, resulting in a small population as well, and was no match for the Fa Yao Empire, either economically or in terms of strength. Your Majesty, I don't know if there's a word to be said. At this point, a minister said hesitantly, what you're trying to say is that I shouldn't have admitted Mr. Yu in the first place, much less welcomed him with much fanfare, right? Nan asked as she saw through his mind. Yes, that minister crouched down and bowed his head, then said, if not, Nangong Fuyan would not use this as an excuse to attack my southern kingdom. No, you're wrong, Nan Yui said decisively. Nangong Fuyo has been salivating over my southern kingdom for a long time, so with or without Mr. Yuqing, she will find an excuse to send out her troops sooner or later. For the sake of peace, for the sake of the greater good, it is true that something can be cut off, but if the bottom line is not wanted, then Southland, will not be Southland anymore. So some of you who are holding on to the idea of handing over Mr. Yu to curry favor with the Fa Yao Empire, don't even think about it. Leaving aside the fact that Mr. Yu has been a great benefactor to our southern kingdom, do you think that backing down will make those people stop in moderation? No, it will only intensify them, it will only make them think that we southerners are soft and wimpy, and we will be greeted in the future with intensification over and over again. Therefore, the only way to keep from being violated is to show them the bloodthirstiness of our southern kingdom, and let them know that even though our southern kingdom is small, it is not something to be chewed on. That's why this battle is not just about fighting the Fa Yao Empire, but also about dispelling the wolfish ambitions of some of the other neighboring countries. So gentlemen, as difficult as this battle is, it's one that we will inevitably fight. We're going to play with confidence and authority. The words spoken by Nan Shichi were so powerful that some of the ministers in the audience who had other thoughts were ashamed of themselves. It also demoralized them to hug it out and never disagree again. And at the same time that Nan Jiji gave out an order, the eunuch outside the palace came to report urgently, Your Majesty, the southern border Eagle Chongkong and the other three formation masters seek an audience with Your Majesty. The eunuch reported respectfully, Eagle Sky? These three formation masters are renowned in the southern borderlands. What are they doing seeking an audience with His Majesty at this time? Hearing the eunuch's words, doubts filled the eyes of several ministers. Nan was equally filled with doubt. She had naturally heard of the names of these three, but the South has nothing to do with them. So what are they doing here all of a sudden? Invite them in, Nan said at the right moment, and after that, he went back to arranging and setting up the upcoming war with the ministers. After all, time waits for no one, and a little more planning might reduce many casualties. A moment later, with Eagle Chongkong at the head, the three formation masters then walked into the hall. We, the rest of you, meet Her Majesty, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom. The three Eagle Changkongs politely saluted. The three masters are too polite. Rather, the three masters have traveled a long way. I have missed the welcome. Only then did Nan Jiji take a break from his deliberations with the ministers and said towards the three, After all, since the three masters have come to my southern kingdom, they must be aware of the current situation in the southern kingdom. So I hope the three masters will pardon me. Your Majesty, the Empress is too kind. The three of them, Eagle Chongkong, hurriedly returned their greetings and were also filled with goodwill towards Nan Jiwei's attitude. So the three of them no longer hid it, and immediately indicated their intentions. Eagle Chongkong said, Your Majesty, we are already aware of the situation in the southern kingdom, and truth be told, we have come here because of this matter. When it comes to dealing with the Fa Yao Empire next, our Formation Artist Guild will be on the same side as the southern kingdom, advancing and retreating together. What? The Formation Masters Guild is on the same side as our southern kingdom? Why? Nan Yi looked at Eagle Chongkong with an unbelievable face. Although she was excited to hear this news, she was more puzzled and confused. The ministers behind her were similarly filled with doubt and disbelief. Seeing Nan Jiji's look, Eagle Chongkong smiled and continued, Of course, Your Majesty. The premise of all this is that Her Majesty the Empress is willing for us, the Formation Masters Guild, to have our headquartered in the southern kingdom's Shangnan City, the main tribal site of the Formation Masters Guild. Upper South City? The moment these words fell, the people of the southern kingdom, including Nan Jichi, were stunned. With the recent establishment of the Southern Frontier Formation Masters Guild and the selection of a location for its headquarters, the Southern Intelligence was naturally aware of it. but it's just a matter of keeping an eye on it. After all, they hadn't thought that he, Nangua, would be able to hook up with the Formation Masters Guild, much less fantasized that the Formation Masters Guild would be located in the Southern Kingdom. After all, they knew what the Formation Masters Guild headquarters represented and didn't think that Upper South City could have this honor. But now Eagle Sky was telling them that the Formation Masters Guild headquarters was going to be located in Upper South City? It was like a dream to them. Master Eagle, this kind of joke can't be made. After Nan Jiwei regained his composure, he said half-jokingly. However, the jade hand hidden in the phoenix robe could not stop trembling slightly, and while speaking, a pair of pitch-black pupils also focused on Eagle Changkong's body. The ministers behind her also didn't dare to breathe a single breath, looking straight at Eagle Changkong. Just as your majesty said, how could we dare to make such a joke? Our Formation Artist Guild's headquarters is indeed located in Upper South City, so the three of us have come here to seek your majesty's approval. Eagle Changkong laughed. Granted. Naturally accurate. Of course it's accurate. Upon receiving Eagle Changkong's reply, Nan Ichi immediately responded with great excitement, and his voice became a bit trembling as he spoke. The ministers behind her were equally excited, and some of the older ministers even had tears in their eyes. The other two old men who were almost 200 years old together were even hugging each other in a deadly embrace. God bless my South. God bless my South. No wonder they were so excited. They knew all too well what it meant for the Formation Masters Guild to land in Upper South City. Chapter 31, It seems you're not what everyone thinks you are. In the presence of the three masters, you group of court ministers are like this. What is the decency? Nan couldn't help but lecture towards the crowd, but on that delicate face, she couldn't stop smiling, though she had made enough preparations to deal with the Fa Yao Empire. But preparation is preparation, and the national power gap in it is not something that can be equalized by preparation alone. Regardless of the final outcome, the South will pay dearly. And if the Arraymaster Guild's headquarters is located in the Southern Kingdom, it is equivalent to the Southern Kingdom and the Arraymaster Guild being bound. Three Grandmasters, forgive me for taking the liberty of asking, but why did the Formation Masters Guild's headquarters land in the Southern Kingdom? At this time, Nan Jiwei couldn't help but ask. With her intelligence, she could naturally see that there would naturally be a hidden agenda. Wouldn't think that the Formation Artist Guild would set up their headquarters in the Southern Kingdom for no reason. The other ministers also turned their puzzled eyes over. Since your majesty asked, I'll make it clear that the one who advocated for the Formation Masters Guild to settle in the Southern Kingdom was Senior Yu. Eagle Changkong said. Elder Yu? When Nan Jiji's gaze flickered, the figure of Yuqing immediately surfaced in his mind, and he hurriedly asked, the Senior Yu you're talking about, is he Yuqing? It is precisely Senior Yuqing, Eagle Changkong said as such. As soon as Eagle Changkong's words fell, everyone, including Nan Shichi, looked at each other in disbelief. It was also never expected that the total tribal site of the Formation Masters Guild in the south was actually because of Yuqing. When they first received Yuqing and greeted him, they never thought about what Yuqing could bring to the Southern Kingdom. Just simply think of him as someone who has been kind to the Southern Kingdom. But the heartlessness is what brought the South so much reward for this kindness of theirs, especially the minister who had previously suggested that Nan should not receive Yuqing at the right time. At this moment, he was even more bashful and red-faced, filled with shame. Speaking of Mr. Yu, does His Majesty know where he resides today? Eagle Changkong couldn't help but ask. The other two old men were also busy glancing their gazes over. They were still thinking about the exchange formation that Yuqing had spoken to them about even now. I naturally know. I can take the three of you to pay your respects to Mr. right now, Nan Jiwei hurriedly said. No, 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 Eagle Changkong said busily. Although they wanted to exchange formations with Yuqing, their fear of him was still there as well. Now that the matter of the Array Master Chief tribal site had not been fully completed, they did not dare to go and see it. It's not too late to pay respects to Elder Yu when the matter of the Formation Master headquarters is completely finalized. Eagle Changkong said, please rest assured, Your Majesty the Empress, we will send out the public notice of the Formation Master headquarters location in Upper South City today. After the public announcement is sent out, my Formation Artist Guild and the Southern Kingdom are considered to be truly on the same side. It's fine if the Fa Yao Empire dispels its thoughts about the Southern Kingdom, but if it continues to be obstinate, we will make him take a good look at the power of my Formation Masters Guild. Well, 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 with these words from the master, I am relieved, Nan Jichi said excitedly. Then in that case, the three of us will leave for now. The three Eagle Changkong said. Someone, help me send the three masters. After sending off the Eagle Changkong trio, Nan Jiwei turned her back to the crowd as a tear of joy slipped down her face. In his heart, he was extremely grateful for the decision he had made in the beginning in order to exchange for the present day of the southern country. After wiping away her tears, she thunderously turned toward the crowd and said, "We still need to make 2 preparations. Just follow what was laid out just now. All go down." "Yes." The ministers responded with a look of excitement. Everyone knew in their hearts that they were still doing this merely for insurance purposes, and with the Formation Artist Guild bound, even if they really fought, the Southern Kingdom would no longer be afraid of the Fa Yao Empire. After everyone had retired, Nan Jiwei then sat down. On top of the long desk was an unfinished portrait. Looking at the portrait, Nan Jiwei was secretly mesmerized. "You, it seems, are not what everyone thinks you are," Nan muttered at the right moment. As the king of a country, the detection of words and colors has long been to the extreme. She was aware of the way the Eagle Chongkong trio addressed Senior Yuqing, as well as the hint of fear implicit in those words when Yuqing was mentioned. With the trio's status in the southern border, to be able to make them like this was enough to see Yuqing's extraordinary. The Fa Yao Empire. Fa Yao Hall. Nangong Fa Yao sat at the top. Countless military generals were neatly arranged at the bottom. "General Longhu, I will give you a deadline to take down the southern kingdom in a month. Do you have any confidence?" Nangong Fa Yao asked as he looked at the tigerish middle-aged man in front of him. "Your Majesty, with the power of my Fa Yao Empire, why does the small southern kingdom need a month? Giving me 20 days is enough," the middle-aged man said in a neutral tone. Words. Nangong Fa Yao's face was overjoyed. "Good. Then 20 days. 20 days later, I will set up a celebration banquet and wait for all of you to return in triumph." "Thank you, Your Majesty. We will march at once." With General Longhu's order, many generals walked out of the Fuyang Hall, about to march south. Looking at the neatly organized generals, Nangong Fa Yao couldn't help but snort coldly. "Yuqing, Yuqing, given the opportunity you didn't come back, thinking that by hugging Nanji's thighs you can go against me. You're making a big mistake. Instead, I'd like to thank you for giving me a reason to send troops to the south. Now you don't have a chance even if you want to regret it. After taking down the southern kingdom, the power of Fa Yao Empire's chi would definitely skyrocket. All the chi lost from the previous demon suppression would be nothing. She could even directly suppress the underground demons to death with the help of the plundered chi from the southern kingdom." Thinking of this, Nangong Fa Yao stretched out his slender palm, picked up the tea on the side, and leisurely savored it. While watching Nangong Fa Yao envisioning a bright future, outside the Fa Yao Palace, there came the eunuch's shrill shouts. "Report! Urgent report! Your Majesty! Urgent report!" The eunuch prostrated himself after rushing in. "Panicking when you run into something? What's the matter with you?" At the top, Nangong Fa Yao, who was sipping tea, said nonchalantly, "Spoiling my mood. You'd better pray that things are that urgent. Say, what's going on?" "Your Majesty, the Formation Masters Guild Southern Border Public Notice. The Formation Masters Guild headquarters is set up in the Southern Kingdom's Shangnan City." The eunuch was trembling, his head held high as he delivered a shrill voice. "What?" Nangong Fa Yao, who had just been unperturbed, heard the words. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground in shock, and stood up violently. The slender palm stretched out and absorbed towards the eunuch. The eunuch was absorbed by a terrifying force and was pinched by Nangong Fa Yao's lapel in death. "What did you just say? Say that again?" Nangong Fa Yao's face was covered in frost as he asked word for word. "Your Majesty, the headquarters of the Formation Artist Guild is set up in the Southern Kingdom's Upper South City," the eunuch said in fear. Nangong Fa Yao directly threw the eunuch flying out, and slammed his palm heavily on top of the desk. The entire desk along with many zhangji turned into powder under this palm. Chapter 32 Nanjiwei who poured one cup at a time. Why? Is this group of people from the Formation Artist Guild growing a pit in their heads? How could the Formation Master Guild headquarters be set up in a place like the Southern Kingdom? Nangong Fa Yao's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Anything that could be smashed next to her was already smashed by her. And at this time, Sun Taifu hurriedly walked in. Nowadays he, temporarily substituting for Sun Xianji, managed many matters of the Heavenly Palace courtyard. Seeing Nangong Fa Yao lash out, he hurriedly knelt on the ground. From the look on his face, it was obvious that he already knew about this matter as well. "Tell me, why did the Formation Artist Guild set up its headquarters in the Southern Kingdom?" Nangong Fa Yao's chest rose and fell violently as he stared at Taifu's son and asked word for word. "Your Majesty, the news from my side is that the reason why the Formation Artist Guild set up their headquarters in the Southern Kingdom is because of Yuqing." Taifu's son prostrated himself on the ground and said, "What? Yuqing?" Nangong Fa Yao's eyes widened as he asked back with an incredulous expression. "Are you sure your intelligence is not wrong? What virtue or ability does Yuqing have that he can sway the Array Master Guild to choose the location of its headquarters? It's true that he's on good terms with the ancient Taoist, but it's not up to the ancient Taoist alone to choose something like the location of the headquarters. Your Majesty, the news feedback. The Formation Master Guild held a meeting in the Kingdom of Qing some time ago, and after the meeting, the 3 vice presidents of the Formation Master Guild traveled to the Southern Kingdom to meet with Nanjichi, Taifu Sun said one by one. And for this meeting, Yuqing also went there, although the intelligence does not know the specific details of the meeting for now. But from all accounts, this time, the Formation Masters Guild's general headquarters is located in the Southern Kingdom, and there is indeed Yuqing around it. After listening to the words of Taifu Sun, the furious Nangong Fa Yao couldn't help but stagger backward and almost fell to the ground, a face pale to the core. Inside, I can't say whether it's regret or resentment. In short, she had never expected that Yuqing, a wasted man with a wasted cultivation, would actually be able to sway such a big event. If he had known that he had this ability and hadn't expelled him from the Fa Yao Empire, and had allowed the Array Master Guild's headquarters to be located in the Fa Yao Empire, how much better it would have been. This represented that the Fa Yao Empire was bound to thrive in the future, and it can become the core area of the entire southern border. The parties are favorable. Her palms trembled slightly as she held onto the chair next to her, and for a long time her heart still couldn't accept such an outcome. Your Majesty, General Longhu and the others have only just departed. Look, at this time, Sun Taifu's words pulled her back to reality. It made the already hard to accept Nangong Fa Yao, which could be said to be worse. Not only had such a heavenly opportunity been missed, but even the attack on the south must be called off. Because even though the Fa Yao Empire had been banned by the Formation Masters Guild before, it was just a ban, not a true confrontation with the Formation Masters Guild. But it would be different if they attacked the Southern Kingdom. It would be the same as going against the Formation Artist Guild. She wasn't afraid of the Formation Artist Guild alone, but the group behind the Formation Artist Guild, she had to be afraid of. Suffice it to say, which country doesn't need Formation Masters? What country hasn't owed a favor to a Formation Master? If she continued to attack the Southern Palace with an iron head, she might be attacked by a coalition of nations' soldiers tomorrow. Declare them back. Finally, Nangong Fa Yao cried out unwillingly, his palms clenched into fists trembling. The landing site of this one Formation Artist Guild could be said to have spoiled Nangong Fa Yao's entire plan. It made her mood fall from heaven to the bottom all of a sudden as well. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go and announce back General Longhu. Taifu Sun climbed up from the ground, glanced at Nangong Fa Yao, and after wanting to say something, he saluted again and said, the matter has come to this. I hope that Your Majesty will be restrained from anger. But the demonic plague is still there, and in order to suppress it, the Empire is still losing its qi. So Your Majesty still needs to think of a new countermeasure on how to make up for the loss of qi while at the same time disarming the demonic plague. Tomorrow you will personally run to the Barbarian Kingdom and press for an alliance with the Barbarian Kingdom as soon as possible. Nangong Fa Yao calmed down and said, yes, Taifu Sun sighed. This was the only plan for today. As one of the top-ranked countries in the southern border, the alliance between the two sides was finalized. And it could indeed increase the national fortune of the Fa Yao Empire, and at the same time that the Fuyuki Empire was a mess. Upper South City, Miluo River, a clean slate. To celebrate the fact that there was no Air Force today, Yuqing personally cooked and got a grilled live fish. The little carp ate with his mouth full, while Cui Wei was at the side. He poured full glasses of wine for Yuqing and Nanjiwei. Nanjiwei looked at Yuqing with a face full of gratitude. Now that the Formation Artist Guild had landed in Upper South City, not to mention the latest news that the Fa Yao Empire had also withdrawn its troops, the future of the Southland is bright. Mr. Nanichi lifted his wine glass and was just about to thank him when he was interrupted by Yuqing waving his hand. Drinking is fine. Thanks is not necessary. You just raised your hand. Yuqing laughed. Nan froze. She had prepared numerous words of thanks, but had to swallow them raw. It just has to be turned into infinite gratitude. Then he smothered the wine in the cup in one gulp, and perhaps because he did not normally drink wine, he coughed violently, and his pretty face turned red all of a sudden. It then collapsed onto the table. Yuqing, who had just picked up his glass of wine and hadn't even started drinking, froze, full of confusion. He looked at Nanjiwei and then inclined his head to look at Travis. Scratching his head with an embarrassed smile, Trevor said, I'm sorry sir, His Majesty has never had a drink. Well, then help her to lie down in the house, Yuqing said indifferently. Does this fit? Travis glanced at the inner room. Usually little Carp didn't live here, while he himself sat cross-legged in the attic practicing at night. So in the entire attic, there was also only one bed for Yuqing. The current plan has no choice but to do so, Yuqing said rather helplessly. After all, the hallowed Empress, with the current appearance of this unconsciousness if she returned to the palace, it seemed even more inappropriate. Yes, Cui Wei hurriedly called Nanjichi's personal maid. helped Nan Jiqi up, and temporarily placed her in Yuqing's bed. When he came back, Yuqing said toward him, "You drink with me." "Yes, sir." Chui Wei didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly filled Yuqing's glass. Having learned that the Formation Master Guild's headquarters was set up in Upper South City, Chui Wei's admiration for Yuqing had also long since reached a state of fervor. When Yuqing said to drink, he drank. Again, he took the initiative to toast Yuqing glass after glass. The young man could drink well, but where was Yuqing's match? In a short while, it collapsed on the table, and then, like a slippery loach, slipped under the table, hugged the table legs, and huffed and puffed. Yuqing watched and shook his head, guffawed, and stood up with the wine jug alone. He came to the side of the railing with his arms crossed, looking at the blue water of a river, somewhat lost in thought. The sun was setting just right, dragging out a long, slender back. Inside the house, the drunken Nan woke up in a daze, the blush still on her face. This feeling of waking up drunk and not knowing anything was the first time for Nan Jiwei. She subconsciously pushed open the window, wanting to see what time it was outside, but she happened to catch that back figure in her eyes. Although it was a bit harsh against the light of the setting sun, her gaze was straight and somewhat mesmerized. It was a long time before she slowed down. Looking down, he realized that he was lying on Yuqing's bed. For some reason, the delicate body curled up under the covers couldn't help but shrink down. A pair of jade hands reached out, grasping the quilt and unable to resist pulling it upward again, just to the tip of her high nose. A faint, indefinable scent was left on the quilt. It made her resist taking another light sniff. Tilting her head to look at that back again, her pretty face turned even more scarlet at this moment. "So cozy, what if you don't want to get up?" she murmured darkly. At that exact moment, her personal female guard came and hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, you're awake. I'll help you up." Headache. Nan Ichi hurriedly reached out and put his palm on his forehead. "It seems like the wine hasn't yet sobered up. Your Majesty, I'll go find a sobering medicine for you," the female attendant said in a hurry. "No, I'll just sleep a little longer. And don't tell anyone that I've been awake," Nan said at the right moment. When Nan Jiwei finished speaking, he completely buried his head inside the quilt. Chapter 33, You Yellowmouth Child, You Still Want to Be an Official. Nan timely slept comfortably in Yuqing's bed. It wasn't until the night had completely fallen that he said goodbye to Yuqing. After Nan Jiwei left, Chui Wei was the first to follow. "Your Majesty, what else do you want?" Nan asked at the right moment. "I report to you that I have been benefited by Sir and obtained a copy of the Sage's Insights," Chui Wei respectfully reported. Originally, before, he didn't want to say, because he was afraid of revealing Yuqing's secret. Although he was a vassal, he could not sleep or eat well if he had gained benefits from others and brought them trouble. But with the contact, and after the Formation Artist Guild headquarters was set up in Upper South City, Chui Wei realized that this kind of thing didn't seem like a big deal to Yuqing. Nan was indeed taken aback. Sage's Insight, such a precious thing. She naturally knew what it represented. Actually, this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is Little Carp. After a slight hesitation, Chui Wei added, "He has been blessed with Mr. Chance, and in addition to having the Sage's Insight, he is also burdened with the Supreme Bone." This time, Nan Jiwei covered her red lips in shock. She had also met Little Carp before today's drink, and she didn't feel anything about this child from an unusual family being at the same table with her. Perhaps there was a love for the house, and she was full of goodwill towards Koi. However, it never occurred to him that Little Carp was actually carrying the Supreme Bone. "I know, you go back. Since the Sage's Insight was bestowed upon you by Mr. It is yours. You have to work hard and don't let Mr. down," Nan Jiwei explained in a serious tone. "Yes, sire, I will." The days slipped by. The establishment of the Formation Artist Guild's headquarters was proceeding methodically in Upper South City. As far as the naked eye can see, there are a lot of strangers coming to the Upper South Side. There were formation masters, as well as experts from other countries who had come to the city in admiration. And for Yuqing their days remained simple. On this day, after Little Carp finished practicing, she returned home. His family, for generations, were fishermen. So did his parents. Although living in a Kyoto territory like Upper South City, this piece of land was not a busy area and was relatively remote compared to the real city. That's why Yuqing chose to be in this piece in the first place. That's why they live in relative poverty. "Mother, just watch. I will definitely be able to become an official in the future." Little Carp Air sat next to a woman, drinking kanji while saying confidently, "After I become an official, I'll surely nurse your body back to health. You yellow mouth. And you want to be an official." The woman was thin and obviously not in good health. But when she heard Xiaolier's words, she still couldn't help but pick Xiaolier's nose and laughed. "Nyang, I don't expect you to be an official of any kind. You can be happy every day. Nyang will be satisfied." "That's right, Kids shouldn't be overly ambitious. An official is not that easy to be. Next to him, a man who was repairing the table raised his head and said, "After another year, I'll send you to study, and to be able to read in the future to become a scholar is the blessing of my old Zheng family." You guys are not believing me, Little Carp said with a reddened face. 2 days ago, I even dined with Her Majesty the Empress. The moment Little Carp's words fell, both mouths froze, then laughed out loud. Humph, I'm not talking to you guys. After finishing the porridge, Little Carp hurriedly dropped the bowl and then ran out in anger. Ha ha ha. The couple couldn't help but smile at each other again, and then shouted at the Little Carp that ran out. "Remember to come back early, don't run too far." And shortly after Carp went out, the door to the humble courtyard was knocked on once again. "I'll get the door," the woman said as she got up. "Ma'am, you're still taking your medicine. It's better if I go." The man put down the work in his hands, got up and smiled, then walked outside and opened the courtyard door. The courtyard door opened, but his entire body froze. Presented to his eyes was a young woman, although the dress was not flashy, but that aura, straight to the man's surprise. "Old Zhang, who is it?" At that moment, the woman also came over, and when she saw the young woman, she was also stunned in place. She swore that she had never seen such a classy woman in her life. This must be someone of great stature and importance. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" the man subconsciously asked. The woman smiled gently and asked, "May I ask if this is Koi's home?" "Yes, but he's not at right now." The couple looked at each other with some disbelief that this woman was actually looking for their son. "Wow, not in?" The woman hesitated slightly, then asked the couple, "May I come in and sit down then, please?" May. The couple nodded in a flattered manner, obviously still in shock, welcoming the woman inside. The couple rushed to pour water and rummage through the cupboards to pull out some snacks for their guests. The woman sat at a table in the small courtyard, looking around with her head open, nonchalantly chatting with the two families, as well as asking about the couple's health. It was only after a full quarter of an hour that the woman got up, then said towards the female guards following beside her, "Help Mrs. Zhang contact Divine Dr. Lu." "Yes." The female guard nodded aside, but the speaker did not mean to listen to the heart. The two families heard Dr. Lu Godfoot shocked. "No need, girl. We can't afford to see Divine Dr. Lu," the woman said in a hurry. "Mrs. Zhang is overly concerned. You don't need to worry at all about the cost of medicine at Divine Dr. Lu's place. You only need to keep an eye on your body." The woman laughed softly and explained some more before leaving towards the outside. "How is this good?" The couple rushed to see each other off, while secretly excited that their son was really lucky to be seen by such a big shot. To be able to invite Divine Dr. Lu, this must be a big family in Upper South City without a doubt. It might even be the one who is in charge. The couple sent the woman to the door, only to find that the small street outside the door, which was still quite lively, had long been surrounded by guards. What made them feel even more alarmed was that the lord of the Upper Nanjing City Prefectural Office was bowing and shrinking in a corner, wiping his sweat straight away. Looking again at the woman's face, the couple then reacted to what the identity was. While his heart was startled, his legs were about to kneel down. Chapter 34, The Barbarian Nation Rejects the Alliance. So wasn't the previous fight wasted? After leaving Koyer's house, Nan Jiwei dismissed the crowd, taking only the personal female guard with her, and then knocked on Yuqing's courtyard door. "Greetings, sir." Nan Jiqian gave a salute. "How come your majesty is free to come to me again today?" Yuqing laughed. "I came over today specifically to make amends for Mr. Nan Yui apologized. Yesterday, Yui wanted to accompany Mr. for a drink, but instead, he spoiled Mr.'s mood. That's why I specially brought the palace jade liquor from the palace, and I hope that you will like it." With that said, Nan Jiwei took a beautifully crafted wine pot from the female guard and handed it to Yuqing with both hands. "Your majesty is most gracious." Yuqing was not polite, and after receiving the wine pot, he brought it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. "Sure is good wine." Yuqing couldn't help but bring the wine cup and immediately poured a cup and drank it. "Why don't we retake a toast to Mr. at the right time?" Seeing this, Nan Jiji also took a cup from the side and came over. Seeing this, Yuqing froze. "Are you sure?" Upon hearing this, Nan Jiwei, for some reason, immediately blushed. "Forget it, you'd better not drink it. Your face is red just from the smell." Yuqing took the wine glass from her and put it back aside. Nan Jiwei secretly spat out her tongue, her eyes revealing the slightest bit of reluctance, and said, "Okay, then if sir is satisfied with the wine, I'll bring it back to you the next time I come over. So I'll be going now." "Just got here and you're leaving?" Yuqing always felt that there was something inexplicable about today's Nan Jiwei. After a few polite words, this sent him out of the courtyard gate. The barbarian state. The two barbarian leaders were sitting upright. From the looks of it, That guy is completely detached from the Fa Yao Empire and living in the southern kingdom, Barbarian Mountain said. Not bad. Even the total tribe of the Formation Master Guild is in the southern kingdom. Something I didn't expect. Gongsun too said. Look, it's time for us to make good relations with the southern kingdom. Is it necessary? Barbarian Mountain couldn't help but ask. Geographically, we're not connected to the southern kingdom, so an alliance doesn't make a lot of sense. This is different from before when we were ready to make an alliance with the Fa Yao Empire. Because of the historical friction, this guy keeps coming to us for tea, and we had to make an alliance to show our attitude. No, this idea of yours is wrong, Gongsun too said. Originally, I just thought that this fellow's strength was terrifying to the point of being terrifying. Now that the Formation Artist Guild's chief tribal address Southland has shown me, I'm afraid that this guy is not just as simple as having terrifying strength. This kind of person, showing an attitude in advance to draw a close relationship, will do us more good than harm. Don't you forget, it's not us countries that really control the southern border. It's behind the scenes. Gongsun Tu's words were organized and clear, separating the pros and cons. Barbaric Mountain couldn't help but nod his head straight. Previously, because of the historical friction between the Barbarian Kingdom and the Fa Yao Empire, they had to make an alliance to show their attitude, which belonged to passivity. And now it was different. Their Barbarian Kingdom and the Southern Kingdom were not even close to each other, and they still wanted to make an alliance with the Southern Kingdom. It was entirely their initiative to make friends with Yuqing. Report. Just then, a subordinate came to report urgently. Greetings to the two great kings. The Sun Taifu of the Fa Yao Empire seeks an audience. The Fa Yao Empire? And it came straight from. The two chiefs looked at each other and nodded. Sun Taifu was then summoned. After all, the people are here, so it's no big deal to meet them. Sun Lithium of the Fa Yao Empire. Meet the two chiefs. When Taifu's son came in, he saluted without being humble. Taifu's son, what is your reason for coming directly to my barbarian kingdom like this without prior communication? At the top, Barbarian Mountain frowned and asked directly. Taifu's son smiled awkwardly, then cupped his fists and explained. Indeed, there is some urgency. I hope the two chieftains will pardon me. I have come here at the behest of my Empress Fa Yao, specifically to negotiate an alliance with the two leaders. Although there has been friction between our three countries throughout history, under the leadership of the two leaders and my Empress Fa Yao, relations have gradually become better and better. And if we can facilitate an alliance this time, we will be able to completely avoid war between the two countries, which will be a great good for the benefit of 1,000 years. Taifu's son spoke nonchalantly, speaking from the position of the three kingdoms and explaining the advantages of the alliance for the three kingdoms. However, Barbarian Mountain and Gongsun too at the top listened, but their eyes were filled with mockery. If it wasn't for Yuqing, the Fa Yao Empire had been flattened by the two barbarian kingdoms long ago at an unknown time. At this time, Sun Taifu then said, so I came here, is to ask the two chiefs, the alliance specific, can be implemented as soon as possible? But before Taifu's son could finish all of his words, he was interrupted by Barbarian Mountain waving his hand. Taifu's son, the two of us have carefully thought about it, and since our two countries and the Fa Yao Empire have been fighting for so many years, it's better to continue fighting, so there's no need for an alliance. After hearing the words of Barbaric Mountain, Taifu's son was instantly confused and subconsciously asked, why? Didn't we just make that clear? Barbarian Mountain raised his eyes and said, otherwise, wouldn't all those years in front of us have been in vain? The words fell. Taifu's son was even more confused. What kind of spiral reasoning is this? And listen to this. Is this what the head of a country is supposed to say? He hastily adjusted his emotions and said with a fake smile, don't make such jokes with this old man. Two chiefs, then do you see me joking with you? Barbarian Mountain's complexion sank as a thick pressure struck towards Taifu's son. In the entire temple, the temperature plummeted. Taifu's son's fake smile froze on his face. Are you two chieftains dissatisfied with the Treaty of Alliance in any way? If there is anything that you are not satisfied with, you two can just bring it up and we can talk about it again. Thinking about the importance of an alliance with the two barbarian kingdoms, Taifu's son was still making efforts, but what faced him was the icy cold faces of the two Gongsun too. Taifu's son, please leave. Barbarian Mountain obviously didn't have the heart to babble more with Taifu's son, and waved his hand to send off the guests. Sun Taifu, full of words, were suffocated, hard swallowed. Have been under the expulsion order, and then say more has been meaningless. He sighed and looked forlorn as he left. When he left, he was still full of doubts, pressing on to find out what went wrong. Obviously, a few months ago, there were good talks with the two major barbarian countries, and the attitude of the barbarian countries at that time was not at all like this. The desire to push for an alliance was even stronger than theirs, and for that reason there were repeated steps back on the alliance treaty. It was only at that time that Empress Fa Yao saw that the attitudes of the two barbarian countries were abnormal and prevented any deception, which is why she purposely delayed for a few months. But he did not expect that today. A few months later, the attitudes of the two major barbarian nations had changed drastically. Even though he didn't know what the cause of all this was, Taifu Sun knew that he had to tell Nangong Fa Yao this news briefly. So he rushed back to the Fa Yao Empire without stopping. Chapter 35, Blame Yourself. The Fa Yao Empire. When Nangong Fa Yao heard this news, he was also struck by lightning. She also never expected that the barbarian nation would have a drastic change in attitude at this time. This could be considered as a leaky house for the current Fa Yao Empire. Things are not going well. Can you ask if it's because they're dissatisfied with the alliance treaty somewhere? Nangong Fa Yao asked urgently. Your Majesty, the old minister said that, but looking at their attitude, it seems that this is not the reason at all. Taifu Sun hurriedly said. Could it be that they think I'm not sincere enough? No. I will personally go to the barbarian kingdom. Nangong Fa Yao immediately made up his mind and said, I will personally go there and give enough sincerity. Even if they don't want to, I'll have to ask for a reason myself. You go and do it at once, and I will set out tomorrow. Yes. Taifu Sun also knew that the matter was urgent and could not be ambiguous, and hurriedly went to arrange the itinerary for Nangong Fa Yao. After Taifu Sun left, the anxious Nangong Fa Yao rubbed her forehead. Then with a worried look on his face, he got up and went to the area of the demonic affliction. The region's void was still subdued by her jade seal of transmission. Although with the jade seal suppressing it, the demonic plague could no longer make much noise. But she, as the ruler of a country, could clearly feel that the national fortune that the jade seal had condensed in order to suppress the demons was being lost on a daily basis. Why things have not been going well lately? Looking up at the jade seal of transmission, Nangong Fa Yao was secretly annoyed. For now, an alliance with the two barbarian kingdoms was the only straw left to make up for the loss of national fortunes, but now it seems that even this last straw is in question. Early the next morning, Nangong Fa Yao set off with a large number of men and horses in great numbers, straight up two major barbarian nations, and in order to facilitate the matters of the alliance, Nangong Fa Yao not only went there personally this time, but also made many preparations, and is also ready for all kinds of backtracking in the alliance treaty, which she can accept as long as it doesn't touch the bottom line. When Nangong Fa Yao arrived at the two barbarian kingdoms, it was already 2 days later. The barbarian state. The two barbaric mountains were seated at the top. Nangong Fa Yao is now outside the city. This is not dying. Barbarian Mountain couldn't help but say, whether she dies or not, it's meaningless, Gongsun too said in disbelief. What? After all, it's a country's empress visiting. Aren't we going to receive it? Barbarian Mountain asked from the side. I've already sent eunuchs, Gongsun too said indifferently. Eunuchs. TSK. Barbarian Mountain glanced at Gongsun Tu and said, at least it's a female emperor of a country. I'm afraid people won't be happy if you send a eunuch to receive them. I didn't ask her to come. If she's not happy, let her go back by herself, Gongsun Tu said in disbelief. Outside of the barbarian country's Kyoto city, the entourage that Nangong Fa Yao brought with her was stationed outside the city, and following her around, besides Taifu Sun, were a few of the high-ranking officials that she brought with her, as well as a number of vehicles escorted by unarmored guards. It was the gold and silver cloth that she had brought from the Fa Yao Empire. She had thought she had done enough to be sincere in her line of work, but when she saw that she was greeted by a eunuch at the city gates, her entire face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. His fists were even clenched and crunched. Your barbarian kingdom is simply rude and unreasonable. This is how you treat the visit of my Empress of Fa Yao Empire? A few of the officials accompanying him couldn't help themselves and turned red and cursed. Your Majesty, this alliance is no longer a union. Let's go back, several officials said with a grimace. Nangong Fa Yao bit her red lips tightly, and after a long time, she had all her emotions within and walked towards the eunuch. I have worked hard for the eunuch, and I hope you will take me to meet the two chiefs. Now that we're all here, we're going to meet and talk about it. That eunuch unexpectedly glanced at Nangong Fa Yao, then said, only Her Majesty the Empress can go in alone. What? Once these words fell, even Taifu Sun became anxious. Your Majesty must not. You're going alone. If anything happens to you, what's going to happen? You barbarian nations bully people too much. This is the rule of our barbarian kingdom. If Her Majesty the Empress is unwilling, please go back, the eunuch said. Okay, I'll go. Even if he was filled with anger, Nangong Fa Yao suppressed it at this moment. She just didn't believe that the two major barbarian nations would dare to do anything to her. On the contrary, she was more interested in figuring out what kind of attitude the barbarian kingdom had right now. Was it a temporary move to try to take a bigger bite out of the coalition treaty? Or was there something else going on? But the humiliation of it all was secretly in her mind. The eunuch bowed and led the way. Nangong Fuyang's carriage was slowly traveling behind. Finally, not long after, Nangong Fuyao met the two leaders of the barbarian kingdom. Empress Fa Yao, I hope you'll pardon me if I've missed the welcome. Seeing Nangong Fuyao, the two leaders of Barbarian Mountain made a salty and polite remark. Nangong Fuyao couldn't see what was in his heart, and on the surface, he was subdued. It is really I who have taken the liberty of coming here, and I do not blame the two chiefs. He then smiled and said, I had heard that the two chiefs were exceedingly strong, so it's true that the reputation is not as good as the sight. By the way, I've heard that the barbarian kingdom is good at wine, so I've come this time to bring the Yuqing grain liquid of my Fa Yao Empire for the two chieftains. In addition to that, there are some gold and silver possessions, a gift for my first meeting with the two chiefs. However, due to the rules of the barbarian kingdom, the things are all outside the city, so I still hope that the two chiefs will personally send someone to transport them here. Nangong Fuyao's words were calm and measured. In her thoughts, it also struck back hard at the wave of barbaric attitudes towards her. She came with courtesy, but the barbarian nation stopped her things outside the city. Isn't this an allusion to the barbarian nation's small-minded and ungenerous behavior? So she raised her red lips with interest and looked at the two barbarian leaders, as if she wanted to see what expressions would surface on their faces. However, what she didn't expect was that the two major barbarian country leaders wouldn't eat her at all. The top barbarian mountain opened the door and said, Nangong Fuyao, when you come to my barbarian country, don't engage in this. To be perfectly honest, you are not welcome in my barbarian kingdom, and things we don't need, so go back. As soon as barbarian mountain's words fell, Nangong Fuyao's face turned gloomy at this moment, even if he was well cultivated. To be given an expulsion order before even starting a conversation was more than she had expected. Don't the two chieftains want to have an alliance with my Fa Yao Empire? She asked. Word for word. You're asking more questions won't change anything, and it's pointless. I've told that Sun Taifu of yours long ago, Barbarian Mountain said in a deep voice. Nangong Fuyao's pupils shrunk. Anger was already beating in the bottom of his heart, but this was in someone else's territory after all. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he then said, I came all the way here with sincerity for the sake of the two countries' children, but I didn't think that the two chieftains had gone back on their words, but it was really a big surprise to me. Just don't get into that yin-yang thing. Barbarian Mountain directly interrupted Nangong Fuyao's words, then said in a deep voice, if you want to blame, blame yourself. Chapter 36, with Yuqing, what the hell is your Fa Yao Empire? What do you mean by that? Nangong Fuyao's face sank as he heard the words and hurriedly asked, Humph, now that it's come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you, so I'll tell you plainly. At the top, Barbarian Mountain snorted coldly and said, do you think that the reason we wanted to ally with your Fa Yao Empire before was really because of your Fa Yao Empire's self-perceived prosperity? Think it's because you, Nangong Fuyao, have good leadership, as well as our barbarian kingdom's current unfavorable development, that you're afraid of your Fa Yao Empire, isn't it? Nangong Fuyao asked in a deep voice. Nangong Fuyao's rhetorical question almost gave Barbarian Mountain a laugh. You really like to put gold on your own face. To tell you the truth, we haven't put your Fa Yao Empire in our eyes since the beginning, Barbarian Mountain said with a face full of mockery, and the reason why we're prepared to ally with the Fa Yao Empire is merely because of Yuqing. Who do you mean? Yuqing? When Nangong Fuyao heard this news, it was as if he had heard some kind of heavenly joke. No, it can't be. A small Yuqing, can he have so much energy? Even if you guys don't want an alliance, you don't have to bring up such a ridiculous reason. Nangong Fuyao would not believe what Barbarian Mountain said but at the same time, his heart was wondering why Barbarian Mountain knew about Yuqing. Seeing Nangong Fuyao like this, the original face full of ridicule of the two people of the Barbarian Mountain for some reason, the eyes actually threw a few points of sadness. Wouldn't it be pathetic for an empress to not even know what her own people were about? Do you really think Yuqing is what you see? Really think he's a wreck? Barbarian Mountain said with a cold smile on his face. When he's around, we'll naturally facilitate an alliance without you saying anything. But what we never expected was that you actually expelled him from the Fa Yao Empire yourself. To put it bluntly, when you Fa Yao Empire had Yuqing, we could respect you 3 times. But with Yuqing gone, what the hell is your Fa Yao Empire? So what is this if not your own fault? Barbarian Mountain's words landed in Nangong Fuyao's mind. No less than a bolt from the blue. The entire person could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. No, it can't be. It's absolutely impossible. Back then, his Dantian was clearly destroyed after the Battle of the Three Kings. That's what I saw with my own eyes. How does he still have strength? I don't believe this is real. I don't believe it. She opened her eyes and stared intently at the upper head of Barbarian Mountain, as if expecting to get a veto answer from him. But Barbaric Mountain issued an expulsion order with an expressionless face. Empress Fa Yao, I've said what I need to say, believe it or not. Unless Yuqing returns, there is no more alliance possible between our three countries, so please return. Nangong Fa Yao didn't even know how she had gotten out of the barbarian kingdom's Kyoto. The words spoken by Barbarian Mountain kept floating in his mind. Yuqing didn't waste. The reason why the barbarian kingdom was ready to ally with their Fa Yao Empire before was all because of Yuqing. Lord Empress, it's just a barbarian country. If you don't ally, you don't ally. My Fa Yao Empire has 1,000 generations. Not allying is a loss for those two barbarian countries. Not a loss for our Fa Yao Empire. On the way back, seeing that Nangong Fa Yao didn't say a word, Taifu's son couldn't help but step forward and comfort him. Get out! But what greeted her was Nangong Fa Yao's stern shout. Taifu's son and the several high officials beside him glanced at each other, all of them not understanding why the Empress' emotions had become so unstable. After returning to the Fa Yao Empire, Nangong Fa Yao returned to the Fa Yao Palace almost immediately. Numerous palace guards were driven out by her. The things in Fuyang Hall were also smashed by her. Both those who delivered medicine and food were thrown out. Outside the Fa Yao Palace, the civil and military ministers gathered. Each one had a worried look on his face. Taifu's son, go in now to see His Majesty and ask what's going on. Several civil and military ministers said towards Taifu's son. Taifu's son had a hard look on his face. He's been kicked out 7 or 8 times in the past 2 days. But seeing the pleading look on the crowd's faces, he had to nod and get ready to try again. No surprises. He had just walked to the entrance of the Fuyang Palace when he was driven out by Nangong Fa Yao. He sighed, shook his head toward the minister waiting outside the door, and was just about to leave when Nangong Fa Yao's drinking voice suddenly came out again from inside the hall. Come back. When Taifu's son heard the words, he was stunned and hurriedly turned around again and walked into Fuyang Hall in fear. At this moment, the Fa Yao Palace was smashed by Nangong Fa Yao and was full of messes. The originally majestic and mighty Nangong Fa Yao was also full of haggardness, with a pair of bloodshot eyes, obviously not having rested. Let me ask you, has Yuqing's strength been restored long ago? Before Taifu's son could speak, Nangong Fa Yao flashed his sharp eyes and took the lead to ask. Ha! This line of questioning directly confused Taifu's son. Why would your majesty suddenly ask this? Taifu's son said uncertainly. It is I who is asking you the question. Nangong Fa Yao increased his voice and droned. Taifu's son was so frightened that he hastily knelt to the ground and responded in fear. Your majesty, I don't know. Rubbish. Get off. Son Taifu did not dare to stay for a moment, and hurriedly retreated with a roll. Yuqing, why did you lie to me? In the Fa Yao Palace, Nangong Fa Yao's face was gloomy, and his heart was as chaotic as hemp. Ever since Yuqing left, Nangong Fa Yao was unwilling to mention him again, because the name Yuqing is like a scar in her heart. She was afraid to hear it from other people's mouths, and even more so, she was afraid of people talking about her, the empress who had expelled the once meritorious ministers. But the dark side of her heart tells her that it is to banish Yuqing that she is satisfied, because she was even more afraid of others mentioning that she, Nangong Fa Yao, was able to become an empress all because of what Yuqing had once given. So when she learned that Yuqing was of no use to the Fa Yao Empire, and she was confident that she could lead the Fa Yao Empire to a firm footing by relying on herself, she did not hesitate to expel Yuqing. But now Barbarian Mountain was telling her that Yuqing had not been invalidated. Even the Barbarian Kingdom's willingness to ally with the Fa Yao Empire was all because of Yuqing. Could it be that I was wrong? No, it isn't. If you hadn't lied to me, how could I? If you tell me that you have regained your strength, is it possible that I will not be able to keep you? The more Nangong Fa Yao thought about it, the more chaotic it became, and while doing so, his hatred for Yuqing grew deeper and deeper. But in her mind, she couldn't help but think of the recent events. If Yuqing hadn't left, the ancient Taoist wouldn't have relied on the Formation Artist Guild to place a ban on the Fa Yao Empire. Perhaps the matter of the imperial capital's demonic affliction could be resolved sooner rather than later. If Yuqing hadn't left, perhaps the headquarters of the Formation Masters Guild wouldn't have landed in Upper South City, but would have definitely been in Fa Yao Imperial City. If Yuqing hadn't left, it wouldn't have been her, Nangong Fa Yao, who had facilitated the alliance now, but rather the two barbarian kingdoms. This will not only not let the Fa Yao Empire's national fortune be lost, but on the contrary, the national fortune will soar and grow more and more prosperous. Now instead, we have gotten into this situation, and the demonic plague can't be solved until now. All of this told her that without Yuqing, it seemed that she would not be able to lead the Fa Yao Empire to stand firm at all, even if she desperately didn't want to believe it. But that's all there is to it. She couldn't help but have a thought within her. Is it time to put your foot down and meet Yuqing in person to get him back again? After Yuqing returns, an alliance with the barbarian kingdom will be out of the question. With Yuqing's relationship with the ancient Taoist, he would also help her solve the imperial capital's demonic plague. Even Even the array division headquarters just out of the public notice has not really been implemented, is not without opportunity to change. The site fell to the imperial capital of the capital. Chapter 37. Without Yuqing, the Fa Yao Empire must go downhill? But as soon as this idea popped up, it was snuffed out by Nangong Fui shaking his head. No, this must not be possible. June is June. The minister is a minister. There is no such thing as a king putting his foot down for his minister. And she was even more unwilling to believe that without Yuqing, relying on her, Nangong Fuyao, would not work on her own. Without Yuqing, the Fa Yao Empire must go downhill? The difficulties must be only temporary. She soothed herself with this. Just then, the anxious and agitated voice of Taifu Sun came from outside the door. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Good news! Heavenly good news! Straight up! What's the message? The distraught Nangong Fuyao answered in a deep voice. It's the Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect has come with news. Taifu Sun shouted excitedly outside the door. The Immortal Sect? Nangong Fuyao raised an eyebrow and hurriedly announced Taifu Sun in. Hurriedly, he asked. What news has come from the Immortal Sect? Not that I blame Nangong Fuyao for being like this. The southern border looked like 100 kingdoms, controlled by them, the kings. However, these people of theirs were clear that their so-called 100 kingdoms were in control of nothing more than the secular and some secular forces. The real power holders are those transcendent immortal sects in the southern border. A random disciple coming out of the immortal sect would be a super existence in the secular world. It was only that the immortal sect rarely meddled in mundane matters, and generally didn't intervene in the strife between their 100 kingdoms. And the only time Fa Yao Empire had contact with an immortal sect was when Xiao Wuchen revealed his supreme bone for the first time. And there was an immortal sect that had once revealed its willingness to take on a disciple. However, the Fa Yao Empire held selfishness, believing that there was just such a good seedling, so it politely rejected that immortal sect for the time being and left Xiao Wuchen in the Fa Yao Empire. Of course, in fact, neither they nor the immortal sect, including the immortal sect, knew the true meaning of the supreme bone, or else the immortal sect wouldn't have given the Fa Yao Empire the chance to politely reject it, and forcibly brought Xiao Wuchen back to cultivate. After all, the supreme bone was not originally something that belonged to this world. Is it the feathered immortal sect? Hope flickered in Nangong Fuyao's eyes as he hurriedly asked, is it for Xiao Wuchen? Not the feathered immortal sect, but the Tai immortal sect. Taifu Sun hurriedly responded. Tai Chi immortal sect? This filled Nangong Fuyao with doubt. One must know that they had never had any connection with the Tai immortal sect. Come on, what news exactly? The Tai immortal sect stated that our Fa Yao Empire is a rare holy land of Qi in the entire southern border, and have also heard of your Majesty's great name long ago, and know that your Majesty is a good ruler of the country. So the Tai immortal sect has expressed their desire to send a few of their disciples to come to my Fa Yao Empire to train, preferably to hold some positions in the Fa Yao Empire, and to exercise their abilities while learning well. Taifu Sun said with excitement. The letter that came, it really said that? Nangong Fuyao couldn't believe her ears. 1,000 times true. Word for word, Taifu Sun busily responded. Ha 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 ha. Receiving Taifu Sun's confirmation, Nangong Fuyao threw back his head and laughed. I knew that the difficulties are only temporary, and my Fa Yao Empire will definitely rise to the top. Now even the immortal sect recognizes that my Fa Yao Empire is a land of great fortune. Congratulations to your Majesty. Congratulations to your Majesty. It's all because of your Majesty's good leadership. Your Majesty's brilliance is in the eyes of even the immortal sect. On the side, Taifu Sun also smiled with an open brow. To be honest, when he first saw the news, he also didn't believe that happiness came so suddenly. Also double-checked several times. After all, the immortal sect was just too lofty and far away in his perception. Although I have put in a lot of effort for the development of the Fa Yao Empire, it is far from enough. So what virtue can make the immortal sect issue such praise as well? Nangong Fuyao said modestly, but the hint of arrogance that flowed from his brows when he spoke inadvertently could not be hidden. Send a letter back over as soon as possible. Then, Nangong Fuyao hurriedly ordered again. First, express your gratitude to the immortal sect for praising us. In addition to expressing a grand welcome to the disciples of the immortal sect to come to my Fa Yao Empire for training, I will personally arrange appropriate positions for them. Yes, your Majesty. I'll do it now, Taifu Sun said with a happy face. When he finished, he retreated at a trot. After Taifu Sun retired, Nangong Fuyao was in a good mood. Come on people, I'm hungry and want to have a meal. Also, clean up the Fuyang Hall for me. Yes, your Majesty. The group of palace maids waiting outside let out a huge sigh of relief and hurriedly got busy. Not a moment too soon. The noble Fugue Palace was refreshed and renewed. Nangong Fuyao sat down at the table and used the meal with a happy face. To be valued by the immortal sect. All the bad things that we encountered in front of us were nothing in comparison. with the means of the immortal sect's disciples, at that time, the matter of the demonic plague, I'm sure they would be able to solve it easily. As for the barbarian state, if they don't make an alliance, then they don't make an alliance. And when they know that the Fa Yao Empire is valued by the Taiyi immortal sect, the ones who will regret it will only be them. Yuqing, Yuqing, I indeed did not expect your strength to have recovered. I also have to admit that your departure has caused me a lot of trouble, but now I want you to know that without you, the Fa Yao Empire won't be any worse off. It was, it is, and it will be. In the meantime, in a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the Fa Yao Empire, it is surrounded by clouds and mountains, and in the clouds, there were green jade pavilions looming. On top of that, there were cranes as well as white-clothed disciples with flying swords on their feet sweeping by. This is none other than the Taiyi immortal sect. In the majestic hall, at the top was sitting a middle-aged man as well as a few childish old men. A few people sitting there, not showing the slightest breath, but giving people a feeling of being deep and bottomless. It was no one else, but the current sect leader of the Taiyi immortal sect, Li Wufeng, as well as several great elders. And under Li Wufeng and a few elders, there were also a few young men standing. They are both male and female. The women are youthful and pretty. The men are sunny and upright. And each one has a superb temperament. It's the 5 of them. Have they been confirmed? At the top, Li Wufeng asked towards a few elders. Well, the ones who were hand-picked are the 5 of them. If there are no problems, I will send them down the mountain tomorrow. One of the elders said. There's no rush. This matter is of great importance. The old ancestor still has to go over it personally. Li Wufeng waved his hand and said. When the elders heard this, they glanced at each other and secretly wondered if it was too solemn that even the old ancestor had to personally go through it, but didn't dare say anything. After a long wait, an old ancestor dressed in cloth and carrying a wine gourd walked in unhurriedly from outside the door with his palms behind his back. Greetings, old ancestor. Everyone present rose and saluted. The old man waved his hand, then turned his gaze to the 5 disciples. A satisfied nod followed. Then the seriousness of the explanation, you a few to the old man to remember. The so-called want you to practice. It is not really practice what practice. Rather, I want you to use this method to get on good terms with that person. And if you are able to get on good terms and get some chance from him, then you will be considered to have made a fortune in your life. But remember, you can't be too deliberate. Go and do things first. Get things done. And after you've done that, there's always a chance to get in touch with him. Do you hear me? The old man spoke at length, giving a full account. Old ancestor, isn't this too much? Beside him, Li Wufeng couldn't help but say. Several other elders agreed. Humph, what do you know? The old man glared at them. Although I was in contact with that person a year ago, it wasn't considered to be much of a familiarity. That is, before we parted I said that I just happened to want to send a few of my disciples to go on a secular training trip to see if they could go to the country he was in. So this time, although it's not considered a division, but this kind of words at that time in his opinion is just a polite talk, so too deliberate to go forward. It's easy to curry favor with people and think that we're insatiable. So before going, I'm also asking you guys to contact that Fa Yao Empire's emperor. With that, he then turned his gaze to the 5 disciples and said, of course, as long as you guys go first and do your job properly, people, even if they know the actual mind of you guys to go, will see through it and show their understanding. After all, they're that kind of characters now. As for whether or not it will work out in the end, it's up to you, and even the future of the sect depends on you. Yes, old ancestor, we understand. The 5 disciples replied in unison. They were also extremely excited about this line. 1 year ago, the old man who was supposed to be at the end of his life, went out for a trip and came back, not only glowing, but even breaking through his cultivation level. It was then that they realized that it was the old ancestor who had encountered a nobleman outside this time. And for them to be able to represent the clan this time and go to the country where this noble senior was from was a great honor for them. It was also even more exciting to see what such a character would actually be like in person. Surprise had covered the eyes of several young men. After making all the preparations, early the next morning, the 5 young men were sent down the mountain by the elders. The 5 of them then directly straddled the flying swords and transformed into 5 streams of light, rushing non-stop towards the Fa Yao Empire. Chapter 38. What do you think of my fortune? Learning that the disciples of the immortal sect would be arriving today, a grand welcoming event was held at the Fa Yao imperial capital, and Nangong Fa Yao personally came to greet them. Finally, with all eyes waiting, 5 sword lights suddenly appeared in the sky, rapidly flying towards the Fa Yao imperial capital. These 5 sword lights were as bright and dazzling as shooting stars, drawing everyone's attention. As the sword light approached, people could see that it was none other than the 5 disciples of the Taiyi immortal sect's disciples. They stepped on flying swords and looked cold, as if they were not eating the earth. A few moments later, the 5 of them landed steadily on the plaza of the Fuyang imperial capital, attracting the attention of everyone in the crowd at the first moment. The aura of the 5 as well as the faint fluctuations emanating from their bodies caused people to feel a sense of awe. People exclaimed, "Is this the disciple of the Tai immortal sect? It's really like an immortal." It was the look of longing in Nangong Fuyao's eyes that couldn't help but flash past. "I think the 5 of you are the proud sons of heaven from the Tai immortal sect. I am Empress Fuyao. I have learned that the 5 of you have arrived today and have come to greet you." Nangong Fuyao hurriedly went forward to welcome them, saying with a warm face, "We, the others, meet your majesty." The 5 people always remembered the sect's explanation, so they behaved in a non-condescending and even less self-possessed manner. After simple pleasantries, Nangong Fuyao added, "The 5 heavenly joys have traveled a long way. It's very hard. I've already had people prepare a banquet. Your majesty is too polite. We are only here to practice. We would never dare to receive this great favor," the 5 people said courteously. However, unable to withstand Nangong Fuyao's repeated invitations, the 5 had no choice but to agree. And Nangong Fuyao couldn't help but secretly marvel inwardly. When an ordinary immortal sect disciple came to the secular world, which one of them did not have a nose to the sky and a haughty posture? It's a rare sight to see this demeanor and humility of the 5. Perhaps it was the Tai immortal sect's good rules, but at the same time, it also proved, in disguise, that she, Nangong Fuyao, was capable. After all, the prerequisite for others to respect you is for you to be strong enough. In terms of strength, the Fa Yao Empire has not dared to compare itself to the immortal sect, so I'm afraid that just as the Tai immortal sect said, the Fa Yao Empire is a place of great fortune and has a great future. It was this that made these immortal sect disciples so humble and courteous. The 5, however, did not realize that Nangong Fuyao was thinking so much. "The thought in my mind was that I wondered when I would be able to meet the one." The banquet was set up in the heavenly light hall not far from the Fuyan Hall. All the civil and military officials are present. Nangong Fuyao even personally led the civil and military officials to toast the 5 disciples. "Senior brother Dustless. They're making it so grand. With greetings, banquets, and toasts. Those who don't know would think that we've come to the Fuyang Empire to make a fool of ourselves." A female disciple couldn't help but say towards the male disciple at the head. The male disciple named Dustless couldn't help but nod as well. At that moment, he walked up to Nangong Fuyao and said, "Your Majesty, the 5 of us have come to the Fa Yao Empire to train and serve in the empire. So your majesty might as well arrange positions for us as soon as possible so we can do our work." Nangong Fuyao, which felt that they really came to serve, only felt that it was the Tai immortal sect using some means to foresee the future of the Fa Yao Empire, and sent their disciples over in advance to carry out cooperation and draw closer. So serving she was afraid to, but there was one thing she really wanted to ask these 5 for. After a slight hesitation, she said tentatively, "Truth be told, I do have something I would like to ask the 5 heavenly pride for help." Nangong Fuyao was only asking tentatively. People were new to the city. She didn't expect them to help her do anything now. But unexpectedly, the 5 people's eyes lit up, and they said extremely enthusiastically, "If your majesty, the empress, has anything to do, then please command, and we will certainly live up to our responsibilities." This was so refreshing that Nangong Fuyao was surprised. "Are the 5 heavenly prides serious?" she asked. "Since it is true," the 5 responded. Nangong Fuyao and the Sun Typhoon next to him exchanged a glance, so they stopped babbling and immediately told the matter of the demon under the ground of the imperial capital. "How hard can it be? If we were to take on that demon directly, I'm afraid it would still be troublesome to clean up, but it's just strengthening the seal. I'll go now." After the leader, Dustless, finished speaking, he swept out with his feet on the void and rushed towards the demonic-afflicted region. The crowd chased them to the great hall and looked up. It was to see that Wudwan flipped his hand in midair and offered up a large seal, directly suppressing it towards the land of demons. As the great seal fell, there was a wail from the bottom of the imperial capital's ground, followed by no further movement. Simple and sharp. What a strong great seal. Nangong Fuyao Nana, then is to reveal joy, plagued her for so long the demonic disease, just like this easily solved. Taifu Sun and the others also looked joyful. "Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, your majesty. The demonic plague has been removed. Yeah, it's finally settled." Nangong Fuyao was spirited, and now that he had the cooperation of the immortal sect, the Formation Masters Guild was nothing. What is a barbarian nation? What's the point of Yuqing? She then took the first opportunity to retrieve the long-lost jade seal of transmission, and at that moment, Dustless, who had finished sealing the demon, had already folded back. The 4 senior siblings rushed to welcome them. "How's senior brother? Not much consumption? It's not bad. I can feel that these 2 demons were very strong before." but their power has been cut down pretty much over the years. My power plus the heavenly seal is just enough, Dustless said. But senior brother, I see that Empress Fa Yao has even used the jade seal of transmission in order to suppress this demon. That one is there. It's not so bad, is it? At this time, a senior sister saw the clues and said that. It made Dustless's brows furrow as well, but after half a day's thought, I couldn't come up with anything. No matter what, it's still important to do more, at least so that when that senior knows about us, he won't resent our arrival, Dustless then explained. The brothers and sisters nodded. At this time, Nangong Fa Yao just walked over, wanting to thank Wuchen, but before he could say anything, Wuchen went on to say, Your Majesty the Empress, just now, I observed the entire imperial capital guarding array. There are quite a number of places where problems have appeared. Although our masters and brothers aren't professional array masters, they are also involved, so we'll go and repair these arrays. After saying that, without even giving Nangong Fa Yao a chance to speak, Wu Duan led the other 4 people to directly sweep out of the air, and then began to repair the formation for the Fa Yao imperial capital. Seeing the 5 in this state, the crowd looked at each other. Sun Taifu even couldn't help but come close to Nangong Fa Yao and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, what kind of medicine are they selling in their gourd? Nangong Fa Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. Can't tell what's on my mind. Time. Quiet passed. A few days later, in the Fa Yao Palace, Nangong Fa Yao stood in front of the window, looking out over the vast Fa Yao imperial capital. For his part, Taifu Sun stood respectfully behind him and reported in a low voice, Your Majesty, according to the news from the scouts, the barbarian kingdom has already allied with the southern kingdom. Nangong Fa Yao's pupils shrunk, then coldly laughed. Yuqing is really beyond my expectations, actually able to cause the barbarian kingdom to be like this. It's just a small barbarian country. I've already done nothing. Taifu Sun nodded on the sidelines. Indeed, now that he had hooked up with the immortal sect, the small barbarian country had become irrelevant. He then reported. In addition, they have already finished repairing the formations throughout the Fa Yao imperial capital, and after that, they personally made a trip to the Heavenly Palace Academy, instructing those youngsters from the academy. Whoa, words. The corners of Nangong Fa Yao's mouth couldn't help but hook up. Then he asked, Taifu Sun, you are also considered to know astronomy from above and geography from below. What exactly do you think Qi luck is? And how do you go about controlling it? Sun Taifu showed a thoughtful look, then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, The Qi luck which is the old minister can figure out. Not to mention control. The normal person's cognition of it is only to know that there are some things that will reduce or enhance the Qi luck. And even this kind of seeing the Qi luck is only tends to be on the surface. So don't talk about controlling it. And that kind of immortal sect or great power is merely able to do some foreknowledge, to go ahead and prepare for or cater to some impending great fortune. Nangong Fa Yao listened quietly, couldn't help but think back to her life, although there were setbacks, but now became the existence of 10,000 people. I'm afraid that no one could have predicted beforehand, including herself. What about the future? Can she only be a monarch of the Fa Yao Empire? Chapter 39. How did the tiny secular emperor dare to expel elder Yuqing? What do you think of my qi? She asked again. Your Majesty's fortune is naturally unrivaled, Taifu Sun said in a hurry. Nangong Fa Yao raised his mouth and smiled, then said, Tell them that I want to dig a moat, and ask them if they have any methods? They are disciples of the immortal sect. It's not too good to let them do this kind of hard labor, right? Taifu Sun said with difficulty. Just do as I say, Nangong Fa Yao said with a leisurely gaze. Yes. Taifu Sun retreated. A few days later, a shocking scene appeared outside of the Fa Yao imperial capital, as a true sword opening a mountain was presented in front of everyone's eyes. The city walls. Nangong Fa Yao stood with her arms folded, looking at the moat that had gradually taken shape. She revealed a look of satisfaction. Then he inclined his head to look at Dustless and the others beside him and said with satisfaction, Dustless, it's really been hard on you guys in recent times. Your Majesty, it's all proper to serve the Fa Yao Empire, Dustless said with a smile. Very good. I feel very pleased. Nangong Fa Yao appreciatively patted Woodwan's shoulder, then said, How about helping me with one more thing in the next 2 days? We, master and brother, would like to serve your Majesty. Next time, the Dustless 5 ran through the various orders from Nangong Fa Yao. Nangong Fa Yao also truly realized what was called true power. She wanted some kind of priceless and rare medicinal herbs to practice, and Dustless could travel thousands of miles to fetch them for her. Even if she wanted to taste the spirit beasts unique to the edge of the southern border, the Dustless 5 could hunt them for her. She had originally thought that being a king of a country would already be a winner in life, but when there were the Dustless 5, she realized that just being the emperor of the Fa Yao Empire was simply not enough. Looking at the 5 people standing respectfully at the bottom, Nangong Fu Yao leisurely said. Wu Dust, you guys don't worry, as long as you help me do my job properly, I will definitely fulfill all your needs in the future. Thank you, Your Majesty. You guys go back and get some rest. Yes, Your Majesty. After the Dustless Five retreated, one of the female disciples couldn't help but transmit a voice. Senior brother, we've all been in the Fa Yao Empire for so long, but that's senior, how come we haven't even heard anyone mention it? Dustless frowned tightly, equally puzzled. They didn't dare to hope that they would meet or have anything happen with that senior when they first arrived, but even he hadn't heard a word, so it did feel a bit fishy. A character like him shouldn't. And just when a few people were wondering, I just ran into Tai Fu's son. With this period of time spent working together, Tai Fu's son had become quite familiar with these people. Originally, the immortal sect was a lofty existence in his perception, and now these immortal sect disciples were likewise following the orders of the Empress. So now he felt that there didn't seem to be anything different about the immortal sect disciples except that they were a bit stronger. A few of you, we're all working together now as well. There's a bit of a taboo at His Majesty's place. You'd better have a bottom. Tai Fu's son couldn't help but remind towards the several people. Taboo? The Dustless Five were puzzled, but still humbly asked Tai Fu's son for advice. May I ask what the taboo is? That is, in front of His Majesty, there is one person who absolutely cannot be mentioned. No matter if you have heard of this person or ever knew of this person, Tai Fu's son said in a serious tone. None of them can be mentioned. Excuse me? Dustless asked. Tai Fu's son said. Yuqing. When Tai Fu's son finished speaking, he was ready to leave. However, Tai Fu's son was just about to leave when he realized that the Dustless Five had stopped him with tightly locked brows. Why is it taboo? Why can't we mention him? Dustless asked in a serious tone. You guys don't need to care why, but you know not to mention it, just know it. Besides, work for His Majesty. Don't ask so many whys. Tai Fu's son said with a bit of a lecturing tone. I still have things to do, so I won't talk to you guys anymore. But as soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure directly crushed towards Tai Fu's son. Even though Tai Fu's son was good in his own strength, under this pressure, he was like a small boat in a storm. Without waiting for him to react, the iron-faced Dustless directly pinched his neck. I'm asking you, Dustless asked in a cold voice, word for word. You, what are you doing? Son, Tai Fu shouted with an ugly face. Hurry up and let go of me. I'm asking you a question. Dustless repeated, but the palm of his hand that squeezed Tai Fu's son's neck tightened violently. The crisis of death enveloped Tai Fu's son, and it was only at this time that he felt fear. It was only at the same time that he reacted with hindsight that these five people were disciples of the immortal sect, could easily take him. I say, Tai Fu's son cried out in fear, then told the story of Yuqing's expulsion and the conflict and grudge between the two of them and Empress Fa Yao. But it's good that he didn't say anything. As soon as he said it, the Dustless Five directly exploded. Even when they heard that it was Yuqing that Taboo was referring to, they felt that there was a hidden agenda. But when they heard that it was the result, the five of them couldn't accept it at all. No one else even knows how long they have been preparing for this. The five of them were almost hand-picked by the patriarch, running to the Fa Yao Empire to tire themselves out, being called around by a group of people they usually regarded as ants, only to learn that Yuqing had been expelled from the Fa Yao Empire? Then wouldn't all this effort of theirs be in vain? And since Yuqing wasn't there, what right did this group of people from the Fa Yao Empire have to yell at them? Are you sure you're not lying? Dustless forehead veins rippled as he stared at Tai Fu's son with a deadly glare and drank. No, don't dare lie. Son Tai Fu, where to see this kind of momentum? Has long been scared silly, shivering, a heart to beg for mercy. Once again receiving Tai Fu's son's confirmation, Wu Chen's complexion turned cold, and his palm violently exerted force, directly snapping Tai Fu's son's neck. After casually throwing away Tai Fu's son's corpse, without saying a word, Wu Du directly swept up in the air and arrived at the area of the demonic affliction with his palm outstretched. The heavenly seal that he had then suppressed here was directly retrieved by him. Since Yuqing wasn't even in the Fa Yao Empire anymore, there wasn't any reason for them to help the Fa Yao Empire whatsoever, and as the heavenly seal was withdrawn, the entire imperial capital suddenly came a-shaking, like an earthquake began to crack out of the road cracks. What's going on? And at this time, Nangong Fu Yao, who was resting in the Fa Yao palace, stepped into the air. Seeing the heavenly seal in Wu Duan's hand, she questioned in a deep voice. Wu Duan, what are you doing? Seeing Nangong Fu Yang, Dustless' face sank. You're just in time. I wanted to ask you, how dare you? How did you, a tiny secular emperor, a mole-like thing, dare to expel Senior Yuqing? Ha? Elder Yuqing? Yuqing? Nangong Fu Yao's brows furrowed and his heart sank. Yuqing? Why Yuqing again? Chapter 40. A demon comes out. Regretful Nangong Fu Yao. Wu Chen, we have something to talk about. You first put the heavenly seal back. Nangong Fuyao worriedly looked at the demonic afflicted region and said in a hurry. Obviously, she couldn't care about anything else at this moment. In case the demon came out, the entire imperial capital would face great difficulties. Talk properly. What qualifications do you have to talk properly with me? Dustless said in a cold voice. How can you talk to me like that? Nangong Fuyao said in a deep voice. What are you? Used to instructing me to instruct? Do you really think that your so-called Fa Yao Empire is really a place of good fortune? You think you, Nangong Fuyao, are really the pride of heaven? You don't really think that we're coming over here because of you, Nangong Fuyao, do you? Dustless said without giving the slightest bit of face. Wuduan's words caused Nangong Fuyao to be stunned in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Nangong Fuyao's face grew unsightly as he asked, What do you mean by that? Ask me what I mean? Dustless snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. Aren't you still unclear? If you didn't think that Senior Yuqing was in the Fa Yao Empire, do you think that I, Tai Immortal Sect, would know about your Fa Yao Empire? The reason we're here is because of Senior Yuqing, and this little secular country of yours actually expelled Senior Yuqing. How did you have the guts to do that? The moment Dustless' words fell, it made Nangong Fuyao freeze on the spot, just like suffering a lightning strike. Staring with a pair of eyes, he revealed a look of extreme incredulity. The whole person was as if he had lost his soul at this moment, even though she had a bad feeling in her heart when Dustless mentioned Yuqing just now. However, when she personally heard Dustless say that the 5 of them had come for Yuqing, it still greatly exceeded her expectations. The Immortal Sect disciples actually rushed Yuqing. He even addressed Yuqing with a mouthful of seniors. And at this time she also realized that what Fa Yao Empire was the land of Qi, and that she, Nangong Fuyao, was the dragon and phoenix among men. All were false, and all this time they were at their own beck and call. And it wasn't at all that she thought she was a person of great Qi. Everything is because of Yuqing. But aren't you the Immortal Sect? Yuqing, even if he has something extraordinary, it's impossible for him to make your Immortal Sect like this, right? Nangong Fuyao still couldn't accept this result. She shouted with a reddened face, Humph! Summer insects can't talk about ice. Platyplura doesn't know about spring and fall. How can your little bit of cognition and eyesight know how high the real sky is? Dustless said disdainfully, and at the same time he spoke. Because the withdrawal of the heavenly seal and no other means of suppressing demons in the entire imperial capital, as if the end came. A building collapses and the cracks in the ground get bigger and bigger and bigger. Finally, under the shaking of the sky, 2 powerful auras rose up into the sky. The next thing he saw was 2 tall black shadows scurrying out of the ground. The massive pressure on its body caused many people to directly prostrate themselves on the ground. The 2 long-sealed demons finally scurried out of the ground. Ha 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 ha. Finally out. Finally back to freedom. Excited voices came out of the 2 demons' mouths, deafening and spreading throughout the imperial capital. Damn humans, let's charge you some interest first. Without saying a word, the 2 demons directly slapped down several palms towards the royal capital building. The powerful force collapsed down, and there were immediately patches of buildings that were leveled to the ground. That is, the imperial capital had been infested with demons for a long time, and the ordinary people had long since moved out, leaving only the official people of the Fa Yao Empire. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would have to die if these slaps went down, but even so, still died a large number of Futsuki's army, and at that moment, the 2 demons seemed to have smelled something and directly approached towards the direction where Nangong Fuyao was. Then he condescended to the top of Nangong Fuyao's head. Nangong Fuyao looked at the imperial capital that was full of wreckage with blood in his eyes, and then he looked at the 2 demons that were hanging above his head, and his entire body was shaking. Empress Fuyao, we know you. At that moment, the demon hanging overhead spoke. It's in the sunlight that their true colors are revealed. Roughly the same shape as a human, but with dense hair and a muscular skeletal body, with arms and legs and a slightly bent torso when standing. Whether it was their size or their aura, humans stood in front of them as if they were facing a prehistoric beast. Even though we hate you, we want to thank you. If you hadn't banished that demon Yuqing, with him around, I'm afraid that the 2 of us brothers wouldn't have been able to see the light of day in this lifetime. But for your life, we brothers will keep you for a while longer, and after some time, we will come back to you to avenge this seal. The 2 demons spoke with deep voices, and as they spoke, they glanced at the dustless 5 who were at the side. Obviously, at the present time when they had just gotten out of the trap and lost most of their strength, the 5 dustless people were still a considerable threat to them. Empress Fuyao, wait for our revenge in the future. After saying that, the 2 demons directly transformed into 2 streams of light and disappeared, leaving behind only the Fa Yao imperial capital, which was full of pale eyes. But the 2 demons were gone. Nangong Fuyao, who was standing in place, couldn't help but stagger and almost stood unsteadily. The shaking of his body became more violent. She finally realized why the demon had been sealed for so many years without any semblance of a problem, but why it had loosened up recently. Summer bugs, not ice talk. For some reason, Nangong Fuyao remembered these words that Wuduan had just said. He couldn't help but mumble under his breath, and while chanting, her mind began to stop conjuring up Yuqing's face, recalling everything that had once been with him. It was a windy and snowy night, and she, cowering in a corner on the verge of death, saw Yuqing for the first time. He pulled a steaming bun from his arms and then took her hand. Originally, they had eaten without food, and from that time on they had enough to eat, warm clothes to wear, and they were no longer bullied by anyone. Later, someone from the palace came looking for her. She turned out to be the exiled princess. She wanted to take back the identity that was hers, and he had no choice but to protect her to take back the identity that was hers. Later, coinciding with the late emperor's illness, several major princes competing for the throne, Nangong Fuyao also rose ambitions. She just expressed her thoughts to him and he helped her kill her way to the throne with his sword. In the end, she got what she wanted. As the Fa Yao Empire grows stronger and stronger, and her fortune becomes more and more prosperous, she, who has long been a man of 10,000, with abundant feathers, realizes that she no longer needs him. It was also realized that he was no longer useful to him. Even, at one point, it felt like he was black history. She was afraid he'd tell on the stinking girl who had once been vulnerable, who had once been underfed and bone-thin. She was afraid of losing face. Even more so, I feel that I am now the existence of 10,000 people. I can easily decide the life and death of 10,000 people. I do not need you to be like an elder, pretending to care, and it feels like a huge burden. So gradually she became more and more disgusted with him, more and more. But now she realized that she had been living under his wing since the beginning. He's been protective since the beginning. Chapter 41 Brother, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. It turned out to be him, who had been silently guarding the Fa Yao Empire and suppressing the demons under the ground of the Fa Yao imperial capital. It was also because of him that the barbarian kingdom, which had been eyeing the Fa Yao Empire, did not dare to make another move, and even voluntarily suffered losses to promote the alliance. He was also the one who made an existence as strong as the Taiyi immortal sect voluntarily send disciples to train and listen to her orders. If Yuqing hadn't left, all the perks that the Southern Kingdom has today will be his Fa Yao Empire, right? The Formation Artist Guild headquarters should be situated in the Fa Yao Empire. The Barbarian Kingdom has also been allied with them for a long time. The so-called demonic plague will also not exist at all, and this group of immortal sect disciples might be able to actually be of use to her. It was only at this time that he seemed to feel, with hindsight, that he had missed something. How wrong one has done. A strong feeling of regret began to fill her heart, causing her to choke up for a moment and just feel breathless. I, for one, seemed to be really wrong. Her whole body was weak and she began to stand unsteadily. You're called a self-made man. The dustless five looked at her indifferently, and said with an icy expression, considering that you are, after all, a human emperor who affects thousands of lives at every turn, we masters and brothers won't bother with you, and we'll let you off the hook for the time being, so be good to yourself. Humph, let's go. After saying that, the dustless five no longer paid any attention to her and disappeared in the blink of an eye as 5 streams of light. After the dustless five left, Nangong Fuyao finally sat paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were lifeless and shedding tears. A few days after the incident at the Fa Yao royal capital, the reconstruction works of the Fa Yao imperial capital had begun long ago. After all, no matter what happened, a country still needed to function. As the king of a country, Nangong Fuyao could not avoid sympathizing with the people. Greetings, Your Majesty. When she came to the streets, the populace paid their respects. But after paying their respects, many people no longer have the same kind of admiration for her that they used to have. On the contrary, there were various murmurs among the people and throughout the dynasty. It was because after the demon came out, the sound it emitted spread throughout almost the entire Fa Yao imperial capital. Many of the ordinary people who originally had no idea that Yuqing had been expelled realized that this person who had been instrumental in pacifying the 3 kings had been expelled from the Fa Yao Empire by Nangong Fuyao. And almost everyone knew that it was Yuqing who had been suppressing the 2 demons. It was only after Nangong Fuyao banished Yuqing that the demon was able to break through the seal, causing many people's families to die. Nangong Fuyao is the indirect murderer. This kind of words, although no one dared to say them, Nangong Fuyao was able to feel it from the gazes of the crowd. She sat in the carriage, and she who should have been sympathetic to the people did not dare to get out of the carriage. She was terrified of facing that gaze. Those stares that said nothing, but seemed to say everything, made her scalp tingle. Even after coming to the Fuyang army, which she had nurtured with her own hands, when they saw her, they did not have the same enthusiasm as in the past. It's dead. Nangong Fa Yao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, and only ordered to increase the pension for the dead and wounded soldiers before returning to the Fa Yao Palace early. After returning to the Fuyu Temple, word came from the Ministry of Labor. Numerous officials have resigned, including some in pivotal positions. Obviously, these are the aftermath of banishing Yuqing away. Yuqing, as a founding minister-like existence, had done credit for the Fa Yao Empire, and many people in the dynasty were first-hand witnesses. When Yuqing left, many people were dissatisfied, only to be strongly suppressed by Nangong Fa Yao, and the storm caused by this demonic emergence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It made these people's emotions completely explode. Aha! Nangong Fa Yao went mad as if desperately slapping the table, his mouth collapsing as he shouted, Why? Is this a certainty that the Fa Yao Empire will be driven to its death? Can I just be wrong? Woohoo! The meltdown went on for who knows how long before she calmed down. Suddenly, she saw a scented pouch hanging next to the desk where she usually reviewed her papers. She couldn't resist picking up the scented pouch. Deadly grip. Remembering that this was a year ago, Yuqing had come to visit him, fearing that he usually worked too hard. He had specially gifted him with a scented pouch. It was just a scented capsule. She didn't take it seriously, but casually hung it on the side and didn't even give Yuqing the chance to speak more, then casually dismissed him. She hadn't thought about the scented pouch since then. Even after expelling Yuqing, all the things about Yuqing were told to be cleaned up, and this scent bag was even forgotten to be cleaned up. And then you see this bomb. A scene from the past couldn't help but come back to her mind. In the past, she even went to Yuqing's place every now and then to dilly-dally. And every time she pestered Yuqing to get her hot pot to eat, Yuqing would always prepare her favorite ingredients early. She also remembered that when Yuqing decapitated the three kings and was just deposed, she was also almost unrelenting by Yuqing's side, utilizing the power of the Fa Yao Empire to invite famous doctors from all over the world for Yuqing. But she couldn't even remember exactly when it all changed. I also forgot the last time I had hot pot made by Yuqing. Unable to help herself, she gripped the scented bag in her hand tighter and tighter, and couldn't help but bring it to the tip of her nose, as if she wanted to anesthetize herself through the scent of the scented bag, fantasizing about the feeling that Yuqing was still in the Fa Yao Empire. But the scented bag came close to the tip of her nose, and Nangong Fa Yao clearly felt that as the scent entered her body's cultivation was mobilized. It made her feel like her cultivation level was visibly loosening. She stared at the scented pouch in her hand in shock, then unraveled it with trembling hands. Soon, the ingredients in the scented bag were presented to her one by one. Tenshin Tama, green sky bai, dustless grass, Tonshao stone. Each and every one of these are actually extremely rare and priceless materials in the entire southern border. Nourishing the mind is just its simplest effect. The fragrance emanating from these materials mixed together also had the effect of felling the hair and washing the marrow, allowing the cultivator to reduce bottlenecks on the way to cultivation. In addition, it is also the easiest way to increase your cultivation. Nangong Fa Yao recalled that her cultivation in the recent year had risen like a rocket, and had become bottleneck-free, especially when she stayed in the Fa Yao Palace. The effect was even more obvious. She didn't think of it as anything else, but just thought, for a moment, that she was the pride of heaven, the favored child of the heavens. But now it seems that she is not the pride of heaven, not the favorite of heaven. It was only raised under Yuqing's wing. Turns out she's been the same bony girl since the beginning, never leaving his wing. This, on the contrary, made it even more difficult for her, and she gripped the scent bag with a death grip, her delicate body unable to stop trembling. Tears slid down like grains of beans, and choking sounds were unceasing. If she had been a little more patient in the beginning, instead of thinking about hurrying to send Yuqing away, she would have listened to him finish his sentence. If she had taken this scented capsule seriously, instead of hanging it casually in the Fuyan Hall, she would have taken it back to her chambers and placed it in a sealed environment. I'm afraid her cultivation has grown more than that, and so Big Fuyang Hall, usually declared to see the officials as well as in and out of the palace guards, people come and go. The efficacy of this capsule in her body, I'm afraid that even 1/10 of the effect did not play out. And now we know that it is too late. A whole year of time, even if it was even more counterintuitive, the medicinal effect had pretty much been lost. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Chapter 42. If you want to invite King Chung back, please ask your majesty to do it yourself. On the border of the Fa Yao Empire, in the mountains and forests on the border of the two countries, there was a frontier town that did not ask for the world's business. Aside from the occasional hunter from elsewhere who comes here to hunt, there are few outsiders out there. At the foot of the mountain is a reservoir no more than 100 feet long and wide, and it is this reservoir that irrigates this side of the water. On the dam, an old man holding a bamboo pole, sitting on a bamboo bench, fishing, and behind him there are several bear chicks playing barefoot. head-tied pigtails of children playing. At some point, the thrashing children were led away. The old man just happened to have the fish hooked, and after storing the hooked fish in the fish guard, the old man slowly got up and arched his hand towards the side of the path as a salute. My humble servant Sun Xuanji, greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. For some reason, Sun Xuanji's insalubrious appearance made Nangong Fa Yao smile bitterly. She approached Sun Xuanji and helped him up and said in a warm voice, Dean's son doesn't need to be polite. She then came to Sun Xuanji's fish guard, looked at the several big white carp inside, couldn't help but smile, and then said, Can this fresh big carp also let me satisfy my craving tonight? Your Majesty is joking. What is there in this world that your Majesty cannot eat? Sun Xuanji said, Where would one really miss these few small fish in the mountains of mine? You're still blaming me. Nangong Fa Yao looked at him, his face full of bitterness. How dare the grasshopper? Sun Xuanji said, Actually, I came this time to apologize to you and to ask you to return. Nangong Fa Yao said with an apologetic face as he looked at Sun Xuanji. Your Majesty doesn't owe me anything, so why apologize? Sun Xuanji said. When Sun Xuanji said this, the bitter color on Nangong Fa Yao's face deepened. Dean, the Empire needs you. Xiao Wuchen has no whereabouts so far, and Sun Taifu also. Subsequently, Nangong Fa Yao reluctantly told Sun Xuanji what had happened recently. One by one. So much has happened lately. Sun Xuanji had the same complex look on his face after hearing this, but not too many looks of surprise were shown at what had happened. I, for one, really do know it's wrong, Nangong Fa Yao said, slightly contemplating for a moment, and then continued. This time I came, besides wanting to ask the dean to go back, I still want to ask the dean to bring my oracle and make a run to my brother's place. I hope dean can bring my brother back. Sun Xuanji glanced at Nangong Fa Yao in surprise, but quickly shook his head and said, It's better to forget about it. Dean, I really know it's wrong this time. I will definitely apologize properly to my brother, and I also sincerely want to invite him back. Nangong Fa Yao hurriedly explained. Sun Xuanji shook his head without hesitation and said, The grasshopper no longer has the face to go to King Cheng anymore. At the beginning, I said that I hoped that your Majesty would sincerely invite King Cheng to return, not to mention that because of the matter of the demonic affliction, King Cheng should be invited to come back just because of the feats he has accomplished for the Fa Yao Empire. It's just that at first, the grasshoppers were so insignificant that they couldn't influence His Majesty's decision. Then His Majesty finally issued an oracle asking me to go to the Southern Kingdom to invite King Cheng. But it is precisely because of that oracle in the first place, along with that last bit of affection between King Cheng and I that has disappeared. So if your Majesty really wants to invite King Cheng back, it would be better for your Majesty to do so in person. The straw man doesn't have the face for it. Sun Xuanji's words made Nangong Fa Yao's face ugly to the extreme, and he only felt fiery. There is another matter that needs to be clarified with your Majesty. At this time, Sun Xuanji added. What is it? Nangong Fa Yao asked in a hurry. Xiao Wuchen should not be able to come back. After I came back from the southern country at first, and then sent people to specially check, Xiao Wuchen last place he frequented is in the residence of the King of Qing, and the experts he brought there, after means of checking, also died there. In addition, on the day I came to Green Mountain Town, I used to be buried in the Southern Kingdom, and the scouts who were only ordered to report to me told me that a supreme bone had recently appeared in the Southern Kingdom. Combining the things that have appeared in the Fuyang imperial capital recently, the judgment of King Qing's ability, and the fact that even he couldn't say anything about the origin of Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone in the first place, it can basically be judged that Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone in the first place should have been bestowed by King Qing. In other words, Xiao Wuchen, the so-called number one of the younger generation, was almost single-handedly created by King Cheng, and he was able to destroy with his own hands. So, I hope your Majesty understands. Sun Xuanji's words were obvious. It also tells the approximate truth. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Wuchen had once studied with Yuqing, the basic truth was 8 or 9 to 1. After Nangong Fa Yao heard Sun Xuanji's words, her petite body trembled slightly, and she couldn't tell what expression was on her face. Long was dumbfounded. As it turns out, the one she once had as her right-hand man was also built by Yuqing himself. The most ridiculous thing was that she had actually sent Xiao Wuchen, whom Yuqing had created, to forcibly bring Yuqing back. Grasshopper is getting old and is no longer capable of holding the position of president of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Besides, it's already a young man's world now. So please, your Majesty, it's better to let Grasshopper be a good fishing man. At this time, Sun Xuanji turned around and lifted up the fishing tools as well as the bamboo chair. Bowing towards Nangong Fa Yao, Madam is still waiting for me at home, so I will leave first. Your Majesty, make yourself at home. After saying that, Sun Xuanji no longer stayed, carrying the bamboo pole stool up the mountain path, and then disappeared. Nangong Fuyao looked at the direction Sun Xuanji had left, unable to speak for a long time. But the desire to bring Yuqing back is growing stronger. But when I think of the scene that happened, he's sure to blame himself, isn't he? He was so in love with himself. But he expelled him from Fuyang royal capital. His heart must be very aggrieved. For a while, Nangong Fuyao was somewhat unsure of how to face Yuqing. But one was always his sister. Although there is no blood relationship, but the two have experienced so much together. If she is sincere in admitting fault, he will still forgive himself. Right. Chapter 43. I'm just a harmless little demon. The vast sky. Two black shadows flashed by. It was the two demons that had regained their freedom after breaking through the seal from underneath the Fa Yao imperial capital. Woohoo! It feels so good to be free. One of the demons couldn't help but cry out. Yes, finally free after being sealed for so many years. The other demon responded excitedly. But Lao San, we're still in human territory, and our cultivation hasn't recovered yet, so it's better for us to be careful. Don't worry, old four, I have a plan for this matter. Wow! What was the response? To the south of this Fa Yao Empire is a place called the South Country. The South Country is a small country in a remote location, and there are no experts. Even if the two of us haven't recovered our strength, can't we still walk horizontally in this kind of place, recklessly catching those damned human beings sucking on their essence blood, to recover our strength? This is a wonderful countermeasure. So what are we waiting for? Let's head to the Southern Kingdom now. Go! Just like this. The two demons clicked together and turned into two streams of light, flying towards the Southern Kingdom. Southland. Milky Way Pavilion upstairs. In the corner next to it was a fishing rod stepped into. Since coming to the south, looking at the blue water of this river, Yuqing has been hooked on fishing, but human enthusiasm is limited. Cannot hold him everyday Air Force. Finally, 2 days ago, the last vestiges of his enthusiasm for fishing wore off. In his anger, the fishing rod was also stepped on in two. Actually speaking, fishing was just a momentary hobby of his. Like this hobby he also used to have a lot, but really to count Yuqing's biggest hobby, or medical arts and medicine refining. Although the talent in this area is a bit of a mixed bag, resulting in countless times of giving up in the middle. I just couldn't resist the love of it, and I gave it up and picked it up again and again. No, this time he picked it up again. Clad in a white coat and a pair of gloves made from sheep's intestines, a 10-foot-long desk was set in front of him. Next to the desk were various medical instruments that he had prepared. In the center of the desk were the objects he used to improve his medical skills, a couple of toads. Yuqing broke and sewed these toads, sewed and broke them again, and it was just a joy. Until these few toads were dead beyond death, he took out a few pills that he had prepared himself, with a shape only the size of sand, and fed them into the toads' mouths. Expect them to come back from the dead. So it was a full half hour of waiting. A few of the toads turned almost a little stinky in the sunlight and still didn't come to life. Alas, another failure. Yuqing took off his goat gloves and slammed them on the case table. Toad as a means of experimentation always felt a little inappropriate, but it was a little too hurtful to experiment on a human being. Yuqing muttered, and as he did so, his gaze couldn't help but glance at the sheep lying next to him. Bah! Seemingly sensing Yuqing's gaze, the sheep, which had always been dying in the past, bounced up with a fierce yelp. Then with a wary face, he looked at Yuqing and moved his small broken steps backward little by little, backing up to the corner of the wall with which he shifted to a safe place along the wall. And just as Yuqing was worried about where to find a test subject, two streams of light appeared in the sky of Upper South City. It was the two major demons that had trekked from the Fa Yao Empire. Old 3, this place is indeed not bad. Looking at the watery humans here, we'll restore our strength here. That's natural. Key you see, the humans in this city are indeed pathetically weak. Surely there won't be any existence that threatens us. Ha 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 ha. Fragile and humble human, prepare for the descent of our two brothers. The two demons looked down on Shangnan City from above, already treating it as if it was in their pocket. Yet the next moment, a voice suddenly reached their ears. Looks like you two little demons escaped. Why? Running here? Did you miss me? As soon as this voice came out, the two massive demons violently shivered, and the demon called Lao San was the most unbearable, directly stared out of his nose. Without saying anything, the two demons stomped their legs in midair and ran away. However, they hadn't run a few feet before they felt an unrivaled force wrapping around them and pulling them back hard. In midair, Yuqing stood in his white lab coat with his arms folded, looking at them with a smile on his face. If you're here, why are you running? The two demons immediately revealed their desire to cry, clearly standing in front of Yuqing like two small mountains, but trembling in fear. Not only that, but you have to fight through the discomfort and put on a smile at the first opportunity. Hey, Moncler, what a coincidence, Lao San cried out in a tearless voice. Yes, Yes, yes. What a coincidence, our Grand Master. We also know that you are here, and have specially come to take a look at you. Beside him, Demon Old 4 echoed the voice. While speaking, the two demons didn't forget to prostrate themselves and help Yuqing pound his thighs with those small fists whose fingers were thicker than Yuqing's body. The look is as funny as it gets. Whoa, what I heard just now was not like that. Yuqing's face was cold as he said. As soon as these words fell, the demon and devil too were frightened and directly knelt down in midair. Wronged, greatly wronged. Yeah, we're just two harmless little demons. How could we think of doing anything to humans? Yes, we are good people. No, good demons. The two demons put up their fingers and burst into tears. With a look of heaven and earth. They didn't want to just get out of the dragon's den and into the tiger's den again. It's fine if you want me to let you go. Follow me for a while first. I need you to help me achieve a great path. The two demons wanted to die when they heard that they had to follow Yuqing. But when they heard the second half of the sentence, they looked at each other again. Achieve an avenue? They were aware of Yuqing's terror. Was this meant to boost them? The two demons were now both curious and emboldened. But under the intimidation of Yuqing's eyes, there was no way to care about giving them a chance to think about it. And they had to agree even if they didn't. Devil 3-3, Devil Little 4, would like to serve their master. The two demons were good enough to kneel down and show their sincerity in an attempt to have a better life in the future. I don't like having my head down when I talk to you guys, Yuqing added at this point. The two demons reacted with a crackling sound emanating from their bodies, which then became human-sized. And after getting smaller, both looked similar to chimpanzees. Seeing this, Yuqing nodded in satisfaction and casually struck them with a power that directly shielded the demonic aura from them. Then with a wave of his sleeve, he rolled them up and they returned to the Milky Way small courtyard. You, lie down. Yuqing slapped the desk and made his way towards Demon Sansan. Devil Sansan froze and looked at the desk, and then looked at the cold utensils that were neatly placed next to it. A bad premonition suddenly rose from his heart. Squatting directly under the table, he shook his head pitifully at Yuqing. Yuqing, a look. Devil Sansan hurriedly scurried out from under the table and lay down on the case table. The feeling of lying feet lying across always felt a little bit not right, and the legs were hastily put together and covered the crotch with both hands again. Yuqing ignored his little action, but instead, while concentrating on the medical book, he then found the right direction and stabbed down with a knife. A pig-killing sound came out from the Milky Way small courtyard, and when the demon old 4 next to him saw the scene, he was scared and directly had to run. But Yuqing did not know where to change out of thin air again. A desk directly grabbed him over and threw him on the desk. Don't you run. I'm going to test it both ways and make a comparison. Not long after, Milky Way's small courtyard was filled with waves of pig squeals. In order to prevent making noise to others, Yuqing casually struck another soundproof taboo. Don't know how much time has passed. Aha! Very good. The demon's recovery power is really strong. It's still alive and kicking even now, and its screams are getting louder and louder. I believe that with the two of you, I may become a generation healer king. Yuqing passed out a voice of appreciation as he stitched up the wounds of the two demons. Having said that, it was also just about finished sewing. But the next moment, he added, sorry, the knife fell in my stomach. The demon cried. After working around for quite a while longer, Yuqing was finally done. After getting it done, he flipped out a small notebook and started taking notes. As it turns out, even in this metaphysical world, the surgical set still works. There are some injuries that are actually a little more immediate than healing by luck and resolving them with surgical physicals. As a healer, next time it's better not to be sloppy and careless, and the knife falling into the stomach should never happen again. Only after recording the little by little insights did Yuqing close the small book with satisfaction. Although he already had super strength and the medical arts seemed cockamamie to him, the feeling of accomplishing a hobby was something that mere mortals simply didn't understand. You two stay here during the week. Yuqing carried them and threw them inside a small dark room. Then said, remember, don't expose your demon identity in front of people. If anyone else is confused about your identity, just say you are. Remembering that this world doesn't seem to have a chimpanzee as a product. Yuqing paused and added, let's just say you're monkeys. More robust monkeys. Having said that, Yuqing closed the door to the small dark room. Woo-woo. The moment the door closed, a choking sound came from inside the small dark room. This was followed by the sound of cursing. I'll be damned, Demon Sansan. Is this what you meant by there being no humans in the south that can threaten us? How can you blame me for this? Demon, can you call someone? And in the following time, this miserable and devilish life of the two demons lasted for some days. Finally, on this day the Devil 3 devils never saw the desk they called the butcher's bench again. Just when they thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Yuqing brought 2 bowls of medicine and fed them into their mouths. This was a prescription that Yuqing had formulated relying on his own experience. It was originally used to recover from their injuries, but as a result, the two demons were lying on the ground foaming and dying. The two demons managed to survive this, and Yuqing took out a few more pills that he had refined. In the following time, the two demons were either poisoned and unconscious, or had pus sores on their bodies, or half of their bodies were paralyzed and they lost consciousness in their hands and feet. Yuqing, on the other hand, was full of seriousness and patience as he recorded it all. As it turns out, it's medicine that's poisonous, and every medicine has side effects. Also, even if they are the same species and appear to have a similar physique on the outside, they will still be clinically different under the same medication. Alas, as my study of the healing path grows deeper and deeper, the more I feel that two demons are far from enough for me, but it will do for now. In the small dark room, the two demons leaned against the wall without tears, their eyes filled with nostalgia. Old 3, I miss the days of being sealed in the Fa Yao Empire. Yeah, back then we still had dreams. Before the words fell, the door to the small dark room opened, and Yuqing brought another 2 large bowls full of medicine to the two demons. The two demons simply closed their eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he smothered the large bowl of medicine in one gulp without saying a word. Tired. Destroy. Love it. Chapter 44, This Disciple. It's not necessary to accept it. This day, the sun is just right. By the Miluo River, the sunlight poured down, and the golden light jumped and sparkled on the surface of the river. The riverbank willows gently swaying. Green. The breeze, bringing up the fresh breath of the river, and the fragrance of flowers in the distance. Refreshing. However, not far away in midair, a figure flew from midair, staggered and then smashed down on the ground. It was a black-clothed woman with long black hair cascading behind her, and a delicate face that glowed with a tragic white color. Damn it! Although we've temporarily gotten rid of the pursuit, the situation now is not optimistic. The woman clutched her chest with one hand as she struggled to rise from the ground. This situation would be easy to solve if it was in its heyday, but now that the realm has fallen and is in such an unknown and small place, I'm afraid that no one has the strength to heal it at all, and this will instead become the last straw that crushes me to death. The same time she spoke, a touch of sweetness hit her, and the woman couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. She glanced up at her surroundings. He then dragged his heavy steps towards the front. Whatever, let's find a place to meditate first. After a long time, she finally arrived at a small courtyard, and then knocked on the door. In the past few days, in order to improve his medical skills at ease, Yuqing had long since sent Shui Wei and little Carp away. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Yuqing's gaze flickered slightly. Then he went to the door himself and opened the courtyard gate. The courtyard door opened and the two men locked eyes. The black-clothed woman glanced at Yuqing with slight surprise, a little surprised that she had just randomly found a knock on the door, and it was actually still a young man with an unassuming demeanor. Compared to men who are crude and reek of evil, the abode of such a man should be relatively clean, which is pretty good luck in comparison. Then, without saying a word, he took out an ingot of gold from his bosom. Leave this place by yourself and don't come back until I leave. For ordinary people, just borrowing a room, a gold ingot is enough to get rid of it. Yuqing frowned and said, then I'm afraid I won't be coming back. What do you mean? The black-clothed woman's face sank. The girl's injuries are clearer than me, and based on your current state, unless you're collecting the girl's corpse, Yuqing said indifferently. The woman's face turned cold, but at the same time, the astonished gazes went back to Yuqing, because Yuqing was right. Her injuries were indeed not optimistic, and she might not be able to make it through even if she tempered herself in the fastest time possible. But there is no other way now. One can only survive against the odds. You know how to cultivate? She asked in a hushed voice. A little bit. Yuqing gestured with 2 fingers. The black-clothed woman nodded, while revealing a touch of bitterness. In this battle, she was too heavily injured, and it was only with great difficulty that she was able to kill her way out by utilizing the secret method. But the aftermath of the secret method led to a serious decline in her realm. At this moment, it had actually slipped to the point where an ordinary cultivator's realm could not be seen. I can save you. At this point, Yuqing added, you can save? The woman looked up at Yuqing with uncertainty in her eyes. While her problems were easily solved in her heyday, they were not unusual. If Yuqing could really fix it, then she might have to look at Yuqing in a different light again. Good. If you can help me, I'll give you whatever you want, the woman in black hurriedly said. No, I don't need things. The only condition is that you need to worship me, Yuqing said calmly as he looked at the woman in black. As the woman knocked on the courtyard door, an alert came from the system. It was then that Yuqing wanted to say that the system was honest. He was told to come to the Southern Kingdom to take on a disciple, and the disciple did indeed come across him in the Southern Kingdom. However, upon hearing Yuqing's words, The black-clothed woman's face sank violently as a wave of anger emerged from her eyes. Do you know who I am and dare to take me as your disciple? Are you worthy? Although her realm had slipped now, she wasn't just anyone qualified enough to take her as a disciple. Even if a tiger is bullied by a dog, it is not so bullied. Wow. Never mind then. You're on your own then, Yuqing said flatly, then directly closed the courtyard door. Although the system said that there would be a big reward for him to take on a disciple, but the apprentice doesn't have to be taken. It's not like there's no cultivation to defend yourself now anyway. It's not impossible to not want that reward. As far as that whole roadkill, being a good old boy and then getting disgusted thing, enough is enough. Okay. Seeing the courtyard door cleanly closed by Yuqing, the heavily injured black-clothed woman could not help but freeze for a moment. A look of irony filled his face. Humph. With a cold snort he wanted to leave. Even though she was wounded, the arrogance of a strong person was still there. Not to mention a small young man in this tiny remote place. I'm afraid that there are not many people in the entire southern border who are qualified to be her master. However, she had just gotten up and was ready to leave when she spat out another mouthful of blood. Not good. The injuries have reached an extremely serious point and cannot be delayed for another moment, the woman murmured with a grave expression on her face. At that moment, not caring what environment this was in, he immediately sat down in front of the courtyard door, and the whole person entered the state of healing intoning. As the woman tuned in, a circle of faint ripples rose up on her body, and in these ripples, there were a few hints of black mist. Obviously, the woman was poisoned in her body in addition to her heavy injuries. After a quarter of an hour, the woman spat out another mouthful of blood. Looking at her face and state, instead of getting better because of the mediation, it became more and more grim because of the time that passed. No, in my own current state, it's not enough to solve the current problem. Someone must help, or else I'm afraid I'll fall here. If it was a normal fall, the woman was afraid that she would not be afraid, but it was hard for her to accept that she had managed to kill her way out and escape her pursuers for the time being, and that she would have to die when she clearly saw hope. She couldn't willingly accept dying like this. She clenched her teeth and looked in the direction of the small courtyard. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the courtyard door again. However, after knocking on the courtyard door for quite some time, it didn't look like it was going to open at all. Damn! What's taking so long? She was in a situation where her injuries were getting worse with every additional minute of delay, so she knocked on the courtyard door once more. Finally, the courtyard door opened. UK reappears. Is there anything else, girl? Yuqing looked at the woman in black indifferently and asked. Anything you want, I'll find a way to fulfill it. No matter if it's a technique, spirit weapon, or spell. There's no problem, and don't need you to heal me much. Just need you to assist from the sidelines as I ask. How's that? The woman in black threw out a huge benefit at the first opportunity and said towards Yuqing. However, Yuqing was unmoved and said indifferently. So, do you worship a master? The woman in black froze, simply exasperated by Yuqing's sentence. Did he not understand human language? There's no way I'm going to worship you, or anyone else for that matter. The woman decisively refused. Forget it then. In that case, I suggest the girl die far away. It's really not polite to die on someone's doorstep. It's really unlucky for me, too. After Yuqing finished speaking, he creaked and tried to close the courtyard door again. The woman in black simply wanted to kill Yuqing. What a guy. A stick in the mud, not given half a chance to negotiate. And does he know what it means to make such promises out of his own mouth? But seeing that the door was about to close, and remembering her injuries, as well as the extreme unwillingness to die here, she finally clenched her teeth and spoke with a face full of unwillingness after an extreme struggle of thought. Okay, I promise. Although Yuqing's movement to close the door was stopped, his face hesitated again. Seeing the hesitation on Yuqing's face, the woman in black simply collapsed. No, I've promised you everything. Why are you hesitating? Do you know how difficult it was to make this decision? If this matter were to spread out, it would even be enough to cause a sensation in the entire southern border. Yuqing did hesitate. If this female disciple is a good baby, nothing in front of him wooing, master a bite than a sweet, nothing to help him pound the legs, pinch the shoulders would be fine. This woman in front of me has a pie face, and he, Yuqing, hated trouble, even if it was minor. But then again, what about the system's rewards? He did have some curiosity about. And you can't stay put. It's not too unmotivated. After some extreme agonizing, Yuqing decided to take her. Save her life. Get a system bonus for yourself. As for the future, it's best to love what's on the ground and die of old age. Say something. Yuqing froze for this moment. The anxious black-clothed woman was about to cry, and simply had the heart to strangle Yuqing. You come in, Yuqing said indifferently. You hurry up and help me. The woman in black shouted at Yuqing. Are you the master or am I the master? Yuqing didn't pay any attention to her, but turned around and walked towards the courtyard, saying as he did so, and it won't kill you to take so many more steps. You! The black-clothed woman's chest rose and fell violently in anger. It's really a tiger being bullied by a dog. Row! When my father recovers from his injuries, I'll make you suffer. She braced herself against her severely injured body and moved her feet with difficulty to the courtyard. However, after entering the courtyard, Yuqing was not the first to heal her, but instead sat on his butt on a stool. Come on, let's perform the ritual of worship first, Yuqing said towards the woman in black. You! The black-clothed woman trembled with anger, and a pair of resentful gazes stared deathly at Yuqing. I made it clear from the beginning that I can save you, and the condition is that you worship me as a teacher. This is a fair deal stated clearly. You either don't want to, and figure out how to solve your injuries on your own, but if you accept it, you have to fulfill it according to the condition. Yuqing sat on the chair and said indifferently, so you don't need to look at me with that kind of look. It wasn't that Yuqing was unreasonable. How could he not see that this woman had no intention of worshipping the master at all? So he started out as a fair trade, to each his own. If he can't get what he needs, why should he save anyone? Please, this is not a civilized society. After saving someone's life they may not only not fulfill their promise to worship you, but they may bite you back. Sainted mother behavior serves no purpose other than to get yourself in a lot of hot water and trouble. Chapter 45, First Disciple. Unlocking the system's new reward? Yuqing's words left the woman in black speechless. She clenched her shell teeth in death. It was really tough to make someone as high and proud as her actually kneel down and pay her respects to someone else. But as her injuries worsened, the closer she came to death, the more she feared it. She had so much more to do. Finally, under the extreme struggle and entanglement, the black-clothed woman finally performed a bow of worship towards Yuqing. Not a scream? Yuqing asked again. Under the black-clothed woman's almost murderous gaze, she finally reluctantly called Yuqing master again. After listening to Yuqing's face was expressionless, not even a nod of the head. But the ritual of worship has also been performed, and the master has also been called, so it should have reached the conditions for the system to accept the apprentice. Sure enough, soon enough, feedback came from the system. This apprenticeship task is considered complete. However, Yuqing was in no hurry to collect his reward. Since the people did the conditions they needed, it was time for them to save the day. Wait here for a moment while I mix the medicine, Yuqing commanded, then walked towards the small dark room. You better be able to save me. The woman's voice was deep. After saying that, along with the previous delay, she finally couldn't support herself and collapsed to the ground. Although still conscious, his body had lost control. She looked very complicated. She hadn't thought that she would actually worship someone one day, much less under a young man of a low realm. And even less so, the thought that someone else would now have to call the shots on his life. This feeling of being out of control is not pleasant. In the little dark room, a hint of excitement appeared on Yuqing's face. It was because in addition to the disciple taking task being completed, he could also heal others with his own hands. This will be a milestone scene for his healing path. He looked at the medical books as he configured the herbs. No, no, no. This one is not wanted. Holy, this drug is put on heavy. In the corner of the small dark room, Demon Sanson and Demon Xiaoxi watched Yuqing dispensing the medicine, and the two demons desperately shrank inside the corner, unable to stop their teeth from chattering. Finally, after a little over half a quarter of an hour of configuration, a pile of paste was configured by Yuqing. Under the nervous gazes of the two demons, Yuqing walked out with the paste in his hands. Coming to the woman's side, Yuqing squatted down and said, "Come on. Take this medicine of mine. After taking this medicine of mine, I guarantee that you'll get rid of the disease." Could this person be a pill refiner? Hearing Yuqing's words, the woman's complicated emotions felt slightly better. At least it was an alchemist, so maybe her injuries could actually be cured. But upon seeing Yuqing scooping up that pile of paste and forcefully feeding it towards her mouth, her heart instantly sank to the bottom again. When the paste entered her mouth, an unpleasant and fishy smell hit her, and the black-clothed woman vomited and was about to spit it out. And Yuqing blocked her mouth without saying anything. The black-clothed woman struggled desperately, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes in anxiety. But it can't be stopped by Yuqing plugging and plugging. A large bowl of paste was fed all into the woman's mouth, and the medicine quickly reacted. The woman in black let out a dark cry as she realized she had lost her voice and couldn't speak. And the arms and legs that were already out of action became paralyzed and completely out of action. Then the woman in black plagiarized again with her eyes, and the naked eye could see that her mouth was red and swollen. Then blood began to gurgle out of the eyes, nostrils, and ears. No, no, I don't want to. Inside, the woman was screaming, shaking her head desperately with the last of her consciousness. She never thought that she would have to be insulted like this on her deathbed. Not only were they forced to worship someone, but they also had to endure such inhuman torture. However, as the drug continued to take effect, the black-clothed woman's consciousness became more and more blurred, and before her consciousness completely dissipated, she only vaguely saw Yuqing squatting next to her with a small book. There was also a pen in his hand, and his mouth gnawed on the tip of the pen while he had a thoughtful look on his face. Although human physiques are inferior to demons, their immunity to drugs is not necessarily worse, but this time the configuration is not quite perfect either. The problem of making people's hands and feet paralyzed and bleeding from 7 holes still needs to be solved. In a blur, the woman in black couldn't hear what Yuqing was saying at all. Finally, at the end, she lost consciousness completely. Time is running out. I don't know how many days have passed. The woman in black has only hate in her consciousness, and she wants to tear the gentle-looking man at the first opportunity more than the enemies who have hunted him to the end of the road. I'm going to kill you. Finally, an icy cold gulp came out from the black-clothed woman's mouth, and she sat up directly from the bed. But when she took in her surroundings, her eyes widened incredulously. She touched herself dreamily. I can't believe I'm not dead. She hurriedly ran her cultivation to look inside her body, and instantly realized that the injuries inside her body had healed a lot, and relying on herself to recover the rest was not a problem at all. As for the poison within her body, it had also long since been dispersed. The only thing that was a little uncomfortable was that my hands and feet were still a little paralyzed and out of control. You can't help but get a twitch every once in a while. The woman in black dragged her paralyzed steps and forced herself off the bed. Only simple walking is possible. Stepping outside, the sun came shining through, giving a warm feeling. It's good to be alive. In the attic, Yuqing sat at the table taking notes. Seeing Yuqing again, the black-clothed woman's expression was complicated to the extreme. That lump of paste being fed to her mouth was fresh in her mind even after her consciousness had faded. But what can't be denied is that she really passed the danger period. Saving your life is greater than heaven. She moved her paralyzed steps to Yuqing's side, and after a slight hesitation, she finally opened her mouth and uttered, "Thank you." Yuqing inclined his head towards her and nodded, then said, "Some paralysis in the hands and feet is normal, and will ease in a couple of days." The woman in black nodded. Secretly, it seemed that Yuqing was really a pill refiner. It was just that she was not able to gauge its alchemy attainments. To say it was poor, she was in a better situation than anyone else, and I'm afraid that ordinary pill refiners wouldn't really be able to make her recover like this in a short period of time. Say awesome. This concocted medicine is really a mouthful. When the time comes, I will give you a large amount of resources to repay you for saving my life. At this time, the woman in black opened her mouth again, but her look was lustful. But the matter of master and disciple. This disciple you don't want to be. You can leave any time. Yuqing said indifferently. As for the payment of supplies and whatnot, it's not necessary. The woman in black gave Yuqing an unexpected and grateful look. Somewhat puzzled, Yuqing suddenly became so talkative. It would be nice to save her the trouble of having to say more. But she couldn't help but shake her head when she heard Yuqing reject her payment for the supplies. I'm afraid that this person in front of me has been when I was the realm flowing out of the cultivation. There's no way to know the real cultivation level before the realm drop. And there's no way to know the gold content of what I said about paying him for his supplies. It's just that she does have a sensitive identity. And one more word is one more risk of attracting the haters. And it's kind of for Yuqing's benefit not to say. After all, this level of strife was not something that a small pill refiner like Yuqing could get involved in. Thanks for your understanding. But for the time being I may need to stay here for a while, the woman in black said. Is that okay with you? Yes. Yuqing nodded and said. You can wait until you're better. Although master and disciple could not be made, but after all, it was also a transaction. The woman in black nodded gratefully. After all, in her current state, she really couldn't run far, and if she changed places hastily, she would instead be more likely to be found by her enemies. So staying here for the time being will be safer instead. Don't worry, promise you the payment. When the time comes, after I return, I will definitely send someone to deliver it. At this time, the woman in black added. Yuqing didn't dwell on this issue with her much. Instead, he reached out and pointed to the table next to him, saying, "There's a meal there, so if you want to eat, have some." The woman in black sniffed and turned her gaze to the table. The table was set with 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although her original cultivation had long since reached the level of the Valley of Rescue, in her comatose state, her cultivation was equivalent to having stagnated. So seeing all these meals, she was really a bit hungry. Thanks. The woman in black sat down at the table and ate. As the meal entered her mouth, her beautiful eyes lit up. Cultivators who had reached a certain level of cultivation had long since gotten rid of the desire for mouth and stomach, so she usually couldn't be interested in this kind of unusual meal at all. Yet this one bite opened her taste buds right up. It gave her the illusion of eating her parents' cooking in the small mountain village in her hometown when she was still a young girl before stepping into the cultivation path. Though she chewed slowly, she finished one bowl and then served another. As he ate, his eyes did not forget to fall on Yuqing's body. For some reason, the young man had always felt cut off to her. Before the coma, it made her want to strangle him, but now it seemed that the young man was not so odious, and even managed to surprise her a little. Was thinking, two large faceplates suddenly came together. Large faceplates covered with hair. It was none other than Devil San San and Devil Shao Si. They were looking at the woman in black with an astonished gaze. They had seen this woman take the medicine dispensed by Yuqing with their own eyes. And yet this woman is actually well? Not all side effects? And even though the woman was well informed, she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw these two goods, and stood up to reveal a wary look as she asked, This is? Seeing this, Yuqing quickly explained, there is no need to be alarmed. These are the two monkeys I raised. Chapter 46, What is called the true speed of the South? Monkey? The woman in black had a stony face. Is there such an ugly monkey in this world that is so strong? Unable to help it, she speculated about the two monkeys, but after half a day of speculation, she didn't see a reason for it. Since Yuqing said they are monkeys, they are monkeys. It's better to recover as soon as possible. Although it's safe here for the time being, who knows when the pursuers will come to the door? The woman in black murmured darkly. At that time, not to mention herself, the young man who saved her was afraid that he would also be doomed. Along with everything here would cease to exist. Due to the side effects from the medication, her hands and feet were still paralyzed, so she had to return to the top of the bed, and use her energy to recover in a lying position. Knock knock. At that moment, there came a knock on the door. It was Nan who came to the door with Travis, who had left temporarily. Greetings, sir. After the two entered, they bowed politely towards Yuqing. Why is your majesty free to come to me today? Yuqing laughed. I heard Cui Wei say that you were busy some time ago, so it's not good to disturb you, thinking that you should have finished your work recently, so this is why I'm bringing you wine. Nan Jiwei smiled, then brought out a jug of palace jade liquor for Yuqing, which he had brought with him last time. Then I am truly grateful to your majesty. Yuqing accepted the good wine and drank it straight away. And inside the house, the black-clothed woman who was lying on the bed and running her energy to heal her injuries heard the sound and her eyebrows moved. It was also not expected to come to a secular empress, but that's about it. An earthly emperor could not yet catch her eye. On the contrary, Cui Wei, who was following next to Nan Jiwei, impressed her a few times. Not very old, but very strong. I didn't think that there were such seedlings in such remote places. There was also Yuqing who had surprised him for another minute. It shows that Yuqing's status is pretty good for this country. But thinking about it, at that time, she was able to get her back in that situation, which might be considered average at their level, but in this small place, it was indeed considered a ceiling existence. The black-clothed woman didn't think any more about it, but continued to close her eyes and use her energy to recover from her injuries. On the Milky Way pavilion, Yuqing and Nan Jiwei chattered about family matters. Because she knew Yuqing's character, Nan Jiwei did not say the words of thanks, but the gratitude for Yuqing in her gaze could not be hidden. The headquarters of the Arraymasters Guild is already being set up. The Treaty of Alliance with the barbarian nation was also just signed a few days ago, and many other neighboring countries have also made overtures toward her southern kingdom. This was something that she could not even think of in the entire southern kingdom before. If this matter had been known by the successive emperors of the southern kingdom, it was estimated that they would have been so excited that they could have jumped out of their coffins. The reason for all of this was simply because Yuqing had stepped into the southern kingdom, and since Yuqing had been here in the south for so long, and with so many encounters, everyone had become quite familiar with each other, and Nan Jiwei was not as constrained here as she had been at the beginning. It doesn't even look like a king of a country, but a youthful and lively young girl. What a wonderful view you have here, sir. No wonder you chose this place in the first place, Nan said while walking towards the house herself. Where is your bait, sir? I would like to try my hand at fishing. Upon entering the house, her gaze subconsciously went to the same wooden bed where she had once laid. A quiet glance outward. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she wanted to go over and lie down for a short while. Just a little while. However, when the gaze was cast and realized that there was a person lying on that bed, or a woman, and her appearance wasn't bad, Nan Shichi's brows suddenly frowned. For some reason, the nose subconsciously sour, and no longer have the heart of fishing, only want to quickly go out and leave. But just as she reached the door, she asked, looking back at the woman on the bed with courage she didn't know where she got. May I ask the girl is? Her tone, though she seemed as calm as possible, revealed a hint of urgency in her panting. Who I am is not for you to bother about, the woman in black said with a sunken brow as she opened her eyes when her healing was disturbed. So arrogant. Good this is the first thought in Nan Ichi's mind. Dare to be so arrogant here. Then her identity, or the relationship with Yuqing. She didn't seem to have the courage to ask any more questions, and was about to turn around and leave when Yuqing suddenly walked in and said, she was wounded just in time to be rescued by me, so she was temporarily placed here. Speaking of which, I haven't asked you your name yet, Yuqing asked as he looked at the woman in black again. White Fall. The woman in black slightly hesitated before saying, after all, a name is just a name. There are many people with the same name in the world. This will not expose her. So it is the White Fallen girl. Then you continue to rest well. After saying that, Yuqing turned around and walked out. For some reason, Yuqing's words were like a cure for a disease to Nan Jiwei at this time. She even forgot about the arrogant indifference of the woman in black who spoke just now. Instead she was concerned about the woman in black. So the girl is injured. I don't know if she's better. If there is any medicinal herbs that are needed, despite the command, I will send someone to send them at the first time. As the saying goes, reach out and don't fight. The woman in black sniffed and nodded towards Nan Jiwei. Thanks a lot, but it's not necessary. Okay then. Nan Jiji nodded and glanced at the wooden bed again, her eyes unable to say whether she was a little jealous or unhappy. Then she quickly walked out with Yuqing. Sir, why don't I find someone to help you expand this house? Nan Jiwei said busily. After a slight thought, Yuqing nodded. Trouble your majesty over there. Originally, for Yuqing, it didn't need to be that big at all, but considering that he now had a small dark room and 2 more monkeys, this yard of his was indeed a bit inadequate now. Well then, I'll make the arrangements. Nan Jiwei's face was joyful, and he immediately said goodbye and left. This building a house thing, after all, it's going to be a big build and it's going to be planned. I'm afraid it will always take some days to get it done. Yuqing thought, but he didn't expect Nan to be so thunderous. Within half an hour of her return, the head of the Ministry of Works arrived. After quickly finalizing the plans and Yuqing's needs, construction began that morning and worked through the night. Then Yuqing saw the southern Godspeed. By late that night, the expanded yard was completed. Raui Yuqing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. And the expanded Milky Way pavilion is mostly bigger than before, with a dedicated room where Yuqing specializes in dispensing drugs and doing experiments, and where he specialized in housing his test subjects, where the 2 monkeys now live. In addition to this, there is a study kitchen as well as several guest rooms equipped. At the same time, a yard with a length and width of more than 10 feet was planned for Yuqing, so that he could plant some flowers and plants for him. And with the completion, without letting the white fall through that night, he was moved to the guest room. In the meantime, in the new shack, the 2 demons were still cursing. Devil Sansan, damn you, you pay for my freedom. Demon shall see, you can't completely blame me for this, right? When you said you would come to the southern kingdom, it was also you who agreed to do so. I don't care, I just blame you. Just like that, the 2 demons held a continuous quarrel. Just then, Devil Sansan suddenly drank. Don't talk. What? I feel the throbbing of the bloodline, like it's the oldest and the second. Yes, 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 it seems like I've sensed it as well. At this time, Devil Little 4 also said excitedly, after so many years, Boss 2 has finally come to us. Quickly, utilize the secret method to send a message to the oldest 2, so that they can quickly come to our rescue. Chapter 47, System Divine Reward, Heaven-defying level of existence. But can the oldest 2 be a match for this demon? It shouldn't be a problem. I sensed the power of the oldest 2's bloodline from the bloodline. Devil Sansan rationally analyzed. It seems to be true. The oldest 2 seem to have made a breakthrough. This aura is indeed strong when sensed. Demon Shaoxi also sensed the power of that bloodline power of the oldest 2 through the demon secret method. Without saying a word, the 2 demons passed a message through the demon secret technique towards the 2 demons that had already entered the southern border range. After the message was successfully delivered, the demon 332 demons were thrilled. Ooh, finally getting out of the clutches. When the oldest 2 come, they will be bound to avenge us. This damned human, this damned Yuqing, I must feed him all the medicine he configured himself. Let him feel what it's like to live and die. Well, we'll just sit back and wait for the oldest 2 to arrive. Well, die waiting. Night. The stars are shining brightly. Yuqing sat on the edge of the Miluo River, cooled by the river breeze, and he was still taking careful notes. It had to be said that the medicine he had formulated to cure White Fall gave him a lot of confidence. He aspired to be a pill god who spread the word of the world more than being an absolute heavenly father with invincible cultivation. The path of healing has grown a lot lately. I expect to have a bigger breakthrough in this one, and I can start trying experiments that I was afraid to try before. But there are only 2 test subjects at the moment, which is far from enough to allow me to accurately discern the different variability in different configurations. so got to get 2 more test subjects somewhere for the best. After Yuqing made all the notes, he got up with his hands on his back and looked at a river of blue water muttering in his mouth. It then occurred to him that he hadn't collected his apprentice reward since he had taken on an apprentice. I don't know what this apprenticeship reward is either. Unable to help it, Yuqing turned a little expectant. Claim the system reward, Yuqing said. System rewards are being collected. System rewards received successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine talent pointing the stone into gold. Turning stone into gold, cooldown time of 12 hours, which means the host can use it once a day. Finished? Finished? After hearing the system's words, Yuqing's face turned dark. That's it? Yuqing's mind is a bit broken. He was kinda looking forward to this system reward, but he never expected it to be such a ribbed skill. Point of view. He's going to have a load to do. This is the world of immortal cultivation. What's the point of having so much gold? And gold is only useful in the world. And at a certain level, it is similar to stone in their eyes. Ugh. Yuqing sighed, resisting the immediate urge to drive Whitefall away, and raised a finger. Chicken is chicken, so it's good to try this point and shoot. He braced himself against the railing and walked down to the river, looking for the biggest rock he could find to try out the skill. But his hand had just braced itself on the railing when the system suddenly sprang to life. Congratulations to the host. The pointing of the stone was successful. Nanny, I didn't order the stone either? Haven't even touched the stone yet. Yuqing was puzzled when he suddenly realized that his entire house moved violently. He thought it was an illusion, but then he saw the house move again. In the next moment, a voice came to mind. Milky Way Courtyard, greetings to the master. And at the same time that the voice came out, he clearly saw the entire front gable of the house lowered, as if to salute him. Yuqing was dumbfounded. Even with his current level of cultivation and insight, he couldn't help but burst into a nationalistic rant. A house that's actually alive? It's a bit of gold. It's actually such a bit of gold. And just as Yuqing was surprised, the voice of the house came back in his head, reporting to master, detecting an enemy approaching, automatically turning on the home protection function. Yuqing's gaze moved, and his divine sense spread out as well. And in the sky of Upper South City at this moment, the clouds were so dense that they could not be seen, and the sky above Milky Way Courtyard was swept into a huge storm vortex. A brutal and palpitating aura spread throughout the entire Upper South City. Everyone felt on edge, but didn't really know what was going on. And in the middle of the storm vortex, 2 hairy things stepped out from the vortex, their gloomy gazes dead set on the Milky Way Courtyard by the river. According to the clues transmitted by the secret method, the oldest 3 and the oldest 4 are here. They are, like, imprisoned by humans. A low voice came from a figure, a tiny human, daring to imprison our fellow clan members. We will make sure that he flies into ashes. And this human city, there is no need for it to exist. Another icy voice rang out similarly. Subsequently, the 2 demonic bodies approached towards the Milky Way Courtyard. Close. Suddenly the 2 major demons felt something rapidly approaching. When he looked at it, he revealed a look of surprise. Surprisingly, a fence connected from the ground jerked toward them. Humph. A little carving. One of the demonic bodies snorted coldly, amazed only to find this means odd, but their eyes were filled with contempt. The palm of a destructive hand casually grabbed towards that fence. And then there's no more. He only heard an ah in midair, and then fainted, falling down from midair unconscious. The other demon frowned at the sight. He was about to strike out against the fence when he suddenly realized that a door panel was coming at him head-on. From who knows when, this door slam smacked the demon's head with stars, and in the blink of an eye, he lost his ability to move. Just like that, the 2 major demons had just appeared and were knocked out. When he was about to hit the ground, he saw the door of the small courtyard suddenly open. It was like opening a huge pouring mouth, instantly taking in the 2 demons. With 2 snapping sounds, the 2 demons turned into human-sized, corpse-like corpses and dropped them at Yuqing's feet. Reporting to master, Milky Water Courtyard has successfully fended off the foreign enemy. The foreign enemy has been captured and is at master's disposal. It wasn't until the voice in his head came that Yuqing was able to slow down from the shock he had just experienced. Blinking, his mouth fell back. Just now, it was said to be a long time, but in reality, it happened in just a short moment, and the 2 demons had already dropped at his feet unconscious. So that's what this is, turning stones into gold? Not too perverted yet? Yuqing had trouble calming down for a long time. A house has such a powerful strength. How much more will it take to spread the word? One must know that the strength of these 2 demons was not bad. Even if he wasn't there, it was an existence that could easily destroy the southern kingdom. A house to clean them up easily? Unable to help himself, he raised his own finger, his face filled with excitement. This system, it's not pitiful, Chapter 48 No. What about the promised demon never being a slave? At the same time, what made him more excited was that just now he was worried about where to find 2 mice. This came straight to my door. It's almost as if someone gave you a pillow when you dozed off. Thinking of his research, Yuqing brought them into the middle of his lab without saying a word. Then I couldn't wait to start researching. After drugging the 2 new demons, in order to compare and contrast the differences, Yuqing brought 2 more bowls of medicine towards the small darkroom. In the meantime, inside the little darkroom, Devil San San and Devil Shao Si lowered their heads and transmitted their voices. Why hasn't the oldest 2 come after all this time has passed? Soon, I reckon. At that moment, there was a creaking sound and the door to the small darkroom was opened. Yuqing walked in with 2 bowls of medicine. Devil 332 demons couldn't help but shiver. Why is this damn human here again? Devil Shao Si transmitted. Calm down. The big deal is this last time. Devil San San transmitted his voice. Also, at best, it's the last time. Devil Shao Si had a stoic look on his face. But after this last time, the pain we have endured all these years will definitely be avenged 1,000 times over on this human. The 2 demons were in pain like never before. After receiving the medicine in Yuqing's hand, he took a mouthful and smothered it. Then one after the other, they fell to the ground and foamed. These 2, when did they become so proactive? The initiative was so proactive that Yuqing was a bit surprised. After crouching down to record the state of the 2 demons, he then turned to leave. Early morning, Yuqing had a busy night, so he stretched out and went back to his room to prepare for a nap. And in the little dark room, as Yuqing has documented, even the same kind of people have different variability for medications. Devil Jr. was the first to wake up. Eyes dull, pupils lax, a look of lifelessness. After a long time, Devil Sansan woke up right after him. And the first instant he woke up, he excitedly shouted, "Old 4, has boss old 2 come yet?" Upon hearing this, Devil Jr. responded with an expressionless face. "Coming. Where is it? Magic San San shouted excitedly. "There it is," said Devil Jr. "There?" Devil Sansan had a confused look on her face and followed Devil Xiaoxi's gaze to see that not far beside them, the oldest and the second oldest were half hanging from the beams of the room. Looking at its appearance, it was even worse than the 2 of them. Gah! A quack like a dried duck came out of Devil Sansan's mouth. The whole thing violently collapsed at that moment. Rushing over in a hurry, he confirmed the identity of the 2 with a face full of incredulity. "Don't check. I checked it long ago," Devil Little 4 said in a lifeless voice. "It's the 2 of them." Devil Sansan sat on his butt. It was also unexpected that the oldest 2 did come, but it might as well not have come. And at that moment, the oldest 2, who had suffered the ravages of the night, woke up leisurely. Devil Sansan and Devil Xiaoxi rushed forward. "Boss 2, how are you guys doing?" Devil Sansan and Devil Xiaoxi asked hurriedly. "Oldest 3 and 4th, what the hell is going on?" The waking oldest 2 asked with a shriveled expression. "Ugh." The Devil 3332 demon sniffed inside, and then told the things that were suppressed in the Fa Yao Empire all these years, and also told that it was so hard to get out of the tiger's den and into the dragon's pool again. "It's been a lot of work for you guys over the years." The oldest 2 were filled with heartache after listening to the oldest 3. "What's hard about this is that these humans are too insidious and cunning," Devil San San said with righteousness. "But Boss Lao Air, don't worry. Although Little 4 and I have been suppressed for many years, we have never yielded and have never lowered our heads to humans once. Good. Truly worthy of our demons' good sons and daughters. We are proud of you." The oldest 2 were full of appreciation. Then said, "It's the 2 of us, who failed you and didn't manage to save you out. No, Boss 2, it's us who have apologized to you guys. If it wasn't for us asking you for help through a secret method, how could we have put you guys in such a bad situation?" Devil San San said hurriedly. "Why are you talking about this between brothers?" The oldest 2 said, "Although we have now fallen into the poisonous hands of the humans, we are reunited as brothers, and as long as we work together, we will be able to get out of the danger, and we will be able to break the humans into pieces. Yes, brothers working together, we will get out of this, and we will break the humans into pieces. Demons are never slaves. Yes, demons are never slaves." For a moment, the 4 demon brothers hugged each other tightly. The love of a brother is as strong as gold. Next moment, the door to the small dark room opened unpredictably. Yuqing stood in the doorway, looking at the 4 demons with a smile on his face, slightly musing. He then said, "I suddenly remembered something. That's how these 2 demons, last night, killed for no reason." As he said that, he turned his meaningful gaze towards Devil Sansan and Devil Xiaoxi. This meaningful gaze looked at the 2 demons' scalps and shivered, almost kneeling directly on the ground in fear. "Lao San, think of something." Devil Xiaoxi kicked Devil Sansan and hurriedly transmitted his voice. He was on the verge of crying under this pressure. After all, he had been in contact with Yuqing at the Fa Yao imperial capital, and he could know all too well what he would face if he answered poorly. Devil Sanson similarly felt his scalp tingling, and as he watched the impatience on Yuqing's face grow thicker and thicker, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said in a fawning manner, "Hiya, you've come at the right time, Grand Master. I was about to talk to you about this matter." Whoa, the corner of Yuqing's mouth lifted up, and he was also curious to know what this demon San would actually say. "Aren't you going to take a whole new avenue, Moncler Outlet Online? And Junior and I know that you will need all sorts of validation to take that path. So we two brothers thought that you definitely need brand new drug testers, Moncler. So we thought of the two of them. So we lured them here through a secret method in order for them to fall into the hands of Moncler. And the reason we didn't tell you in advance is because the two of us brothers wanted to surprise you." Saying that, as if afraid that Yuqing wouldn't believe it, Devil Sanson hurriedly patted Devil Shall See. Devil Little Four was still in a daze, and after reacting, he also hastily took over the conversation and said, Yes, Lao San is right. The two of us brothers just wanted to give you a surprise." And the words of Devil San and Devil Shall See simply stunned the oldest two beside them. Hanging from the beams they struggled violently. "Demon San, Demon Shall See. You guys, what happened to the promise of brothers working together? What happened to the promise that a demon will never be a slave?" The oldest two roared violently, glaring at their coppery eyes, which were spitting fire. However, Devil San gagged them with one hand. "Grand Master, don't listen to their nonsense. Shall See and I have always been good little demons. Rather, it's the two of them, one with high cultivation and the other with thick skin. It will surely be a great service to your lordship, so please take them quickly to test the medicine." Chapter 49, Chicken and Duck Chat. Flower and grass tear up. Tisk. Even with Yuqing, he did not expect that Devil San would actually find such a reason. "You're good at being oily. In that case, you'll dry this bowl of medicine." Having said that, Yuqing brought out another big bowl of paste. When Devil San saw this, he fainted in fear. That's it. The days passed slowly. In the Fa Yao Empire, Fa Yao Hall, with the effects of various aspects, the Fa Yao Empire slipped in every aspect of the flesh, and Nangong Fa Yao's prestige had similarly slipped. Tisk. At this time, from behind the Fa Yao Hall, that white-clothed youth walked out again. "After all, I've used so many of your materials, so I'll help you out for once," the man in white leisurely said. "What do you want to help me with?" Nangong Fa Yao asked busily. "Also, you've recovered?" "Recovery is restored some, but not fully restored. But help a little help. Restored these will be enough," the man in white sneered, then said, "As for what it is specifically to help you do, by then you will know." After saying that, the man in white directly disappeared into the Fa Yao Hall, and in the south, the four demons were still suffering from inhuman torture, trying as few as a dozen or more medicines a day, and due to the courtyard expansion, Chui Wei was still guarding Yuqing's side, running errands for him every day while practicing with little carp, and the Whitefall is recovering fast every day. Sure, for Yuqing, in addition to his daily research on medicine, he wouldn't waste his once-a-day point of view, and through these few days of experimentation, he had thoroughly figured out the true effects and limitations of the pointing stone. First of all, the effect of pointing a stone into a gold is that any successful object will be possessed by the spirit, and after the possession of the spirit, not only can it produce consciousness, it will also possess a relatively strong strength and will automatically recognize him as the master. And its limitation was that it could not be used on humans, but it could be used on animals, such as the ducks and geese in the river in front of the door, all of which were lit by Yuqing. Now they didn't paddle to catch fish either. Instead they meditated by the river daily with a duck leg and goose leg on a plate. Yuqing had to tell them to stay put before they would keep their previous habits and look no different from ordinary ducks. Also, point of entry can't be used on beings that are too large. For example, this river Milky Way in front of the door, Yuqing couldn't help but take a shot, which turned out to be ineffective. But that's understandable, because like the whole courtyard can also be called a single being punctuated by a single stone. In a sense the world is also a single being. Then if there was no such restriction and he took a shot at this world, wouldn't the world recognize him as its master? And after figuring out the point-and-shoot routine, Yuqing wanted to take a shot at everything he saw. So in addition to the ducks in front of the door, he asked Travis to buy a couple of chickens to have a go as well. The fish caught in the river in front of the door also ordered a few fish, in addition to the flowers and plants at the door. 7 and 8 things were ordered by him. So now the whole courtyard became extremely unsettled. Chatter after chatter. For example, chicken and duck chat. Flowers and grasses tearing each other apart became commonplace, and only when Yuqing tells them to shut up. The good thing is, their usual interactions are not in the same dimension as others. Other than Yuqing being able to hear it, no one else could hear it at all. Yard. Chui Wei and Little Carp are practicing. White Fall, meanwhile, watched from the sidelines. In a small place like this, having a seedling like Trevor would be a bit of a surprise to her, but Carp surprised her even more. She could feel that Little Carp was harboring some sort of secret, and although she wasn't able to see through it now, she expected that Little Carp must be a one-in-a-million genius, even away from this world. It belongs to the infrequent. Because of the knowledge that the Little Carp was Yuqing's disciple, causing the White Fall, that kind of thought suppressed many times. But when she saw Koi today, she couldn't suppress it anymore. Little one, how about worshipping me as your teacher? Coming to the Little Carp, she hesitated slightly, and then said what was on her mind. Koi opened her eyes. I am the disciple of the master. The master saved you, but you dig his corner. If the master knows, said the Little Carp. Words. White Fallen's face was embarrassed. She naturally knew that it was a bit unethical to do so, but she really couldn't let go of this kind of good seedling. After a pause, she continued, at your master's place, I will speak to him myself, and if you follow me, your future ceiling will be much higher. I can give you the best gong methods, provide you with the greatest shortcuts and the most mature experience on the path of cultivation, and can allow you to take many fewer detours. After you worship me as your master, it doesn't mean that you should not want your master. In the future, if you follow me to cultivate with success, you will be able to repay him better, won't you? After hearing White Fall's words, Little Carp threw her eyes up, against the gaze of the Little Carp. The White Fall somehow always felt that there was a feeling of looking at the gaze of this little child. Little Carp then said firmly, you don't need to go talk to master. I won't agree to you. After saying that, Koi stopped paying attention to her. She sighed. It was also not expected that this little guy was so tough, but it's not good to say anything more for the time being. Take your time. Sooner or later the little guy would learn what it meant to him. However, she was just about to go back to her room to regulate her breathing when her face suddenly changed violently and she looked up to the distant sky. This is the aura of someone from the Five Elements Alliance. It didn't occur to me that they found their way to the Southern Kingdom so quickly based on their scent. As she spoke, her pretty face was suddenly grave to the extreme. At the same time, she entered the house with a flash. In the house took out several pieces of treasures and arranged them, forming a road barrier, and then their own breath itself hidden to the extreme. Let's hope we can evade their probing. She prayed inwardly. With her current cultivation, she was still far from enough to deal with the incoming enemy, so she had no choice but to resort to this. And several miles away from Milky Way Courtyard, several uniformly dressed men appeared. They stepped on their feet in midair, their breath surging. One look and you know it's not an ordinary person. Poof. White Fall, do you think we won't be able to find you if you run away to a secular land? Knowing that you have some means of concealing your breath, but do you think we don't have any? A man at the head said icily, then offered a compass with both hands. Take the blood left by the White Fall's previous injury. He reached behind him. The other man held up his palm, and a drop of crimson blood coalesced on his fingertip, which then landed on top of the compass. The next moment, the compass glowed brightly and guidance appeared. She's in that direction and can't get away. The man drank icily, then put away his compass and led the crowd towards the Milky Water Courtyard. Chapter 50. Where the hell did this duck come from? So scary. In the meantime, on the bank of the Miluo River opposite the Miluo Courtyard, a white-clothes man appeared here at an unknown time. He had long hair and stood with his arms folded, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he looked at the Milky Way Courtyard across the street with a seemingly smiling gaze. He was no one else but the man in white who had arrived from the Fa Yao Empire. With his means, the previous Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji were able to find this place, so naturally he would be able to find it as well. Yuqing, that's a good name. His pupils shrunk slightly, and there seemed to be a sense of impending prey capture in his eyes. Coming from a worldly background, he was actually able to make the Taiyi Immortal sect move for him. I'd like to see what's so extraordinary about you, but don't let me down just yet. Saying that, he took a step out, and actually had a few moments of the intention of shrinking into a foot. However, the palms of his shoes had just dipped into the water, and he couldn't help but frown. When he inclined his head to look, there were several powerful auras that were rapidly coming this way. It seems to be in line with his goals. He frowned slightly, then stretched out, revealing a look of interest. Kind of. It's good to see the play first. With a slight hesitation, he drew back his paws, then took a few steps back, lurking in the shadows. And in the next moment when the white-clothed youth hid, those several strong auras had already arrived. It was the crowd from the Five Elements Alliance who had arrived with compasses in hand. It's just across the river in the yard. Go, shoot to kill. The pupils of the man at the head of the group shrank into pinholes as he stared deathly at the courtyard across the river and gave a direct order. With the order, Several people's chi surged out and had almost locked down the entire courtyard. The next instant, several people stepped over the water. Close. It's getting closer. However, in the next moment, a great sense of crisis struck, and the man at the head was the first to notice it. Careful! He cried out while his body rolled over in midair, and at the same time he tumbled. A goose feather pierced through space. Like a flying sword, the quills almost grazed the man's neck. Even if he reacted quickly enough, it still left a thin bloodstain on his neck. The man touched his neck and was horrified. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, I'm afraid that he would have become a dead body now and fallen in the river to feed the fish. What man? Come out here. The man sheathed his long sword in his hand and looked around with wary eyes. Beneath his feet, the river flowed in a torrent. All is calm. Looking around, there was no one in sight at all, except for a flock of ducks that had appeared in front of them at some point. He was about to just ignore the ducks, but the playfulness that floated through the group's eyes made the man at the head of the group notice that something was wrong. How do ducks get that look in their eyes? His gaze narrowed and settled on the group of ducks. No, not exactly a duck. To be precise, with a goose stuck in the duck. There are 5 geese and ducks, arranged in a single word. There was also a quacking sound coming out of his mouth. Any way you look at it, it's a bunch of ordinary ducks and geese. Nothing like normal poultry at all. Regardless, for the man in the hand, the sword light in his hand floated up and slashed towards this group of geese and ducks. It was enough to see how cautious the man's mind was. With his strength, dealing with a group of fowls is still like this. It can be called killing a chicken with a bull's knife. And his caution proved to be correct. He was halfway through this sword slash when he realized that it was stopped hard by a force. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it halfway anymore. His face sank, and as he looked around, he instantly revealed a look of extreme incredulity. One of the ducks had one leg and foot in the water with the other leg sticking out of the duck's footplate, and it was this duck-footed board that caught his sword hard. The man's mind was in a state of shock. Chopping a group of poultry. Although he didn't use his full strength with this sword, it was not at all something that a duck could catch. Or do you use a duck footplate? The man's heart couldn't say whether he was appalled or annoyed, and the others following around him were similarly filled with incredulity. Eyes alert, he confronted the flock of geese and ducks. Is it a demonic beast? It can't be. I've never seen a fowl become a demon as well. That would be a puppet. Some experts have exceptionally high puppetry skills. Perhaps this is a group of made puppets. This argument, too, is clearly unconvincing. After so many years in the cultivation world, I hadn't heard of any puppeteer refining a puppet into the shape of a goose or duck. And that's when the duck with the legs out puts away the duck's footplate. Gah! Guys, here comes the fun. And talk? The crowd of the 5 Elements Alliance let out another gasp of surprise. Don't care what they are. A bunch of pretenders. Cut them down. At this time, the man at the head ordered. Though he too was surprised by the flock of geese and ducks, but he didn't think a bunch of geese and ducks could stop them in their tracks. As he gave the order, the crowd following behind him also moved instantly. Immediately, the blade light spread out and the sword light flashed. Powerful attacks enveloped towards this group of geese and ducks. However, the moment they made contact with this group of geese and ducks, the group of people from the 5 Elements Alliance changed their faces. Quack 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 quack. Only the big white goose in the flock, which was a head taller than the ducks, arched its body, and a series of squawks came out of its beak, fluttering its wings, and rushing toward them in a single bound. It then slammed headfirst into the body of an expert, sending him flying out on top. This expert screamed miserably. This top, he felt like his body was going to be torn apart, as if he was hit by a huge mountain. His ribs directly broke several. The great white goose made an impact, and after dashing to the other side of the river, made another turn to come at him in the same position. And the others are no better. In just moments of contact, the ducks were woefully outgunned. Only a duck was seen directly with a sweeping leg, and one of the masters fell heavily on the water. Another duck dives violently into the water, and then emerges from the water with a quack call, like a rocket from the bottom of the water straight up, attacking the lower plate. The attacked 5 Elements Alliance expert was directly toppled into the sky 100 feet high. The sharp pain in his lower back hadn't even slowed him down when he suddenly noticed another duck flying up, slowly flying to a state slightly higher than him. Then, indifference flashed in the duck's eyes, and the duck's footplate slowly stretched out and then fell. Rudraksh duck paw. Quack. With a quacking sound, the duck's palm landed on this expert's chest. This expert smashed towards the ground like a cannonball. With a boom, the water tumbled away, splashing dozens of high waves. Before long, the battle intensified. And then there are the ducks who actually perform skills. As the duck feathers were flying, suddenly the butt was aimed at one of them. Eat my duck scent. Quack. The bullets were then shot out like machine guns. and despite the fact that the person fighting against him was not bad in strength and had a high defense, he was still beaten into a sieve under this series of attacks. In just this moment's time, several people in the Five Elements Alliance had fallen. Don't disorganize yourself. Everyone gather together and don't give them a chance to break them down one by one, he shouted with a stony face, and on his cheek, there was a red duck's footprint. But just as his voice fell, his face suddenly sank, as if he had discovered something different again. The next moment, several old hens flapped their wings and rushed out from the side path. Cluck cluck cluck. Brother duck, brother goose, leave us one, leave a. Chapter 51 Terrifying Poultry, Terrified White Man. Within moments, this group of old hens joined the fray in an instant. What made the crowd of the Five Elements Alliance despair was that this group of old hens was even fiercer than this group of ducks, and the attack was unorganized. Fluttering his wings and rushing over, even his beak and claws were a mess of scratching and pecking. The few remaining people were scratched to a bloody pulp by these old hens in just a few breaths. Withdraw. Retreat. Hurry up. Finally, the middle-aged man at the head of the group reacted to the fact that they were completely outmatched by this group of fowls. Even though he had 10,000 doubts in his heart as to how a group of fowls could be so horribly perverted, he couldn't care less in order to stay alive. With his order to retreat, the crowd that had long since lost the will to fight also turned around and pulled their legs out to run. But as soon as they turned around, they realized something was wrong. When they opened their eyes, they realized that several pouring mouths had appeared behind them at some point. At the corners of the giant mouth, there were still a few whiskers, a muttering mouth cocked, and on top of the mouth were large, rolling eyes. It's a fish. It looks like a carp. A big carp. One of the experts cried out in fear. However, just as his voice fell, it was swallowed in one gulp. Completely silent. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come on. Split up. At this point, the crowd of the Five Elements Alliance completely lost their sense of proportion and almost shouted hysterically in order to survive. But now there were geese and ducks in front of them, hens behind them, and monster-like carp in the water, where they could just say they wanted to leave. In no time at all, there were only a handful of 3 or 2 people left. The man at the head of the group was sweating coldly, and as his eyes rolled, he finally found a glimmer of opportunity after slapping his 2 remaining companions out with a palm, blocking the fatal blow for him. We admit defeat this time, but our Five Elements Alliance will come to take revenge sooner or later. With that, he took out a glowing scroll. The scroll opened, and he revealed a look of flesh pain, but now he couldn't care less in order to stay alive. After the scroll was opened, a spatial crack appeared in space, and he quickly stepped into the crack. Just when he thought he could retreat in one piece, a vine spread silently into his hand at an unknown time. What the hell is this? The man's face changed greatly, but remembering the horror of this group of chickens and ducks and fish, in order to live directly raised the long sword in his hand and cut off his arm. The arm fell to the surface of the water and the rift in space closed. Gah! Too bad it got away from one of the ducks muttered, and then in 2s and 3s they dispersed without interest. Soon the flock of fowl was restored to its original state. It looks no different than usual, and the traces left by the previous battle, because it was on the surface of the Miluo River. With the passage of time the river flowed smoothly, and also turned out to be no traces. Everything, like nothing ever happened. The only people who were buried here were a group of experts from the Five Elements Alliance, coming in with great vigor. Only one person was left seriously injured relying on a teleportation scroll before escaping in a sorry state. However, across the river in the shadows, but at the moment there was a figure lurking. He could be said to have witnessed the entire battle. I seem to be blessed with a great life, he murmured with palpitations and afterthoughts, no longer with the same aplomb and calmness he had come with. Even as it murmured, its body was shaking a little. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Five Elements Alliance's experts, it wouldn't have been them, but him, who would have died, as an eyewitness to the entire process, and due to the fact that he was in a state of watching the battle, he was even more able to appreciate the terror of this group of fowls than the group of people from the Five Elements Alliance, let alone him now. I'm afraid that even if he returns to his full strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to cross this river. Terrible. It's just horrible. Even with his eyesight, he was completely unable to think of what kind of means this was that could make a group of fowls so horribly perverted. Looking at that Milky Way courtyard again, his gaze changed. It was full of scorn and fear, and no longer dare to take a step closer. Just want to retreat far away as soon as possible. And in the attic of Milky Way courtyard, Yuqing was lying on a recliner and rocking. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The fowls really took him by surprise. And looking at their means of attack, it wasn't just as simple as possession. It seems like it will also derive its own personality and even its own means of attack. In addition, this courtyard that had been attached to the spirit was far beyond his expectations. because it is able to isolate almost everything from the outside world. That is, the master. As for Little Carp and Shui Wei, who were sitting in the courtyard cultivating, they were actually completely oblivious to the battle just now. This skill, it seems really good. He held up his finger and looked at it, wondering what to order next. In the meantime, inside the room, Whitefall remained seated, concealing his own breath while various other means of concealing his breath continued. This continued for a full dozen hours, before it was carefully withdrawn. When he noticed that there was no more aura of the Five Elements Alliance people in the Upper South City, he breathed a sigh of relief. But with this behavior, she was undoubtedly fighting the air. Girl, if you're okay, try not to go out. The next day, in the attic, Yuqing stood with his hands in the air and faintly reminded. His courtyard was able to isolate his breath, so it was reasonable that those enemies who were chasing Whitefall should not be able to detect him. The only explanation for them being able to chase after them was that Whitefall should have stepped out of the courtyard before their breath was captured. Whoa, why? Whitefall couldn't help but ask. It's in this courtyard that you're safe enough. If you go out, it's not necessarily possible to guarantee your safety, Yuqing said indifferently. Keep me safe? Whitefall raised his eyebrows slightly, couldn't help but smile afterward. He was actually a bit at a loss for words. If her enemies really came to her door, she didn't think Yuqing would be able to protect herself. And being in or out of the courtyard makes no difference. Maybe Yuqing had something set up in his house, like a trap, a formation or something, but it couldn't really do much in the face of her enemies. However, thinking that Yuqing didn't know her original identity or her original strength and was acting out of kindness, she still nodded and said, "Thanks a lot." Yuqing didn't pay any attention to her, but continued to look for those 4 demons to experiment on. In the case of the Whitefall, he's just doing it out of honesty. After all, he had completed his system quest and had a skill that was so awesome, so he accordingly made sure that she recovered as much as possible. That's all. Afternoon. After a simple disguise, Whitefall left the courtyard and went to the streets of Upper South City, ready to purchase some medicinal herbs for his own faster recovery. Despite knowing that Yuqing was a pill refiner, she didn't want to owe so many favors. The other thing was that the medicine that Yuqing had dispensed was really a bit of a mouthful. It just so happens that she herself has some of her own means. And just as she walked out of the courtyard door, Carp opened her eyes and followed. Little fellow, what are you following me for? Whitefall asked as he curiously looked at the little carp behind him. Master explained to me that if you go out, let me follow you. Little Carp said as he held a sword that was almost as tall as him. Is it stalking me? No, it's protection. Protection? Chapter 52. The owner of that flock of chickens and ducks. Bring them to me. Cluck cluck cluck. Whitefall couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Especially when he looked at the serious look on Koi's face. His face felt wonderful. Protect me, little one? Just you? Whitefall bent down and couldn't help but use her jade hand to make a point on Little Carp's forehead. Then said, "You mustn't laugh me to death. Hurry back, little fart. I've got things to do." After saying that, Whitefall stopped paying attention to Little Carp and rushed towards the biggest pharmacy alone. Oof, if it wasn't for Master's explanation, I wouldn't have wanted to follow. The Little Carp child gave a milky cold snort, not caring what Whitefall said, but still followed. Also at the same time, tens of thousands of miles away from the Southland, surrounded by mountains, the aura was compelling, and on the cliff of one of the highest peaks, a viewing platform was set up. A white-haired man was sitting in the pavilion of the observation deck. White-haired man with a handsome face, slender body, obviously a man, but bright eyes and white teeth. White hair over his shoulders gave him a few points of the sense of banishment, as if not eat earthly fire. And there he sat, with butterflies and birds approaching and surrounding him from time to time. Behind the white-haired man, there stood a man and a woman whose breath was introverted, as if they were stone statues, not moving at all. And at the bottom, there was a middle-aged man with a broken arm kneeling on the ground trembling in fear. The man with the broken arm was no other than the man who had lost an arm in Milky Way Courtyard and finally escaped by relying on a teleportation scroll. However, the man with the broken arm knelt here for a long time, and did not see the white-haired man look at him, teasing the little bird in his hand while looking out at the sunset in the distance. Finally, just after sunset, the white-haired man slouched down in his chair. Say, what's going on? At this time, among the man and woman following behind the white-haired man, a low voice came from the woman. Enlightened Alliance Master, we relied on the compass and found the whereabouts of Whitefall, but we rushed over there and were ambushed. The man with the broken arm shivered and said, the people I brought with me all folded there, even my subordinate broken arm, and finally escaped by relying on the teleportation scroll bestowed by the Alliance Master. Ambush? What kind of ambush? Could it be that you're not strong enough to make a special excuse? The woman said indifferently. I don't dare to dare. How could I dare to deceive the Alliance Lord? The man with the broken arm hastily kowtowed and said in fear. And not only were we ambushed, but the enemy's methods were exceptionally bizarre. Ambushing us were a bunch of chickens, ducks and geese, and oh yeah, carp that looked like water monsters. This flock of chickens, ducks and geese can't be seen at all, but were completely outmatched. He said it in a nutshell, and as his voice fell, the white-haired man who hadn't glanced at the man with the broken arm since the beginning seemed to be finally showing a hint of interest. Come over here and I'll show you the arm. He tickled his lips and said gently towards the man with the broken arm. Many thanks, Alliance Master. The man with the broken arm outlined his body and walked towards the white-haired man in fear. The white-haired man gently raised his slender palm. However, it didn't land on the wound of the man with the broken arm, but directly on his heavenly aura. Ah! The man with the broken arm immediately emitted a miserable voice, distorting his face as if he was suffering from heavenly pain, and in a short while, he stared at his eyes, and his entire body was as if he had been sucked dry, leaving only skin and bones collapsed on the ground. Chickens, ducks, geese, and man-eating carp. That's quite something. The white-haired man wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said with interest, Alliance Master, since it's like that, then what he said is true, the woman said in surprise, but even though they are clerical wastes, their strength is not low in the southern border. What kind of chickens and ducks can still be so powerful? Nishang ah, if my guess is good, we are touching opponents this time. The white-haired man leisurely said, I'm afraid I have to trouble you to run a trip. The white abortion does not need me to say. As for the person who helped the white abortion, but don't kill him, bring him back to me for me. His chicken duck goose tactics intrigue me. Don't you think it would be fun to have the little guys turn out like that? With that, the little birds that surrounded him chirped and chirped at once. Yes, Alliance Master, my subordinate knows what to do. After the woman, Nishang, finished speaking, she leapt down from the cliff in front of her, and then disappeared into the clouds. In the meantime, upper south side of the city, nowadays, with the headquarters of the Formation Masters Guild located in Shangnan City, the entire Shangnan City was more bustling than before as far as the naked eye could see, and on the streets of Upper South City, two little old men appeared. One of the old men, scruffy and with a wine gourd around his waist, was pulling another old man by the hand. The unkempt old man was no one else but the old ancestor of the Tai immortal sect. The other old man, however, was much more immortal than him, with a white beard and long eyebrows, and a slightly aged face, but without losing his righteousness. White eyebrows, just listen to my advice. There is no harm in going with me to pay respects to that senior. After the 5 disciples of the Tai immortal sect returned from the Fa Yao Empire, the old ancestor of the Tai immortal sect then thought that it would be better for him to personally come and pay his respects to Yuqing. It just so happened that the old ancestor of the Qianquan immortal sect, whom he hadn't seen for many years, came to the Tai immortal sect to find him to catch up on old times, so he dragged him over with him. Li Bu Gu said to go you go, I will find a restaurant to wait for you. Qianquan immortal sect ancestor White Eyebrows angrily flung his robe sleeve and said, and my generation of cultivators, when all righteousness, flattery is not the style of my generation. You as a Tai immortal sect ancestor, this behavior if the word gets out, you just say that it is not shameful. White Eyebrows, what kind of bull are you talking about? What do you mean by flattery? The scruffy old man Li Bugu sniffed, but also instantly became angry and drank. People are kind to me, that's why I'm thinking of going to pay my respects. In addition, this kind of seniors and high people, I am just for the sake of knowing you for many years. I take you there. If it is someone else, want me to take I will not take. Humph, even if he is a senior. But I am also the oldest ancestor of a clan. Anyway, if you want to go, you go, I am not going. White Eyebrows coldly snorted. Hey, you old thing, you're greasy. Li Bu Gu drank, and at the same time that the two old men were arguing back and forth, as usual, Whitefall came to the largest pharmacy in Upper South City to pick up his medicine. Although the medicinal herbs that could be purchased here were extremely limited in recovering from her injuries, it was good to at least speed up her recovery a little bit. But when she saw the little cart behind her following her again, she frowned. What the hell are you doing, little guy? What do you keep following me around for? Whitefall frowned, said to protect you, Little Carp said in a milky voice as she hugged her sword. Whitefall couldn't help but hold his forehead. It's a pediatric middle child on. Role-playing can't be done. A hairless brat is actually trying to protect her now. I say you little brat, following me wouldn't be because you want me to buy you food. If that's the case you just say it. What do you want to eat and I'll just buy it for you, Whitefall said. All she could think of was this. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, her face changed, and the little carp holding the sword couldn't help but wipe his nose and then lift his sagging pants. The streets around them, at some point, suddenly went cold. The original slightly brisk breeze, for some reason also suddenly became harsh. Blowing on the face has a kind of knife-scraping feeling. Chapter 53, finally knowing the true strength of the little carp. It's not right. Going to see? The two old men who were originally arguing stopped arguing not far away and glanced at each other. Then with a long swipe, they disappeared into thin air. And on the street where the white fall was, that palpitating feeling grew stronger and stronger as the leaves on the ground rolled up and cluttered the air in midair. At this moment, even the mortals passing through the streets, as well as the vendors passing by and setting up stalls, all noticed that something was not normal. Go, go, go. Vendors are closing their stalls and pedestrians are leaving at a fast pace. Not long after, the street that was originally quite lively suddenly became empty, leaving only White Fall and Little Carp standing alone in the center of the street. Go away, little one, and hurry. White Fall frowned tightly, looking around with a face full of gravity, his voice slightly urgent as he shouted towards Little Carp. But the little carp didn't seem to be leaving her, instead taking 2 steps closer to her. Go away. Seeing that the little carp was not leaving, but instead approaching her, she subconsciously had to scold. But as soon as her voice had cried out, she felt as if her throat had been jammed. At the end of the street ahead, a woman in red appeared at an unknown time, her face icy cold as she locked onto White Fall in death. And with her appearance, the temperature, which had already plummeted again at this moment. The ground, even visible to the naked eye, froze with cold ice. One can't help but get goosebumps. Whitefall similarly looked at the woman in red with a deadly stare, and the slightest hint of unwillingness was still revealed in his stony features. If she expected correctly, the woman in red in front of her was one of those 2 mysterious reverends in the Five Elements Alliance. Last time the people of the Five Elements Alliance came after her, she relied on the method of breath concealment to escape from their pursuit. And she had thought that the people of the Five Elements Alliance wouldn't come back to the Shangnan city for a short period of time. But she had never expected that not only had the Five Elements Alliance come, but they had even sent out this mysterious one of the Exalted. It made her wonder. Even in the previous chase, the Five Elements Alliance hadn't sent out a single Exalted. What's with the outpouring of honors at this time of year? She wanted to run, but she knew that right now, she was afraid that even the chance of running had become a bit slim. The woman in red indifferently glanced at White Fall. Then Yo-Yo said, call out the man behind you. The people behind what? Whitefall's face was puzzled. It's the owner who controls the chickens, ducks and geese, the woman in red said faintly. Chickens, ducks and geese. What chickens, ducks and geese? Whitefall's face was puzzled to the extreme. She wanted to ask, what the hell are you talking about? Just as well, let's kill you first. That person behind you, killing you will also be able to uncover it, the woman in red faintly said. Wait. Seeing that the woman in red was about to make a move, Whitefall suddenly cried out, this little child is innocent. He's just a little boy from an ordinary family. Can you let him go? The red-robed woman's eyes didn't even move a bit, and she simply ignored Whitefall's words. A red dress dragged out a residual shadow in place, and a strand of cold aura appeared, carrying a strong killing opportunity towards Whitefall. Whitefall also mobilized all his strength in an attempt to counterattack. However, the sword of the woman in red was too fast. Her current cultivation had recovered less than 10% due to the aftermath of using the secret method before, causing her to be unable to receive this sword at all. Even she couldn't even see clearly at all the direction of the woman in red's sword. In fact, when the red-clothed woman made her sword, Whitefall saw it, the strength of the woman in red. In fact, even if she recovered to her full strength, I'm afraid that she wouldn't necessarily be a match. Not to mention now, is it dying? Whitefall's eyes showed resignation. She wanted to fight back. She didn't want to die just like that. But now that her cultivation hadn't recovered, she didn't even have the qualifications to resist. The difference between the two sides is just too great. Resisting or not resisting is really no different from waiting for death. However, just when she thought she was going to die, suddenly a pleasant crashing sound came from the front. Clang! It was the sound of swords clashing. Whitefall stared incredulously, offsetting the head. Bow your head again. Saw the little carp next to him. It was Little Carp who drew her sheathed sword and clashed with the sword of the woman in red. Nope, it was not a sword in Koi's sheath, but a sword, a horizontal sword. This horizontal sword was gifted to Little Carp by Yuqing, and since then, Little Carp has held it on her body without moving. This blade steadily caught the sword of the woman in red. It even bounced the woman in red back 2 steps. Whitefall's eyes were astonished, his red lips slightly open, and his eyes almost fell off, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Little Carp didn't look at her, but instead looked at the woman in red across the room, and the woman in red also revealed a look of surprise. She also didn't think that the little boy who hadn't glanced at her from the beginning was the real expert. She had an angry look on her face. Her sword was actually received by a child, giving her a feeling of being insulted. But before she could make a move, she realized that the little boy across the street had moved before him. The horizontal sword flashed and the light of the blade emerged, slashing directly towards her. She didn't take it lightly, and her sword light floated up and chopped towards the horizontal blade. However, it did not occur to her that this sword chopped an empty one. The woman in red gave a dark cry, sensing that the little carp was making a false move. Sure enough, when she reacted, she realized that little carp had appeared at her feet at an unknown time. Lifting her paw, she attacked directly towards her lower body. Her eyes widened, thinking out of the box. He didn't even think that it was actually her lower body that was being attacked. There was no more time to resist. The kick, with a thud, sent her backwards, her legs scraping two long grooves in the ground. Who said, only men are attacked painfully in the lower part of the body? Actually, women hurt too. The woman in red no longer had the calm and collected manner she had before, and stood in place, her body somewhat twisted and trembling. Cold sweat slid down his forehead drop by drop, but as the saying goes, take advantage of your illness. Almost the next instant after kicking out a leg, Koi picked up the attack. The horizontal sword fell vertically towards the woman in red in pain. The woman in red stared, but her body was fixed in place, not moving. After a short while, a red line appeared from her forehead to her chin, and blood flowed out in milder streams. Then it fell straight to the ground. Hoo. The horizontal sword tumbled and spun into a shadow of light in midair before it was cleanly sheathed. Master told you it's not safe to go out, but given what you just said, you've become slightly less annoying to me. With that said, Carp held the horizontal sword and walked towards the pharmacy, following the original route. Chapter 54, even we may not be able to catch that sword. Koi had walked out a bit. However, Whitefall remained frozen in place, apparently not having slowed down. This normally dorky-looking little guy to actually kill one of the venerable members of the Five Elements Alliance? She seemed to feel that what had just happened was a dream, but the body lying not far from her feet told her that it was all true. And in retrospect, Koi didn't just kill her. More accurately, seconds, because apart from helping her block that sword, Little Carp had only used 2 moves since the beginning. While the previous move didn't look very honorable, it didn't take away from the fact that it was a spike. This kind of strength had already exceeded her heyday. Thinking about this, her face was still a bit complicated in her horror. It was because she had repeatedly wanted to take Little Carp as her disciple, but only now did she realize that the object of this disciple was much better than her. Afterwards, she looked at Little Carp's back and hurriedly chased after her. Despite knowing Koi's strength, she still had many doubts right now. She felt that she was able to find the answer in Koi's body, and on the roof not far away, the 2 old men stood with their arms folded, taking in all of the scene just now. The 2 were none other than White Eyebrows and Li Bugu. Thinking of that scene just now, even Li Bugu put away his cynicism, his palms quickly stroking his mustache, a pair of small eyes skittering around. That kid brother. His strength is no weaker than you and me. Even, we don't see how we can catch that blade. At that moment, White Eyebrows said, yes, and that woman who was killed. I've never heard of this number before. If it's expected, well, it should be the Five Elements Alliance that suddenly and mysteriously appeared some time ago. Li Bugu's small eyes radiated a sharp color. The League of Five Elements? White Eyebrows also had ghostly pupils, not knowing what they were thinking. Southern border? I'm afraid there's going to be a change in the sky. Yes. Right in the middle of the 2 of them lamenting, Li Bugu suddenly pulled up White Eyebrows again and said, since that's the case, it's all the more reason to hurry up and go pay respects to that senior. Go. Quickly follow me. No go. Said I won't go. What kind of person am I? Dang White Eyebrows? For a while, the 2 old men argued again, then pulled and tugged their way to the entrance of Milky Way Courtyard. Yuqing had never purposely hidden his whereabouts for as long as he had come to the Southern Kingdom. That's why it's not hard for those who can afford it to find out where Yuqing lives. If my expectation is good, Senior should live here. Hurry, follow me to pay your respects. Li Bugu shouted excitedly. Li Bugu, you've had enough. White Eyebrows heavily shook off Li Bugu's arm and drank. I can accompany you to this southern country just to see where the Formation Masters Guild has landed. And when we get here, to go you can go yourself. Don't pull me. You old codger. What are you proud of? Just don't regret it when you get there. Hoof. Li Bugu snorted coldly. So he stopped paying attention to White Eyebrows and headed towards the Milky Water Courtyard. Humph. What can I regret? White Eyebrows similarly grunted angrily. He was more interested in trying to befriend that kid brother from earlier than visiting whatever Senior Li Bugu was talking about. Li Bugu smoothly entered the courtyard. Old Li, so it's you. Long time no see. Seeing Li Bugu, Yuqing was also a bit excited. Not exactly a very familiar face, But the little old man was kind of fresh in my mind. Senior you. I didn't expect you to remember me. Li Bugu was flattered. How can I not remember? How about a drink? Yuqing laughed. Well, it just so happens that I brought a bit of good wine with me on this visit, Li Bugu said excitedly. After saying that, these two people, who appeared to be an old and a young man in appearance, immediately raised their glasses and pushed them together. After a few cups, Li Bugu took the initiative to talk about the fact that he had sent 5 disciples to the Fa Yao Empire some time ago. In fact, I was thinking that the 5 little guys do things properly to experience. If I can run into seniors, get a word or two of guidance. But I didn't realize that seniors have long since left the Fa Yao Empire. Li Bugu also bluntly told the whole story, and there was some embarrassment in his expression. In response, Yuqing just smiled faintly. There's nothing dishonorable about that sort of thing. Jude remembered that he had just crossed over to this world not long ago, and knew where there were masters, and likewise tried to do everything he could to pay homage to them. Li Bugu was able to say it bluntly, but it rather added a few good points to him. It just didn't occur to him that his 2 test subjects, that's how they ran out. Of course, he was not concerned about what happened in the Fa Yao Empire. Seeing that Yuqing expressed his understanding, Li Bugu revealed a look of gratitude and toasted towards Yuqing again and again. Master, we're back. At that moment, the sound of the courtyard door pushing open came from none other than Carp. Behind the little Carp, there was Whitefall. Despite walking all the way, Whitefall's heart is still not calm, especially when walking to this courtyard again. Koi has that kind of strength. So was Yuqing. Who was Koi's master? Really what she had imagined before? Especially since she had just remembered what little Carp had said. That little Carp had followed her, and that it was Yuqing's special explanation to keep her safe. At the thought of this, for some reason, Whitefall's footsteps as he stepped into the courtyard turned heavy. There was a tingling heat coming from being embarrassed to face it, and also at the same time that little Carp and Whitefall walked into the courtyard. White Eyebrows, who was not far away from the small courtyard, also saw it. Originally bored and still slandering Li Bugu in his heart, when he saw the 2 Shao Carp children, he immediately glared, and he opened his mouth even more when he heard little Carp calling out for master at the door. Little cutie. All of them were able to anticipate that the master that little Carp was shouting about. I'm afraid that it was the senior that Li Bugu was taking him to see. After all, it's the same yard. Who else could it be? All of a sudden, White Eyebrows was nonplussed. The heart turned hard and tight. Having known Li Bugu for so long, it wasn't that he didn't believe in Li Bugu's words. On the contrary, he also knew that there should indeed be a high-level person in here. But in his opinion, even if it was a high-level person, the strength should be just a little bit stronger than them. And he himself was after all an old ancestor of a clan. There's no need to see someone a little better than yourself and put on that kind of posture to pay your respects. But when it came to seeing Koi, that feeling was different. The disciple taught by others shocked him off. This is the master. I'm afraid it's unfathomable. Unable to help himself, he paced back and forth, one eye openly looking in the direction of Milky Way courtyard from time to time. Why hasn't this old man Li come out yet? How long has this been going on? Just pay your respects and don't you come out when you're done? Is it even possible to drink in it? So he waited again, pacing back and forth again. After another moment, Li Bugu still didn't come out. He couldn't help himself and hurriedly took out the sound transmission jade slip. Old Li, you out. Either, or, just. The old man see you so persistent, but also figured out. I will accompany you to meet with us. See the senior, you said it. Chapter 55, Nonsense. How could the old man be sour when he's the head of a clan? But now Li Bugu were to think about the White Eyebrows waiting outside the door. He was also taken aback when he saw Koi and Whitefall enter. Obviously, he also did not expect that this little Carp was actually Yuqing's disciple. Even though he had known for a long time that Yuqing was very powerful, it was still a bit out of his expectation. After little Carp came in, she reported what had just happened to Yuqing one by one. Yuqing listened and nodded, seemingly without much surprise, just a normal look at the Whitefall. For some reason, Whitefall was a little embarrassed to meet the gaze Yuqing cast. Inside, there was no peace at all. Yuqing's calm gaze after hearing little Carp's report clearly represented that he had already known about this matter. It's also clear that the outcome has been guessed for a long time. Apparently Yuqing has a plan. It was the same as overruling the idea that she had been holding on to the celebration that Koi was just awesome on her own, and not the reason for Yuqing, and now it seems clear that it is not. Yuqing was not a young man with a slight cultivation level as she thought, but a super existence that even she could hardly imagine. The moment, she felt extremely mixed up inside. I don't know if I should say that I was lucky to have run into such a being when I randomly sought help from a courtyard in my time of distress, but when he remembered how he used to live proudly in front of Yuqing, he felt a little ridiculous. Whitefall was a little unsure of how to speak. Just know that my face filled with rolling. I have guests here. Rest and go. Yuqing saw her embarrassment and said with a smile, thanks. By abolition nodded, while his gaze glanced at Li Bugu beside Yuqing, and then walked into the room. Old Li, let's keep drinking. Yuqing laughed. Okay senior, ha 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 ha. And while the two were drinking their hearts out, White Eyebrows was still waiting outside the door. This damn Li Bugu, why hasn't he come out yet? And there's no reply to the message the old man gave him. The White Eyebrow was still looking at the compound. Several times I felt the urge to knock on the door, but when I got to it, I backed away. He just knocked on the door. What a thing. It's impolite. Not to mention, how does it make that old man Li Bugu look? Wouldn't that be a joke on the old man? At the thought of this, his arrogant body bones were raised, but he couldn't help but cast his gaze straight into the courtyard. And at that moment, the door to the compound opened. Yuqing and Li Bugu walked out talking and laughing. Come on. I'll take you to the front to get some peach blossom wine. Yuqing laughed. Good good good. I've heard that southern peach blossom wine is famous all over the world, so I must try it today, Li Bugu said excitedly. And at the same time that the two were talking, not far from the building, White Eyebrows suddenly coughed. Cough cough cough. Upon hearing the coughing, Yuqing and Li Bugu both cast their eyes over. At this moment, the White Eyebrows pavilion stood upright, standing with his hands on his head, his gaze looking out over the upper South City, distant and timeless. The wind blew, rolled up his robe, beard hair fluttering between the immortal style of the Taoist bone show, but his brow slanted and moved every now and then, glancing in the direction of the two men. Li Bugu, call me ah. You called me instead. Yuqing glanced at him and was about to ask questions towards Li Bugu, when Li Bugu hastily interrupted and said, Senior, go. Let's quickly go and get some wine. Yuqing nodded without giving it much thought. Then he and Li Bugu rushed towards the wine shop. Seeing that the two were about to leave, White Eyebrows coughed again in a hurry. Aha! And the more he coughed, the louder he coughed. Even a mouthful of old phlegm was really coughed out by him. But the two were talking about wine, so they paid no attention to him. This anxious White Eyebrow scurried around. Why don't you come and pull me out, Li Bugu? Seeing that the two had gone far away, one of his undead chased after them. It reappeared on the roof of the building in front of Yuqing and Li Bugu. Stroking his beard, he coughed again. Elder, you go ahead. I'll be right back. Seeing this, Li Bugu's face sank, and after greeting Yuqing, he hurried over towards White Eyebrows. White Eyebrows, what are you doing? Li Bugu drank. I didn't do anything. The old man coughing is not good? White Eyebrows said in a serious manner. Cough. I don't see anything simple, right? Li Bugu frowned, then raised the corners of his mouth and said, Wow, I see. You also want to befriend that senior, right? This said White Eyebrows' face was cloudy, but pretended to swing up his chest and said, Nonsense, I didn't. Whatever, don't keep hanging around. Elder and I are having a good time drinking, and I'm afraid we'll be staying in the Southern Kingdom for a long time, so if you want to leave, go ahead. After saying that, Li Bugu was about to leave. For a long time to come? Seeing this, White Eyebrows immediately became anxious and hurriedly stopped Li Bugu. Cough. The old man, I guess, thinking about it, on the basis of an old friend, and seeing that you insisted again and again, it is not impossible to accompany you. White Eyebrows blocked in front of Li Bugu, stroked his whitened beard and said in a serious manner, Alas, you can think like this. It's not in vain that the old man and you have been friends for so many years, but that was some apprehension before we even met, so we wanted to pull a companion, and now we've already met the person, so there's no need for a companion. Saying that, Li Bugu wanted to leave again. White Eyebrows, really anxious, shouted, No, you do not. I really can accompany you. Hearing this, Li Bugu finally heard something unusual and looked back at White Eyebrows meaningfully. You're not right. Very wrong. I see. You've been waiting outside the door. Could it be that you changed your mind when you saw that the kid brother who beheaded that Five Elements Alliance was the senior's disciple? Thinking about such a powerful senior, seeing as I'm so close to him, you're sour? And also to befriend? Change your mind and regret it? Nonsense. Am I by may not that kind of person? White Eyebrows stood up and said righteously, I am obviously afraid that you are lonely. Kindly prepared to accompany you. How can you be so ungrateful? Then I'm not lonely at all, and I don't want your company, so go back. Li Bugu waved his hand. You, Li Bugu, you stop right there. White Eyebrows reddened his face and drank. After knowing each other for so many years, are you the elder brother or am I the elder brother? I'll accompany you when I say so. When a brother says so, lead the way. With that, without any further ado, he grabbed Li Bugu and walked in the direction where Yuqing was. You old thing, You're obviously sour and you won't admit it. Nonsense. I white eyebrows haul of a clan of old ancestors. Sour what's sour? Hurry to lead the way. The two old men cursed and finally caught up with Yuqing. After seeing Yuqing, white eyebrows scowled at Li Bugu. Li Bugu glared back angrily, but gave white eyebrows the benefit of the doubt when he actually introduced him. Chapter 56. What kind of face do you have? You still want to be a master and disciple? Immediately, the two old men clustered happily around Yuqing's side, and then went off to beat the wine. After the fight, the three returned to the Milky Way courtyard to raise their glasses. After 3 rounds of drinks, Senpai, hey! At this moment, the white eyebrows' large incisors were revealed, and he grinned. Senior, I have a good thing here to gift to Senior. I think Senior will definitely use it. Whoa, what is it good for? Seeing white eyebrows speak so mysteriously, Yuqing instantly became interested and couldn't help but ask. The people of my Kunlun Immortal sect are actually not strong in their own right, while they specialize in the paramount strange arts. And of the paramount strange arts, only the puppet arts are the strongest. And on my body, I just happen to have a puppet with me. Today, I am going to gift this puppet to Senior. On weekdays, I can give Senior a mop-up job in this milky water courtyard. Take a look at the courtyard, and when there is something going on, I can also let him go run errands. White eyebrows said by way of introduction. With that, his palm raised and a humanoid puppet landed in front of the three. It was said to be a puppet, but its appearance was no different from a real person. It was really exquisite. Yuqing couldn't help but be surprised even as he watched. Chadan, come and pour the wine. White eyebrows waved his hand and ordered towards the golem. Yes, the puppet opened its mouth to respond, and then respectfully poured the wine towards the three, and after pouring it, it stood aside in a disciplined manner. This puppet of mine is even capable of learning in addition to what I just said. As long as Senior is interested in teaching, he can learn it all. Whether it's zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, he can do it all. The key thing is that he can still practice. Of course, his cultivation is naturally unappreciated by seniors, but ordinary curmudgeons are enough to deal with. After saying that, white eyebrows reached out and said, this puppet has been with me for 20 years. I will now decide to gift it to Senior. Senior only needs to use his divine sense to attach an imprint on him, and then he will be obedient to Senior's words. After hearing white eyebrows' words, even Yuqing was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the same artificial IA from his pre-crossing world? Can you teach and raise? I have to say, it's a real treat. But how can a gentleman take a man's beauty? But though his heart was moved, he excused himself. No, no, no. White eyebrow quickly said, I white eyebrow once see Senior's admiration such as this monstrous water unceasingly, like a flood cannot be controlled. Seniors must be accepted is. Seniors if not accepted, in turn, is not look on my white eyebrow. Seeing how sincere white eyebrows said this, Yuqing also really liked this thing. He nodded and didn't push back. Ever since he got the system, he had more or less lost interest in purely enhancing his cultivation. Instead, they are more interested in the weird and wonderful. The puppet did serve a purpose for him. Other than that, he's short of a hand when it comes to his experiments. In that case, I'll accept this item. Of course, as a token of appreciation. In the future, if white-browed dude needs anything, just mention it. Yuqing laughed. At those words, white eyebrow's face was instantly delighted. Amidst the laughter, they hastily toasted towards Yuqing again. It wasn't until almost dark that the two men reluctantly took their leave. But ever since white eyebrows took out the humanoid puppet, Li Bugu's mood had been a bit off since the beginning. After walking out of the courtyard, he finally relented. White eyebrows, it's really hard to tell. If I guessed correctly, that puppet just now is one of the few puppets you are most proud of in your Kunlun Immortal sect, right? This is all equivalent to your Kunlun Immortal sect's town treasure. Didn't you say that you, white eyebrows, are all righteous and disdain flattery? No flattery and you still have the town's treasure? Words. The white eyebrow slanted him a glance, humming a little tune in his eyes as he shivered nonchalantly. What's wrong? Sore? Seeing that elder gave me a promise. You're not comfortable in your heart? If you have the guts, you send it too. Humph. After saying that, white eyebrows walked forward with a haughty expression. What am I sour about? Senior and I have known each other for a long time. The relationship between us is not something you can imagine? Li Bugu followed up, holding his head high and saying stiffly, Humph. Then don't see Senior giving you a promise? White eyebrows slanted over and said, me. Li Bugu was unable to speak after being disliked, and then said stiffly, the relationship between me and Senior doesn't need any promises, and if I really find Senior in the future for anything, Senior will definitely help out a bit. Che, who wouldn't talk big? That's better than you, a flatterer. For a while, The two old men were cursing and arguing again. Yard. Yuqing was studying the puppet. At this moment, the puppet had already recognized its master and obeyed Yuqing's orders, and not far from the doorway, Whitefall looked at Yuqing's back with a complicated expression. In fact, she hadn't been in the room since the beginning. The scene of the two old men drinking with Yuqing just now, she also had a good view of it. Originally, before, she had been unable to confirm the identities of the two old men. It wasn't until White Eyebrows brought out the puppet and the conversation between them that she formally confirmed the identities of these two old men. An ancestor of the Kunlun immortal sect, an old ancestor of the Taiyi immortal sect. These two, in the southern border, pretty much represented the existence of the ceiling. However, instead, she saw them treat Yuqing with a mouthful of seniors. Even pandering to curry favor is not uncommon. Even though she had already known that Yuqing was extraordinary when she saw Little Carp kill the Five Elements Alliance Exalted and came back to report. But nowhere near as drastic as seeing it with your own eyes. The feeling of ludicrousness, once he remembered how he used to posture in front of him, grew a few more points. In the middle of her thoughts, she bit her red lips tightly, as if she had made some sort of decision, and walked towards Yuqing. Then came Yuqing's side. Miss Whitefall, is something wrong? While studying the puppet, Yuqing asked, with a complex expression and a hot face. Whitefall hesitated in place for a long time, then opened his mouth and said, "Today, thank you." Yuqing sniffed and nodded, then asked, "Anything else?" Whitefall wanted to speak but stopped. Under the sleeves, the palms of his hands clenched tightly. The force caused the fingertips to become a little white. Whitefall looked at Yuqing nervously, then said, Please, can the love of master and disciple still do the math?" At those words, Yuqing looked up at her, his mind withdrawing from the puppet's body. There was a slight silence. Then he got up and walked over to the railing, looking at the river of blue water in front of him with his arms crossed. Then he asked rhetorically, "Does the girl remember that since the first time? Has the girl never addressed me as master? And never treated me like a master?" Yuqing's rhetorical question caused Whitefall to dry up. Even hated to just find a crack in the ground. "So girl, after your injuries are healed, go," Yuqing said indifferently. At those words, Whitefall was ashamed and bit her red lips tightly. It took a long time with his head down before he responded, "Yes, of course, the girl doesn't have to be like this. As I said just now, the girl could have gotten better before leaving." At this time, Yuqing smiled like a spring breeze again. After all, buying and selling is not benevolent. After saying that, Yuqing patted her shoulder, then returned to the house with a smile. But standing still, Whitefall was unable to slow down for a long time. Her body was trembling, her eyes were red, and there were even tears running down her face. Shame, regret mingled and filled her mind. Ever since she stepped into this small courtyard, she had been underestimating Yuqing since the beginning. Whether it was worshipping Yuqing as her teacher or calling him master, she was 10,000 times more unwilling and even resentful in her heart. Even after Yuqing had actually saved herself, she had never treated Yuqing as a master since the beginning. It wasn't until now that he saw how powerful Yuqing was and how extraordinary he was. Seeing the great opportunities that might be available if she became Yuqing's disciple, she had only put aside her damned arrogance and wanted to truly become his disciple. But now think about it. On what grounds? Where does one get a face? And Yuqing, from the beginning to the end, did not blame. First of all, detoxification life-saving grace. Sent a small carp child force to cut down the venerable again is a life-saving grace. Even at the end of this, he still said that he could get better before he left. At the thought of this, Whitefall's heart was hard to bear. It is also clearly understood that after this village, there will not be this store. Chapter 57, My Brother Won't Abandon Me. Doorway. Yuqing paused to glance at Whitefall and shook his head, and didn't say anything. Although being able to meet up with Whitefall meant that there was a master-disciple bond between the two. If after saving her life, the other party had the heart to call him this master, he would be able to serve as a teacher. But in the end, there are many things that are not as well planned as they should be. Sometimes a choice is made and it is what it is. Still, think of it as a trade. She lived to tell the tale. He completed the system mission. The deal is done, and it's a life of its own. The only difference was that she could buy herself a drink if she ran into it sometime in the future. And just at the same time that Yuqing was living his life leisurely, the Southland is in for a real treat. The headquarters of the Formation Masters Guild, officially constructed. In the center of the city of Upper South City, a huge building rose up, 9 stories high, standing directly in the Southern Kingdom as a landmark. And in order to celebrate the official completion of the construction of the Formation Artist Guild's headquarters, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom officially ordered that a great celebration would be held 7 days later. At that time, in addition to the Southern Kingdom's own people, Formation masters from all over the southern border would also come to participate in this event. In addition, the countries of the southern border would also send emissaries to congratulate them with gifts. After all, there was no country that didn't need formation masters. There were even countries where emperors came in person. One, to attend the event. The second is to take this opportunity to have good diplomatic relations with the South. Therefore, right now, there were more than 20 country emperors who were able to confirm that they would personally come to the southern kingdom to participate in the grand celebration. In the middle of the Fa Yao Empire, Nangong Fa Yao was sitting at the top of the Fa Yao Palace, and she had naturally learned of the news. And at the bottom of her head stood a middle-aged man. Since Sun Xuanji left, and after the death of Tai Fu Sun, Nangong Fa Yao had to promote a new person to preside over the heavenly palace courtyard. The name is Zhao Qian. Dean Zhao, send an invitation to the southern kingdom, and say that I will also go to the southern kingdom to congratulate me. At the top, Nangong Fa Yao said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the southern kingdom still remembers what we were preparing to attack before. I'm afraid it's not right for you to go there this time. Zhao Qian couldn't help but remind. Southland. Ha, what's Southland? Now that the southern kingdom is powerful. It's not because of my brother. If there is no my brother, what is the southern kingdom? Nangong Fa Yao angrily shouted. Yes, yes, yes. King Qing is His Majesty's brother. No matter what happens, there is no one who has a better relationship than His Majesty and King Qing, Zhao Qian hurriedly said. However, His Majesty can leave it out of his eyes at the time of the South, but King Qing is still angry with His Majesty after all. Zhao Qian frowned, rather worried. You don't understand, Nangong Fa Yao said in a deep voice. You simply don't understand our brother and sister love. And even more so, you don't understand what the two of us once went through. It's true that he's still angry with me, but it's also my fault for not going to properly apologize to him. So this trip was said to be congratulations, but it was to go and bring my brother back. I'll bring his favorite wine, his favorite gift, and I'll also tell him that the two demons have put down the word to come back for my life. He wouldn't abandon me if he knew. He'll never be able to give me up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian was relieved. There is a misunderstanding between King Qing and His Majesty, but I believe that the mirror will soon be broken. I will go down and prepare, and we will set out in a few days. Nangong Fa Yao nodded. After Zhao Qian retreated, her brow furrowed again. With his eyes, he couldn't help but look towards the aftermath of the Fuyang Palace. That reborn Hakushin said he went to do something for her, and he hasn't come back yet. How long has it been now? Where the hell did this guy go? It can't have gotten away already. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nangong Fa Yao frowned tightly. In order to recover for him, she, Nangong Fa Yao, had thrown in a lot of supplies for him. If she really ran away, then she would have lost a lot of money in the Fa Yao Empire. Time. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. As the day of the Southland's great celebration drew nearer and nearer, the whole Southland turned lively. And on top of a mountain peak not far from Upper South City, it's cloudy here. Standing here, you can overlook the entire Upper South Side. And at that moment, 2 men suddenly appeared on top of the mountain peak. A man with white hair and several twittering, colorful birds attached above his shoulders. The other man, dressed in black, followed the white-haired man with an expressionless face. Nezumi is dead. Things are getting interesting. The white-haired man inclined his head and teased the bird on his shoulder with the palm of his hand, saying leisurely. It was obvious that his close subordinates had died, yet he still had a smile on his lips. Enlightened the Alliance Master. Should I make another trip? Behind him, the man in black bowed. No need. Since Nezumi is planted there, you'll just end up dead if you go. The white-haired man said leisurely. Let's go. You and I will personally go on a run to meet the owner of that flock of chickens and ducks. Now that Nishang is dead, I'm now begging for a good man yet. And this great celebration of the South, isn't that just what I want? Since the Alliance Master is personally coming out, he is bound to push any existence in the southern border across the border, the man in black said excitedly. No need for ass-kissing. Let's go. As the white-haired man's faint voice came out, the 2 people disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already in the middle of Shangnan City. Chapter 58, not a monkey, but a demon? Upper South Side. The white-haired man and the black-clothed guards appeared silently. Roll. A chorus of voices came out from the mouths of the black-clothed guards, and the heads of the surrounding crowd buzzed. There was chaos, and they fled in all directions. Not long after, only the white-haired man and the black-clothed guard were left on the spacious street. This Upper South City is bulletproof, but it's really a good place. The chi is flourishing. Starting from here seems to be a really good choice. While talking, the white-haired man rolled his tongue, then gently grabbed the little bird on his shoulder, like a snack, and slowly brought it to his mouth. Along with the hair, he swallowed it alive. The slender fingers picked the corners of his lips, showing a look of intent. Allied Lord, what to do next? Please command. Behind him, the black-clothed guard asked respectfully. Split up. You go look for those stupid emperors. And I, first, go look for that mysterious man. I can't wait to have him in my pocket yet. As he said that, a gust of demonic wind emanated from his body, and his white face revealed a few hints of hostility. And the white fall? The black-clad guard asked. She doesn't matter anymore, the white-haired man said with a wave of his hand. Yes, subordinate knows what to do. The black-clothed guards respectfully responded and then disappeared. Above the street, there didn't seem to be any sign that the two had been here. Even the people who had been dispersed earlier didn't seem to remember that such two people had ever appeared. In the middle of the Milky Way courtyard, Yuqing was studying the puppet. On the second day after parting ways with White Eyebrows, Yuqing couldn't wait to use the pointing stone on the puppet. The golem doesn't seem to have changed much on the surface, but it's nothing like it was before. Meanwhile, one of the 4 great demons, Demon San, was kneeling in front of him. Dry this bowl of medicine. Yuqing looked at him from above and said indifferently. 4? Why me? Devil Sanson cried without tears and said, obviously there are 4 of us, and I am the most obedient, meek, honest, and cooperative among the 4 of us. Whoa. In order to avoid being drug tested, Devil San could say anything. The main fight is a dead-end road. It is precisely because you are the most resourceful that you were allowed to be the first to drink. Yuqing said. Don't. Demon San's pleading eyes were cast. Yuqing's expression sank. Seeing this, Devil San dried up the medicine without saying a word. Well, after he finished drinking, Yuqing looked at him nervously. This was the drug he had finally formulated after many trials. Itchy. Devil San scratched all over his body, and a red rash grew from him as far as the naked eye could see. And while speaking, the lips of the mouth, which had just been exposed to the drug, were red and swollen, as if they had been scalded with boiling water. And? Yuqing asked with concern. And? Devil San was ready to say that his hands and feet were paralyzed, but in the next moment, he felt a majestic power rush straight into his meridians, and is improving his bloodline. In just a moment's time, Devil San's cultivation level, which had originally slipped due to being suppressed in the Fa Yao Empire, quickly recovered. And that's not all. After recovering, it rushes towards the next tipping point. In a split second, terrifying demonic power filled the entire courtyard. If the Milky Way courtyard hadn't already been lit up, this demonic aura alone could have thrown the entire Shangnan city into chaos. Demon. How can there be a demonic aura? Whitefall was practicing inside the courtyard and rushed over the first time he felt the scent. The source of the demonic aura was seen at the first moment. Are those the monkeys he keeps? It's not actually a monkey. It's a demon? He actually raises demons in his house and uses them to test medicines? Whitefall looked at Devil San incredulously, and then turned his shocked gaze to Yuqing. Having lived in Yuqing for so long, she naturally knew that Yuqing was researching on pill refining and had taken those 4 to test pills, forcing them to cry day after day. Once she was naive enough to think it was really a monkey. It was only now that I realized that all 4 were demons. Thinking about how these 4 demons trembled with fear every time they were in front of Yuqing, Whitefallen's heart was now filled with shock. And while shocked, she also realized that the demonic aura on Devil San was getting more and more prevalent, and even pressed her a bit breathless. Next to it, Little Carp and Chui Wei, who were cultivating, also cast their gazes. Is this a demon? Travis was equally shocked. Mr. actually keeps taking demons to test the medicine. But Carp, I don't know if it's his age or what, just seems a lot more bland. Ha. Not only have I recovered, I've also made a breakthrough. Not long afterward, Devil Sanson burst out laughing, and after that, he turned his frenzied gaze towards Yuqing. He landed on the ground and bowed down towards Yuqing. Thank you, Master. Many thanks. At this moment, the epithets in Devil San's mouth changed. Being suppressed at the bottom of the Fa Yao imperial capital for so many years, his realm had been slipping. It was enough to see how excited he was this time. It seems that this medicine was refined successfully. Yuqing raised the corners of his mouth, his face full of comfort. At the same time, his eyes looked at the demon San, who still had constant side effects even after the breakthrough, and lamented, although the side effects are a bit bigger. But what the heck? As long as it's useful. You go back first, and then get that demon little 4 of yours to come out and drink the medicine too. But also remember, don't think that if you break through, you won't test the medicine in the future. You still have to test the medicine for me obediently in the future. Yuqing said. Yes, Master. Please feel free to test the medicine on me. Please feel free to go all over me. Please don't put my brothers through that pain. Please let me carry it alone. Devil San knelt on the ground and said in a sincere tone. Yuqing couldn't help but watch this, and quickly waved his hand, driving him back to the small dark room. After the breakthrough, the posture of Devil Sansan's walk changed, strutting around. That look, that is, here in Yuqing. If it was outside, I guess the dog would have gotten a slap on the wrist if he saw it. After returning to the small dark room, the oldest two, who were asleep from the last drug test, just happened to wake up. Thinking of the life and death of the last drug trial, their hatred for Devil Sansan and Devil Xiaoxi increased a few more points. Devil Sansan, Devil Xiaoxi, you two shall not die. You two dead traitors. The oldest two cursed in exasperation. God knows how much they've suffered in the meantime, especially since Devil Sansan said that one of them had a high level of cultivation and the other had a strong body. Yuqing was really giving them both a hard time. Not a day goes by without side effects on them. Previously, facing the tirade of the oldest two, Demon Sansan and Demon Xiaoxi could only lower their heads, not daring to make a sound. But this time, in the face of the oldest two's insults, Demon Sansan only slanted them a glance. Foolish, he then slightly straightened his chest, and then silently revealed his cultivation. Locked up in a small dark room, isolated from all sense due to the Milky Way courtyard, they didn't know that Magic Sansan had broken through. Therefore, the moment they saw the Devil Sansan's aura emanating, the other three devils immediately emitted an incredulous voice. You've recovered your cultivation, and not only that, you've gone further? Aha! Devil Sansan nodded arrogantly, then sat in a corner and crossed his legs. How? A few devils were incredulous, but Devil Jr. quickly figured out the reason and shouted, "It's the medicine! It's the medicine that elevated you? Nice!" Devil Sansan nodded. Devil Xiaoxi's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Lao San, what kind of medicine is it? Devil Xiaoxi was now feeling Devil Sansan's aura and was truly envious. The two were equally suppressed in the Fa Yao Empire for so many years, and now that Devil Sansan had recovered and even made a breakthrough. Where did he not want to? Seeing the anxious appearance of the Devil's Little Four, the Devil's 3-3 did not respond to him at the first time, but summoned the Devil's Little Four, patted his shoulder, and said in a serious tone, "The little old four to tell you the truth, after escaping from the Fa Yao Empire at the beginning, why did brother choose the direction of a southern country?" Devil Xiaoxi's eyes flashed with brightness and incredulity as he heard the words. Murphy's, Chapter 59, The Magic 3-3. Nice. Your third brother, I did it on purpose. Saying that, Demon Sansan lamented. You have to know. When we came out from the seal of the Fa Yao Empire, our strength was 10-1, and we are in human territory. What do you think we should do? Back to the land of demons? But we were expelled from the demon land. There's simply no way to return there, and if we continue to stay in human territory, the end result won't be able to escape the fate of continuing to be sealed or being beaten by humans. In the end, I counted on my fingers and realized that there was a great chance for us in the south, so I resolutely came to the south. After listening to Demon Sansan's words, Demon Xiaoxi's eyes widened. Ugh! Devil Sansan sighed again, then said, also blame brother didn't tell you in advance. After all, brother also counted. In order to flower blossom day, you have to go through a lot of trials and tribulations. I'm afraid to tell you in advance. You can't withstand these trials and tribulations. As Devil Xiaoxi listened, a strong look of emotion and shame spread across his face. Lao San, you, all this is actually under your control? You actually thought of that much? I hate that I resented you before, that you brought me to the south and into the hands of the devil. So all of this, you're doing it for my own good. It's alright, touching Xiao San said with emotion. Everything has passed. Just now I have already put in a few good words for you on behalf of the master. He has already promised to help you recover your strength as well. So you should go now. Really? Devil Little Four was thrilled. Of course it's true. Go on, Devil Sansan said. Devil Jr. walked out of the small dark room in excitement. As time passes slowly, when he returned to the small dark room again, his breath, apparently recovered and elevated again, although the side effects on his body were even greater. Old 3, please accept Little Four's worship. At this moment, Devil Jr.'s gaze towards Devil Sansan could be described as full of adoration. Aside, the oldest two were dumbfounded. The look was full of incredulity. For brothers for so many years, when did the third one become so powerful? And at that moment, Demon Sansan's gaze fell on them again. After a long sigh, he lamented, Boss and Junior, I know you guys blame me, but it's done, so I'll tell you the truth. The truth? What truth? The oldest two looked at him quizzically. Devil Sansan slowly said, although you are not sealed and your cultivation remains, we have after all been expelled from the land of demons, and are only able to roam aimlessly in human territory. But what about the future? This soul torture really did put the oldest and the second in question. They haven't really thought about the future. Do you think I've coaxed you here to suffer? Wrong. Very wrong. The one who is a brother is afraid that you have nowhere to go. Afraid that one day you will be beaten and sealed by human powerhouses. That's why I used a trick to call you all here to join me in casting your lot with the Lord of Light. After all, if the two of us can break through, won't the two of you be able to break through? That's a lot of words. Shocked the souls of the oldest and the second hard, because when savoring it, what Devil San San said seemed to have a few points of truth. Demon natural and human incompatibility. These years, how is not walking on the tip of the knife? Encountered several times by the human interception. The last dangerous and dangerous only to save a life. Therefore, I have taken it upon myself to choose for you the Lord of Light, and for you the path that lies ahead. But I was afraid you wouldn't say yes or accept it. So I had to. With that said, Demon San San covered her face and lowered her head. It seems to bear too much. Looking at Devil San San's pathetic appearance, the oldest two softened in their hearts. Oldest, are you telling the truth? Boss couldn't help but ask. Don't question it. You too. At this moment, Demon Little 4 shouted. Old 3 has endured so much for us, and you guys actually don't believe Old 3. The oldest two looked at each other in dismay. Then said, but oldest 3, we defected to humans. We demons and humans are incompatible. Yeah. Devil Jr. blinked and couldn't help but nod his head as well, casting his gaze back over. What's wrong with humans? What about humans? If we don't vote for humans, do we go back to the land of demons? At this time, Demon Sansan raised his head and added, do the group of demons in the demon land treat us as demons? Don't you guys want to go back for revenge? The words fell. A few demons were silent. Yeah, who wouldn't want to go back for revenge? When they were first expelled from the land of demons, that group of demons didn't treat them as demons. And this human, who is willing to accept us, give us a house to live in, and raise our cultivation for us, how is it compared to that group of demons? Demon Shao San asked again. I agree with what the oldest said. Devil Jr. was the first to stand up and agree. The oldest two glanced at the small dark room, always feeling that something was wrong. But there were a few more truths in Devil San San's words, and there were still a few loopholes that couldn't be found. Half confused, he nodded his head. A few moments of guilt towards Demon San San also showed on his face. Lao San, it's really hard for you. It's the brothers who are wrong about you. Chapter 60. He is the representative of invincibility, an existence that can sweep across the entire southern border with a wave of his hand. This day, Devil Sansan knelt in front of Yuqing, and then told Yuqing everything about the conversation in the small dark room. Master, we have all decided to truly commit ourselves to the Master's disciples, and we hope that the Master will accept us. If our Master tells us to go east, we will never go west. If our Master tells us to kill chickens, we will never slaughter dogs. If our Master tells us to try medicine, we will try medicine. As long as Master is willing. From now on we will be the 4 monkeys by Master's side, and voluntarily allow their masters to plant the slave seed, not wishing for anything, only wishing for Master's future success and the medicinal path to be able to bring us to the next level. Having said that, Devil San San kowtowed heavily in front of Yuqing. Yuqing, who was sitting on the recliner, looked meaningfully at Emo San San. Have to say, this guy really is a talent, but he's smart. He even knew that the identity of a demon was much inconvenient on Earth, and volunteered to be a monkey, and was willing to let him plant the demon seed. Actually it does. Since ancient times, humans and demons have been at loggerheads, but Yuqing never cared about that. He only goes by his heart. So after a slight hesitation, Yuqing agreed to Devil San San's request. For one thing, in his own hands, he did need some test subjects for long-term drug trials. Secondly, after planting the slave seed, Yuqing wasn't afraid of them mutinying because with the slave seed, he could make them go up in smoke with a single thought. Thirdly, there are times when magic is actually more reassuring to use than people. Yuqing stretched out his palm and hung it in midair. Seeing this, Devil San San's face was instantly happy, and he took the initiative to bring his head over and put it under Yuqing's palm. Yuqing's palm slightly exerted force, light emerged, and an imprint was struck into Demon San San's mind. After a brief lapse of concentration, Devil Sansan heavily knelt on the ground. Devil San San pays his respects to his master. Get up and call a couple of them in. Yuqing commanded. Yes, master. I'm on my way. Devil San San excitedly rushed back to the little black house, and then brought out Devil Xiaoxi and the 3 of them. Yuqing then planted a demonic seed on all 3 of them one by one. To this point, the 4 major demons were collectively taken under Yuqing's command. Come of your own accord when you are told to try the medicine, and when you are not needed to try the medicine, you may go to the perimeter and move about freely. Since they had all been planted with slave seeds, Yuqing had accordingly liberalized some of their permissions for them, instead of blocking them in a small dark room all day long. Thank you, master. The four devils responded excitedly. As time slowly passed, Upper South City became more and more lively. The emperors of many countries had already arrived in the city. In response, Nanjiji had long ago divided a piece of land in the Upper South City and built a string of continuous palace complexes in a big way. The palace complex in general is known as the Palace of All Emperors. The Palace of the Emperors was divided into dozens of halls, and the emperors from other countries stayed in different halls according to their countries. Therefore, not only were the southern kingdom's guards tight in the Palace of the Emperors, but the men and horses brought by the other countries had also once again set up a layer of defense. It can be described as heavily guarded and surrounded. The Temple of the Earth Emperor. This is the temporary palace of the Emperor of the Earth Kingdom. The soil country is located in a remote area, but the people's culture is tough, and everyone is martial, so those who can claim the throne in the soil country almost go up by hard power. However, right at this moment, a black-robed man silently appeared in the heavily guarded Earth Emperor Hall. Who are you? Emperor Zhaoguang of the Earth Kingdom looked at the sudden arrival of the black-clothed man, and his face was filled with vigilance, because with his strength, he unexpectedly didn't know how the other party appeared. There's no need for the Earth Emperor to be so flustered. I've come to talk to you about a cooperation. The man in black arrived and opened the door. Cooperation? I don't even know what you are. So what cooperation is there to talk about? The Earth Emperor coldly snorted. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is whether or not the Soil Emperor is willing to change the existing southern borders pattern and trample underfoot those countries that are more powerful than the Soil Kingdom. Such as, for example, the present-day Southern Kingdom? The man in black leisurely said. Change the landscape of the southern border? The Earth Emperor was startled by the black-robed man's words, but when he heard the words that followed, he couldn't help but look up and ask again. Is your excellency not losing his mind? The man in black just smiled coldly, for imperial jade seals then appeared in his hands. When the Earth Emperor saw this, he was once again shocked, as an existence that was originally an emperor. He certainly knew that the 4 jade seals in the hands of the man in black were real. In particular, the imperial chi surging on it could not be faked. In other words, before him, there were 4 emperors who had entered into a partnership with this man in black, even voluntarily offered the jade seal. The Earth Emperor quickly captured a lot of information. Narrowing his eyes at the man in black, he pondered and thought for a long time, then asked in a deep voice, Speak clearly, what exactly do you mean? Seeing that the Earth Emperor was clearly moved, the man in black raised his mouth and smiled. It's literally just that the southern border hasn't changed in too long, and asses don't need so many countries, so it won't be long before most of the countries will be overthrown, leaving only a few with allegiance to us. So Earth Emperor, do you choose to be overthrown? Or do you want to become one of those remaining great powers after the pattern of the southern border changes? The words of the man in black seemed to be filled with magic, but it also greatly shook the Earth Emperor. How about this? Make a direct choice. Choose to overthrow, or choose to be loyal to us and end up becoming a true man of the southern border. The man in black went on to say, Humph, demonic words, don't think you can bluff me with a few jade seals. The Earth Emperor snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, If you don't believe me, then I'll assume that the Earth Emperor has made a choice. The man in black coldly finished, cleanly turned around and left, but just as he took 2 steps, he was called back by the Earth Emperor. The corners of the black-clothed man's mouth hooked up as he turned to look at the Earth Emperor. How am I to trust you? The Earth Emperor looked the man in black up and down. I'll give you one of these first, so you'll always believe it. With a wave of the black-clothed man's palm, a ball of light swept away and landed in the Earth Emperor's hand. The Earth Emperor took a look and was shocked. Spirit weapon. Not bad. As long as you agree, this spirit weapon will be yours. Of course, this is only as the smallest benefit of following us. The man in black leisurely said. The Earth Emperor sniffed, breathing sharply. Don't look at them as the king of a country, but even if they relied on the power of a country, they wouldn't be able to obtain a single spirit weapon, because the real spiritual weapons are controlled and monopolized in the hands of the immortal sect, is absolutely not allowed to circulate in the outside. The fact that this person was striking out with a spiritual artifact was enough to shock this Earth Emperor. With this spiritual weapon, his strength, at least, could be multiplied several times. But the southern border appears to be 100 kingdoms, but the real power holders are still those immortal sects behind them. If you guys want to change the pattern of the southern border, you'll have to at least pass the immortal sects hurdle. Just controlling some countries is nothing at all. At this time, the Earth Emperor added, The immortal sect? Ha 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 ha. The man in black laughed coldly at his words and said with a face full of disdain, With our alliance master, what is the immortal sect? I'm not afraid to tell you. The immortal sect has already been exterminated by us for one. The next ones, what Tai immortal sect, Shenkuan immortal sect are all just a matter of time. and when it will be resolved depends on when our ally is in a good mood. Ha 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 ha. Your alliance, Lord? The Earth Emperor sniffed and couldn't help but ask. What is your alliance, Lord? You're not qualified enough to know what the ally is for now. When you become one of us, you might have the chance to meet him, but until then, just know that with the allies, nothing can't be done. He is the representative of invincibility, an existence that can sweep across the entire southern border with a wave of his hand. Also at the same time the two were conversing, a white-haired man silently appeared in an attic not far from Milky Way Courtyard. Chapter 61, Super Iron Plate, Stabbing the Hornet's Nest. Is this it? This courtyard. The scenery is really nice. It would be a shame to destroy it, but when dealing with this kind of more or less powerful person, I prefer to crush them from the start, completely destroying his self-confidence right from the start. So, if you can survive, you'll be qualified enough to follow me. Speak for a moment. The white-haired man stretched out his slender palm and swept it up into the air. Then above Milky Way Courtyard's head, it coalesced into a palm print that was 100 feet in size. It was followed by a direct tap. A brutal smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. But the next moment, his smile froze. Then without saying a word, he pulled out his legs and ran. Mama mama mama. I was wrong. Because to his naked eye, as he slapped down that palm, there were 6 streams of light rushing up into the sky. It instantly dissolved his palm, not to mention, each stream of light had an aura that made him fearful. One of them does not have the unique breath of human existence, like a dead person, but rushed up to the sky that burst out of the might, straight to call people scalp numb. There was also a young boy holding up a knife, again unable to see the depths, but the knife in his hand struck terror into the white-haired man. The other 4 breaths looked as if their strength was in the middle of the range with him, but they made him feel a shudder deep in his soul, and there was only one possibility for this situation, and that was that these 4 breaths had a natural bloodline suppression against him. His slap was like stabbing a hornet's nest, and the hornets that wanted him dead buzzed out. In just a moment, the white-haired man knew that he had stepped on an iron plate. In a life-threatening situation, he no longer had his previous calm and collected demeanor, and was running almost desperately, and in the blink of an eye, he ran out of the boundaries of Upper South City. While running his mouth couldn't help but spit. What a sin one has created. Just got the out of the mountains and ran into such thick iron, yet as fast as he was, but the chase was even faster. In particular, that human-less, expressionless existence was the first to go, directly blasting a fist towards him. This punch almost blocked space and time, forbidding all his retreat. In an instant, his head was beaten to a pulp. Boom! The white-haired man was thought to have died, yet along with a burst of demonic energy, he revealed his true form. It was actually a hydra whose body was 100 feet long, but only 6 heads of the hydra were left at the moment. Apart from the puppet Chang'an who had just smashed one head, the other 2 were the ones he had lost long ago. The hydra, in the legend, is also called the immortal stiff worm, which is said to have 9 lives. Not dead? It's great not to be dead. Brothers, hurry up and get on. Among the pursuers, the 4 great demons were obviously present, and when Demon Sanson saw that the 9-headed snake was not dead, he instead became even more excited. Now they are just following Yuqing. They are trying to make a mark, but they are afraid that Chang'an will kill them with one punch, and they won't be able to get any credit for it. So seeing this scene, almost without saying a word, the 4 great demons charged towards the hydra. Having one head destroyed, hydra itself was in a weakened state. In just a few moments' time, the 4 great demons had one person blow up a head. Only 2 of the 6 heads remain. Just then, the light of the blade swept in, and Koi's horizontal blade flashed, and the last of the 2 heads, another one, was cut down. Don't kill him, take him back and use him as an experiment for his master. At this time, seeing that Chang'an was about to make another move, Demon San shouted. Chang'an sidled his head, stiffening with a few thoughtful looks, before a strong force enveloped towards the hydra. Under this force, the huge hydra body was hardened and compressed into the size of half a zhang, then pinched 7 inches and caught back. When the 6 rushed back, Yuqing was sitting in the courtyard and saw them return without even opening the tea. Master, it's a tiny hydra. Caught back for master. You can use him as a test subject to try the medicine. Devil San said with a flattering face. Words. Yuqing glanced appreciatively at Demon San. Don't say. He's had his medicine white fall. The 4 great demons not to mention. But I haven't really tried it on a demon yet. Yes, just take him to test the medicine, Yuqing said with a smile. And at that moment, the hydra that was stepped on by Chang'an spat out its snake letters, and a thick fierce light flashed in its cold eyes. Humans, damn humans, hurry up and let me go. Do you know who I am? I, Hydra, am the earthly voice of the demon clan. We serve the demon clan, and in my body, there is still half of the demon bloodline. which is equivalent to me being of the demon clan. If you guys don't let me go, if my demon clan knows about it, they will definitely come and step on this place, making you guys the food in the demon's belly. Wow, and half of the demon bloodline? Hearing this, Yuqing suddenly felt that it had turned interesting, and the 4 demons were feeling even more joyful. Devil San even squatted down, grabbed the snake's head and said meaningfully, "Little reptile, do you want to take a look at what we are?" The moment the voice fell, the 4 great demons immediately released the demonic aura from their bodies. As soon as the demonic aura came out, the Hydra's eyes widened, and under the suppression of his bloodline, he could only feel his soul trembling. You guys? Even though he had felt the suppression of his blood patience on the 4 demons when he had struck out before, but considering that this was on Earth and brought unnecessary trouble, the 4 demons had long since sealed their demonic aura, and thus Hydra hadn't thought about it at all that the one who had blown his 4 heads off was a demon. Alright, you guys can disperse for now. It just so happens that I have medicine here, so let's do a little experiment with him first. After everyone had respectfully retreated, Yuqing grabbed the Hydra and poured down a large bowl of medicinal wine. Not a moment too soon, the Hydra then became dead or dying, and was cupped in Yuqing's hands and repeatedly held. At that moment, Whitefall came along and saw Yuqing was busy and wanted to say something. "It's fine, just say whatever you have to say," Yuqing said while fiddling with the Hydra in his hand. "There's something I've thought about for a long time, and I feel that it's still necessary to talk to Senior, as it may concern the safety of the entire southern border." Whitefall frowned. "Whoa, about the safety of the entire southern border?" Yuqing also raised his head. Whitefall solemnly nodded and said, "Although this matter is not directly connected to Seniors, I think Seniors are in the middle of the southern border after all. So, then," the Whitefall spoke up one by one, "listen to the end." Yuqing's pupils also shrunk slightly. "What you mean is that a 5 Elements alliance has appeared in the southern border. In addition to the 2 great venerables, the 5 Elements alliance also has a mysterious alliance leader. That ally is so strong and powerful that he might not even be a match for the immortal sect?" "Yes, it's very strong, and it's even possible that his strength is comparable to that of Senior," Whitefall said with a solemn expression. While speaking, seeing that Yuqing was a little too busy to feed the medicine, while rushing forward to help Yuqing grab the snake's head so that he could feed the medicine, he continued, "If I'm right, this mysterious being should have a big conspiracy against the southern border." Chapter 62, Make Your Fa Yao Empire, the largest country. "How do you know all this?" Though, Yuqing couldn't help but ask. Speaking of this, Whitefall's complexion dimmed a few points and he couldn't help but lower his head. "I was originally an elder of the Flying Clouds, and the Flying Clouds immortal sect, the very same sect that was destroyed by him, with only me left in the entire clan. Before the patriarch died, he gave me the keys to the Flying Cloud immortal sect's mountaintown treasure, the Gathering Cloud Cauldron and the sect's treasure trove. The sect's treasure trove has my Flying Cloud immortal sect's countless years worth of heritage, while the Gathering Cloud Cauldron contains the countless years of my Flying Cloud immortal sect's luck. The patriarch told me that if the Gathering Cloud Cauldron and the sect's treasure trove are here, then Flying Clouds will be here, and that even if I'm the only person left, I will be able to rebuild Flying Cloud sect in the future. And the 5 Elements alliance pursued me in order to catch up with me, as well as to seize the fortune in the Cloud Gathering Cauldron and the key to the clan's treasure vault. And I was seriously injured, which is how I ran into Senior," the Whitefall said in a single word. "So it is." Yuqing nodded and hastily said a few more words to comfort her. "By the way, is this snake also from the 5 Elements alliance?" Yuqing pinched the snake's head and asked. "That, I don't think so." Whitefall shook her head. In her perception, the 5 Elements alliance didn't seem to have any snake demons. "Wow, then it looks like the snake isn't after you." Yuqing nodded. From the moment the other party made his move, he sensed that the snake was clearly coming for him. "It's better to continue talking about that mysterious person you mentioned. Did you get a good look at him when he made a move on your clan?" At this point, Yuqing asked again. "The other party is too powerful. The silhouette only appeared once. I couldn't scout his real body. I only know it's a mysterious man," Whitefall responded. "Your strength is not bad anymore. You actually can't detect his real body either. Then it seems that this person, indeed, is a bit of a thing? Then it seems that you indeed have to be careful." Yuqing frowned and said with the same solemnity, and after a pause, he fed another large mouthful of medicine into the Hydra's mouth. Whitefall looked away and rushed to help grab the snake's head again. "This person has a blood feud with me, and the only belief I have now that I am living in the world is to seek revenge on him and break him into pieces." As he spoke, Whitefall's forehead veins rippled, and the force of his hands subconsciously increased by a few points. I don't know if it was the drug or the Whitefall's force that caused the Hydra's body to twist. "Thanks for telling me that," Yuqing said. "I also wish you the best of luck in rebuilding the Flying Cloud Immortal sect. But with the Five Elements Alliance making such a big commotion, I'm sure that the other immortal sects must have known about it a long time ago and have countermeasures in place. So I'm sure that the southern border won't have any major problems. I also believe you. Sooner or later in the future, we'll be able to take revenge. Thank you for your comfort, senior. Also at the same time the two were speaking, a few more emperors have moved into the palace of the emperors. Among them was Nangong Fuyan, who had arrived from the Fuyan Empire, although the Fa Yao Empire had previously sent troops to attack the southern kingdom. At this juncture, facing the arrival of the Fa Yao Empire, the southern kingdom still treated them with courtesy, at least on the surface. This upper south city is really prosperous and lively. After checking into the hall, the new Heavenly Palace Academy Dean, Zhao Qian, couldn't help but lament. The prosperity along the way was actually something that made him, a person who had seen a lot of things, unable to help but marvel at it. Shut up. This upper south city was originally nothing more than a bullet-ridden place, and it's only because the Formation Masters Guild is here, and it's not because of my brother? Nangong Fuyo said in a deep voice, but it was hard to hide that sour jealousy flavor in his words. All of this, it should have belonged to her Fa Yao Empire. Zhao Chen knew that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly knelt down to confess his guilt. However, in the next moment, the atmosphere in the palace abruptly turned cold. A man in black appeared at some point. Unpredictably. What man? The long sword in Zhao Qian's hand came out and stopped in front of Nangong Fuyao's body. The man in black gave him a disdainful look and with a wave of his robe sleeve, Zhao Qian flew backwards. Raising his head, he looked at Nangong Fuyao and opened the door again. Empress Fuyao, I know you have a lot of doubts, but you don't have to be nervous. I came to talk about cooperation with you. Is it hard to see the prosperity and bustle of the upper south side? It seems like all of this originally belonged to your Fuyang Empire. How about it? Do you want the southern kingdom to disappear from this world? The words of the man in black instantly impressed Nangong Fuyang. Is this true? Nangong Fuyao asked. Of course it's true. The man in black smiled. But you haven't told me what you are. Nangong Fuyao asked. It's pointless to talk to you about the specific people. All you need to know is that we're preparing to change the pattern of the southern border, leaving behind only some of the countries that are willing to serve us. And you, Empress Fuyao, are one of the people that have been picked by us, the man in black leisurely said. After hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's eyes flashed. There was great surprise in his eyes, but at the same time, a few colors of excitement and thrill appeared in her heart. How do I have to serve you? Nangong Fuyao asked. It's simple. First serve us the jade seal. We have use for it, and I'll tell you more about how to follow up. The man in black said bluntly. A jade seal? Nangong Fuyao sniffed, which caused him to frown. After a moment of silence, he asked, but can you be a match for the immortal sect? There's no way the immortal sect would step in and not care, right? Ha 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 ha. Immortal sect? What is the immortal sect? This so-called projectile land. A few small sects deserve to be called immortal sect? To tell you the truth, the Flying Cloud immortal sect has been overthrown by us. Take a look. This spirit weapon. It was seized from the Flying Cloud immortal sect. With that, the man in black offered a long sword. The long sword was haunted by a faint glow, as if it had a spirit, far from being comparable to an ordinary longsword. If you are willing, this spirit weapon will be given to you first. Saying that, the man in black cleanly threw the spirit weapon to Nangong Fuyang. Nangong Fuyao received the spirit weapon, and excitement immediately surged on his face, because this was really a genuine spirit weapon. Spiritual weapons, it's just the smallest benefit of following us. When our operation is successful, you will be one of the several largest imperial emperors in the southern border. The man in black glanced leisurely at Nangong Fuyang, then added more fuel to the fire. Nangong Fuyao suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked without moving on the surface. My last question. For such a big operation, you should be more than just one person, right? Of course it's more than that. We have a huge alliance, as well as a wise and honorable alliance leader ruling over us. The man in black said. Allies? Not bad. Our alliance master has monstrous strength. With him, it would be effortless to overthrow a few immortal sects and step on the southern border. So there is no risk in following us. The man in black said. There is such a being. A bright light flashed in Nangong Fuyao's eyes. It was hard to hide the excitement any longer. In this moment, she felt like her eyes were instantly higher. In front of such a character, what did the small southern kingdom, the small Formation Masters Guild, count for? Okay, I promise you. Nangong Fuyao took out the jade seal and said excitedly, Your Majesty, you must not. The jade seal is an important matter. It concerns my Fuyao country. Don't listen to this person's demonic words. And at this time, Zhao Qian, who had been severely injured by the beating, braced himself to get up from the ground and shouted with an anxious expression. However, just as his voice fell, A sword-light flashed in the black-clothed man's hand. Zhao Qian's heart was instantly pierced and he fell to the ground. You! Nangong Fu Yao's face sank. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the man in black. What? You have an opinion? What your emperor decides? How dare he, a subject, be in a position to refute? And it's just as well to kill such a minor character. Nangong Fu Yao's face slowed down as he heard the words. You're right. The jade seal is for you. After saying that, Nangong Fu Yao offered the jade seal. Receiving the jade seal, the man in black raised the corners of his mouth. Very well. You are the smartest and most courageous of the few emperors I've come in contact with, and I reward you for it. When it's done, I'll make your Fa Yao Empire the largest country in the southern border. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fu Yao was thrilled, as if he had already seen the future of a true 10,000 person, and hurriedly arched his hand. Thank you for your appreciation, my lord. Chapter 63, Devil San San. Born with a charmed body? After a long time, it was only then that the man in black walked out of the palace of the emperors. Looking at the jade seal of transmission that he had just obtained from Nangong Fu Yao, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Last objective successfully completed. It's considered not to dishonor the mission of the Alliance Master, only waiting for the Alliance Master to give the order. The southern border will be mine. The Five Elements Alliance. Thinking of this, the black-clothed man's smile gradually grew stronger. Afterwards, he took out a jade slip and also prepared to report to his own ally first. However, I waited for half a day, but I didn't see a reply. Didn't the Alliance Master go to subdue the one who helped White fall, and after such a long time has passed, it's reasonable to say that the enemy has long been taken down, so how come there's no news all of a sudden? The black-clothed man's face was filled with doubt. However, they did not take it to heart, and never thought that their own ally could have any accidents. Instead, he chose a spot in the upper south city and quietly waited for the Alliance Master's next command. Also at the same time, in the Milky Way courtyard, Yuqing looked at Devil San San, who had completely stabilized her realm after the breakthrough, and always felt that something was different. It feels like it's become enchanting. Right, it's just become enchanting, despite the fact that before, he had this feeling that the appearance looked a bit effeminate compared to the other three demons, but since Demon San San's breakthrough, this feeling had become even stronger. What's with the sissiness? Yuqing couldn't help but ask. Devil San San scratched his head in embarrassment. On the side, Devil Jr. said hurriedly, Enlightened Master, this is Lao San's Heavenly Dao Rule talent. Heavenly Dao Rule talent? Yuqing sniffed and opened his mouth slightly. He did know the word a little. As we all know, human realms are divided into Hotian, innate, human desolate realm, earth desolate realm, heaven desolate realm, moon desolate realm, and sun desolate realm. To put it bluntly, it's the sun, moon, heaven and earth. As for the heavenly desolate realm, in a place like the Fa Yao Empire, one would be able to be the head of a clan within it. And the Sun Wasteland realm was almost the ceiling in the secular world of a place like the southern border. And 20 years ago, when he forcefully beheaded the three kings, Yuqing was the Sun Desolate realm. But at that time Yuqing knew that this so-called sun, moon, heaven, earth, and man were nothing more than worldly cultivation designations. They only know a little bit about cultivation. They know a little bit about the art of swallowing, and on top of strengthening their bodies, they can only hide a little bit of aura inside their meridians and acupoints to use for fighting. In fact, this cannot be called a true cultivator. And why are immortal sects such as the Taiyi Immortal Sect and the Qianquan Immortal Sect able to override these secular nations? Can even a single disciple make the king of a country bow down in respect? That was because these so-called immortal sects were the existences that controlled the true cultivation method, and only then do they deserve to be called true cultivators. The disciples in their sect were easily able to break through the day desolate realm, which was beyond the reach of ordinary people, and subsequently step into the path of true cultivation. Become a true practitioner. Its realms are divided into the sensing spirit, Yuan Dan, opening point, touching heaven, passing heaven, Shin Tong, chaos, sage, and supreme realms. Each realm is subdivided into three subrealms, lower, upper, and complete. And the cultivators of this world were different from Yuqing's inherent concept. Inherent in the concept, cultivators belong to those who go against the grain. But in this side of the world, the practitioners act in obedience to heaven. Therefore, when a cultivator reaches a certain level, he or she can be blessed by the heavenly Tao, and the first bestowal of blessings was that of the Yuan Dan realm. And that blessing is exactly that, the divine rule gift. The so-called heavenly Tao rule talent was the ability of all living beings to comprehend a rule-based talent after stepping into the Yuan Dan realm. And different people comprehend very different gifts, both active and passive, strong and weak. For example, There were heavenly Dao rule talents that naturally boosted the owner's attack or defense, and these types of gainers were clearly blessed with a unique advantage when it came to combat. There are also those who are more cockamamie, such as must sleep at night, must kill to reduce life expectancy, etc. There are also some that are unusually odd or even illogical and breathless, and have unusually harsh triggers. For example, drinking 38 degrees of water with 3 dishes and a soup in half an hour to pull off will be able to enhance enlightenment. Another example is the use of 4 and fire roasted rice noodles mixed with 1,000 years of tonguewood in the extreme alchemy furnace inside the dog to learn to bark can be suicidal. Anyway, the types are varied and the trigger conditions are different. However, there was a terrifying prerequisite that the heavenly Dao rule talent was able to ignore: cultivation. When Yuqing first heard about these things, he couldn't help but think of some of the strange skills he had heard about in his previous life on the Blue Star Network, like getting blanked 100% of the time, stare at whoever is pregnant. That was why Yuqing couldn't help but wonder if there was really someone in this world who had comprehended such a heavenly rule talent. But unfortunately, Yuqing did not have the heavenly Dao rule talent that belonged to him, because his cultivation was a bit different from this world. His cultivation system didn't even have the so-called realm to speak of. He only knew that he was somewhat strong. Exactly how strong, corresponding to what realm in this world, he didn't even know. It was only known that in these last 20 years, any enemy who had clashed with him in life and death had never received a single punch from him. Of course, he didn't think he was invincible. It was possible that he had been exposed to too small a side of the world. Even those outside of the southern borderlands, he didn't have a lot of contact with. So, what kind of heavenly Dao rule talent is it that you have comprehended? Yuqing couldn't help but ask towards Demon Jr. Master, my heavenly Dao rule talent is on the passive side. Call it a natural charm body, and the influence of the charm body will increase as my cultivation increases. Because of my master, I made a breakthrough, so my charmed body has also been upgraded. In addition, my chimera is able to affect people regardless of gender. After hearing this, Yuqing frowned tightly, even almost threw up, because as he looked at Devil San's robust form, covered in thick hair, gorilla-like curved limbs, and those unattractive features, it was really hard for him to connect with the word phantom body. Phantom body. Shouldn't it be on that kind of beauty, and a big one at that? And what the hell is it about the people you can influence? Regardless of gender, the future won't affect you, will it? After all, the Heaven's Path rule gift was oblivious to cultivation, the thought that you might love in the future. Yuqing then thought, should we nip the crisis in the bud and throw this kid as far away as possible? Chapter 64, The Nine-Headed Worm, broken-hearted, tired, destroyed. Yuqing finally managed to resist the urge to throw away Demon San. In this way, 2 or 3 more days passed in the twinkling of an eye. In those 2 or 3 days, Hydra was experimented on 176 times. If it wasn't for the instinct to survive that sustained him, he would have already been unable to hold on. And after the test drug, Yuqing casually threw it in the corner, and was not afraid of him escaping, and even more afraid of him making a mess. No, if this continues, sooner or later I will not be able to die here. In the corner, the Hydra spat and rolled its eyes. He already knew he was in a position where there was no escape under normal circumstances. Unable to help it, he dropped his gaze to little Carp who was cultivating on the side. The only way is to use this plan. His eyes flickered. Then he crawled towards the little Carp. He had just crawled a short distance to the little Carp when the horizontal blade came, directly approaching the last of his head, causing him to break out in a sweat. Spare me, little hero. I have no bad intentions. Hydra begged for mercy in a hurry, knowing that if you want to live in this situation, you have to bow down first. What is your business? Koi said with an expressionless face. Little hero, it's like this. I see that you have such a cultivation at such a young age. Your future achievements are unlimited. If you are such a character, you will definitely be a dragon and phoenix among people in the future, and there will be a place for you in the big heaven and earth. When the originally expressionless Carp heard Hydra's words, her mouth silently curled up, and her coy face seemed to blush a little. Cough. Don't tell me all these nonsense. Wanting me to release you is impossible. Xiao Carpair coughed lightly twice, slightly raising her head in a serious manner. Little hero, I'm not asking you to let me go. I'm doing this because of my inner fervor for you, so my heart wants to follow you, Hydra said in a hurry. Follow me? Little Carp looked at him unexpectedly. Then with a scowl, she said, I don't believe you. I chopped off one of your heads, and you're still fanatical about me and still want to follow me. You worm, you're so bad. I won't believe you. Really, I really didn't lie to you. In order to express my sincerity, I'm willing to be planted with a slave seal by you and reach a demonic beast contract, the nine-headed insect hurriedly said. Demon beast contract? Little Carp looked at Nine-Headed Worm, obviously a little surprised that he took the initiative to propose this. then said half-heartedly, "You would be so kind as to be willing to be my slave? Little hero, think about it. If I am planted with a slave seal by you and reach a demonic beast contract, you can completely control my life and death. Even if I have any plots and tricks, you can make me go up in smoke with a single thought. The Hydra said again in a hurry. Hearing this, little Carp revealed a thoughtful expression. "Wait here, I'll go ask my master." Carp got up, then found Yuqing, and talked about it. "Whoa, contracted spirit beasts?" Yuqing frowned, his eyes thoughtful. "Yes." Koi nodded her head obediently. "Okay, then you did it." Yuqing knew that many cultivators would capture demonic beasts for contracting, and in terms of the cultivation path, such contracted beasts were indispensable fighters, and this Hydra was afraid that it would be hard to find a demonic beast more powerful than him as far as the southern border was concerned. And even if it's contracted, it doesn't affect the test drug. Its master. Then I'll contract with him. After Koyer excused herself, she nodded her head at Hydra's hopeful gaze and said, "Okay, I promise." Hydra's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Fine, then let's make a quick contract. I'll be your strongest fighter in the future." The little Carp looked naive and nodded, then began the contract with Hydra. The whole process of contracting is not complicated. Half an hour is enough. The moment the contract was truly formed, Hydra's heart rejoiced, revealing a smile of triumph in his ploy. But the next moment, suddenly a divine soul attack came at him. Hydra screamed miserably. His body felt like it was being pumped by a huge thunderbolt, and the whole snake trembled on the ground, feeling paralyzed in the depths of his soul. "You, what are you doing?" Hydra looked at the small Carp with a bad smile on his face and shouted incredulously. He had thought that this little kid had been fooled by him, but he had never expected that the moment the contract was concluded, this little kid would use the contracted divine soul to attack him. "How do you talk?" Little Carp's face was cold. This time there was no place for that naive look. With that said, he utilized the contract again and attacked the depths of the Hydra's soul once more. "Master doesn't dare to dare. I'm wrong." The Hydra begged for forgiveness. After all, his little life was indeed controlled in the hands of little Carp now. "Humph, you reptile, you think you're immune to pain just because you've contracted with me?" "Innocent," little Carp said with a dark face, running to attack my master. "Dog dare, you think I'll let you off so easily? Making a pact with you is just a way to torture you better." With that said, Koyer used the contract to attack Hydra's soul again, and because he was the contracted master, it was just enough to make Hydra suffer without being fatal. After a few times, Hydra was dying. He had thought it was just a naive little kid, so easily fooled, but he hadn't thought of holding back a bellyful of bad water. "Tie yourself into a knot and lie still in the corner. Move and I'll let you die." At this point, Koi gave the order. Yes. The Hydra didn't dare to disobey in the slightest, and literally tied itself into a knot and cowered in a corner. Only after seeing that the nine-headed snake had honestly obeyed did little Carp sit down and continue to enter the state of cultivation. But Hydra looks honest, but the gloom in his eyes was deep and terrible. "Good, you little pussy. This honored one will definitely avenge this. Then I'll endure you for a few days first, and after a few days, after I escape and complete my grand plan for the southern border, I'll make sure that all of you will have to die." Hydra's heart was filled with resentment. There were actually two reasons why he had sought out Koi to form a pact. For one thing, it was the equivalent of having a talisman, or at least making a pact, so that as long as one was outwardly honest, one would be safe from each other for the time being. Another important reason was because of his heavenly Dao rule talent. His heavenly Dao rule talent was that after being planted with a contract by any living being, he could autonomously break the contract as long as the other party was not one great realm above him. This rule talent might seem like a chicken scratch, but it wasn't actually the first time it had saved his life. And the reason why he chose Little Carp was because when he first made his move, he sensed Little Carp's cultivation level. It was of a state equal to his, both at the upper level of the heaven-touching realm, and being able to cut him down by a head was only because of the horizontal sword in his hand. Of course, lifting the contract also requires the consumption of certain feats. The smaller the difference in realm with the contract owner, the smaller the amount of power required, and conversely the larger the gap, the greater the amount of power required. But Little Carp's realm was comparable to his, and even if he was currently in a weakened period and his strength was tenfold, it was enough to immediately dissolve the contract. So just wait for an opportunity, waiting for a chance for a small carp to take him out. He would be ready to break the contract and escape, and then continue to complete the southern border plot. In the end, it will be possible to reverse the situation and come back for revenge. Unable to help it, a cold smile spread in Hydra's heart. However, next moment, his expression froze abruptly, and he cast his unbelieving gaze towards the little carp. At this moment, Xiao Carp's body sank down and sat on the ground, her body glowing with an ethereal light. Then it began. Breaking through. Chapter 65, Sannerlook. Girl, what a beautiful human girl. Ein yet. Hydra mentally exploded. The mindset just collapsed. Because originally he could have lifted the seal at any time. But if little Carp had broken through, he was now in a weakened period of power completely insufficient. In other words, the situation is now completely out of control. This is a true testament to what it means to be happy for no more than 3 seconds. It's fine. It's fine. This little pussy, he just broke through a small realm. It's still nothing more than the peak of the heaven-touching realm even now. As long as I don't break through to the heavenly realm, and my realm is not considered to be a large realm higher than mine, I will still be able to break the contract as long as I slightly recover my power. So he broke through, and it just might hold me up for a few more days. The advantage is mine. No panic. Thinking of this, the Hydra serpent's letter spat, and a flash of ghostly light spat through its gloomy eyes. A renewed flavor of intellectual confidence. The next day, the entire Upper South City was decked out in lights and colors. The big celebration of the Formation Masters Guild was taking place today. Many people from Upper South City rushed to the center of the city early to attend the event. In order to enrich this event, Nan Jiwei had long arranged various performances as well as various balls. Food and drink are free of charge for all guests. As early as a few days ago, Nan Shiri and the ancient Taoist had personally come and invited Yuqing to come and speak on stage while he cut the ribbon for the Formation Masters Guild. Yuqing didn't like this kind of official and head-turning occasion. He preferred to be a member of the public, to feel the buzz, watch the show, and taste the wines, rather than cut the ribbon. Early in the morning, Yuqing was ready to take the little Carp out, and even the white degenerate had simply disguised himself, ready to go together to feel the bustle of the Upper South City today. And Shui Wei, as an official of the Southern Kingdom, had temporarily resigned from Yuqing a few days earlier to come and take charge of the order in Shannan City. Master, take us with you. At this time, the 4 monkeys also jumped and rushed out, shouting excitedly. Yuqing looked at their appearance, hesitated slightly, and said, "If you want to go out first, dress up. Don't scare others." "Okay, master." The 4 great demons seemed to have prepared for this, and hurriedly put on 4 black robes, which, together with their hoods, covered them all over. There was also an early design at their necks, gently pulling upwards to cover their non-human faces as well, leaving only 2 pairs of Nico's eyes. Not bad, but remember, don't make a scene, Yuqing reminded majestically. "Yes, master." The 4 great demons made a straight salute and excitedly set off, and from a corner, Hydra spoke up. Master, take me along too." "Go." Carp reached out and grabbed the Hydra, making it the size of a chopstick and attaching it to his shoulder. "That's a yes?" On little Carp's shoulder, Hydra's heart was complicated to the core. Can't tell if it's happy or hard. Happy because of the pact. He followed Koi out quite easily. The hard part was that he couldn't undo the deed now. Strength restored is not enough. And if little Carp hadn't broken through yesterday, that meant he could have escaped with his life today. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. And the more he thought about it, the more he aggravated his injuries, which had gotten a few points better after the past 2 days. Calm down. Gu Jiutian, you're a man of great accomplishments. The first thing you should do is to be calm. He comforted himself desperately in this way, which made him feel better. Soon, the crowd then arrived at the entrance to the center of the city. Stand still. Check. A large number of forbidden guards were dividing into dozens of passages, checking one by one the crowds going into the center of the city. Not surprisingly, Yuqing and the others were also stopped for inspection. "What are you doing?" "Stop." Right at this moment, a majestic voice came from the crowd of forbidden guards, and at the sound, they all arched their hands and saluted. "Greetings, Lieutenant General." As the voice fell, a young military general with a lance on his shoulder and a tiger in his armor walked over. The military general's hair was tied up in all its glory. "Blind your eyes, sir, and you dare to check," the young military general scolded. He then came to Yuqing and the others and smiled, arching his hand in greeting. "Greetings, sir. Yo, handsome young man, mighty enough." Yuqing looked at the young military general and couldn't help but give a thumbs up in appreciation. It was no other than Shui Wei. Shui Wei sniffed and blushed slightly, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. "Sir, is it not Mr. Yuqing?" And at that moment, the forbidden guard who was scolded reacted and hurriedly asked in excitement. "It is none other than Mr. Yuqing," Shui Wei said as he reached out his hand. "Ah, it's really sir. We've met, sir." The crowd of forbidden guards reacted and saluted. "Mister, please don't blame me. We were the ones who had no eyes to see. Mister has been a great benefactor to my southern kingdom. 20 years ago, not to mention, nowadays. If it wasn't for Mister, how would this Formation Artist Guild headquarters fall in my southern kingdom?" And the splendor of the southern kingdom today is all due to Mr. The Forbidden Guard said again in a rush of excitement. And there was a commotion as the passing populace sniffed. Meet Mr. Countless people also made exclusive ceremonial gestures and saluted towards Yuqing. Seeing the situation, Yuqing didn't dare to make a show of it. And with his hands similarly arching up in the exclusive etiquette of the southern kingdom, he turned in all directions. You are all welcome. For a while, because of Yuqing's arrival, the entrance to the center of the city caused quite a commotion. Then we'll go in first. Yuqing laughed. Trevor has security in order to take care of, so he won't be accompanying the gentleman. After Mr. goes in, you can look for the Forbidden Guards for anything. All the Forbidden Guards are Chui Wei's people, and can be deployed at any time with just a word from Mr. Chui Wei said respectfully. That won't be necessary. I'm just here to get along and find out if there's any good wine. Yuqing patted Chui Wei's shoulder, then led the crowd into the center of the city. As he walked into that area, a pungent scent hit him. What comes into view is a wide variety of food. Most of these delicacies are spontaneously made by the people of the Upper South Side, and the passing crowds can take them if they want to, all free of charge. The people manning the stalls, on the other hand, were yelling just as much as the vendors, just so that the foreign guests could taste their southern delicacies. Little Carp coyly took a bunch of sugar gourds, so the stall owner slipped him a few more bunches. More bunches for the little doll. The volume is manageable. A kindly old man shouted enthusiastically, holding several strings of sugar gourds. Little Carp looked at Yuqing in embarrassment. Master, I'm a cultivator and I'm still eating sugar gourds. You won't blame me, right? Little Carp asked with twinkling eyes. Ha ha ha. Yuqing couldn't help but smile and said, what is the purpose of cultivation? It's to follow your heart, so you can eat whenever you want. Look, sister, what a beautiful human sister. And at that moment, among the four naive black robes following Yuqing, an excited voice came from one of them. Which it is. This was followed by three other black-robed neat voices. The four great black robes then turned their gazes in unison to a few long-skirted women walking by not far away. They were dressed up. Their faces were lightly blushed and oozing with ointment, and their playful appearance caused the four black robes to drool. Chapter 66 Ally. I'll wait for you here in death. This sister. What more can a husband ask for? Devil San lamented. It was only until a few sisters disappeared into the crowd that the four great demons put away their implicated gazes, revealing a look of unfulfilled intent. Yuqing couldn't help but blank them. The group then marched all the way towards the center of the city. En route, Yuqing tasted a wide variety of food. Dozens more wines were tasted. Boss, another bowl. In front of a tavern, Yuqing drank to his heart's content. Next to him, Whitefall also followed and drank a lot. His face flushed, and his often worried look seemed to have dissipated quite a bit today. How can another bowl be enough? Little brother, since you like my wine, take 2 jugs with you. The shopkeeper was a slightly fat man. Seeing Yuqing greatly appreciating his wine, his face was filled with joy, and he hurriedly played 2 gourds for Yuqing to pack up and take away. Ha 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 ha. Thanks, boss. I will definitely come often to take care of your business in the future. Yuqing gave a bright thank you. Looking back, the 4 monkeys were nowhere to be found. After looking around, I realized that the 4 monkeys were jumping up and down, scurrying to wherever there was action. For example, check out a cockfight here, an acrobat there. The desire to share is also extremely strong. It wasn't enough for the 4 of them to watch when they saw a ball with scantily clad teenage girls, but they insisted on dragging Yuqing to watch. After Yuqing gave them a blank look, he pulled the little carp again. Seeing that these few goods were also just having fun without messing up, they were happy to let them go. Senpai, Whitefall, who was following half a body length behind Yuqing, inclined his head to look at Yuqing, then couldn't help but shout. Yuqing took a long sip of his wine and inclined his head towards her. I originally didn't understand why, with your strength, why you would cower in such a place. Wouldn't it be great to go to other parts of the continent? Now, I seem to understand some of it. Whitefall's face was a little flushed due to the alcohol he had consumed. Saying that, she couldn't help but spread her hands and said, rather slightly drunk, this feeling, it's really so relaxing and relaxing. I can't remember a time in my memory when I haven't experienced this kind of relaxation. In my memory, or when I was a child, my father took me to the town to catch the market. Also this kind of people come and go. Also this kind of hustle and bustle. The breeze fluttered on the face. I would always jump and chase the wind. Every time we went to the fair, my father would buy me one of my favorite marshmallows. When we returned from the market, it was already noon, and my mother would always make lunch and wait for us to come home as father and daughter. Then, I don't know when, the scene of the rush blurred in my mind, and the appearance of my parents' slowly blurred. Then my world changed to only cultivation, clans, and either fighting for resources or wanting higher status. But it's been really tiring all these years, especially now that Patriarch and the others are gone. I'm the equivalent of shouldering the future of Flying Cloud all by myself. I don't even dare to die. Saying that, Whitefall actually reddened his eyes at some point. Seeing the situation, Yuqing angled his head to look at the sky, then smiled helplessly. He had no comfort, and I don't know how to say it. Where is easy in any adult world? Just lifted the wine gourd and raised it toward her. Thank you, senpai. Whitefall also held up the wine gourd that followed Yuqing around his neck and unscrewed the lid to clink one with Yuqing. She knew that this was Yuqing's greatest comfort to her. The other side. The 4 major demons pulled Koi around the crowd to see what was going on. Shao Si Air Boss Lao Air. Quickly bring the little male to see the sister. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If you don't see it, it will be gone. Devil San San shouted from a short distance away. Devil Shao Si sniffed, and as soon as he lifted little Carp up to sit on his shoulder, he headed towards the crowd. Not far away, on the stage, there were 7 or 8 young girls with exquisite makeup and navel-gazing clothes doing belly dances. Koi stared at the ladies with wide eyes. He, who should have been clueless, unknowingly remembered some of the things inside the sage's insights, and blushed to the roots of his ears. Instead, he dug into his pants pocket again, fished out a piece of silver, and threw it toward the stage, as many other men had done. Yo, thanks for the reward, little dude. On the stage, the equally beautifully dressed hostess saw this and hurriedly shouted, let's ask this little gentleman to come on stage, shall we? In the midst of all the commotion, little Carp was invited onto the stage and was immediately surrounded by warblers. Cough. That what? Our little Gongzi is so generous. You guys mustn't reward him with one. Devil San San shouted from the stage. Yes, he must be rewarded with one. Boss Demon also catered below. As more and more people catered to them, the ladies were happy to have a good time, seeing such a tender little kid, who was a favorite in his own right. A group of young ladies gathered around the little Carp and booped each one. A red mark appeared on the young Carp's tender face. At first Koi held back her red face and squirmed for a moment. By the end of the day, it was an embarrassed heave and giggle. And in this case, who cared about Hydra's death, having long since been crushed to the ground and stomped on by the crowd of people with their heads in the clouds. Damn humans, a bunch of stinking humans. Hydra cursed in the corner with a grimace. However, its gaze seemed to be sensing something and leisurely looked outside the upper south city. The little snake then transformed into a stream of light that couldn't be easily seen and crossed in midair before flying towards the outside of the city. Outside of Shangnan City, the mountains were rolling, and a man in black was sitting in a mountain stream. Every now and then, he took out a sound transmission jade slip. The look was full of doubt. Why hasn't the ally given me instructions on what to do next? When he was wondering, he looked happy, only to see a stream of light coming from outside the sky, which then transformed into a man's appearance and landed not far from him. The man had white hair and was none other than Hydra. Subordinate, meet the Alliance Master. The black-clothed man's face was delighted, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. After saluting, he then dared to look up at the white-haired man. It was just that for some reason, the Alliance Master, who was usually wise and valiant in his eyes, looked a bit depressed in his breath today, and even had a bit of a woeful condition, but it was not much of a thought. Reporting to Alliance Master, the things you asked your subordinates to accomplish have been completed. The jade seals of the 10 countries have already arrived. The people of the 5 Elements Alliance have also been on standby, and the emperors of those 10 countries are waiting for their masters to give orders and are ready to cooperate at any time. The man in black reported. Well, very well done. The white-haired man nodded appreciatively. Today is the big celebration. So let's take advantage of today, the man in black excitedly said. The words were interrupted by the white-haired man. There is no rush today. The white-haired man quickly waved his hand. Allied Lord, when will that be? The man in black said in disbelief. Cough. This Alliance Master is still brewing preparations for a big event, and this big event can only be acted upon when it is completed. The white-haired man said. So that's how it is. The great event that the Alliance Master thinks must be brewing must be earth-shattering. The man in black said with a frenzied expression. The white-haired man's face changed without moving, and then said, remember, before I give you an order, you should not act rashly first, and what we are plotting, try to keep it a secret. Must remember. In addition, if my expectation is good, the group of guys outside the southern border are estimated to have arrived at the southern border as well. So during this period of time, it's also best for you to not expose your whereabouts, and the rest of the 5 Elements Alliance to hide as per the original plan. And it's best to just wait for me here. Yes, Alliance Master, I'll remember. The man in black nodded and responded. Seeing the black-clothed man's unwavering execution of his words, The white-haired man nodded in relief. Oh Black Dust. With Nishang dead, the one I trust the most right now is you. And after the future grand plan succeeds, I will let you be the existence under me and above me, he said towards the man in black. The words were like some kind of chicken blood. The man in black sniffed. The expression was excited, and the fervor for the white-haired man in his eyes could not be hidden. Allied Lord, don't worry, I've memorized everything you've said. I'll never act rashly until you give me the next instruction. I'll wait for you here. Die waiting. Chapter 67, Master said he doesn't have a sister and asked you to leave. Well, die waiting. Hydra nodded in relief, and after taking 10 of the jade seals of transmission from the man in black, he rushed back to Shangnan City without stopping. When he returned to Shangnan City, the 4 demons were still playing wildly in the city with little Carp. No one noticed his departure. It was a relief to him. After all, the little Carp, this little don't look at the usual naive and silly, a harmless look of human and animal, tormented him but not the slightest hand. Motionless used the contract to give him 2 divine soul attacks. If little Carp knew that she had left in the middle of the day, she would inevitably receive a severe beating. Nope. Why am I really acting like a slave and getting scared? Hydra grimaced. But now after meeting with the man in black, he was much more at ease. It can be said that everything is ready to go. Only when his cultivation had recovered a little, he would be able to break the contract. In the meantime, the big celebration scene. Many emperors gathered together. These included the emperors who surrendered their seals. Their gazes locked, their eyes revealing meaning. According to the news that the man in black had conveyed to them earlier, their grand plan would be officially put into action on the day of the great celebration. Up top, in the presence of countless people, Nan Jiwei and the ancient Taoist were presiding over the great celebration. It can be out of this world. In favor of these two, Nangong Fuyao could be said to hate them to the bone. Earlier, the ancient Taoist had placed a ban on her Fa Yao Empire. Instead, Nan Jiwei picked the fruit that originally belonged to her, so she couldn't watch them scenery for a moment. But he had completely forgotten the real purpose of his original visit to the south. Why hasn't Lord Black Dust acted yet? When exactly do we have to wait? Nangong Fuyao's face was gloomy. Then he remembered the ally that Black Dust had spoken of in his mouth. If what is expected is correct, that alliance master will appear today, right? Really looking forward to how this kind of character will look like when you actually see it. Lord Black Dust promised me that he will introduce me to the Alliance Lord when the matter is accomplished. And as long as I get that Alliance Lord's love and affection, at that time, among these countries, my Fa Yao Empire will become the veritable number one. However, the arrival of Black Dust caused her to change her original purpose. But at the scene, she still looked around for Yuqing. Didn't come? She frowned. And don't care. On stage, Nan was speaking, causing a stir. This caused Nangong Fuyao's impatience to grow thicker. Let's just let you savor this last moment. As soon as Lord Black Dust gives the order. Lord Black Dust has come to give orders. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she was instructed in the voice transmission jade slip. But the next moment, she blushed. No action today, etc. Nangong Fuyao indignantly glanced at Nanjichi, found an excuse of not feeling well, and directly left. Great day of celebration. And that's how we spend our time together. The 10 emperors who, like Nangong Fuyao, had thrown themselves into the black dust, remained in the palace of the emperors, waiting unspokenly. Time. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The more the 10 emperors waited, the more anxious they became. Obviously said, before and after the big celebration will make a move. This is half a month after the big celebration, but there is no half a bit of movement. Favorably, their jade seals were handed over to Black Dust. In the palace of the emperors, Nangong Fuyao sat at the top, and as she thought about it, she got up and walked outside. Behind him, an old man with an 8-beard followed. And this old man was the vice president of the Heavenly Palace Academy who had been promoted together with Zhao Qian, Chang Wei. And with the death of Zhao Qian, Chang Wei was promoted to become the true head of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Tell the joke. This was the 4th president of the Heavenly Palace Academy in a short period of time since Sun Xuanji retired. Your Majesty, where are you going? Chang Wei asked respectfully as he followed behind Nangong Fuyao. Go to Yuqing. Nangong Fuyao's pupils shrunk slightly as he leisurely said, I thought you weren't going to look for Yuqing? Chang Wei couldn't help but say, I've figured out that even after it's done, I'm still going to need some competent assistance. Although by that time, perhaps these so-called immortal sects in the southern borderlands are not in my eyes. But the fact that Yuqing was able to make even the immortal sect move for him before means that he still has a few roles to play. Of course, it is only because I am mindful of his past goodness that I am thinking of going to him and letting him follow me on a straight path. Nangong Fuyao said as she slightly raised her red lips. Your Majesty is wise. I'm sure King Cheng will be grateful when he realizes what you think, Chang Wei said in a hurry. Nangong Fu Yao couldn't help but smile, then added, there's also that son Xuanji. Wasn't he blaming me for his resignation in the first place? Thinking that my decision-making was wrong and has made the Fuyang Empire go downhill. I would like to see what kind of expression he will have when the grand plan between Lord Black Dust and I and the others is completed. Nangong Fuyan coldly snorted. Your Majesty is right. Chang Wei nodded from the side. Nangong Fuyao glanced at him. Don't worry. I won't let Sun Xuanji come back again. When he failed my trust, when the Fuyao Empire is strong and wants to come back, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. On the contrary, you, previously neglected you, but did not think that it is deep in my heart, Nangong Fuyao said. Words. Chang Wei's face was delighted. Thank you for your Majesty's regard. I will definitely live up to your Majesty's trust. Go. Nangong Fuyao smiled, and then brought Chang Wei, one after the other, towards Milky Way courtyard. Soon after, the two of them, dressed in civilian clothes, arrived at the Milky Way courtyard. I'll knock. Chang Wei took the initiative to go up and knock on the door. A short while later, the yard door opened and Carp popped his head out. Who are you looking for? Koi asked. Tell Yuqing that it's his sister who's here and he'll see me since. Nangong Fuyao said. Master's sister. Koi scratched his head, then went in to report. In the Milky Way courtyard, Yuqing was deep in his pill refining research as usual. Little Carp came and reported. Master, there are two people outside the door, saying they are your sisters and asking me to inform you. Sister? Where did I get a sister? Yuqing waved his hand, frowning as he pondered which material to choose, and casually dismissed. Let them go. Wow. Koi nodded, then came to the door. Master said he has no sister and told you to leave. After saying that, Carp cleanly closed the courtyard door. This caused Nangong Fuyao and Chang Wei's faces to instantly turn blue to the extreme. He, the king of a country, puts his foot down and comes to the door himself. I can't believe I ate a closed door straight away. Your Majesty, I smashed the door. Chang Wei looked furious and raised his foot to kick the door. Right at this moment, not far away, a clear and cold voice came. I'll see who dares to kick, disturbing Mr. Purification. I'll cut off the head of whoever kicks. Nangong Fuyao's face sank. When he inclined his head to look, it was Nan Jiwei walking quickly, and beside him, there was also a Lieutenant General Cui Wei. Namaste. Nangong Fuyao's voice almost popped out from between his teeth. Nangong Fuyao, I honor you as a king of a country. And I don't remember your past actions towards the Southern Kingdom when you came to my Southern Kingdom, and I even treated you with courtesy, but if you don't know what's good for you today, I won't care if you're the Empress Fuyao or not, and much less care about what will or won't start a war between the two countries. Nan Yui said sharply. The majesty of a king of a country erupted out, his stern gaze pushing straight at Nangong Fuyao. Nan Ji, this is our family matter. You can't control it that broadly yet. Nangong Fuyao said tit for tat. So this door. So what if I let him kick it in? Family matters? But don't forget that this is in the territory of the Southern Kingdom. Nan Jiwei sneered. So you can kick a try. Nan Yui's words caused Nangong Fuyao to burn with rage. Straight away, he said in a deep voice, give me a kick. Beside him, Chang Wei sniffed and reared up his paws, kicking heavily towards the courtyard door. Kill. And at the same time as he moved, Nan Jiwei spoke cleanly. Chapter 68. I don't mind killing you, Empress Fuyao. As well. Cui Wei behind him sniffed without saying a word and directly flashed his sword and slashed towards Chang Wei. It's really not a scare either. This sword hardly chopped off Chang Wei's entire leg. Chang Wei, who only had half of his leg left, immediately rolled on the ground, emitting miserable screams. I'm talking about letting you kill. Nan Jiwei's stern gaze went to Cui Wei. Travis froze. He had thought that it was to give a downward spiral would be fine. After all, Chang Wei is now the dean of the Heavenly Palace courtyard. In front of the face of the Southern Empress killed, he as a subordinate. After all, there will be concerns for fear of causing a war between the two countries. And in the few moments that Travis froze, Nan Jiwei moved on his own. Her strength was also really not weak, and the strikes were sharp and decisive. Snatching the longsword from Cui Wei's hand, he directly ended Chang Wei's miserable screams. That's it. The fourth president of the Heavenly Palace Academy within a short period of time in the Fa Yao Empire died in this manner. Don't you dare! How dare you! Seeing Chang Wei die in front of him like this, Nangong Fuyao's teeth clenched, and his hateful gaze stared at Nan Yui to death. And in the face of Nangong Fuyao's gaze, Nan Jiwei slightly raised his head and met his eyes without retreating in the slightest. Does Empress Fuyao want to continue? If I can kill you, a dean of the Heavenly Palace Academy, I don't mind killing you, a Fuyang Empress, as well. At the same time as he spoke, Nan Jichi raised his bloodied longsword and pointed it straight at Nangong Fuyao. Nangong Fuyao was filled with anger. his chest heaving violently with anger. But she didn't dare make a move. After all, this is indeed in the land of the south. She also truly saw determination and killing intent in Nan Jiwei's eyes. If she really acted rashly, she believed that Nan Jiwei really dared to kill her. Nan Yui, you're really arrogant. Nangong Fuyo said word for word. What does your little southern kingdom amount to? It's just that my brother is in your southern country, bringing some benefits to your southern country, giving you some cocky capital. Even if you dare to kill me, have you thought about the consequences? Yuqing is my brother. The two of us have been with each other for so many years and have experienced so many things, even if the two of us siblings had a falling out. But do you think it's something you outsiders can surpass in just a short period of time? Do you think that in his heart, you, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, are as good as me, his sister? Humph. A person like you who is beneficent. It's just that Mr. doesn't see eye to eye with you. Nanjichi said tit for tat. You expelled Mr. when you felt he was useless, and then you embraced your sister when you knew Mr.'s true heritage. Empress Fa Yao, your cheek is really thick and I'm impressed. Nan Yui's words had clearly touched Nangong Fuyao's sore point. You're bloodthirsty. The reason I banished my brother before was merely because I listened to the rumors of a traitor and made a bad decision in a moment of inadvertence. But my brother has been doting on me since I was a kid. Even if I made a bad decision, I'm sure he'll still forgive me. With that, she shouted at the courtyard. Brother, your sister came to you and was bullied by others like this in front of your house. Did you just watch? This woman has come to bully your sister on the basis of the bottom you gave her. Are you just going to let her be like this? At this moment, Nangong Fuyo was nearly in a frenzy. Quite a hysteria. Finally, a few moments later, the courtyard door opened wide. Yuqing walked out slowly. Greetings, sir. When they saw Yuqing, Nan Jiwei and Chui Wei hurriedly saluted. Greetings, your majesty. Yuqing laughed softly. Your majesty is free to come to my place today, so I guess things must be finished. Indeed. I'm almost busy, so I came to see sir. Nan Jiwei laughed. Seeing that the two men exchanged pleasantries and completely hung Nangong Fuyao out to dry, Nangong Fuyao sank his face and questioned Yuqing. Brother, why are you ignoring me? Hearing this title, for some reason, a mocking smile surged out on Yuqing's face. Your Majesty Fuyuki, do I know you? He quietly looked at Nangong Fuyao, his face not fluctuating. This sentence caused Nangong Fuyao to instantly freeze in place. She had thought that she could get Yuqing's forgiveness just by pampering herself as usual. The first time this didn't work. It made her panic a little. You? He looked at Yuqing incredulously. I'm your sister. I'm Nangong Fuyo. You used to love me the most. Have you forgotten? Empress Fa Yao. The past is the past. Between us, we are also long gone. So please don't hit on my sister yet. Yuqing didn't seem to want to say much to her, but instead inclined his head to look at Nanjichi on the side and said indifferently, Your Majesty. How you want to deal with each other is your business. You don't need to look to me for my opinion. Yes, sir. Nan nodded solemnly at the right moment. Yuqing, you're so cruel. Beside him, Nangong Fuyao scolded with a face full of resentment. I'm still mindful of the brother-sister bond we once shared, and that's why I purposely set aside my identity to come to you. But I didn't realize that you were so heartless when I remembered my past love. Do you really think that I came to find you today because the Fa Yao Empire needs you? Just because I came to find you? Am I, Nangong Fuyao, that kind of person? To tell you the truth, the Fa Yao Empire will soon not be the Fa Yao Empire it once was, and this southern kingdom, it won't be able to bounce around for much longer. What do you mean? Next to him, Nan Jiwei's face turned cold and cast his gaze over. Nangong Fuyao let out a cold laugh. Let's just make it clear to you guys. I've long been a member of the Five Elements Alliance, and the Five Elements Alliance is about to subvert the entire southern border. At that time, all of you countries, including your southern kingdom, will cease to exist, and I, the Fa Yao Empire, will become the supreme existence. Perhaps you will say that there are still immortal sects behind the southern border, but my Five Elements Alliance doesn't fear the immortal sects at all, and under the leadership of our alliance leader, some of the immortal sects have even been exterminated, and other immortal sects can be waived to be extinguished as well, and Fa Yao Empire is about to move towards unprecedented prosperity. I miss you Yuqing once good, thinking to want you to come back with me to the straight road avenue, but did not think, it's giving you a chance you don't know how to appreciate. What? Nan Jiwei's gaze changed. Even Yuqing's pupils shrunk slightly. Of course, the one who reacted the most was the snake on the shoulder of the little cart beside Yuqing, who instantly popped up in fear. Chapter 69 Where did this piggyback come from and just say it? He cursed in his mind. No, who told you to say that? Is this who Black Dust is looking for? Didn't we agree on top secret confidentiality? Where is this stinking coming from? Hydra hated to strangle Nangong Fuyao's heart. Remember, Yuqing, I'm here to treat you today. It's you who don't miss your feelings, so I'm not to blame. I promise. You will regret your decision today. Nangong Fa Yao shouted hysterically, unable to accept that she had put herself down to come to Yuqing and he still treated her with this attitude. Yuqing looked at her indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown. Not even the will to return to her. Get out, Yuqing said faintly, then stopped paying attention and turned around to go back inside the house. You stand still. I order you to stand still. However, the more Yuqing ignored her, the more she enraged Nangong Fa Yao, as she tangled and rushed towards Yuqing. Yet the next moment, an absolute coldness came over her, and Yuqing's palm steeply reached out and pinched on her snow-white neck, slowly lifting her up. Nangong Fa Yao, what do you think you are? In my Yuqing's eyes, you're even worse than a clown. If it weren't for me, you'd be nothing more than a piece of trash who couldn't even survive. What you think is worthless in my Yuqing's eyes. Who are you to order me around? Do you, Empress Fa Yao, you so-called emperor? If I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't be much more difficult than pinching an ant to death. The reason why I won't kill you is that I want to see how rotten you'll end up without my Yuqing's wings. Yuqing's eyes were filled with mockery, and his palms continued to exert force. Unable to breathe, Nangong Fa Yao reddened her entire face. It wasn't until she reached the tipping point that Yuqing gently waved his hand, dropping her to the ground like a dead dog. Next to it, Nan Jiwei didn't dare to breathe a word. Yuqing in her heart has always been that kind of blandness, as if the world forever things cannot set off his emotions. Yet it was the first time he had seen Yuqing truly angry. Nangong Fa Yao, on the other hand, sat paralyzed on the ground, holding her neck and gasping for air. Its condescending look was battered and bruised. At that moment in the party, she felt like she was really going to die. Nangong Fa Yao, did you hear what Mr. said? Take your men and get the hell out of Southland right now. If you don't leave again, kill without pardon. After Yuqing left, Nan Jiji pointed his long sword straight at Nangong Fa Yao. Nangong Fa Yao's eyes were flooded with blood, deadly staring at Nan Jiwei. Nan Jiwei, I promise that you and Yuqing will regret treating me like this today. You're going to regret this. After gritting her teeth, Nangong Fa Yao quickly fled. Nan Jiwei looked at the corpse in the doorway and instructed towards Cui Wei. Throw this corpse to the dogs, and clean up the scene, so as not to dirty Mr.'s eyes. Yes, Your Majesty, it's on the way. After receiving the order, Cui Wei rushed to dispose of the body. And after Yuqing returned to the courtyard, he continued to devote himself to his own pill refining experiments. Keeping her is just to see. Without him Yuqing, Nangong Fa Yao in the end can mix into what kind. He's looking forward to the day. Of course, this was not to say that Yuqing had much resentment towards Nangong Fa Yao. On the contrary, for her, Yuqing's heart was really ancient. After all, no one is going to get too emotionally involved with a mole cricket, even though it's an ant you've had for a while. Instead, it's that damn dark mind that's at work. At the door, Nan Jiji looked at Yuqing's face, which was seriously studying pill refining, and smiled faintly. She was also able to see that Yuqing clearly didn't care in the slightest what would happen to Nangong Fa Yao. Surely, this is the state of mind of Mr. It was just that the Five Elements alliance mentioned in Nangong Fa Yao's mouth didn't seem like it was faking. This caused her concern. At this time, Yuqing suddenly sent out his voice and said, "This Five Elements alliance. I do know something about it. There might indeed be a great conspiracy against the southern border. Sir, in that case, what Nangong Fa Yao said is true, and it's even possible that these people are lurking in the southern kingdom?" Nan Jichi said with a frown on his face. "You go contact the old ancestor of the Taiyi immortal sect and tell him about this matter, so that he can unite with all the great immortal sects to investigate this matter thoroughly." Yuqing said, "Taichi immortal sect?" Nan Yui was surprised. "But sir, I'm afraid the old ancestor of the Taiyi immortal sect won't believe me. Just say that I ordered it, and he won't ignore you." Yuqing added. Words. Nan was secretly surprised again. Even the immortal sect wouldn't dare not to give face to Mr. "Okay, I'm on it," Nan said at the right moment. "Wait, I'm going too." And at that moment, Whitefall stepped out with his longsword in hand and arrived in front of the two. "Your Majesty of the Southern Kingdom, this matter, I will go with you," Whitefall said. After all, Nan Jiwei didn't know the true identity of Whitefall, and his gaze couldn't help but look at Yuqing. "Let her go with you. She knows the Five Elements alliance the best. She deserves to go as well," Yuqing said. "Yes," Nan nodded her head. Whitefall, on the other hand, turned a grateful gaze toward Yuqing. He then placed his longsword aside and knelt down with both knees towards Yuqing. "I thank Senior for understanding and pay my respects to Senior for saving my life as well as for taking me in during this time. Senior's favor. Whitefall will never forget it." After Whitefall completes the Patriarch's entrustment as well as avenging them, Whitefall is willing to come back and work as an ox for senior, not daring to ask for anything else. After saying that, Abraham made a heavy bow towards Yuqing. Being an ox is not necessary. If you have the chance to meet again in the future, treat me to a few jugs of good wine, Yuqing said indifferently. In addition, I have a sword here that I can lend you for the time being. When Whitefall sniffed, he glanced his gaze to the broad-backed sword in Yuqing's hand, and a flash of light immediately flashed in his eyes. She was at least a former elder of the Flying Cloud Immortal sect, and her vision was naturally poisonous. She could tell at a glance that it was a superb sword. It was by no means comparable to an ordinary spirit weapon, although the look was similar to the pig-killing knife in the butcher's hand for chopping ribs. If she had this knife, her battle power might be able to increase by several %. Remember to give it back to me, Yuqing said as he handed the knife over. Thank you, sir. Whitefall accepted the knife with preciousness, then turned around and left with Nanjiwei. Damn it, that pig tease drops big mouth. And in a corner, Hydra cursed inwardly. Although it was no longer a secret to the Immortal sect that the Five Elements Alliance was infesting the southern border. After all, having already exterminated the Flying Cloud Immortal sect, it was impossible for the other Immortal sects not to know the news. But they didn't know about his plots against the southern border. Those Immortal sects only thought that it was a grudge between his Five Elements Alliance and the Flying Cloud Immortal sect, and were just being defensive towards them. Although he didn't fear those Immortal sects, if he messed up like this, then things would become unpredictable. The most crucial thing was that he wasn't out of danger yet, and in his absence, the other members of the Five Elements Alliance were no match for these Immortal sects. No, I must speed up and break the contract. Chapter 70, My Snake Life. It seems dull and bleak. His eyes flickered and he slipped silently toward the outside of the courtyard. Now the biggest benefit of the current contract for him was that as long as he didn't show any other thoughts, he would at least be able to go in and out freely. After leaving the courtyard, he turned into a stream of light and chased after Nangong Fuyao. Although he couldn't wait to immediately break Nangong Fuyao, this pig teammate, into pieces, he was only able to suppress his anger right now and attempted to find a breakthrough in Nangong Fuyao's body. At this moment, Nangong Fuyao had already arrived outside the city alone, and her people had received her message, and were departing from the palace of the many emperors, rushing towards the outside of the city, preparing to go back to the Fa Yao Empire. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared in front of her. Who are you? Nangong Fuyao looked at the white-haired man warily. The Hydra's body stood slightly erect, looking at Nangong Fuyao with an indifferent stance, then opened the door and said, I am the alliance of the Five Elements of the Alliance. I am now going out in the negative. A little injury did not bring medicine. In accordance with my request to quickly prepare a number of pills sent to me, in a matter of days I will change the pattern of the south border. After the completion of the matter, divide it into 2% of the treasures of the Immortal sect, and then let you do the south border empire the largest emperor. The Hydra finished speaking and looked at Nangong Fuyao proudly. Although he hated to immediately strangle this pig teammate, he was more interested in utilizing Nangong Fuyao to get him a batch of spirit medicines in order to speed up his recovery. But obviously, when he said this, he put himself in the position of an ally. While Nangong Fuyao was one of the minor monarchs attached to them, but he neglected to mention that his breath really didn't look good when he was seriously injured. Nangong Fuyao also didn't believe at all that a What Alliance leader would suddenly appear out of nowhere. In her heart, the ally of the Five Elements Alliance should be the kind of existence that took the world by storm and was proud of everything. What is this thing in front of me? Where's the charlatan from? Get out! Nangong Fuyao already had a gloomy face, and at this moment, he obviously did not have the slightest bit of a good face when he encountered the Hydra. Directly the longsword pushed straight into the Hydra. Hydra was simply furious. You, a minor monarch who submits to me, actually pointed a sword at me. He was about to get angry on the spot. However, at that moment, the crowd of experts who had accompanied Nangong Fuyao to the southern kingdom arrived, and for a moment surrounded Hydra. Kill this Jianghu liar for me. Nangong Fuyao droned in a deep voice. Yes. The experts sniffed and surrounded towards the Hydra in unison. Asterisk. Hydra's face was green with anger. If it was usual, a group of rabble, he did not even put in his eyes. But at the moment, with his heavily injured body, he didn't want to waste a single bit of his power on these people. Stinking woman. After this Alliance master returns, the first one to get killed will be you. After the Hydra cursed furiously, it quickly fled in a stream of light. Time. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. It's been a seemingly uneventful half of the month, but in reality the southern border is secretly choppy. Under the joint efforts of the Tai Immortal sect and Whitefall and the others, the many experts of the Five Elements Alliance who were lurking in the shadows were dug out, dead and captured. And in the mountain stream outside of Shangnan City, the man in black dust, was like an old monk in meditation, hiding his breath and sitting in a mountain stream. No one could detect his presence. Has another half-month passed? But there's no rush. The Alliance Master still has a big matter to attend to, and only after it is done can he have the next instructions. Just wait here in death for the Alliance Master. When he thought of the promise that the Alliance Master had once made to him, his eyes became filled with determination. And in the Milky Way courtyard, the days of Yuqing and the others continue to be uneventful and full of fun. Since Yuqing had already used up quite a few of his medicinal herbs from his previous drug trials, and remembering that when this courtyard was expanded, there was still a large piece of vacant land, Yuqing utilized this vacant land and planted some relatively unusual, yet essential herbs for refining medicines. This medicine thing is commanded, but it falls to Hydra to do the real hard work. These days, he can be a bit of a pain in the ass. The titular Hydra, the ally of the Five Elements Alliance, utilized his snake body to turn up the earth. After turning the soil, he had to spit water. It wasn't good enough that the work wasn't done, because there were 4 major supervisors, led by Devil San San, who were in charge of him alone. A slight blemish is a whip falling towards the 7 inches. He utilized the identity of being Koi's contracted beast to find Koi to tell on him yet. In return, the little carp was attacked by a burst of divine souls, who called the current Koi a good relationship with the 4 major demons. In the corner, Hydra was paralyzed with exhaustion after a long day's work. These 4 great demons really don't treat him like a snake. It's almost as if he's been told to do it to death. The gray days, though, are just a day or 2 away. Over this period of time, this ally has been recovering daily, and has almost recovered to the point where he can lift the power of the contract. Less than a day, more than 2. At that time, this ally will be able to escape. The pain that has been inflicted on this Alliance Master during this period of time, I will add it back 1,000 times 10,000 times over. Hydra's gaze was grim, especially those 4 demons. In his opinion, these 4 demons wouldn't deserve to be called demons. What kind of being is a demon? That is never a slave, flowing with the existence of a noble bloodline. How can one look like a daily fawning color with the same as a pug? He had already figured out how to screw these 4 demons after the grand plan succeeded. Suddenly, he heard something in the yard. He subconsciously inclined his head to look over. It was discovered that the movement was coming from Koi's body. Breakthrough? I have to say, this little talent is truly heaven-defying. Just broke through a while ago, and today he actually broke through again. No, breakthrough? Gah! With a totter, his entire snake body jumped up as if it was fitted with springs, and his eyes stared at little carp dead in the face. It was obviously only then that he reacted to what Koi's breakthrough meant to him. The moment. The Hydra's complexion was filled with dullness as it stared at little carp dead in the face, its entire body trembling. Breathing was becoming more and more rapid, and after little carp had obtained the sage's insight, in a way, it was considered to be the efficacy of the supreme bone that had truly been brought into play. It had only been a short time since he had followed Yuqing, and he had grown from a little guy who had grown from knowing nothing to an existence that was about to break through to the heavenly realm now. Like the previous Xiao Wuchen, compared to the small carp is really nothing, is really a body with a heavenly physique, but cannot play its true efficacy. And with the experience of the sage's insights coupled with the supreme bone, it wasn't any surprise that little carp broke through to the Tong Tian realm. Even if the Hydra heart all kinds of curse out of the accident, do not break through, go on fire into the devil. Hydra sank to the ground on his ass. The entire person's face was ashen, skeptical and gray about the whole world. He was only at the touching heaven realm, and with little carp's breakthrough to the passing heaven realm at this moment, it was equivalent to being one large realm above him. That is to say, before he himself had broken through to the heavenly realm, he shouldn't even think about saying that he would utilize the heavenly Dao rule talent to break the contract. And there is a premise. That is, before he breaks through the passage realm, little carp had better not break through to the avatar realm again either. No matter how. At least if Hydra wanted to run for a short time, it was out of the question. Grass. Under the collapse of his mind, Hydra exploded straight into the air, hitting his head heavily against a side wall. Chapter 71, The Alliance Master seems to have vaporized. Hydra's mind was completely broken. It felt like the snake life was bleak. No more expectations. Inwardly, he couldn't help but spit out. What the hell kind of absolute demon was this? It's only been a few short days and you've broken 2 weights in a row? The key to this is that there is another big realm. Of course, it was also that he didn't know the time when little carp really started to cultivate. Otherwise, I'm afraid that beating him to death wouldn't be possible to make such a contract. No, I can't be negative like this. But after the discouragement, he once again encouraged himself to lift his faith. If I give up on this, then I will only be a slave for the rest of my life, and I have great things to do. Even if this little brat breaks through to the heavenly realm, it's not like I don't have a chance. It's just that it will take longer. Nor was his thought an empty one. After all, as the realm rises, it will become harder and harder to break through. It was as if many people amongst the cultivation world used 100 years to break through to the heaven-touching realm. But 200 years would not see them reach the heaven-penetrating realm. And there could always be a large realm difference between him and Koi. This will be his chance. So, time then passed again for a month in this unsavory manner. Hydra Turtle hunkered down in the corner and launched herself into a daze. Tired and don't want to live, he said lifelessly. A month ago, Little Carp broke through to the Tong Tian realm. And he even gave himself a boost, thinking that he still wasn't without a chance. But today, the last thought was extinguished. Because just now, Koi broke through again. It had already broken through to the upper level of the passage realm. The most damn breathless thing was that Hydra, yet he hadn't even fully recovered from his injuries. How do you chase to within a large realm difference? He really wanted to ask a question. This cultivation speed, is he still a human being? Lay flat. Don't think about it. He felt worn down by life and no longer had any fight left in him. In the meantime, Li Bu-gu and White Eyebrows pay a visit to the house. Senior, after a month of effort, we did our best to eliminate the 5 Elements Alliance's people lurking in the shadows. The woman who was decapitated by Senior Apprentice before was one of the 5 Elements Alliance's venerables. However, what makes us feel puzzled is that ally of the 5 Elements Alliance, as well as another venerable, seem to have evaporated as if they had been vaporized, and there has been no half-hearted news in the past 2 months. After exchanging simple pleasantries with Yuqing, the two of them talked about the matter regarding the 5 Elements Alliance. Wow, has the ally evaporated? Yuqing sniffed and was quite surprised. Although it wasn't any of his business, it was still hard to avoid having a gossipy heart in life. Well, the people from our several clans have spread their spies all over the southern border, striving to find the whereabouts of that mysterious ally as soon as possible. White Eyebrows then added. Wow, right. Just as White Eyebrows finished speaking, Li Bu-gu picked up again and said, according to that southern empress, there may be a country that is involved with the 5 Elements Alliance, but no key evidence has been found. It's not really surprising that this is the case. The 10 emperors that Black Dust had subdued were the ones he was traveling alone. It could be said that apart from him, I am afraid that no one in this world knows about this matter. Even that mysterious ally doesn't know exactly which countries are involved. And that venerable man is nowhere to be found. So naturally there is no key evidence. Yuqing nodded, not concerned about these, but turned to ask, I heard from White Fallen that the strength of this 5 Elements Alliance's ally is not simple. You guys are looking for him in this manner. Even if you find him, what will happen? Will you be able to solve it? Upon hearing this, White Eyebrows couldn't help but smile and said, Senior, in fact, besides us, there are people behind the scenes who help. Whoa, this made Yuqing a bit curious. Senior, you are presumably aware that these so-called immortal sects of ours are nothing more than worldly appellations. In fact, to put it bluntly, we are just an ordinary clan. Outside of the southern border, there are countless other clan forces that are more powerful than us. And it just so happens that patriarch of the 5 Elements Alliance had once beheaded the son of an elder of the Hangtian Sword sect outside of the southern border. This elder's son in the Constant Sky Sword sect, but will be when the seed cultivation. This kind of character died in the middle of the day. Naturally there is a deep hatred. And the people from the Hangtian Sword sect just happened to know that the 5 Elements Alliance was infesting the southern border. So they sent their experts. Once the whereabouts of that mysterious alliance master is discovered, the people from the Constant Sky Sword sect will strike out on their own. So it is. After hearing this, Yuqing nodded, also not expecting that the sect forces outside of the southern border had also gotten involved. How about it, Senior? The experts of the Constant Sky Sword sect are in Shangnan City right now. Do you want to go and meet them together? Li Bu-gu said. After a slight hesitation, Yuqing nodded. There was nothing to do, so it seemed good to go and take a look at the experts of the great sects outside of this southern border. Inside a rather lively restaurant in the city, Yuqing followed the two Li Bu-gu. When he came to the second floor, Yuqing was attracted to the two people sitting at the window. Sitting in the window were two men. One of them, a woman with a slightly cooler face, looked sideways at the window while her white palms were holding a cup of wine and savoring it. And on the opposite side of the woman, sitting was an old man in his 60s, who was dressed in cloth and looked like any other old man. Not very different. Sure enough, Li Bu-gu and White Eyebrows then led Yuqing towards the two. These are the two. Closer, Li Bu-gu whispered towards Yuqing. Yuqing nodded his head. These two people were worthy of being from clans outside of the southern border. And the feeling they gave off was a bit different. And at that moment, Li Bu-gu spoke towards the two. Missing, Elder Su. This is Elder Yuqing whom I once mentioned in your mouths. Li Bu-gu enthusiastically took the initiative to introduce Yuqing. Seeing this, Yuqing did not lose his manners and arched his hand towards the two. Greetings to you both. However, in the face of Yuqing's greeting, the two did not react much. The female woman's gaze was still looking out the window, the jade hand holding the wineglass slightly rotating her wrist for a long time before she gave Yuqing a sideways glance. Then he looked at Li Bugu again and said, "That person, do you have any clues?" Upon hearing this, Li Bugu revealed a slight look of embarrassment and hurriedly said, "Not yet." "Then please look for it as soon as possible," the woman's voice said flatly. "If it's resolved earlier, the two of us can return to resume our duties as soon as possible." Li Bugu turned his awkward gaze to Yuqing. The latter frowned, but also "Do not bother to think about it." Was thinking of Li Bugu said outside the south border forces of people, can be befriended. To befriended is not bad, but people don't have the will to befriend. So what's the point of licking a billion? He simply walked toward the window in the other direction, found an empty table and sat down, then shouted, "Xiao Air, serve the wine." Chapter 72. This person. A bit interesting. Then you two talk first. Seeing this, Li Bugu nodded towards the two women and said, then walked with white eyebrows towards Yuqing's table. Senpai. Sorry, Li Bugu said with a face full of embarrassment. Yuqing waved his hand to interrupt the two. Then he laughed. It's meant to be a drink out here. Just be normal. Upon hearing this, Li Bugu looked at Yuqing with a face full of gratitude. Soon the drinks and food were served. The three then drank. During this time, Li Bugu and White Eyebrows instead raised their cups and walked towards another table. The woman didn't have much of a reaction to this, just lifting her cup to take a symbolic sip. Ugh, I can't really blame it on that, Li Bugu said in a small voice. Our southern border is actually a small place in terms of the entire continent, and it's mainly dominated by secular countries. It's still a far cry from a true cultivation land. Next to him, White Eyebrows smiled bitterly in agreement. Yuqing, however, did not think about it at all, only drinking in his eyes, and these things are none of his business. Right at this moment, two streams of light quickly crossed in midair in Upper South City. Even White Eyebrows and Li Bugu didn't pay attention to notice it. Only the two women sitting on the other side of the window seat saw this and looked at each other, then turned into two streams of light and chased them out. It is? Li Bugu looked at them suspiciously. Don't mind them. Let's drink our wine. Yuqing laughed lightly. The two Li Bugu nodded, but their gazes were still looking out the window. And at that moment, the woman duo from the Hengtian sword sect chased them to the outside of Shangnan City and stopped tracking them, instead watching the two streams of light fall towards the distance. Elder Su, looking at its aura, it seems to be someone from the Prime sect? The woman asked as she inclined her head towards the old man. It's possible. The old man known as Elder Su frowned and nodded. But what are the people from the Prime sect doing here? The woman said. Could it be that they are not coming for us? Perhaps it is extremely possible. The Prime sect and my constant Heaven Sword sect have an extremely poor relationship, and have always seen a situation where they will not rest until they die. Su Lao said in a grave voice. And look at the breath. That breath is extremely powerful. If you and I are up against each other, even if we join forces, the chances of winning may not be more than 30%. Is that so? The woman's complexion also grew grave. It's a good thing that my Hengtian sword sect, apart from being excellent in sword techniques, is also quite superior in concealment techniques, and the disciples in the sect have all practiced it, so if we don't take the initiative to venture out, I'm sure they won't be able to find us either, Elder Su said. So no matter what their purpose is in coming here, try to avoid them as much as possible. Good. The woman nodded, but it always felt like this small place, the southern border, shouldn't be so lively. It was that Five Elements alliance again, and now the people from the Prime sect had appeared. It always felt like the southern border was hiding something they didn't know about, and countless miles away from the two men of the Hengtian sword sect. This place was already close to the edge of the Fa Yao Empire, and the two silhouettes stood on the top of the tallest mountain within 1,000 miles of the vicinity. Both were dressed in black. On the outside, they all look equally young. The slightly older-looking one, however, was full of respect for the much younger one. They were exactly the people from the Prime sect that the two Su Lao were talking about. Prime sect master Chen Donyang and his disciple Duanfeng. If someone who had not met Chen Donyang had seen him so young, I was afraid that they would be shocked. But in actuality it was this door that preferred a good skin, having utilized a secret method to stabilize its own appearance at such a young look. Fenger, I remember that your heavenly Dao rule talent is biased towards killing and enhancing attacks, right? At this moment, Chen Donyang looked at Duanfeng next to him and asked. Yes, senior, Duanfeng said. Well, this talent is pretty good. Cultivate well. There will be great achievements in the future. Chen Donyang said appreciatively. Thank you for your appreciation, but compared to the talent that enhances attacks, I'm actually more looking forward to the kind of talent that Master Teacher has. After all, Attacks can be obtained through cultivation, but life-preserving cards are not often available, Duan Feng said. At those words, Chen Donyang smiled. Speaking of his heavenly Dao rule talent, he was also doubly satisfied with it, and it could be considered a super life-preserving divine skill. He was able to withstand a single attack of any magnitude while retaining a mouthful of living breath. Although he could only use it once every few decades, it was because of this life-preserving divine skill that he was able to become the master of the Prime Sect and escape from death many times. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. Chen Donyang looked up at the surrounding heaven and earth and shook his head. I have to say, the aura of heaven and earth here is really wonky. Some time ago, the heavenly chance plate appeared, guiding this direction of the southern border. And Gu Jiutian, this waste of space, he thinks it's this place that hides the heavenly fortune, and wants to utilize the fortune of this heaven and earth to make a game to implement a cross-border. This idea is really foolish. Chen Donyang laughed coldly. Unknown to me, the true great fortune, as I see it, is not within this heaven and earth, but rather in the body of a certain person. And as long as you kill that person, you can chi graft and gain that person's chi. Duan Feng nodded his head at the sight to be taught. State of the nation. The country's fortunes are prosperous. The country and the people are at peace. The wind and the rain are smooth. And it is easy for the country to give birth to capable people to serve the country. And gradually the country will become stronger and stronger. And people have chakras. Those with strong chi luck have fewer bottlenecks in practicing, more strange encounters, and are able to turn danger into safety when they encounter anything. A country is able to devour another country's national fortune. And the same is true of a person's chi. Killing a person with great chi, the other person's chi could be grafted onto his or her own body to a great extent. Oneself can then become that great chiropractor. But master, although this heaven and earth is weak, the population is not small. So how can we find that person of great fortune? Duan Feng asked respectfully from the side. This is easy. Great chi masters, they are the center of attention existence anywhere. With just a little bit of investigation, whoever has been the most popular in the southern border recently, he will already be 8 or 9, Chen Donyang leisurely said. When we came here, we passed by a city. Although the place is not big, but its prosperity and lively degree is unusual. We go there to inquire a little. Then perhaps there will be clues. Yes, master. Then let's set off now. Chen Donyang smiled, opened his folding fan, transformed into a fluttering gentleman, and brought Duan Feng with him, and after a short while, he landed in Shangnan City. After entering the city, he casually grabbed a few low-level cultivators and launched a soul search. The Guild of Formationists. Southland Empress South at the right moment. None of this seems, well, right. Chen Donyang carefully combed through the scent obtained from the soul search and shook his head. But a moment later, he seemed to have caught something. Southern Benefactor. Yuqing. The reason why the Formation Masters Guild is situated in the Southern Kingdom, and the reason why the Southern Kingdom is as prosperous as it is today, is all because of him. This guy, he's kind of interesting. Chapter 73, as a courtesy, I'll punch you in the face as well. And after searching his soul, even including Yuqing's general appearance, he knew it by heart. After all, when Yuqing had once come to the south, quite a few people had seen it, so knowing what Yuqing looks like is sort of unsurprising. Hey, and guess what? Right at this moment, Chen Donyang's eyes lit up, because almost the very next moment, he saw the person shaped like Yuqing's appearance walk out from inside the tavern in front of him. His eyes steepled. Sharp eyes were cast with it. With just a glance, he confirmed that this was the real Yuqing. After all, it's more or less a feeling to see if someone is any good. The person in front of him matched the one in the soul search, whether it was his temperament or whatever. In this tiny place in the southern border, it was absolutely impossible to find a second person. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that Yuqing's body was harboring heavenly fortune. If such a person could die by his own hand, that day's great fortune would inevitably be grafted onto his body. Master, who is Yuqing? Is he the one you call the great chi luck? Where is he? And at that moment, Duan Feng, who was next to him, asked. There's no need to ask, because it's far away and close at hand. Chen Donyang could not help but laugh. Whoa! With these words, even Duan Feng was taken aback. That's him. Chen Dongyang's finger traveled through the crowd and pointed straight at Yuqing. Ha 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 ha. At the same time he couldn't help but laugh. It also didn't occur to him that his luck would still be so good. It's almost like stepping through the shoes to get to the right place. Duan Feng hurriedly cast his gaze over with it, and also a shaking of the spirit. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. Duan Feng said. However, looking at the two people beside him, their cultivation isn't weak and they seem to be from this southern border clan. Doesn't that just show that this person must be extraordinary? In a small secular place like this, the people of the sect are similar to gods in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet this person is surrounded by the people of the sect left and right. Chen Dongyang said. Master is wise, Duan Feng said. However, these southern border clan people are similar to immortals in their worldly eyes, but in my eyes, they are no different from mole crickets. Chen Dongyang smiled coldly. Almost instantly, he locked his aura onto Yuqing, and without any concealment, he directly made his cards clear. And Yuqing, who had just walked out of the tavern with white eyebrows and Li Bugu, felt the fluctuation and frowned. And next to them, white eyebrows and Li Bugu more or less noticed. An aura of solemnity quietly filled the air. Chen Dongyang's body trembled. Just like capturing prey, an aura spread quietly once more, seemingly enveloping the entire range. On the original crowded street, the crowd was like stepping into a quagmire, falling into a state of panic. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Chen Dongyang gave a cold shout. He also doesn't want to cause more killing, especially of civilians. In non-exceptional circumstances, this would invariably affect his chi, thus leading to the birth of a heart demon during the breakthrough process. This may be the means by which this side of heaven protects the civilians. With the fall of Chen Dongyang's voice, the feeling of being stuck in a quagmire briefly loosened, and countless people suddenly fled in panic in all directions. Soon the large street became empty. Only 3 Yuqing were left. Elder, there is an enemy attack, Li Bugu and White Eyebrows said with grave expressions. While their vigilant gazes were cast towards Chen Dongyang's side, they perceived that the visitor was strong and powerful, strong enough to make them feel a lot of pressure as well. You are Yuqing? Chen Dongyang locked his gaze on Yuqing and said coldly. I am. And who are you? Yuqing could not see much fluctuation on his face. Instead, he gazed at Chen Dongyang and asked out. You don't need to care who I am. All you need to know is that I'm here today to take your life. Chen Dongyang smiled coldly. In the next instant, he made his move. The terrifying power enveloped towards Yuqing. Obviously, this Chen Dongyang made a killing move. It even struck out with the strongest attack, without any reservations. After all, Chen Dongyang knew that this kind of great chi-luck person, unlike ordinary people, was more difficult to kill. This was evident from the very beginning when he used his aura to lock it down, in order to prevent any mishaps from happening. The moment this power came out, White Eyebrows and Li Bugu's faces changed drastically. It's too strong, so strong that they couldn't lift their palms. They subconsciously turned their gazes towards Yuqing, because at this point in time, they could only rely on him. Seeing this powerful killing move arrive above the heads of the 3, Yuqing finally made his move under the expectant gaze of the 2 Li Bugu. He was only seen to be expressionless in place, and then he waved his palm. The killing moves that came like a tidal wave were easily dissolved. This feeling was felt most truly by the 2 Li Bugu beside him, and almost in an instant, they felt the space around them return to its original state. That pressure was dissolved in an instant. At the same time, they turned their surprised gazes to Yuqing. The 2 little old men, feeling like some little babies seeing something amazing, with a wide open mouth and a wild look in his eyes. Even though they knew that Yuqing's methods were superior and must be extraordinary, they had also seen the methods of Yuqing's disciple, Little Carp, but they never knew Yuqing's true strength. It was at this moment that they were considered to have seen Yuqing truly strike for the first time. It was also not expected to be so outrageous. Such a powerful killing move was actually easily dissolved with a wave of the hand? Of course, the most surprised among them had to belong to Chen Dongyang himself. He knew better than anyone how strong the strike he had struck himself was. It was easily diffused with a wave of the hand. What does that mean? Iron plate. He didn't even care to think about why there would be such a thick iron plate in a small place like the southern border. He turned around and swept through the air to pull out his legs and run, even fearing that he wasn't running fast enough. Those not-so-short legs were still stomping straight in midair, as if they wanted to use this to speed up. Even that precious disciple of his couldn't care less at this moment, and was left where he was. Give it away straight away. Trying to run? Is it that simple? As a courtesy, you hit me with a blow, then it is only right that I respond with a punch, Yuqing said with a cold expression. Standing still, he watched his body move slightly, but his fist was lightly extended. The simple punch just transformed into a huge shadow that enveloped towards Chen Dongyang. What? Chen Dongyang, who was escaping, saw this scene and his eyes were filled with horror, because this punch actually blocked him from all sides. Knowing that there was nowhere to run in this situation, he had no choice but to stop his fleeing stance in an attempt to come and block the blow. Without saying a word, he put the various defensive spirit weapons he had obtained in his life on his body. This didn't seem to be enough, as he threw countless punches in midair again, as if he wanted to use this to dislodge the power of Yuqing's punch. When it was too late, the attacks from both sides finally collided together. Chen Dongyang had thought that the attack he had struck was more or less able to counteract some of the power of Yuqing's punch. However, he was overthinking it. Yuqing's punch almost destroyed all of his attacks before arriving at the defensive spirit artifact on his body. Chapter 74, a simple punch that destroys the world. However, this so-called defensive spirit weapon of his was just like a bubble under this fist. Inch by inch, it cracked in an instant. Whoa! Before the attack actually touched, Chen Dongyang spat out blood from his mouth. In the next moment, the entire thing was completely obliterated in this fist. And not far down the block on the upper south side, the two men from the Constant Sky Sword sect slowly rushed back from outside of Shangnan City. The southern border nowadays seems to be hiding things we don't know. The woman with a clear face couldn't help but say, that person from the Prime sect, the only one who can give us less than a 30% chance of winning even if we join forces is that Chen Dongyang. That's a good point. No profit. Elder Su beside him nodded and said, with that Gu Jiutian and Chen Dongyang's character, this southern border would not come to a place like this if there was no absolute benefit to them. So it seems that this Chen Dongyang might not know that we're here, the woman said. That said, let's try to avoid him as much as possible. Elder Su said from the side, it's best for us to stay out of other things as well. Dig out that Gu Jiutian and get rid of him. Then we can go back and resume our duties. The woman sniffed and couldn't help but nod. However, in the next moment, his face moved and he inclined his head towards Elder Su who was next to him. Elder Su obviously sensed it as well, and with a surprised expression on his face, he said, there's battle fluctuation, and it's a very powerful battle fluctuation. After exchanging glances, the two of them rushed towards the place where the battle fluctuations came from almost at the same time, also wanted to see what was going on. After all, their Hong Tian sword sect was also good at concealment techniques in addition to sword techniques, so even if there was something, they were able to get out in one piece. When they arrived, they were just in time to see Chen Dongyang throw a punch at Yuqing. It's actually Chen Dongyang. The other guy, is he? The two men stood in the shadows, surprised out of the blue. The latter Yuqing they naturally remembered. It was the one that Li Bugu two people brought to flatter them. Only they didn't like them, so they didn't pay much attention to them. However, he did not expect that he would actually go head to head with Chen Dongyang. They're done. On the side, Elder Su couldn't help but say. The woman nodded without speaking. Apparently, he also agreed with Elder Su's opinion. This was because Chen Dongyang's attack was not easy to resist even if they joined forces, not to mention the Yuqing few. However, the next moment, they saw Yuqing easily defuse Chen Dongyang's attack. Before they could be surprised, they saw Yuqing throw a punch. They were watching from the sidelines, and were considered to be watching extremely truly. All of Chen Dongyang's means were like bubbles underneath this fist, and they died out in it. Even the body is broken into pieces. The two of them were almost wide-eyed, especially the woman, who covered her red lips with her palms for fear that she would scream out in shock. This punch, it's too strong. So strong that they felt palpitations from afar. If they were to encounter this punch, their chances of survival would be almost zero. There will be no surprises. The two looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes, thinking about everything in the tavern just now. It was obvious that none of them had thought that this young man who thought he had come to flatter them was actually in existence so strong that they couldn't see through it. Fortunately, although we didn't give a good face at the tavern just now, we didn't speak ill of each other either, Su Lao said with a bitter mouth. The woman couldn't help but nod. Who says it isn't? It's a blessing in disguise. And it was then that Yuqing slowly closed his fist, shrugged it off. It's been a long time since I've taken a shot and I'm more or less rusty. But White Eyebrows and Li Bugu had trouble staying calm. Lightly dissolving Chen Dongyang's strike, not to mention destroying Chen Dongyang into pieces. The shock from this powerful strength simply drove them wild. Looking towards Yuqing, the two little old men's eyes were practically bubbling with light. On the other side, Duan Feng stood in place trembling. His mind hadn't even reacted yet. Still stuck on the fact that his own master had found his target. Still stuck on the moment when his own master made his move. Rolling eyes. There are no more self-same masters. He's the only one left. Who am I? What am I doing? He stood alone and trembling. Don't even know what to do. Do you raise your fists to avenge your master's death? Or do you say run? But when you say run, you realize that your legs are weak. Before he could make a decision, Yuqing locked his gaze on him. Say, who are you and why have you come to kill me? Yuqing looked at Duan Feng expressionlessly and asked in a deep voice. Duan Feng stuttered in his speech under extreme fear. At those words, Yuqing frowned. The man of the Prime Gate. He, however, hadn't heard of it, and it was obviously not a power from the southern border. It struck him as somewhat unusual. In the past, that Hydra inexplicably came to attack him, and he had interrogated himself, saying that he saw that he had a treasure on his body, and that he came to attack himself because he had a desire to snatch it. After that, a person called What's Her Name Prime Sect popped up, and out of the blue, he made a killing move against himself. Of course, Hydra was just hiding his identity and deliberately came up with the rhetoric. Yuqing believed it and really thought he was showing his treasure at some point. So in order to stay out of trouble, he purposely paid more attention to this aspect now. Now this prime door, there's no way to say that it's also his Lupo. Say, why did you do it to me? Yuqing continued to press Duan Feng again and asked. Duan Feng was still in the midst of extreme trepidation, and his speech stuttered even more, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. When Yuqing saw this, a look of impatience appeared on his face. Forget it, it doesn't matter. He directly slapped his face towards Duan Feng, who was directly beaten into a cake. Clean. Come on, go back first. Yuqing said indifferently towards the Tuli Bugu beside him. Yes, the Tuli Bugu froze and responded. Several people rushed all the way back towards Milky Way courtyard, and because the two were still in shock, the atmosphere seemed a bit silent. However, just 2 steps, Yuqing's brows were then furrowed. He then paused in his footsteps and inclined his head towards the place where Chen Dongyang had been beaten to pieces just now. I can't believe I'm still alive? Yuqing quickly turned around and saw a heart amongst the broken pieces that had been beaten into a pile, and a heart that beats alive. With life. I can't believe I'm really still alive. Almost fooled. Without saying a word, Yuqing slapped down another slap, shattering that last heart with living breath into pieces as well. Before calling it quits, Senior is really perceptive, actually able to detect that he's not dead. Really high. Seeing this, the two of them, Li Bu-gu, patted their asses in succession. However, Yuqing's brows, remained furrowed. He was in a bit of a bad mood. One could even say it's annoying. After all these years, he thought he was pretty much invincible. Anyone with a punch. So he gradually, more or less, lost some interest in raising his cultivation level. But now there was someone he couldn't even kill with one punch. Especially since this person was so young. Presumably still a youngster. Not much of a character. A man like that, he couldn't even kill him with one punch. It forced him to develop that great sense of crisis brought about by his own lack of strength. It seems that one has to become a billion points stronger. Chapter 75. Arm yourself to the teeth. Under fire phobia seems to be an innate symptom. Because of this symptom, Yuqing's sense of crisis was multiplied. There is actually another reason for the outcome of all this. That is, it was once said that Yuqing's cultivation and cultivation system was very different from this world since he got the system. He was only able to rely on his former cultivation experience and more or less rely on his scent to determine around the Yuan Dan realm. And further up, because of the different dimensions, Yuqing could not see through the other party's specific information at all. Of course, no matter how strong one could not see through him at all without actually fighting. This was the very root of why he didn't know how strong he really was. Because there is no measuring stick. One can only see if a punch is thrown and the opponent catches it or not, or how many punches he catches. And this Chen Dongyang in front of him, who looked so young on the outside, was able to catch one of his own fists. Did that not mean that many people outside of the southern border could catch one of their own fists and not die? Scorched. Of course, there was an even bigger reason. But it was because Yuqing did not know that Chen Dongyang had a life-preserving natural aptitude. No one who is in this world can break this rule. It seems that in the future, we can't be so slack anymore. We have to cultivate properly, and we can't keep refusing the system's tasks. Yuqing couldn't help but feel emotional. At the same time he looked to his fingers that could turn stones into gold. It looks like you won't be able to order whatever you want in the future. It's best to order something that you can carry with you and still protect yourself at all times. In the future, if you really come across an existence that threatens you, you can just throw out 1,000,000 of them. And your own Milky Way courtyard, which had better be armed to the teeth as well, because Yuqing still admits it. Quite afraid of death myself. Only after confirming that Chen Dongyang and the others would surely die did Yuqing leave with Li Bu-gu and Bai Mei. And the punch that killed Chen Dongyang, Yuqing had controlled the power very well as well. It did not cause any damage to the street. And as Yuqing's trio was preparing to leave, the two people from the Hong Tian sword sect who were in the shadows hurriedly flew out and landed in front of Yuqing and the others. The two of us have met, Elder. The two bowed towards Yuqing and said, Before, I didn't know about Senior's strength and thought that Senior was that kind of flatterer. So I hope that Senior will forgive me if I have offended you. Obviously, after learning of Yuqing's strength, the two of them were the first to rise up to befriend him. However, Yuqing just glanced at them without paying much attention. He's a man who is as petty as he is generous. Some things can be left completely out of the picture, but there were some things that he was also able to remember for quite some time. It's all up to you. Anyway, he has his own point. As for these two, they were tugging like 250 before, and now they're running out to make friends. So I'm also arrogant as hell, right? Yuqing ignored them and swept past them to lead the two white eyebrows away. Inside, However, there was more or less a sigh of relief. I had thought that the one I had just killed looked young and belonged to the general existence outside the southern border. But two people from the Hangtian sword sect being like this meant that the goods were not simple. At least the strength was comparable to an elder-level existence. So it more or less took the edge off his underfire phobia a little bit. But only a little. In short, the seed to work hard next had been planted in Yuqing's heart. And with the departure, for some reason, the two people, White Eyebrows and Li Bugu, who were following Yuqing's side, also followed the fox. With a light grunt in his heart, his eyes slanted at the two, and his ass followed behind Yuqing, also ignoring the two. Seeing Yuqing simply ignored them. The two men from the Constant Sky Sword sect couldn't help but look at each other, their complexions filled with bitterness. What happened in the tavern before? Although it's not considered to have offended this one, it has given him a bad impression. Elder Su let out a bitter smile and then said. The woman next to her nodded. Who says it isn't? It was just that no one knew that there was such a dragon coiled in this small southern border. And I'm afraid that the head of the Hallowed Prime sect would never have imagined himself that he would be planted in such a small place like the southern border. Day. It passed unnoticed. Another whole month had passed. For a while now, almost since the crossover point, Yuqing has been using up his points. The first thing was the contents of Milky Way's courtyard, and many items were ordered by him in droves. Includes a broom for sweeping the yard, shovels used to pick herbs, the clothesline in the yard. In short, all the things that Yuqing's gaze look could see. All of them lit up. After all, Miluo Courtyard was considered his foundation, and in the future, if he really encountered any danger, the various facilities might be able to play a role. The other thing was that since there weren't quite enough medicinal herbs on hand, even with Nanjiji's help, it still couldn't support the large amount of medicines that Yuqing dispensed every day. So Yuqing temporarily put the dispensing of medicines on hold during this period of time, and instead became obsessed with sculpting. He used a carving knife to sculpt a small person. Although the carving was crooked and not very good, but after he turned the stone into gold, they all had a spirit. After attaching the spirit, they were all stored in his storage ring, and at the critical moment, they could all be smashed out to do the job. And in all this time of dotting the I's and crossing the T's, Yuqing also discovered one more effect of dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Ordinary objects, after being turned into gold by him, were able to enhance their quality in addition to possessing a spirit to recognize him as their master. For example, the broom in the yard. Even if it is just like that thrown in the corner, a brief look may not feel, but if you look closely, you will be able to find that the broom has become a very high-quality spiritual weapon. Sure, as a person who suffers from a lack of vitality fear, in addition to making these preparations, Yuqing reads a lot of saintly insights. Due to the different cultivation systems, the cultivation experience might not be of much use to him, but some of the sideways in the insights as well as some of the means to save his life. He had learned a lot. Running away from the transported man. Form a turtle-shaped shield of defense. Messing with people's eyes by splitting them up and substituting for them. In short, it was fine that he used to hunker down in the southern border and come into contact with fewer people. But with the recent unrest in the southern border and the increasing number of experts he came into contact with, Yuqing had almost armed himself to the teeth. In the meantime, several countries in the southern borderlands began a unification meeting, and Nangong Fuyao was also listed. They were no one else but the very emperors who, after being lobbied by Black Dust, had presented the Jade Seal of Transmission and joined the Five Elements Alliance. Did any of you get the message? No. Isn't it said that when the Southern Kingdom's great celebration, it might be possible to make a move? How long has this gone by? There's no half movement, not to mention that the Black Dust has also evaporated. What the hell is going on here? My Jade Seal is still in his hands. In the closed hall, there were emperors making comments. The more they said, the more apprehensive and uneasy the hearts of the people became. At the end of the day, the crowd was even silent. Thinking about it, which have reacted to, this dam seems to have encountered a liar. With a bit of brainwashing as well as the rhetoric of high rewards, they just as easily offered up their jade seals. Although, they now have a spiritual weapon in their hands. But although the spiritual weapon is good, for the king of a country, it is not comparable to the seal of state. Chapter 76. The sheep, clearly a prehistoric demon. Nangong Fuyao's face was gloomy to the extreme. She wasn't willing to accept the outcome at all. She was still thinking of relying on the Five Elements Alliance to turn over a new leaf and become a truly supreme existence in the southern borderlands. After all, she was different from these emperors in front of her. But Black Dust had promised her that she would become the biggest emperor in the southern border. More than anything, she wanted to rely on this to slap Yuqing and Nanjiji, making them regret treating her that way that day. Especially letting Yuqing know that even though you are good in strength and even have a good relationship with the immortal sect in the southern borderlands, you won't count for much by then. She wants Yuqing to apologize to her herself and beg for her to come back herself. At that thought, she, who had been silent, snapped. Don't get ahead of yourself, people, she said encouragingly. Subverting the southern border is a plan for 10,000 years, which is a moment to say that achievement can be accomplished, which must be carefully planned and plotted behind the scenes. And Lord Black Dust should have also revealed to you that behind our Five Elements Alliance, there is an extremely mysterious Lord Alliance leader, right? Nangong Fuyao's words caused the crowd's eyes to focus over. Nangong Fuyao's encouraging voice continued to come out, saying, according to Lord Black Dust, this Lord Ally is so powerful that even our southern border's immortal sect can be extinguished at his word. So with him around, in my opinion, we don't need to do unnecessary worrying at all, so we just need to do our part and wait. I think Empress Fa Yao is right. At this moment, the Red Sun Country's monarch with a wisp of a mustache, Pang Penzuang, stood up and said, with the Alliance Lord and Lord Black Dust, the plan will definitely succeed, and since they are so powerful, there is absolutely no need for them to lie to us. Yes, I also think that Empress Fa Yao has a point. I think that we can just wait quietly. At this moment, the Li Kingdom's monarch also walked out and said, and as his words fell, the monarchs present nodded their heads, clearly agreeing with this opinion. Obviously, people, they always don't want to accept the truth that they don't want to accept. Even yourself will make reasons and excuses to desperately try to reassure yourself and will try to rationalize what's wrong with it, and have a strong belief in the outcome you want. And in the meantime, the powerful Alliance Master they spoke of was paralyzed with exhaustion in the middle of the Milky Way courtyard. He was plowing in the hot sun. From time to time, he tilted his head back to look at the sky, and from time to time, he looked through the doorway of the yard at the world outside. These days, when will they end? I want to be free, he cried and mourned. And when he saw the four major demons not far away casting their fierce eyes, he didn't dare to delay, and in the guise of a farmer's little serpentine snake began to turn the soil and plow the fields again. It wasn't until nightfall that he dragged himself back to his little corner where he belonged. This little corner that didn't even have a roof had become his current home and seemed to have become a place that was uniquely his. But the place was so small that he could only curl up into the smallest, and if he took up a little space, he might be stomped over by the four great demons. Unable to help himself, he looked into another spacious and clean corner. He couldn't help the way his eyes rolled. Gujiao Tian, at least you're a nine-headed snake clan, even if you've fallen on hard times, but by what right is a sheep living a better life than you? Unable to help himself, he lifted his body high in the air and then swaggered over toward the opposite corner. You, lowly and lazy sheep, change places with your Lord Hydra. He raised his head high, full of air, and looked down at the sheep who were lazily sleeping. At his words, Sheep blinked her eyes open. Without even moving his body, he stomped over. However, in Hydra's eyes, it was no mere stomp, and it was as if there were thousands of gods and devils lunging toward him, all opening their pouring mouths as if they wanted to devour him. His body immediately flew backwards and crashed into the distant courtyard wall, shattering all the bones in his body before falling to the ground. Wow. Soon, he was spitting blood from his mouth in large gulps. Looking again in the direction of the sheep, there was fear in his eyes. At this moment in his eyes, that sheep were still a sheep, was clearly a prehistoric demon. I can't believe he was blind enough to fight for his turf. With great difficulty, a few days ago, he finally recovered all of his injuries and his strength returned to its peak. But I didn't expect to be stomped back to liberation, and he even knew that the sheep's kick, just now, had been a kick in the ass. If he is not merciful, he is now. All in all, the shock to his soul from that kick was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't figure out how such an existence could appear here. This Yuqing, what kind of person is he? For a while, Yuqing's mystery was raised to another level in his heart. He finally anticipated that even after he escaped and had completed the southern border grand plan and gained a substantial breakthrough, he wouldn't necessarily be able to match Yuqing, let alone revenge, and he gradually didn't feel so unashamed of that dog-licking behavior of the four great demons. It even feels a little identified up. At the same time, due to the fact that so many days had passed, there was no trace of the Five Elements Alliance in the southern borderlands, and the mysterious alliance leader was as clueless as if he had evaporated from the earth. The two men from the Dantian sword sect then left the southern borderlands, returned to their constant sky sword sect, only to see that among the rolling hills, the aura is compelling, and there are continuous buildings and pavilions hidden in the mountains, revealing a corner, and on top of the mountain, from time to time, there were disciples wearing the costumes of the Dantian sword sect, their feet stepping on long swords as they flew past in midair. Meet senior sister Ing, meet elder Su. Seeing the two return, the crowd saluted and greeted them. Where is the patriarch? Elder Su asked. The patriarch and the elders are talking about things in the hall of ceremonies. It seems like something big has happened, a disciple said with a grave expression. Something big happened? Elder Su's face changed as he asked. What big thing has happened? This disciple doesn't know. In any case, the matter is quite urgent. Early this morning the patriarch summoned many elders. If Elder Su wants to know, rush to the council hall and you will know, that disciple said. Elder Su and the woman glanced at each other, both of their eyes showing a grave expression. The sect was developing normally, and apart from the customary once every 10 years general meeting, there were rarely cases where many elders were summoned like this. It seems that I'm afraid something is really wrong. Chapter 77, I thought it was something, but it's the prime door. The two of them, Elder Su and the woman, didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed towards the sect's deliberation hall. When they rushed to the council hall, sure enough, all the senior members of the sect were present. There were a lot of stony faces. Greetings, patriarch. Greetings, elders. After the woman and Elder Su entered the door, they first saluted. Sassy, so it's you guys back. How did it go? Seeing the two of them return, the middle-aged man sitting at the top hurriedly asked. Master, the Five Elements Alliance was uprooted, but that alliance leader, there was no news of him. We guessed that he might have fled the southern border, so he came back temporarily, the woman reportedly said. The middle-aged man sniffed and frowned, then said, let's put the matter of the Five Elements Alliance aside for later. You two sit down first. Master, elders, what exactly happened? The woman couldn't help but ask as she couldn't take her seat, especially when she saw the crowd of agitated elders. She sensed that things were not simple and her heart turned nervous. Alas, holy maiden, don't mention it. It's still not that prime sect. At this time, an elder couldn't help but explain. They bullied people too much, sneak attacking 3 spirit veins of my Hong Tian sword sect, causing countless disciples to die and be heavily injured. Speaking of this, the elders wore angry colors and gritted their teeth. This prime sect is clearly taking advantage of the fact that my constant heaven sword sect sword mound is stirring up trouble and needs someone to suppress it. So they've come here specifically to cause trouble in order to start a full-scale war with our constant heaven sword sect. If the real full-scale war, that the prime sect has many experts, especially Chen Dongyang. If you want to win, my clan and the experts had to come out, but the sword mound no one to suppress, and will be backyard fire, and ultimately fear that it will be difficult to get the head and tail, the equivalent of the prime sect in the heart. But if we endure it, the prime sect will only intensify. And how can we swallow this breath? And how will the forces of the wasteland look at my constant sky sword sect? So the decision to fight or not to fight is really hard to sway. Yes, it's just that during this time the sword mound is moving strangely. If it wasn't for that, wouldn't it be possible for the prime sect to be so bold? One time, the crowd of elders was seething with various voices in a stalemate. The middle-aged man sitting at the top, who was not angry and authoritative, was also frowning tightly, always remaining silent. Apparently couldn't make up his mind either. However, after listening to the words of the crowd, the woman's Yingxiao complexion instead soothed a lot. I thought it was something. It turned out to be the prime gate, said Ying Pretty. As soon as her words fell, the crowd's gazes were suddenly cast, even with a tinge of blame. What is the holy maiden saying? According to the holy maiden's tone, she feels that this is not a matter, and thinks that the deaths of the many disciples of my Hengtian sword sect are nothing? An elder questioned. The middle-aged man at the top of the table likewise cast an inquiring gaze over. When Ying Xiao heard this, she hurriedly said with an arch of her hand, Master, all the elders. Ying Xiao is not thinking that the deaths of all the disciples are nothing, but rather, she wants to say that today's prime sect is not enough to be feared. The prime sect is not enough to fear today? After hearing Ying Xiao's words, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, filled with disbelief. And more than a few, the dissatisfaction within them grew even stronger. This kind of sect event should not involve these low-eyed juniors. But however, Ying Xiao's next sentence caused the people present to freeze in place. Because Chen Dongyang is dead. Ying Xiao's clear voice spread across the scene, but it was like a 1,000-pound boulder falling into the water, setting off a huge shock wave. What? The middle-aged man at the head of the group was the first to stand up and asked incredulously. Sassy, you can't joke about this. Yes, holy maiden, that's not a joke to be taken lightly. How could Chen Dongyang, as the lord of the prime sect, die for good reason? The crowd's eyes were focused on Ying Xiao, eager to learn the answer. I naturally wouldn't dare to talk nonsense about such matters, because Chen Dongyang really did die. Died in the southern border, and it was something we saw with our own eyes. Ying Pretty said with a solemn expression. In this matter, Elder Su can testify. The holy maiden is right. Chen Dongyang is indeed dead. At this time, Elder Su also stood up and spoke. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd was thrilled. The middle-aged man at the top of the table also revealed a look of excitement as he looked at Ying Xiao and asked, Xiaoer, What exactly is going on? How exactly did Qin Dongyang die in the southern border? This was likewise the confusion of the people present, and they all turned their gazes to it. Ying Xiao did not dare to hide, and then told the crowd exactly what she had seen. Kill Qin Dongyang in seconds. Hiss. Such a senior actually exists in the tiny southern border. The crowd huffed backward. Even though they hadn't seen the scene, they had already imagined the shock of the scene from Ying Xiao's simple description, because Qin Dongyang's strength was known to everyone. No one at the scene, including this patriarch, dared to confidently say that they could securely win against Qin Dongyang in a single fight. So to be able to kill Qin Dongyang in seconds, his strength was bound to be an existence that they would look up to. Then it really is the heavens helping my Hong Tian sword sect, since Qin Dongyang is dead, and with a huge battle force missing and a group of dragons turned leaderless, the prime sect is naturally not enough to be feared. At my command, with the Grand Elder as the commander, we will first recapture the 3 major spirit veins encroached upon by the prime sect, and then formally launch an attack on the prime sect. Of course, in order to reduce the casualties of the disciples, the attack should not be rushed, and needs to be planned slowly. The middle-aged man immediately thundered out an order. Yes, I take orders. The Grand Elder was an old man full of bones, and with this order he rose to receive the order with great vigor and warlike intent. He had been holding a bellyful of fire for a long time, and now, he could finally release it completely. After giving a series of orders, the middle-aged man continued, regardless of the reason. That senior killed Qin Dongyang. He is considered a benefactor of my Hengtian sword sect. Pretty child, you and Elder Su will run with me to the southern border. I want to personally express my gratitude. This, Ying Beauty, however, turned a little ugly in her face at this time. What's going on? The middle-aged man's face sank as he asked. Enlightened master, it's because we. Afterwards, Ying Xiao told the story of how Yuqing was ignored by Li Bu-gu and White Eyebrows in the tavern when they took the initiative to come up and talk to him. After hearing this, the middle-aged man's face was furious. Hatefully, he said, confused, pretty child, what did I usually teach you? To always remain humble when going out, and also to never underestimate the people of the world. Even a person of a low realm should never hold himself up as a person, because you never know what kind of underpinnings he has behind him, or what heavenly Tao rule talent he is hiding. You are turning a deaf ear to my teachings. Master, I was wrong. Being scolded by his own master, Ying Xiao immediately panicked and said, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that after I went to the southern border, those people all flattered to please. It's really tiresome. The disciple only. Yes, patriarch, it really wasn't intentional. On the side, Elder Su also urged from the side. You shut up. The middle-aged man, however, ruthlessly disliked Elder Su. You still have the nerve to say that pretty child is young and doesn't know how to do things. Do you, as an elder, not know how to do things as well? With a few words, Elder Su's face turned hot red and he didn't dare to say half a word again. After rebuking for a long time, the middle-aged man waved his hand and said, That's all. It's useless to talk about this. No matter how, but since that senior helped us get rid of Qin Dongyang, it's only right that we should pay a visit to say thank you. You two will accompany me on the same day. And by the way, to make amends and apologize again. Yes. Elder Su and Ying Xiao hurriedly bowed their heads in response. Chapter 78. All I know is that the ally is a hydra. The next day, led by Ying Xiao and Elder Su, a group of 3 people had then arrived at Shangnan City. Since the place where Yuqing killed Qin Dongyang last time was not far from Milky Way Courtyard, and Ying Xiao and Elder Su almost watched Yuqing leave, so it wasn't hard for them to find Milky Way Courtyard. Li Bu-gu and that White Eyebrow said in the tavern that this senior seems to be called Yuqing. If expectations are good, that senior Yuqing should be living here, Ying Beauty said. The middle-aged man nodded, and after smoothing his robes, he personally went up to knock on the door. Knock knock. The courtyard door slammed and a small head emerged. None other than Carp. Who are you looking for? Koi asked suspiciously. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank the first instant he saw little Carp, but he didn't move. Then he courteously arched his hand towards little Carp, and then said, Little Gongzi, we are from the Hengtian sword sect, and we are here to pay our respects to Senior Yuqing. Please inform us as well. Wow. Looking for my master. You guys wait first. Carp nodded, then returned to the courtyard to inform. It was only after little Carp left that the middle-aged man sighed. Then towards the 2 beside him, he asked, According to what you guys think, this Senior Yuqing, what strength should he be? Master is at the peak of the heaven-touching realm. Qin Dongyang is on par with Master and is also at the peak of the heaven-touching realm. And for this senior to be able to kill Qin Dongyang in a second, it means that this senior is bound to be at the heaven-passing realm. On the side, Elder Su was the first to give his guess and said, And in my opinion, it shouldn't be an ordinary Tong Tian realm. It's more likely to be an upper Tong Tian realm. or even the peak. That's what the apprentice thinks. Next to him, Ingxiu also expressed her opinion. However, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Originally, my guesses were generally the same as yours, but after meeting that little brother just now, I realized that our eyesight was too shallow. Too shallow? Ingxiu was slightly startled and said, Master, could it be that there is something hidden in that little doll just now? A baby doll? Heh, the middle-aged man couldn't help but say, Pretty child, the little doll isn't excited for you to shout like that. According to this world where the strongest are honored, perhaps you have to call him a senior. Senior? Ing Beauty's eyes widened in surprise. You mean his strength? Not bad. Very strong. The middle-aged man concluded. Although I can't see any cultivation fluctuations on him, my experience and intuition tell me that the little brother just now is very strong, and may even rival me. At those words, Ingxiu covered her red lips and was stunned. This kid, he's only a few years old. As the personal disciple of the Hengtian Sword Sect's patriarch and the holy daughter of the Hengtian Sword Sect, her talent could be ranked in the entire wasteland, for which she was originally quite proud. So much for a comparison. Her little talent was nothing in comparison, and the strength of other people's disciples may be comparable to me. Then this when the master. The middle-aged man's words were not repeated, but Elder Su and Ingxiu had already understood the meaning of the words. They were originally afraid that they had far underestimated Yuqing's strength. In that case, Yuqing was, in all likelihood, a great man of the Avatar realm after Tong Tian. Avatar realm. In this area of the Badlands, it was definitely a ceiling. Someone from the Constant Sky Sword Sect is asking for an audience? Inside the courtyard, Yuqing, who was in the middle of carving, sniffed and then remembered the woman and the old man from the tavern, then waved his hand and said, Let them go back. Yes, master. Koi nodded and went back to the courtyard gate. My master said he doesn't see you guys, so you guys go back. After saying that, little Carpair ignored the expressions of the crowd and directly closed the courtyard doorway. The middle-aged man's face was bitter. Ingxiu and Elder Su were even more embarrassed. Alas, you guys, it's also fortunate that it's just that this senior is just unwilling to take care of you. Otherwise, would you still be able to talk to me now? The middle-aged man shook his head. After a little thought, he left the thank you gift he had brought at the door. Then he arched his hand and said, Senior, I am Hong Heavenly Sword Sect leader Lu Tianqi. Today I have come to apologize to Senior for the disrespect of my sinful disciple some days ago. Secondly, Senior killed Qin Dongyan, who happens to have a grudge against my Hengtian Sword Sect, so Junior has prepared some thank you gifts to offer. Of course seniors are inconvenient to meet. Seniors do not dare to force themselves, but please also accept the gift of thanks, so that seniors can talk about their intentions. After saying that, he bowed his hand towards the courtyard once again, before saying towards Ing Beauty and the two of them, Let's go back to the wasteland first. The two Ingxiu nodded. However, the three were about to leave when the courtyard door opened again and the little carp reappeared. Master said to let you in for a moment. Upon hearing this, the three of them, LV Tianqi, were flattered, and then their faces were delighted. Thanks for the briefing, little brother. After saying that, Lu Tianqi smoothed out his clothes before he carefully stepped into the courtyard door. In the end, it was a power outside of the southern border, and it was the sect leader of the Constant Sky Sword Sect, so his eyesight was truly extraordinary. Earlier, he was able to tell that little Carp's strength was extraordinary, not to mention that at this moment, as soon as he walked into the courtyard, he felt something unusual. He always felt that the flowers and plants inside this courtyard, and even the household items placed in the corners, were all alive in general. It also felt like there were countless pairs of eyes staring at them at all times. It gave him an intuition that if he were to make any wrong moves, he was afraid that he would die without a burial place. Don't you guys touch anything, Lu Tianqi solemnly reminded towards the two. The two Ingxiu nodded. Yuqing was sitting at the stone table and was pouring tea. When he saw a few people enter, he stretched out his hand and smiled. Please sit down. On the other hand, LV Tianqi, who saw Yuqing, was slightly shocked in his heart. Sure enough, the temperament is extraordinary. He hurriedly arched his hand. LV Tianqi, with the sinful apprentice Ingxiu, as well as sect elder Su Feng, meet senior. Senior doesn't dare to be a senior. Just call me Yuqing. Yuqing smiled faintly. Yuqing's easygoing demeanor caused LV Tianqi to marvel in his heart, and the pressure in his heart lessened quite a bit, obviously not expecting Yuqing to be this easygoing. Elder, about the last time the sinful disciple and Elder Su were at the tavern, LV Tianqi was just about to exit his mouth to apologize when he was interrupted by Yuqing waving his hand. There is no need to mention the past, the gesture will be fine when it arrives, Yuqing said flatly, though the two did give him a bit of a hard time before. but a lot of times with contact, it's all about attitude. Attitude to the point of irrelevance. And he's not that petty. So that was why he had changed his mind and was prepared to meet LV Tianqi. Of course, more than that, after he heard what LV Tianqi said outside the courtyard, some doubts arose in his mind and he needed to find LV Tianqi to solve them. Can you tell me a little bit about where I came from when I killed that man a few days ago? Yuqing asked as he opened the door. LV Tianqi did not dare to hide it, and then told Chen Dongyang's bottom line one by one. Sovereign of the Prime Sect. Yuqing nodded. It doesn't seem to be a minor character. In that case, the lack of firepower phobia can be slowed down a bit. However, I'm puzzled as to what he, the head of a clan of a power outside of the southern border, is running over here to the southern border for, bearing in mind that he and I have never known each other. Yuqing then asked. So it should be unlikely that he would have run over here specifically to kill me. Obviously. What he wanted to find out was why Chen Dongyang had tried to kill him in the first place. I don't know why he made a move against Senior. But the reason he came to the southern border is perhaps also because the Five Elements Alliance is infested in the southern border. At this time, Lu Tianqi explained. As far as I know, the Prime Sect and the Five Elements Alliance have always had a close relationship, and have had dealings with each other for a long time. Again, it's related to the Five Elements Alliance. Hearing this, Yuqing nodded. Again, he couldn't help but think of that mysterious Five Elements Alliance master. Does Patriarch Lu know the details of that Five Elements Alliance's alliance leader? Yuqing asked. The specific details, I don't know. I only know that that ally is not a human, but a demonic beast, whose body is a nine-headed snake, Lu Tianqi said. As soon as Lu Tianqi's words fell, not far from the corner, it seemed like something jumped up all of a sudden. Chapter 79, Anima. Exposed. Exposed. Anima. Exposed. Ya. Hydra just also felt quite comfortable for today's work to do a loose early work, can lie down in the nest early to rest, and at this instant, it directly gave him a dry stiffening of his body, hard control in place. Hydra? Sure enough, the corners of Yuqing's mouth suddenly hooked up as he sniffed, then cast his eyes toward the corner, said that the alliance of the Five Elements of the Alliance, how suddenly in the southern border evaporated it. Feelings are hiding under his nose, being fixed by Yuqing's gaze, the Hydra trembled in fear. Before he could make a move, he saw Yuqing get up and walk towards him. The palm of his hand reached out and twisted him up. Patriarch Lu. Coincidentally, there was really a nine-headed bug that came to attack me some time ago, and it was taken down by my disciple and the others. And his true form is a nine-headed worm. So you're looking at it for me, yes or no? With that, Yuqing threw the Hydra in front of a few people. This breath. LV Tianqi stared dead on at the nine-headed body in front of him, his mind shaken as he said, It's him. It's him. I've only dealt with this Hydra once, but with this scent of his, there's no mistaking it. Lu Tianqi looked at the Hydra whose breath was wilting and took a deep breath. It also did not occur to him that this Hydra had long ago fallen into Yuqing's hands. That is, when he just entered the small courtyard, Lu Tianqi always felt that there were too many attractive things inside this courtyard, and he didn't notice the small snake. Otherwise he would have been able to recognize Hydra the first moment he saw him. Interesting. Yuqing smiled, then moved his feet gently and landed on the Hydra. Tell me, you and Chen Dongyang, why did you run to kill me? Yuqing asked in a deep voice. Facing Yuqing's question, Hydra sweated coldly. She knew inwardly that one bad answer and she was afraid that he would lose this little life. The original was bitter, but at least the little life was still there. But when Yuqing's paws slightly exerted force, it felt the sensation that it was going to break, and also instantly reacted to the fact that he had no choice at all except to tell the truth. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to harden his head and say, I don't want to kill you, I just want to come to subdue your. As he spoke, he told the story of how he had once searched the soul of a subordinate sent to hunt down White Fall, encountered a group of extraordinary chickens and ducks in the subordinate's memories, and then became intensely interested in the owner of the chickens and ducks. Sure, at the end of the sentence, its voice is getting smaller and smaller. It was unknown at the time. Now that I think about it, when he made that move, it was undoubtedly the ants wanting the elephants to be used for him. Ridiculous to the core. Yuqing looked at him with a languid gaze, recalling everything that had happened, coming to be convinced that Hydra wasn't lying. It's really just that he's too lazy to think about things. Otherwise, he should actually have been able to guess the identity of this Hydra. But next to them, after Lu Tianqi's few people heard it, they had a different feeling in their hearts, especially when he talked about chickens and ducks. Their eyes subconsciously went to the ducks swimming in the river not far away. If they were right, it was this group of ducks that had taken out a group of experts from the Five Elements Alliance. These experts had at least the Yuan Dan realm. Although the Yuan Dan realm was nothing in their eyes, The inner shock of being taken out by a flock of ducks raised under Yuqing's hand was really hard to describe in words. Then why did that Qin come to kill me? Yuqing then asked in a deep voice. I don't know, Hydra responded. Yuqing paused hard. I really don't know. Hydra was really on the verge of crying. Since that day, he had been a prisoner. How could he know why Qin had more head iron than him? Yuqing frowned and moved. Then he asked in a different way. Then I'll ask you again. You and Qin, what is the purpose of coming to the southern border? The southern border is not a big place for those of you in the wasteland. Qin aside. You brought a 5 Elements alliance to run here and make a big fuss. I don't believe that there's nothing wrong in this. Yuqing was apparently quick to grasp the point. In fact, this was also the doubt of Lu Tianqi and the others. Not to mention Lu Tianqi first. In fact, even Elder Su and Ing Xiao. If it wasn't for the Hydra coming to the southern border, they were afraid that they wouldn't have set foot in the southern border in their lives. Hydra also knew there was nothing to hide. All he can do now is to come clean. Some time ago, Qin discovered an ancient secret realm, because the two of us used to have an affinity. Coupled with the fact that my 9-headed serpent clan is naturally adept at the secret realm, he found me, intending to join forces to break the secret realm. After we teamed up to break the secret realm, then in this secret realm, we discovered the legendary Heavenly Chance Disc, the Sky Plate. Beside him, Lu Tianqi couldn't help but be shocked at once. Patriarch LV, dare I ask about the Heavenly Chance Disc? What is it? Yuqing couldn't help but ask. Elder, I have only heard some rumors. LV Tianqi patiently explained for Yuqing. Rumor has it that every once in a while, the Heavenly Chance Plate will leak out the Heavenly Chance, and some guidance will appear for some things in the future. It is rumored that there was once a clan that obtained it and utilized its guidance, which was equivalent to having a seer function, and within a short period of time, it became a Holy Land-like existence. I originally thought that the Heavenly Chance Plate or something like that only existed in legends, but I didn't think that there really is such a thing, Lu Tianqi said with emotion. Listen to the end. Yuqing nodded, probably had a vague idea of this Sky Plate. This Heavenly Chance Disc is indeed the same Heavenly Chance Disc that he mentioned just now, but when we found it, it was already in a broken state. Hydra said, although it still produces some guidance, it is not as accurate as the guidance in its intact state. So the guidance it gave you was in the southern border? Yuqing quickly saw the key. Nice, the 9-headed serpent honestly said. The Heavenly Chance Disc has given us guidance that there is great fortune and opportunity in the southern border. I took into account the fact that the southern borderlands are different, being one of the few places that are forested in the form of secular empires. So I thought that these fortunes might be in these countries. I then ordered my subordinate to convince and cajole some countries beforehand, and to give me their statehood jade seals, so that I could steal the chi of these countries, and then use them as the basis for stealing the chi of the entire southern border countries, and use the power of these chi to break the border, and then take control of the entire southern border. In that case, even if the Tianji disc guides not these countries, the southern border would have long been under my control by then. After listening to Hydra's words, Yuqing quickly remembered the Nangong Fuyao of that day, when Nangong Fuyao had sworn that he would become a unique existence in the southern border after joining the 5 Elements Alliance. It now seemed that he was completely the first batch of guinea pigs that the Hydra intended to steal its chi. In this way, Yuqing really felt that Nangong Fuyao was both pathetic and ridiculous. If I'm right, that Fa Yao Empire was one of the first countries you convinced, wasn't it? I don't know exactly which countries my subordinate Black Dust has convinced. He hasn't had a chance to report back to me specifically yet, so I'll just, but that pig tease dropping loudmouth was able to say all that, so I guess it should be. Obviously, to this day, this 5 Elements Alliance's ally was still deeply bitter towards Nangong Fuyao. Even if Koi didn't break through, he really did regain his freedom. I'm afraid that Nangong Fuyao isn't going to become some unique imperial ruler. It would just be the first thing Hydra would clean up, but no matter how it developed, the Nangong Fuyao's attachment to the 5 Elements Alliance was destined to be a big joke. What's even more ridiculous is that she's proud of it. Chapter 80, The Heavenly Chance Plate Guides. The Southern Borderland Secret Realm appears. Then that Qin Yuqing frowned and thought deeply. At this moment, LV Tianqi, who was on the side, said, Elder, I've been fighting with Qin for countless years, so I do have some understanding of him. This person actually has little talent of his own, and his origins are relatively ordinary, but his methods are ruthless, having earlier designed to kill a few Qilut generations and seize the Qilut from each other. Since then Qin has had continuous opportunities and ended up becoming the lord of the Prime Sect. According to his style, he should have come to the southern border also because of the guidance of the Heavenly Chance Disc, and in the process, perhaps he sensed the extraordinary nature of Senior, and knowing well that Senior is a person of great fortune, he developed a desire to plunder. After listening to LV Tianqi's analysis, Yuqing nodded. LV Tianqi's guess should be 8 or 9. This was also able to explain why Chen Dongyang had struck out at himself without any anticipation. The moment. It was only then that Yuqing was sort of enlightened about these things. But at the same time, there was also an interest in the guidance of that celestial disc. What do you guys think that the guidance of that heavenly chance disc is referring to? Yuqing threw out questions. Lu Tianqi also thought deeply. Today's run here to Yuqing can also be considered to know a big secret. And it was during the time that several people were talking about speculation. Suddenly, he realized that the clouds in the entire southern border suddenly shifted, and heaven and earth visions rose up vertically. The sky was radiant with golden light, stretching for countless miles. The moment. Not only Yuqing and the others, but the entire southern borderlands, and even those outside of the southern borderlands, were attracted to this heaven and earth vision in droves. The crowd put down what they were doing and turned their gazes into the sky. As time passed, the shifting clouds gradually transformed into a vortex, and then converged together 1,000 miles away from Yuqing and the others. A vision of heaven and earth. There is a great inheritance or a great secret realm, or perhaps there is a heavy treasure about to come out. LV Tianqi raised his head to stare at the vortex in the sky and murmured in shock. That place? It should be right at the place where the clouds converge and turn into a vortex. Interesting. If the expectation is correct, this is that heavenly chance disc. The matter of guidance. Yuqing similarly lifted his head and murmured, looking at where that vortex is located. It should be in the barbarian kingdom's territory, not far from the border of the Fa Yao Empire. LV Tianqi didn't know much about the geography of the southern border, but when he heard Yuqing talking to himself, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Yuqing. He saw interest in Yuqing's eyes. Indeed, Yuqing is generating interest. He's not a cutie. He's not a cutie. And who wouldn't be interested in a chance that's the equivalent of landing on their doorstep? Even if he had a system, the system was providing a boost, and the chance-heavy treasure was likewise providing a boost. The two are not in conflict. I guess Senior will be busy with the secret realm next. The late generation will leave Senior alone for now. In the future, if Seniors come to the wasteland, they can come to find Seniors at any time, and Seniors will certainly offer hospitality. Lu Tianqi said archly. Since Patriarch Lu wants to leave, then I won't stay. And when I come to the wasteland, I will definitely ask Patriarch Lu for 2 cups of good wine, Yuqing said with a smile. Although there was some unpleasantness with the Hong Tian sword sect before, but after a short contact, Yuqing felt quite good about LV Tianqi as a person. Hearing Yuqing say so, LV Tianqi felt flattered. It also instantly felt like the trip was not in vain. LV Tianqi then took the 2 of them, Yingxiu and Elder Su, and left Upper South City. For a long time, the heavenly and earthly visions still hadn't dispersed, and flying in mid-air, the shock to the heavenly and earthly visions made one feel even more intense. Master, I'm afraid that a heaven and earth anomaly of this magnitude has spread beyond the southern border, and I'm guessing that the other forces in the wasteland have also felt it by now. In mid-air, Ying Pretty couldn't help but say towards Lu Tianqi, could it be that you really aren't moved? Master, if you can get a piece of the pie, wouldn't that be a heavenly benefit to my Hongtian sword sect? But Lu Tianqi interrupted Ying Xiao's words with a wave of his hand. Sassy, you're still too young. Although this heaven and earth vision is great, there are some things that you can't just want. You have to have the life to take it. Lu Tianqi solemnly lectured. And think about it, this is in the southern border. This is at that senior's doorstep. It's fine that that senior isn't interested, but I clearly see a strong interest in his eyes. So this opportunity, we dare not think about it and we cannot think about it. Words. Ying Xiao nodded with an afterthought, grasping the meaning. At least in the Badlands, there's an unwritten rule. That is, spirit veins, secret realms, and even talents found within the territory of whichever power belong to whichever power. If you try to take possession, you are declaring war on that power. Either you have absolute strength and can crush the other side, unless it is a secret realm that does not belong to any sphere of influence. The parties can compete fairly, and this heaven and earth anomaly, occurring in the southern borderlands, rationally speaking, was not at all a matter of the wastelands. But Master, having said that, I'm afraid those forces in the wasteland will find it hard not to be attracted by this heaven and earth vision. Ying Beauty couldn't help but say, it's none of our business what the other forces want. We only need to take care of our Hong Tian sword sect itself, Lu Tianqi solemnly explained. Yes, Ying Xiao nodded, placing her own master's words in her heart. Time. It was 3 days later. For 3 days, instead of dispersing, the heaven and earth anomalies had gotten more and more intense. The barbarian kingdom also didn't expect that this heavenly favor would fall on their heads. Interesting though, Yuqing was in Shangnan City, and before he had time to rush to the barbarian kingdom, he received an expedited letter from the barbarian kingdom. The meaning is simple. If Yuqing is interested, The reasoning is that this belongs to the chances of the barbarian country, and it is offered to Yuqing with an arch. And all the barbarian nations ask is that they can just follow and have some soup. It's been a while since I've had tea with these two, but they're getting witty. Looking at the expedited letter sent by the barbarian kingdom, Yuqing slightly raised the corners of his mouth.